Chapter 361. There are so many people, at least tens of thousands? How come they are all sea-level Yang-Chi? It's already this time, and you are still stuck in the Doomsday game? Chi Xuan took a glance and left the survivors' field of vision. This group of survivors is indeed miserable, and it is likely that they are miserable from top to bottom. Every one of them is skinny and bony, and there is not much meat to use even if they are used as two-legged sheep. After leaving, Chi Xuan obtained the situation of this truth layer through satellite projection. It is a big city, and it is not a single ghost, but a ghost city with a large number of ghosts. Because they have just arrived, the truth of the truth layer has not been observed, so everything is in a dead and dim level. If there are only a few survivors, it is estimated that there will be no exploration degree. So just avoid the rigid killing rules. But once the truth exploration degree increases, the humanity of the ghosts will be revived, and the killing rules will still be used but not rigid at all. That will definitely be a disaster for the survivors. I thought they were all individual copies, but I didn't expect there would be team copies. However, am I in the sealed area of Lanlu Mansion or Shengshi Mansion now? If it is the former Chi Xuan suspected that there was a problem with the ghosts in the sealed library. Before, he would not think so, but there was obviously a problem with the gathering of ghosts. Since the birth of the ghosts, the goal has been very clear, that is, to release all the ghosts except those in their own bodies. In addition, a place where a large number of ghosts gathered suddenly appeared in the area of the truth layer. It is hard for Chi Xuan not to think so. Let's not talk about the disaster for now, but I do see the opportunity. A big city full of ghosts and survivors is fuel everywhere for Chi Xuan. The problem is that it's hard to get the opportunity. Chi Xuan thought about it, and was helpless. First, he had to stimulate the humanity of the ghosts, and then he could take action. This was impossible for him alone, so he could only rely on the survivors. Without stimulating the humanity of the ghosts, Chi Xuan could not obtain the human fuel. Without this thing, the Tai Sui God's smelting furnace could not burn the ghosts at all. However, if you want to stimulate the humanity of the ghosts, you need to explore and bring the truth layer closer to the reality layer. Chi Xuan has a special identity, and cannot effectively use the observation effect to drag. Instead, he is the one being dragged. Now that things have come to this, let's capture a few survivors to make living observation equipment. Before, the number of people was limited and time was not sufficient, so Chi Xuan could only capture as many as he could. Tens of thousands of people came this time, and there was no need to study the structure of Yang-Chi, so they could capture whatever they wanted. In addition to being used as an alternative field of view, live observation equipment can also be used as a weapon and rule damage transfer. So in terms of use, the more the better. But this time, not all survivors acted separately, but huddled together for warmth. A small number of survivors seemed to have more confidence in themselves, so they chose to leave. Chi Xuan naturally targeted those lone wolves, and within 3 minutes, he captured more than 10 people. Then he started to transform, and quickly completed a batch of live observation equipment. The process was very fast, so no one noticed his behavior. After the processing was completed, Chi Xuan began to select some useful ghosts as fuel. It is definitely unrealistic to swallow all the ghosts in the city. He is greedy, but not to this extent. You may need to postpone the action. The reconnaissance network has detected a ghost. The intelligent brain sorted out the data and gave it to Chi Xuan. Ghost? Chi Xuan looked like he was in the area of Lanlu Mansion. There was no need to think about it. He must be in the area of Lanlu Mansion. And there must be something wrong with the sealed library of Lanlu Mansion. Even the ghosts have undergone some mutations, which connected all the ghosts' single truth layer together. A huge ghost city appeared in the truth layer. The mastermind behind the scenes is most likely a ghost, and the other party has mastered the ability to shuttle between the reality layer and the truth layer. Locate, be sure to catch the other party. Chi Xuan said coldly. It seems that his experimental interrogation technology is still not good enough. The ghost who fell into his hands is likely to know something. It's just that he failed to torture him out. But it's okay, if he doesn't do it, there are plenty of people who will do it. Chi Xuan has found another ghost. And it's in such a critical position. Tai Sui ascended, but didn't fly too high, because there are also some ghosts in the high altitude area. Too close distance may trigger the opponent's killing rules. Then locked on the ghost who was in a hurry, wearing a black robe. If this was in the real layer, it would be conspicuous. However, this is the dark stage in the truth layer, plus the fog. It is indeed a very good camouflage color. But the problem is that this thing camouflage is useless at all. Ghosts kill people regardless of whether you are disguised or not. They kill according to the rules. If you trigger it, they will attack. As for the survivors, they are no match for the ghosts. Given the strength of the other party, as long as there is time, thousands of survivors are not the opponent of a ghost. How can a survivor who does not even have one basic attribute defeat a ghost with at least 5 basic attributes? Clang! Tai Sui flew over the ghost and knocked him on the back of his head. The strength was well controlled, and the ghost was knocked unconscious on the spot, and then dragged him away. After finding a secluded place, Chi Suiyan tied up the ghost and hung him upside down, and then slapped him twice before the ghost woke up. The ghost came to his senses, and a look of shock appeared on his ugly face. "Who are you? How did you appear in the ghost town? Why did you knock me out?" The other party asked 3 questions as soon as he came. It must be said that the ugliness and shock really left Chi Suiyan speechless. But Chi Suiyan was not prepared to answer the other party, and he gave him 2 big punches. This time he knocked out all the other party's teeth. "I caught you, and I asked you. Who are you? How did you appear in the ghost town? How did you get in?" Chi Suiyan followed up with 3 questions. In fact, according to the other party's questions, he also secretly kept some thoughts. For example, the other party was able to recognize that he was a human, and it was obvious that there were more than just ghosts in the truth layer area called the ghost town. And he was very surprised that non-ghosts appeared in the ghost town, which meant that non-ghosts might not be able to enter the truth layer. This ghost was constantly struggling, trying to get out of control, and at the same time opened his mouth to shout. Chi Suiyan immediately punched the other person's open mouth, and hit the throat very accurately. After one punch, the ghost stopped on the spot, and could not shout out again. It doesn't matter if you struggle, you can't get away anyway. But shouting out loud is a bit disrespectful to my work results. Well, it seems that you are not very convinced. It is really unrealistic to ask first, and then torture, Chi Suiyan said, and started to torture directly. He found that Yang Qi has a good killing power for ghosts, which is not much different from restraint. You have weaknesses that ghosts don't have, and you not only have weaknesses that ghosts have, but you have to bear more damage. Chi Suiyan tortured, and various tortures took turns. Because the ghost's recovery ability is really good, Chi Suiyan can be a little stronger. After being tortured to the point of dying, the ghost man said weakly, "I am the shadow guard of the royal family, and I came to the ghost city to get the elixir of immortality. I rely on the ghosts in my body to enter the ghost city." After being beaten, the other party briefly explained his information. Ghosts are all royal family members? Chi Suiyan was not surprised. Since ghosts are man-made, the Jiuyue royal family, as the source of ghost control, is naturally highly suspected. "No, I am not a ghost, those failed products are ghosts. I am a shadow guard." The royal shadow guard corrected Chi Suiyan's identity problem. What's the difference? Chi Suiyan didn't quite understand. According to his observations during the torture, there was not much difference between the structure of shadow guards and ghosts. Ghosts are slaves of ghosts, while shadow guards are loyal to Jiuyue. They are running dogs, and we are defenders. The royal shadow guard said in a sonorous and powerful voice, obviously recognizing his identity very much. Chi Suiyan did not refute, but he also understood the difference. It was nothing more than the different objects of loyalty after the twisted thoughts. The former was stingy, and was loyal to the ghosts in his body, while the latter was broad-minded, and was loyal to the entire human race. What does the immortal do, and how is the ghost city formed? Chi Suiyan asked further. He did not care about the effect of the immortal do, it was just as the name said, but he wanted to know what it was made of. The royal shadow guard opened his mouth, but could not say it, as if he was stopped by something. Restriction? Chi Suiyan naturally noticed it. The royal shadow guard nodded. Go on, it doesn't matter even if you are restricted. Chi Suiyan started to dissect immediately. As long as it is a restriction, there must be a source. Chi Suiyan's method is simple and crude, just find the source and cut it off. In this regard, the royal shadow guard was helpless, but he could only cooperate with Chi Suiyan. It turned out to be a restriction through certain rules of ghosts. Chi Suiyan quickly found the source. The bad news is that it can't be cut, but the good news is that it can be temporarily isolated. As long as you can speak, it doesn't matter whether it is temporary or permanent. The whole process is very smooth, and it can last at least 10 minutes after completion. As for the time being, you can isolate it again. It's not that you can only isolate it once. It's just that Chi Suiyan limited the time to avoid the ghost's adhesion. Okay, tell me. Chi Suiyan signaled that you kids should tell the truth. If you want to know, just come to Tindu or Gachingfu. Don't embarrass a shadow guard. They can't tolerate loss of loyalty to people. The voice is still the same voice, and the shadow guard is still the same shadow guard, but someone has taken over the control of the other person's body. Chapter 362. The person has changed, so who are you? Emperor Jiyue? Qi Xuan took a few steps back calmly. He was not afraid that the other party would suddenly attack, but that the other party would explode. After all, it was not his own body, so it didn't matter how he tossed it. So it didn't matter if it exploded directly. Not really, I wait for you in the Ghost City Mansion. After the other party said this, the body of the Royal Shadow Guard began to melt. The fused ghost in the body gradually exposed and began to wake up. Qi Xuan was ready to take action, but this deformed ghost began to decompose after the Royal Shadow Guard melted. This made him particularly alert. The change was really too big. It was the first time he saw a ghost die. As for being burned in this smelting furnace, it was not death, but more like being absorbed. Ghost City Mansion, right? Qi Xuan quickly called up the map, and soon found the location the other party mentioned. Then the next step must be far away. Not only mysterious but also very strong. If they fight, it's probably the same. He's half a pound of scrap metal, and he's 8 ounces of gold. How could Qi Xuan be his opponent if he could deal with ghosts so easily? Coming to his house is no less than seeking death. So the best way is to find a way to catch some ghosts as fuel and get through this time. If nothing unexpected happens, none of the survivors who come to the ghost town this time will survive. Obviously, the actions in the previous 2 times were too big, which attracted the attention of some existences in the ghost world. Turning around and flying in the opposite direction of the ghost town, Qi Xuan found a problem. That is, there is a problem with the space. He was obviously flying in the opposite direction, but no matter how he changed the flight trajectory, it was finally pointing to the ghost town. It seems that they have set their sights on me. I have to go. Qi Xuan muttered. Since I can't avoid it, let's go and take a look. It doesn't matter if it's shameful to escape, as long as it's useful. Otherwise, it's useless and shameful. Why would Qi Xuan escape? After he lost his resistance, the journey was strangely shortened, and in just the next second, Qi Xuan arrived at the door of the Ghost City Mansion. The whole mansion looked very dilapidated, and it could be summarized as being in disrepair. It's really dilapidated. Such a big city, the city is like this, and they are not afraid of losing face. Qi Xuan muttered as he stepped over the threshold. Just one step away, everything changed drastically. The originally dilapidated appearance began to be repaired by some great power. The dead trees came back to life. The dry ponds were filled with clear water, and even koi were swimming in them. Everything seemed to go back in time, back to the most prosperous time of this mansion. This is just the beginning. The 4 seasons flow and divide in the mansion, as if a year has been stuffed into the present. Qi Xuan looked calm, and his mind was clear. It was just a show of strength to show off his skills. In fact, it was not necessary at all. When the ghosts were decomposed before, the power had been given. Qi Xuan is now quite honest. He has other thoughts, but he dare not implement them. If he is not brave, how can he live until now? There is only one road under his feet. Qi Xuan walked slowly forward and directly experienced spring, summer, autumn and winter. With his attributes, the 4 seasons are actually similar. However, because the opponent used an ability similar to rules, the controllable rule-containing structure of Tai Sui God was empty, so it could not take effect. It was not until a pavilion at the end of the road that Qi Xuan saw a blurry figure. The figure only had an outline, and the rest of the position was not clear at all, and occasionally it would flash like distortion. The other party had already made tea at this time, and saw Qi Xuan standing at the edge of the pavilion, and then spoke. Come, sit down. The other party looked familiar, poured a cup of tea for Qi Xuan, and then said. Qi Xuan also knew what to do, and sat down directly opposite the figure. After taking a look at the tea, he took it up and took a sip. He was just a wild boar, so naturally he couldn't eat fine bran, but he could taste that this was tea, without any messy additives or the like. I am confused. There should be no such thing as tea in the Jiyue dynasty. Qi Xuan asked his doubts. It is a specialty of the truth layer, not a product of the reality layer. The figure also picked up his cup of tea and took a sip. Qi Xuan was not surprised why the other party called him that. It was probably because he had obtained some of his thoughts or memories. For a strong person of this strength, wouldn't it be easy to do such a thing? For a Mahayana stage, to see through the mind and thoughts of a Qi training stage is memory, it is simply too simple. There is no need to do anything, it can be done at a glance. Therefore, it is too absurd for those weak people to have all kinds of small thoughts, and even think about calculating in front of the strong, unless the strong person is very qualified and restrains his behavior. What do you want to talk to me about? Qi Xuan asked bluntly. The Doomsday Game hides in another world, and wants to control the survivors to plunder the origin of the ghost world. I need your cooperation, the figure said slowly. Don't you know, sir, that I rely on the Doomsday Game for my livelihood? It is my bread and butter, Chi Swain said coldly. The figure picked up the teacup, took another sip slowly, and then said, Add money. I know you are not a survivor, but a violator. The Doomsday Game uses you as an anchor. Don't you have any resentment? The figure said this with a smile. It's not a question of whether to add money or not, but without it, I will lose such a platform for traveling through the world. Chi Swain refused again. Of course he wanted to add money, but between money and life, which one should he hesitate to choose? Definitely choose the latter. I have no interest in the Doomsday Game, and even less interest in traveling through the world. The figure said calmly, if the Doomsday Game hadn't started at first, I wouldn't care about the so-called Doomsday at all. After saying this, Chi Swain also confirmed the identity of the figure. It was just a guess before, but now it's confirmed. The world will have the ghost world, but Chi Swain was a little confused. This is too humane. Isn't it that in order to communicate better with Chi Swain, this change has occurred? The second is that Chi Swain also confirmed another thing, that is, everything in the truth layer may have existed in the past, and was part of the past. It was intercepted or even reproduced by the world will. What benefit can I get? Since the other party has said this, Chi Swain can only bite the bullet and agree. Yes, he was hanging his life from the beginning. How could he have the guts to refuse such a terrifying existence, who asked him for something? In that case, he might as well ask what benefits he could get. You want to fuse the armor on your body, right? You also want camouflage and mimicry modules. Of course, if you are not so wary, I can also help you increase the number of times your armor evolves. The figure refilled Chi Swain's tea, and then made a condition. Yes, I do want it. Chi Swain ignored the last condition, because the other party was right. After the cooperation is completed, I will give you a copy of the camouflage and mimicry module. Don't worry, it's F level. The figure casually stated the conditions, and then continued, as for fusion. Even if I give it to you, you probably won't want it. So follow your own path, and the ghost-making method can be used as a reference. Tiandu has everything you want. I will prepare for you the ghosts with twin and fusion abilities. You can give it to you as a deposit. The conditions given by the figure are indeed generous. So generous that Chi Swain is a little afraid to take it. I still want to kill the protagonist. Chi Swain continued to make direct requests. I'm afraid there is no way to do this. I gave the protagonist's halo to others back then. The figure refused. When Chi Swain heard this, his expression was strange. Can this thing be given to others? So there is no protagonist in this world? Chi Swain asked. Yes, there is no protagonist. The figure gave an affirmative answer. Okay, what do I need to pay as a price? Chi Swain believed it. There was no point in the other party lying to him. With the strength of the figure, it is not difficult to crush him to death. There is no price, just 2 steps. Go to Tiandu, and then go to the world where the Doomsday Game is located. I am very experienced in dealing with invaders, the figure said. Chi Swain felt that it was not that simple, and it was unrealistic to say that there was no danger. Then can you help me kill all the survivors? Chi Swain thought again, things have come to this point, so let's put forward more conditions. No, I need to introduce survivors to form a new balance in the reality layer. The ghost world is too absurd. Although survival is not a problem, it requires external help to restore civilization and order. So I can't agree to this condition. But don't worry, in the Doomsday Game, except you, no survivor can be taken away. The figure refused first, and then gave Chi Swain a reply. Okay, I know. Chi Swain naturally would not refute. It was very patient of others to explain to him. But when it came to Chi Swain, he would just beat him up if a weak person kept talking to him. His personal quality still needs to be improved. Then will you send me out of the truth layer, or let me let things take their own course? Chi Swain asked again. Let things take their own course, don't force it. Since the cooperation has been reached, do you still have any doubts? If not, I still need to prepare. The figure said, and actually took out a strange crystal core. This is the deposit. As he said that, he handed the deposit to Chi Swain. Chi Swain took it directly, and then said, No more, I wish you a safe journey. As the voice fell, the distortion of the figure became more and more serious, and finally disappeared completely from Chi Swain's sight. At the same time, the Ghost City mansion also returned to its original dilapidated appearance, and the prosperity just now seemed to be an illusion. Chapter 363. Soul Seeds, Different Qualities, can actually affect the attribute template of the Doomsday Game. Twin Soul Seeds Double Lotus. Quality, excellent. Trait 1, twins in one. Trait 2, double flowers. Normally, the quality should be letters, but it turned out to be excellent. Chi Swain was not very clear why. But one thing is certain, it is indeed what he needs. But the problem is that Chi Swain found that he can't use it. This thing is the crystallization of rules. Will you let me use this so-called soul seed to create a ghost, and then develop the refining technology through the ghost-making method? Don't say it, it's really possible. After all, the other party saw his vigilance, so he gave him the raw materials directly, and then developed and researched it himself, which is far more realistic than the other party giving him an answer. So the soul seed is actually the embryo of the ghost. Chi Swain thought of this at the first time. What secrets are there in the method of controlling ghosts that can directly interfere with the rules? Chi Swain seriously suspected that the founding ancestor of the Jiuyue dynasty was the figure that Chi Swain saw, that is, the world will of the ghost world. The other party has no power, no pressure, just a figure, if it weren't for the previous preparation. When Chi Swain met the other party, he would take out the floating gun to test it immediately. The ignorant are fearless. The more you know, the more you will be in awe. This time, Doomsday Game really encountered a tough guy, and I don't know what will happen to it. Chi Swain can be sure that Doomsday Game will never be the opponent of the world will of the ghost world. The other party seems to have some deeper background. For example, the protagonist Halo that was transferred out. Who did the other party give it to? And it was a permanent gift, and it can no longer produce a new protagonist. It can be said to be a big loss. More importantly, the other party directly ignored the doomsday of the ghost world, as if everything was under control. These methods made Chi Swain simply unable to understand why. I hope the other party can keep his promise, and don't really kill the Doomsday Game. At least take me out of the ghost world, and find a world where the Doomsday is not so serious before dying. Chi Swain will definitely not think about staying in the ghost world. The danger level of this world is far greater than that of the spiritual root world. The spider god of the spiritual root world is unlikely to care about the addition of a smuggled violator like him. They have more than one world, and the probability of ignoring him is very high. But the world will of the ghost world is different. They only have such a territory. It is already very good not to deal with this virus. Their attitude is that they always want to send him away, and have no intention of staying. If he really stayed, there was a high possibility of falling out. The other party's tone was so rich that they didn't even take Doomsday Game seriously. They must be a wealthy world. They look down on the trifles of Doomsday Game and me. It's very likely that they would let us go. Chi Swain could only comfort himself in this way. As for his protagonist Halo, this thing has no deterrent power at all for a world. Even if he was crushed to death, his protagonist Halo might not have a chance to take effect. Then let's proceed according to the original plan. Chi Swain stuffed the Twin Soul Seed Twin Lotus into the subspace pocket. After the delay of the world will, the survivors have also discovered a lot of truth. Wait, the other party said that it is not Emperor Jiuyue, so does this mean that the Ghost City, the Immortal Dew, etc. are not entirely the work of the other party? In fact, it is still related to the Jiuyue royal family. Chi Swain discovered this blind spot. He originally just wanted to dig some hidden clues. Normally, he would have to investigate the Ghost City, the Ghost People, Tiandu, etc. in one line. As a result, he skipped the process in the middle and found the answer directly. But the problem is that without the process, he was confused and had no way to know. Fortunately, since he got the help of the world will, there should be no life and death crisis next. After all, if he died, how could the world will of the ghost world cross the border to play the Doomsday Game and take away the survivors? The other party urgently needs people from another world to improve the human beings in the ghost world. I don't know how the other party will change. Crack. Chi Swain heard a crisp sound. He looked up and saw a crack suddenly appeared in the sky. What's going on? Isn't it still in the truth layer? How come there is a crack? The crack will only appear after being pulled into the seal layer. So this crack is likely to have something to do with the Royal Shadow Guard and the Longevity Dew. Intelligent brain, it's not right to find other ghosts. It should be the traces of the Royal Shadow Guard. Since he's here, he can't just go back empty-handed. Chi Swain plans to take the Longevity Dew. Although he doesn't know what it is, he has seen it, so it's probably a chance. The intelligent brain immediately searched and quickly provided Chi Swain with data. In the Ghost City, you need to go there as soon as possible. They are starting a ritual. Chi Swain didn't have any fluctuations when he heard the words Ghost City. Obviously, the area he had been to before was just another place in the Ghost City. The Tai Sui god was also affected, and the records in the middle were missing. Time still passed, But there was no change, only a large blank. It is probably because Tai Sui God could not observe the communication between the world will and Chi Suiyan. Go, don't alarm the snake for the time being, let's wait and pick peaches. Chi Suiyan definitely didn't want to stop it. What good would it be to stop it? It's nothing more than that the Blue House mansion might be spared from a disaster, but Chi Suiyan couldn't get anything. As for the ghosts, there is no rush, it will take some time. After arriving at the ghost city, Chi Suiyan saw many bodies of survivors hanging around, densely packed in a circle. The royal shadow guards continued to gather the ghosts of the entire ghost city through some kind of ritual. The humanity of these ghosts has been activated, so they are controlled by this group of royal shadow guards. The ritual can, to some extent, make the ghosts' killing rules fall into contradictory logic, making them ineffective. Isn't this also the content of the ghost control method? When Chi Suiyan recorded this, he thought of a possibility. Intelligent brain, you said that the word control in the ghost control method is not control for uniforms, but control for manufacturing. So the other party asked me to go to Tiandu to get the complete ghost control method? Chi Suiyan asked. It is very likely, but it is recommended that you focus on the present first. The intelligent brain reminded Chi Suiyan that as the ritual progressed, not only did the sky crack, but Chi Suiyan could also perceive that the entire truth layer was rapidly falling and reviving. The seal is not only to restrict the ghosts, but also to squeeze out the surplus value of the ghosts. It must be said that the Jiyue people have made great progress in the use of ghosts. It is estimated that the support of the world's will is indispensable. Chi Suiyan knew what the so-called immortal do was. It is the humanity in the ghosts. But compared with Chi Suiyan's exhausting way of obtaining it, the royal shadow guards were more gentle and considered the future. From this, it can be indirectly confirmed that the royal family does know the truth. The ghosts were also born to obtain the immortal due. But where do the extra ghosts come from? The royal shadow guards quickly explained this doubt to Chi Suiyan. The ritual squeezed the humanity of the ghosts, and this humanity did not immediately generate the immortal dew, but was first filtered and purified by the body of the royal shadow guards. Then it gathered in the stone bowl in the center of the ritual. As for the impurities, they naturally remained in the body of the royal shadow guards, and after being affected, their minds were distorted and turned into ghosts. The milky white liquid exuded a fragrance, and Chi Suiyan also swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This thing has a fatal attraction to living things. Just like eating when hungry and drinking water when thirsty, it is similar to some kind of cellular desire. Chi Suiyan did instinctively want to swallow, but he controlled himself. On the contrary, the ghosts and the royal shadow guards were able to ignore this temptation because they were not ordinary living things. Intelligent brain, prepare to clear the field, Chi Suiyan said. General, there is an accident in the seal library of Lanlu Mansion, and a large number of seals are showing signs of breaking. Yan Jingxing hurried to the courtyard where Nangong Yuan was. Nangong Yuan's expression changed. This was no small matter. Is it because of the survivors? It was mainly too coincidental. The survivors disappeared not long ago, and the seal of the seal library had problems. And it was not just one or two, but a large number. It's not clear yet. Yan Jingxing shook his head, but it is more likely to be the ghosts. Compared to the survivors, who just randomly selected the blue house, it was the ghosts who seemed to have long been eyeing the blue house and had a bigger plan. Nangong Yuan naturally preferred Yan Jingxing's statement, but there was a loophole in it, that is, the ghosts never cooperated. So this statement is not true at all. Let's not talk about this for now, go to the seal library to support first, and find a way to stop the signs of rupture as soon as possible. Nangong Yuan understood that now was not the time to find out who was at fault. Once there was a problem with the blue house, it would definitely affect the entire state, and even she would be hard to escape the blame. Yes, I came here to ask the commander-in-chief for help, Yan Jingxing said hurriedly. If something happened in Lanlu Mansion, not to mention other things, Shengshi Mansion where he was would definitely be hit. He was very open-minded about death, but it didn't mean that he had to die. It would definitely be the best to survive. Nangong Yuan didn't say anything, he got up directly, and took Yan Jingxing to the seal vault of the suppression of evils in Lanlu Mansion without any hesitation. However, before they arrived, they saw a very scary vision above the seal vault of the suppression of evils. If it's impossible, give up Lanlu Mansion and take the survivors away. Looking at the vision, Nangong Yuan said this. Chapter 364. The Tai Sui God flew over the Ghost City Mansion, swooping down from high to low, and took away the stone bowl along with the immortality dew in it. After the ceremony, Chi Suiyan naturally came out to intercept it. Could it be that he would leave it for them to take away? Bold. A roar came from the dark, and a Royal Shadow Guard did not hesitate to stop him. Not all Royal Shadow Guards would be used as consumables in the ceremony. Someone must be responsible for guarding, obtaining, and other tasks. Otherwise, they would all become ghosts, and who would send the immortality due to the Tiandu royal family. However, Qi Xuan's speed was too fast, and he disappeared in a flash. At the same time, the Royal Shadow Guards, who were transformed into ghosts, began to act because of their distorted thinking. The whole scene fell into chaos. But this is not the most critical thing. But after the seal was broken, everyone fell from the truth layer to the seal layer. The truth layer is a large bunk bed, and the seal layer is a single room. After the two collided, the rupture behavior was triggered. This is within the estimation of the Royal Shadow Guards. Every time they obtain the Immortal Dew, a prefecture will be sacrificed at the least, and a state or county will disappear at the worst. However, these are worth it for the royal family. After all, people are refreshed, and they will not feel bad if they die. The seal layer is broken, and all the survivors are hanged. The ghosts are freed from the seal, and start killing people according to the logic of the rules. The ghosts took this opportunity to flee in panic. They have problems with their brains, but how can they not distinguish the situation? They are at a disadvantage. Staying here will only wait for death. It is better to run first. After all, they can maximize their advantages by doing things secretly, instead of going head-on with the Royal Shadow Guards and the Evil Suppression Department. Chaos swept the entire Longlu mansion, and the death toll began to soar. Qi Xuan was well prepared, so he quickly found a safe place to hide. Yan Jingxing and Nangong Yuan are approaching. The intelligent brain gave a reminder at the first time. Qi Xuan immediately put away the immortality dew, and did not intend to tell the two. The reason is very simple. Not all life forms can be like him, and can easily resist the temptation of the immortality dew. He stayed here for less than 2 minutes, and all kinds of snakes, insects, rats and ants began to gather, staring at the immortality dew in Qi Xuan's hand. They completely forgot the difference in the life level of both sides. Things that bewitch people's hearts, the ghost world is really weird. Qi Xuan muttered. Decided to do a good job of protection when studying the immortality dew next. But how did they find my trace? Or is their goal the seal vault? Qi Xuan opened the map and saw that his position combined with the map path was indeed on the way to the seal vault of the Evil Suppression Division. So they may not be looking for him. The Blue House Mansion and even the entire state can't be saved. Running away is the most important thing. Qi Xuan was thinking whether to save Yan Jingxing and Nangong Yuan. With these two people, Qi Xuan will have a lot of conveniences in Tiandu. For example, solve various troubles for himself. Otherwise, according to Qi Xuan's personality, he will just start killing if he disagrees. Moreover, with these two people around, Qi Xuan doesn't have to do anything. Yan Jingxing can handle it very well. It would be great if Yan Jingxing was the commander-in-chief of Tiandu. Qi Xuan sighed. He still didn't like Nangong Yuan very much. Too beautiful, it's easy to cause trouble. After thinking it over again and again, I decided to take them all away. Yan Jingxing is just the chief of the prefecture-level Evil Suppression Department. If he were in Tiandu, he would probably hit 3 people of the same level with a brick. Nangong Yuan's identity is still very valuable. When the two hurriedly passed by, Qi Xuan stretched out his hand without hesitation, grabbed one with one hand, and pulled him in with force. Yan Jingxing and Nangong Yuan were naturally shocked by the sudden attack, and then they launched an attack without hesitation. This is normal, after all, it was a sneak attack. But Qi Xuan reacted faster, and pressed both of them to the ground, and they fell directly. The attack didn't hit, and it didn't even take shape. Fortunately, the two also saw clearly that the person who took action was Qi Xuan, so there was no follow-up action. Why are you here? What happened in the seal library? Nangong Yuan asked immediately. Of course I survived. As for the seal vault, I'm afraid I have to ask the Longlu mansion. I didn't enter just one seal, but a ghost town formed by all the seals, full of scary ghosts. Then a group of ghosts performed some ritual, and then the seal broke. Qi Xuan briefly summarized the content, and by the way, he turned himself into a victim. The truth can't be told. What if the royal family asks Qi Xuan for the immortality dew? Qi Xuan will definitely not give it, and the royal family will definitely not give up. So Qi Xuan can only kill for his own benefit. Ghost town? How is this possible? Each ghost is sealed separately. Yan Jingxing's voice was full of disbelief. Then I don't know. I'm just a survivor from another world, not a native like you. Besides, you've always been on guard against me. How would I know these things? Qi Xuan spread his hands. If it weren't for the fact that I'm familiar with you, I would definitely not help you. Yin Jingxing's face became more and more ugly. Let's go. Leave as soon as possible. Lanlu Mansion can't be defended. Nangong Yuan, the commander-in-chief, directly abandoned the current situation and prepared to take Qi Xuan to Tiandu. I want to go back to Shengshi Mansion. You go to Tiandu by yourselves. Yin Jingxing was not going to run away with him. If Lanlu Mansion hadn't had an accident, Yin Jingxing would definitely have gone to Tiandu to see the world. After all, this might be his only chance in his life. It's no use now. He is the head of the Shengshi Mansion's evil suppression division, and the responsibility is on his shoulders. Even if he dies, he must die in Shengshi Mansion. His attitude was indeed beyond Qi Xuan's expectation. He thought he would follow, but he didn't expect him to defend to the death. This is a ghost tide. Not only Lanlu Mansion can't be defended, but even Shenyanzhou and Tianyu County will fall. Only the whole country of Jiyue Dynasty can calm it down. Do you think you can turn the tide with one more person? Nangong Yuan scolded, and then softened his tone, pointing at Qi Xuan and said, take him to Tiandu, there will be a glimmer of hope. Qi Xuan actually wanted to refute that it is not impossible for one person to turn the tide, the protagonist can do it. But then he thought again, it seems that there is no protagonist in this world, so there is no way. Let Qi Xuan go. It would be easier to ask the world's will to intervene. One more person like me is indeed not enough to turn the tide, but one less person like me is not enough for the court. Yin Jingxing said bluntly. The Jiyue dynasty is not big, but it is not small either. But we can seek justice. Qi Xuan followed and spoke. Yin Jingxing's footsteps could not help but pause. What do you mean? The ghosts were created by the court, and this incident was caused by the ghosts. Do you think it has anything to do with the court? Qi Xuan said slowly. There is no point in holding on, and you will die if you die. But you have to find the truth. Even if you die, you will be worthy of Shengshi Mansion and your duties. As soon as these words came out, Yin Jingxing's expression showed a struggle. In the end, he chose to believe Qi Xuan's words. You are right. Even if I have to die, I have to find out the truth about the ghosts and the ghost city before I die. Yin Jingxing endured it. But at the same time, his attitude towards Nangong Yuan, the commander-in-chief of Tiandu, also changed. There are too many coincidences. She chose Lanlu Mansion, but something happened in Lanlu Mansion. Plus the ghost incident, there are many doubts. As for Qi Xuan, the survivor, he is also a victim. If he didn't come to Lanlu Mansion, but was in Shengshi Mansion, how could he encounter a ghost town? Besides, he is not from their Jiyue dynasty, so how could he have planned to come to Lanlu Mansion? So he must be inclined to Qi Xuan's statement. At least he didn't cause such a big disaster. What are we waiting for? Let's run away quickly. If we wait any longer, we won't have a chance to leave. Qi Xuan said, picked up the two people, and flew into the sky. Ghosts kill people, and ghosts in the human body revive, which forms a vicious cycle. That's how the ghost tide comes. The immortal dew is intercepted by someone. What's going on? Isn't it foolproof? In the East Palace, the Crown Prince looked at the information sent by the Royal Shadow Guard with a gloomy face, suppressing his anger. The greatest effect of the immortal dew is not to prolong life, but to stabilize the ghosts in the body. Even if the royal family is noble, they are still treated equally in front of ghosts. So the Crown Prince needs to use the immortal dew to win over the ministers and the royal family, and even needs to pay tribute to the emperor to show loyalty, etc. After all, he is the selected heir. The production of the immortal dew is limited, only one bowl each time, and it is extremely precious. The Crown Prince, who controls the distribution power, naturally understands how much benefit and winning can be exchanged for himself. Your Highness, your Majesty has once placed a child in Shengshi Mansion and extended it to Lanlu Mansion. It is very likely that your Majesty's handiwork. An aide suddenly said. Nangong Yuan, the commander-in-chief of Tiandu? The Crown Prince blurted out. She doesn't accept being wooed and dares to do bad things. The anger surged up all of a sudden, but was quickly suppressed. For no other reason, it was because he couldn't do anything with Nangong Yuan. To be the commander-in-chief of Tiandu, he must be His Majesty's confidant, and he couldn't move him. It's His Majesty who wants it. The Crown Prince gritted his teeth and said. Nangong Yuan appeared in Lanlu Mansion, and then the immortal dew was intercepted, so the final target was His Majesty. It seems that His Majesty's body can't bear it anymore. The Crown Prince suddenly whispered. Withdraw everyone back, there is no need to intercept. Since His Majesty wants it, just give it to him. The Emperor is in poor health, which is definitely good news for the Crown Prince. As long as the Emperor dies, the position will naturally be his. Also, Tell everyone not to make any unusual moves and just do their own job. When things are going smoothly, the most taboo thing is to create complications. Chapter 365. The ghost tide of Lanlu Mansion soon began to spread, and the ghosts and monsters, with a surging number, became a huge disaster. Jiyue dynasty also attacked immediately, but the efficiency was not so fast. When the large army arrived, it had already destroyed a state with great momentum. Fortunately, Jiyue dynasty was very experienced in dealing with the problems caused by the ghost tide. By blocking first and then nibbling, the ghost tide was trapped in Chinen state. As for the former Lanlu Mansion, Shengshi Mansion, etc., they were naturally destroyed. Not all of them died. Except for Lanlu Mansion, the evil suppression departments of various prefectures organized a retreat, and many people survived. Because the outbreak of Lanlu Mansion was too fast, there was no time to evacuate. If nothing unexpected happens, it will take Jiyue dynasty at least 10 or even 20 years to solve the ghost tide in Chinen state. The follow-up was naturally to release the announcement of the ghost tide. The reason was that the ghost people disguised themselves as good people, sneaked into the evil suppression department, and became a member of the Seal Hall to lie dormant, and then took the opportunity to act. The main reason was that everything had been submerged by the ghost tide, so there was no truth. So everything was blamed on the ghost people. This can be regarded as a lucky coincidence. It was indeed the work of the ghost people. Qi Xuan casually complained. At this moment, they were already on the outskirts of Tiandu. Since Yan Jingxing knew that the entire state was engulfed by the ghost tide, his face has not been good. At the same time, he became more taciturn, and no one knew what he was thinking. This escape from death has changed Yan Jingxing a lot. It is impossible for him to chat and communicate like before. In Qi Xuan's view, Yan Jingxing has already made up his mind to die, but he is just hanging on to his last breath, and he will definitely commit suicide when the time is right. However, Qi Xuan did not intend to stop him. The two sides just used each other normally. Yan Jingxing used Qi Xuan's identity to meet Emperor Jiyue, while Qi Xuan treated him as a tool. With him on the road, there were fewer troubles. Qi Xuan saw that the two did not speak, and he added, "If you don't know the origin of the ghost, there is really no problem. Say less." Nandong Yuan glared at Qi Xuan fiercely. Knowing that Yan Jingxing could not stand the stimulation now, he deliberately said this. "We have arrived in Tiandu. What should we do next?" Qi Xuan glanced at the city entry inspection not far away. As the capital of the Jiyue dynasty, Tiandu is naturally prosperous and lively. There are endless people coming in and out, and Qi Xuan and others have to line up here. Enter the palace to meet the emperor. Nandong Yuan only said these 4 words. That's not what I'm asking. You are the commander of Tiandu. Don't you have any privileges? Qi Xuan said speechlessly. Do we have to queue up in this queue? Are you anxious to see His Majesty? Nandong Yuan didn't quite understand. No, I'm not anxious. How could Qi Xuan be anxious? I just don't want to waste time on such a trivial matter. For Qi Xuan, a lawless lunatic, queuing is really a disgrace to his status. If it weren't for the fact that the world will talk to him before and let him know that this world would not allow him to be presumptuous, how could he be so honest? This has never been a trivial matter, but order. Nandong Yuan did not agree with Qi Xuan's concept. Hearing the word order, Qi Xuan couldn't help but think of the previous transaction with the world will, and the other party had also said these 2 words. He had no opinion on order. After all, Qi Xuan had been in the Doomsday, and what he saw was basically the appearance after the collapse of order. After the 3 of them successfully entered Tiandu, Nandong Yuan restored his identity and appearance and took Qi Xuan to the palace. But before they arrived, they were stopped by someone. Your Highness, the Crown Prince. Nandong Yuan bowed. Qi Xuan looked around. What is the situation of the Crown Prince? I remember that everyone was born out of thin air, and the royal family, and the Crown Prince can't be picked up. Yan Jingxing glanced at the Crown Prince and nodded coldly. Yes, whether it is the royal family or the Crown Prince, they were also born out of thin air, but they were selected. The Crown Prince glanced at Qi Xuan and Yan Jingxing, and directly ignored them, and his eyes returned to Nandong Yuan. Did Commander Nandong's mission go smoothly this time? The Crown Prince asked. He didn't want to talk to 2 unknown people, but wanted to know what the immortal do and the emperor wanted to do. That is to say, whether it is the royal family or this Crown Prince, they actually have nothing to do with the incumbent Emperor Jiyue, right? Qi Xuan continued to ask. At first, when he heard about the royal family, he thought they were a family, but now it seems that they are interest groups similar to companies and groups. Yes, you can change one after you die. Yan Jingxing said expressionlessly. The crown prince was interrupted again, his face changed slightly, but he quickly recovered. There are many people who don't give him face, but few people can be so straightforward. These two are either unscrupulous, or have something to rely on. Because he came back with Nangong Yuan, he thought it was the latter, so he could only continue to pretend that he didn't hear it. It's going well. Is there anything else for His Highness the Crown Prince? I still need to meet His Majesty. Nangong Yuan was also confused. Why did the other party suddenly come to him? As for socializing, it's not that he didn't have it. He tried to win her over before, but she refused. Theoretically, he would wait until he died, and then win over the next Hindu commander-in-chief or remove him when he took over. Otherwise, there would be no subsequent intersection. The main reason is that her power is constrained by various parties. It's okay to use it as a knife, but it's not enough to use it as a tool for power struggle. Of course, there's nothing to do, but since the commander-in-chief is going to meet His Majesty, why don't I entertain these two for you? The crown prince looked at Qi Xuan and Yin Jingxing. He didn't have such a narrow mind to retaliate, but wanted to win over these two people. The reason is very simple. The person who is worthy of the Tiandu commander-in-chief to bring back personally is definitely not an ordinary person. Naturally, he has to win them over quickly. As for the other party offending him? To put it bluntly, there are so many people who have offended him, but they were just verbal disputes. If he can't even tolerate such a small matter, how can he tolerate the world in the future? No need, this matter is the imperial decree of His Majesty. Your Highness the Crown Prince should not continue to inquire. Nangong Yuan refused coldly. Qi Xuan is a survivor, and Yin Jingxing is a witness to the truth of the ghost tide. The two are involved in too many things, and the best way is to send them to Emperor Zhiyue. So that's it, it's the person summoned by His Majesty. It's abrupt, don't blame me. The Crown Prince apologized directly, and then made way. This development was indeed a bit unexpected for Qi Xuan. This prince is a real hero. He is so flexible. I can't stand it. Qi Xuan couldn't help but praise him. Most people can stretch, but there are not many people who can bend. Especially when he is in a high position, and there is only one person above him. He is still being gossiped by two unknown people in front of him. It is really not easy to endure it. The prince also heard what Qi Xuan said, but he just smiled. Thank you for the compliment. After that, he left directly. The prince was carefully selected by His Majesty. You are really outspoken. But it seems that the prince thinks highly of you. He may recruit you next. Just refuse boldly. The prince will not be resentful for such a small matter. Nangong Yuan reminded Qi Xuan. As for Yin Jingxing, this is unnecessary. He probably has no future. Even if he is recruited, he will refuse it himself. I know that. I'm a staunch emperor. Qi Xuan said perfunctorily. The group structure of the Zhiyue dynasty has no bloodline as a button, and it seems more profit-oriented. However, in this way, the efficiency of power change will be smoother. After all, everyone is a group formed by interests. If there are interests, they are close brothers. Even if Emperor Zhiyue is dead now, the Crown Prince can quickly take over the power structure of the entire Zhiyue dynasty with his own interest group and control it. Cold and efficient are enough to describe it. So this Crown Prince is not the heir selected by Emperor Zhiyue, but a political enemy with excellent skills and abilities. It's just that this political enemy does not have enough ability to take the throne. Otherwise, he would not be the Crown Prince, but the Emperor. What do you think of those two? The Crown Prince asked calmly. One of them is most likely Yin Jingxing, the head of the evil suppression department of Shengshifu mentioned in the intelligence. As for the man in iron armor, I can't see through him, said the staff member next to him. You can't see any clues with your eyesight. It seems that he is indeed a great talent. The Crown Prince's tone was slightly surprised. His staff member, the power of ghosts and monsters is all in his eyes, and he is extremely proficient in judging people and faces. There are few people he can't see through. The few people he can't see through, except for the current emperor, are only him and the important officials in the court. These people are the pillars of the Zhiyue dynasty. Find a way to recruit this person as soon as possible. No matter how much it costs, it is worth it. The Crown Prince has many people under his command, but there is really no one who can't be seen through by his staff member. He can only have it after the emperor dies, and he inherits the emperor's team. Your Highness, this may not be easy. The staff member said bluntly. This person's origin is mysterious, and there is no intelligence. Even if you want to win him over, you can't start. And if your Majesty summons him, he must be given important positions. With the strength of the Eastern Palace, we can't compete with your Majesty. This is the truth. Compared with the Emperor, the Crown Prince has no advantages. The emperor has what the crown prince doesn't have, and the crown prince has what the emperor has. I don't know how many times stronger. Let's get in touch with him first. Even if it doesn't work, you have to leave a good impression. He could also help me in the future. Don't give up because of choking. The crown prince said that he would first improve his favorability. Otherwise, you don't do anything and just want to get it done in one step. The other party is a person, not an object. How can you let him manipulate you? If you fail to win him over, you will make an enemy. He is not stupid enough to do so. Instead, he will continue to win over and increase his favorability, paving the way for future control of the government after he ascends the throne. Chapter 366. Emperor Jiyue is a rare old man, with a hunched appearance. But his spirit is surprisingly good, and he looks energetic. With this spirit, Qi Xuan suspected that he could outlast the crown prince. I also heard about the matter of Lanlu Mansion. This is an accident. After seeing the three people arrive, Emperor Jiyue spoke. I don't know whether he is confident or sure. There is no one else in the study. Only Emperor Jiyue is reviewing some official business. He said this to Yan Jingxing, not to Qi Xuan. People are already here, it is inappropriate not to give an explanation. Ghosts are also accidents? Yan Jingxing questioned. This is not what he wants to hear. The matter of ghosts has never been cut off. If it was caused by an accident, then Yan Jingxing naturally couldn't say anything. But it is related to the royal family, which makes him unacceptable. Qi Xuan did not speak, but looked around the study. Before coming here, he and Nandong Yuan had inquired about the royal family. The so-called royal family is actually not a royal relative. They are all refreshed, there is no kinship. The royal family specializes in research, targeting ghosts and monsters, similar to a scientific research group, but will be involved in political struggles. The Evil Suppression Department is a sub-department separated from the royal family. When the Jiyue dynasty was just established, there was no Evil Suppression Department, so the royal family was responsible for dealing with ghosts and monsters. Later, when the family became big, the responsibilities were divided. The ghosts are also, their origins are more complicated, involving some secrets. Emperor Jiyue put down the pen in his hand and said, I have plenty of time. Your Majesty can talk slowly, and I will listen slowly. Yan Jingxing did not give him face. If it were the previous time, he would definitely go along with it, but not this time. Emperor Jiyue saw Yan Jingxing's intention to die, and he would not give up until he explained it clearly today. The predecessor of the Ghost Man was the Royal Shadow Guard. They are the guardians of my Jiyue dynasty. They do what the Evil Suppressing Department dare not do. Their death rate is more than 100 times that of your Evil Suppressing Department. Specializing in ghosts and monsters, it is inevitable to be deceived by ghosts and monsters. So some of the Royal Shadow Guards have their minds distorted by ghosts and monsters, and turned into ghost slaves. This is why there are endless ghosts. Although this matter has disadvantages, it is of great importance to the Jiyue dynasty. The royal family has made up for it many times, but with little effect. The ghost hide in Lanlu Mansion is indeed an accident. Emperor Jiyue said calmly. Yan Jingxing was confused when he heard this. He couldn't accept that a group of villains suddenly became heroes. That's true, but I remember that ghosts don't seem to cooperate. It wasn't just one ghost who caused the ghost tide in Lanlu Mansion, Qi Xuan said. At this moment, Yan Jingxing felt that Qi Xuan was a bit mean, but he was really brave when he encountered trouble. He really didn't think of this, thanks to Qi Xuan's supplement. Those are newly transformed ghosts. Before the ghost tide, they were still the Royal Shadow Guards. Emperor Jiyue was silent for a while, not knowing whether he was speechless by Qi Xuan or was thinking of an excuse. So what are they doing in Lanlu Mansion? Qi Xuan asked further. Okay, since your Majesty has said it, it means that it involves secrets. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Nandong Yuan spoke. The conflict cannot continue to intensify, and it must be calmed down as soon as possible. Yan Jingxing glanced at Nandong Yuan, and finally did not intend to continue to pursue it. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave first. Yan Jingxing said, and left without waiting for Emperor Jiyue to speak. He didn't even want his life, so how could he care about the so-called emperor? Nandong Commander, go and see him off for the last time, so as to avoid any accidents. Emperor Jiyue said. This means that Nandong Yuan should also be sent away. Nandong Yuan didn't think much about it, and caught up with Yan Jingxing, thinking of persuading him not to do anything stupid. Then only Qi Xuan and Emperor Jiyue were left. Before Qi Xuan could speak, Emperor Jiyue spoke first. The immortal dew needs to be refrigerated in a cool place, and it is best to drink it as soon as possible. After refrigeration, the flavor is excellent, far better than aged wine. When Qi Xuan heard the words aged wine, he understood that Emperor Zhiyue knew something about the truth layer. For no other reason, it was because there was no wine in the present world. After all, wine needs to be brewed, and the Zhiyue dynasty has not developed the winemaking process. So where does the wine come from? I know. Qi Xuan did not deny it this time, and then continued to ask, so you are Emperor Zhiyue, right? This question made Emperor Zhiyue look a little confused. He did not understand why Qi Xuan asked this question. Of course. Emperor Zhiyue did not know the truth, but he also answered Qi Xuan. His answer made Qi Xuan confirm the identity of Emperor Zhiyue. Before coming here, I thought it would be a vest or clone of the world will, but now it seems not. I have a golden ghost, and I want to exchange something with you, Qi Xuan said. Emperor Zhiyue suppressed his doubts and showed an interested expression. Show it out. If it's suitable, you can make the conditions. He didn't think Qi Xuan would dare to trade with him so brazenly just because the golden ghost can make gold. As for other information to know, there is no rush. After Qi Xuan took the golden ghost out of the smelting furnace, Emperor Zhiyue saw the difference at a glance. It fell into silence, and will never be able to kill again. Emperor Zhiyue was experienced and noticed the key. As the king of a country full of ghosts, how could he not understand ghosts? On the contrary, he knew much more about them than most of the evil-suppressing officials. How did you do it? Emperor Zhiyue realized that not only was the golden ghost valuable, but there was also a way to make the golden ghost fall into silence. This is another value, Qi Xuan said with a smile. Samples are samples, and technology is technology. You can't buy samples and expect him to give you technology. Of course, make an offer. Emperor Zhiyue knew that no matter how much it cost, he had to get it. This was a chance for them to rise. Ghost control method. Qi Xuan said these 3 words. Emperor Zhiyue couldn't help but pause. He really didn't expect Qi Xuan to ask him for this. Okay, I will arrange for someone in the royal family to teach you how to transplant ghosts. Emperor Zhiyue played a trick and diverted the concept. In the eyes of ordinary people, ghost control method is to transplant ghosts. Qi Xuan shook his head. I'm talking about the method of controlling ghosts. He emphasized it again, indicating that your little tricks should not be brought out to embarrass yourself. Qi Xuan didn't know if it was really as he guessed. Anyway, he would cheat first. If he really cheated it out, he would make a lot of money. Not enough. Emperor Zhiyue directly asked Qi Xuan to increase the price. The method of controlling ghosts is the foundation of the Zhiyue dynasty. It is far from enough for you to rely on this golden ghost alone. The other party thought Qi Xuan knew the truth and was just guessing, but Qi Xuan really guessed it. This made Qi Xuan's mouth a little hard to suppress. 1 portion of Yang Qi. Qi Xuan continued, I only have 2 portions in my hand, 1 portion is given to you. Although Emperor Zhiyue didn't know what Yang Qi was, he vaguely guessed that it was related to the silence of the golden ghost. It still needs a source, Emperor Zhiyue said. After all, they can't let Qi Xuan strangle them, so they have to have enough autonomy. Okay, in the heads of other survivors in the truth layer, Qi Xuan said, and added, the method of extraction is another deal. Truth layer? You mean the endless purgatory? Emperor Zhiyue had no objection, but for the sake of safety, he still asked about the location. The place where the immortal Du was born. Qi Xuan gave a case directly. Emperor Zhiyue confirmed his thoughts and asked, I'm curious, why do you call it the truth? It's just a name. The survivors call it the underworld, you call it the endless purgatory, and I call it the truth layer. It's just the same place, Qi Xuan said casually. He didn't care what the name was. It couldn't be that place if the name was changed, right? You are different from other survivors, but you and they are not from the Zhiyue dynasty. But why are you here? Emperor Zhiyue noticed that Qi Xuan was different from normal survivors. Oh, I am a survivor who survived the last batch. I am strong, so it is difficult. Qi Xuan opened his mouth and said, Emperor Zhiyue is not the world will of the ghost world. He can't understand Qi Xuan at all. He can only perceive some differences through communication. Elite among the survivors? Are there many people as strong as you? Emperor Zhiyue asked again. He can easily subdue a ghost without using the power of the ghost. He is definitely strong enough. I am the only one in the Zhiyue dynasty. Qi Xuan will definitely not answer accurately, and naturally intends to create doubts. Maybe, let's talk about it next. Emperor Zhiyue was going to get to the point. A peculiar group, if they can cooperate, will definitely gain a lot of benefits. Especially the situation in the truth layer. Don't worry about this, you have to fulfill your promise first. I need to get the ghost-making method I need. After all, I have already paid the deposit. Qi Xuan pointed at the golden ghost. Cooperation? He was not interested. For Chi Xuan, there were not many things he could use in the ghost world. It was not because there were no suitable ones, but because they were too high-end and he really couldn't use them. A group of rule creations, and then there was the existence of the world will. It was not suitable for his current stage at all. Even if he got it, he couldn't use it. The simplest point was the ghosts. He didn't dare to refine and use them in the ghost world even if he made them. He didn't have the intention to harm others for the time being, but he was always on guard against others. Well, I do as you say. Emperor Jiyue did not refuse. Since the other party had shown sincerity, he had to show sincerity as well. Only then could the subsequent cooperation be smoother. Chapter 367. After Chi Xuan and Emperor Jiyue reached a deal, they quickly made arrangements, and a high-ranking official from the royal family received him. As for Yan Jingxing and Nangong Yuan, Chi Xuan did not continue to pay attention. His goal had been achieved, and the lives of these two people were not important at all. Although I don't know where you are from, you must have paid a lot of price to get the complete ghost control method from your majesty. Let me introduce myself. My name is Dong Xiu and I am. The high-ranking official from the royal family briefly stated his identity. Chi Xuan only remembered the name, and he ignored everything else. He is just one of the persons in charge of the ghost laboratory of the royal family. This has nothing to do with him. What he wants is the ghost control method. Everyone has different paths, so they can't work together. Dong Xiu took Chi Xuan to the library, where the ghost control method was stored. The ghost control method is not a single subject, but the research results of the royal family, which can be said to be all-encompassing. Okay, Mr. Dong, stop showing off the achievements of the royal family to me. I know what you are thinking. You just want to get the Yang Qi from me in advance. Chi Xuan interrupted Dong Xiu's words. The other party never stopped talking on the way, and kept subtly instilling in Chi Xuan how powerful the royal family is and how his status is. Dong Xiu was not embarrassed by being exposed, and said, "You saw it, my acting skills are still a lot worse. But I still have sincerity. As long as you give me the Yang Qi, I promise that you will eat and drink well in the future in the royal family." He thought Chi Xuan was going to join the royal family, otherwise how could Emperor Jiyue let him enter the library? I don't want to get involved in your intrigues. I will only give Yang Qi to Emperor Jiyue, and it has nothing to do with me who gets it in the end. Chi Xuan refused directly. Give it? You wish. There are many factions in the royal family. Chi Xuan gave it to Dong Xiu, which means he will offend other factions. As for Dong Xiu's various promises, just listen to them, don't take them seriously. Only by giving it to Emperor Jiyue will there be no trouble for him later. This made Dong Xiu's face fall, and he felt that what he did was a waste of time. The library is inside, you have the edict of His Majesty, just go in directly. I have something else to do, so I won't accompany you anymore. After saying that, Dong Xiu flicked his sleeves and turned around and left. In his heart, he was still cursing the ungrateful thing, waiting for you to enter the royal family in the future. Chi Xuan didn't know what the other party was thinking, nor did he care about the other party's attitude. He would use people to move forward and not use them to move backward. He did the same. He ignored Yan Jingxing and Nangong Yuan after they were no longer valuable. They were all the same, so he would naturally not use this to attack the other party, unless there was a benefit, then Chi Xuan could be double standard. After leaving, Chi Xuan walked directly into the library, and showed the edict given by Emperor Jiyue. No one stopped him at all. There was no bloody incident such as deliberate embarrassment during the period. Without opportunity, the protagonist's halo will not activate the effects of taunting and lowering intelligence. After entering the library, no one noticed anyone, and Chi Xuan started reading the books from the beginning. Can't the experimental records be more concise and clear? Chi Xuan was speechless. Fortunately, he could understand it, and his requirements were not that high. It was said to be flipping through, but in fact it was collecting. He was not in a hurry to learn and think, so he let the intelligent brain record and store everything first. Then his behavior attracted people's attention. He flipped through a book in a flash, and the movement was really not small. Many royal family members in the library looked at Chi Xuan, and then found that he was a stranger. Then they became more and more curious. However, no one came out to stop or question him. After a curious look, they just looked at the book in their hands. What else? Deliberately make things difficult or belittle? How big a problem do they have to be to choose this? With this free time, it is better to read more books. Therefore, soon, Chi Xuan was the only one in the entire library flipping through books. Only those who entered later would take a second look, and then nothing happened. With Chi Xuan's strength, The efficiency of collection was still very fast. In just half a day, the contents of the entire library were all collected by Qi Xuan. Even those books in the hands of some people were borrowed by Qi Xuan for collection. Some people were unwilling, but under Qi Xuan's physical persuasion, even if they were not given, Qi Xuan completed the collection. This naturally caused dissatisfaction. But this had nothing to do with Qi Xuan. He was originally such an unreasonable person. After finishing it, he left the library directly. As for the Yang Qi, Qi Xuan also gave it to Emperor Zhiyue. This made Emperor Zhiyue feel very good. In just half a day, you actually memorized all the books in the library. It's really amazing, Emperor Zhiyue said while playing with the Yang Qi in his hand. You're polite. It's just some tricks. Qi Xuan didn't care about the other party's compliment at all. Afterwards, Emperor Zhiyue stored the Yang Qi in a container, handed it to the guard beside him, and asked him to send it to the royal family. You and I have also had our first cooperation. I think we can also have in-depth cooperation. I don't know how to extract Yang Qi. Will you sell it? Emperor Zhiyue asked casually. Sell, of course. But what are you going to buy it with? Qi Xuan asked casually. Getting all the books in the library is equivalent to getting the ghost-making method, which includes all the research of Zhiyue dynasty on ghosts, truth layers, ghosts, etc. So theoretically speaking, the value of Zhiyue dynasty is only to serve as an experimental product. To be honest, after you got the ghost-making method, I really don't know what you still lack. Emperor Zhiyue said truthfully. Qi Xuan heard it, and thought of what he lacked. Now that you said that, I really thought of what I want. Qi Xuan said immediately, I want ghosts 2000, and I have special requirements. Qi Xuan thought of the ghosts and human accelerants that Tai Sui needed to be processed as evolution. Isn't this a benefit that comes to your door? After hearing the request, Emperor Zhiyue smiled bitterly. 10 ghosts at most. Qi Xuan asked for too much. If it was just 2000 ghosts, there would be no problem. He could just take Qi Xuan to the seal warehouse in Tiandu, and let him choose what he wanted, but there are so many requirements and many restrictions. 2000 is simply impossible. For just 10, I'm afraid it will take a lot of royal shadow guards to meet the requirements. Too few. I cut it in half, 1000. Qi Xuan must be dissatisfied. It's understandable to bargain, but he won't cut it down to only the ankles. Just 10, more is useless. Emperor Zhiyue interrupted Qi Xuan and then said, according to your requirements, I will at least invest nearly 1,000 royal shadow guards to complete the preparation of a ghost. Yang Qi is very important, but as long as there are survivors, the royal family can also extract it by themselves. It's just a matter of time and cost. Its importance is far less than the golden ghost and Yang Qi itself. Emperor Zhiyue has a sample of Yang Qi in his hand, and it is not difficult to develop it later. The difficulty has never been 1 to 2, but from nothing to something. So the golden ghost and Yang Qi can change the ghost-making method, but the Yang Qi extraction technology is not good. The time for the Zhiyue dynasty to fight against ghosts is much longer than Qi Xuan imagined. 10 is still too few, you have to pay more. You can use other things to pay for it. No matter how wonderful the other party's words are, Qi Xuan will never agree. Even if 10 ghosts are not attenuated, it is only 5 times of evolution. After all, half of them have to be used as fuel. Seeing Qi Xuan take a step back, Emperor Zhiyue eased his expression. Okay, I will give you a list, and you can choose it yourself. Since you have learned the method of making ghosts, you definitely don't want to learn by rote. I will open a private room for you in the royal family, and equip it with corresponding tools for you to learn. Don't say it, with these 2 conditions, Emperor Zhiyue is quite considerate. Not only resources, but also laboratories. Otherwise, Qi Xuan would have to find a safe place in Tiandu to build a laboratory. After entering the library for a long time, it seems that he is indeed going to join the royal family. Silent Golden Ghost and Yang Energy. The Crown Prince looked at the information in his hand, which was indeed a bit beyond his expectations. But at the same time, the value of the other party has also been greatly reduced. Although the royal family will also interfere in politics, it is more about ghosts and monsters, and the power in other aspects is not so great. Then do we still need to win them over? The staff member on the side asked hesitantly. In his opinion, even if he wins over after entering the royal family, it will not be worth the loss. Of course we have to win him over. Let someone prepare a gift, and I will visit him in person. This person is likely to be involved in the infernal purgatory, otherwise His Majesty would not value him so much. The Crown Prince said softly. Not many people know about the infernal purgatory. After all, it is too weird, and it will affect the people's hearts if it is spread out. However, even so, the Jia dynasty has never stopped exploring the infernal purgatory. The royal shadow guards and ghosts are one of the products of the infernal purgatory. This also includes magical things such as the immortal dew. And the royal family calculated that the infernal purgatory is likely to be the source of ghosts. If the truth is discovered, one day it may be possible to completely eliminate ghosts and make the Jia dynasty the real master. It is precisely because of this idea that the emperors of Jia in various generations have invested a lot of manpower and material resources in this. However, the harvest is not small. Even if these results cannot be made public, they can become the foundation of the Jia dynasty. Even if I ascend the throne in the future, I will inevitably have a deep friendship with this person. It is much better to build a good relationship in advance than to get along slowly in the future. The crown prince still sees it more clearly. Anyway, you have to brush up your favor. Brushing before the other party has been tempered into a smooth old fox is definitely much easier than crawling around in the court in the future. Chapter 368. Emperor Jia's promise was soon fulfilled. After Qi Xuan got the resources and the laboratory, he never came out again. The crown prince visited him twice during his stay, but Qi Xuan rejected them both because he said he had no time. He was immersed in the sea of books and had no time to care about these things. So he ignored all the subsequent visits. Sure enough, the soul seed given to me by the world's will is the seed of ghosts. Although the ghost-making method is not what I imagined to be able to create ghosts, his understanding of ghosts is indeed much deeper than mine. Among them, the royal shadow guards, to some extent, are already a fusion of humans and ghosts. But their fusion is quite special. It is a spiritual fusion, and through the ghost ability similar to the thought stamp, the thinking of the royal shadow guards is distorted. It makes them unconditionally loyal to the Jia dynasty, and humans themselves. However, it is also because of this ability that once the fusion is excessive, and the excess is worse than the deficiency, it will change from one extreme to another. That is the process of turning the royal shadow guards into ghosts. This means that the royal shadow guards are fast-moving consumer goods from beginning to end, and the transformed people will not be able to survive for more than a year before being destroyed. Unless he can complete the transformation before being destroyed, there is no way to survive. Qi Xuan's notes recorded a lot of data for future reference. The royal family's research on ghosts and monsters has even reached the level of human nature, and the elixir of immortality is one of the results. It's just that they don't have yang energy, so there are many omissions in their research on the human nature of ghosts and monsters. Once they obtain the yang energy from a large number of survivors, the research on ghosts and monsters will probably enter a blowout period. According to the content of the ghost control method, in the past 100 years, the royal family's research on ghosts and monsters has actually gradually declined, and it is even about to stagnate, because they have fallen into a technical bottleneck and cannot break through. Sure enough, life will find a way out on its own. The Jia people are really outrageous. A group of ordinary people rely on ghosts and monsters to study a lot of ghost data. We have already come into contact with some of the rules, but unfortunately, due to the technical bottleneck, it is too simple. Qi Xuan did not dislike it. There is no need to be picky about things that are free. Then he took out the twin soul seed, the lotus with 2 stems, and began to analyze it. He had experience in studying holy objects before, and with the ghost control method, many ideas have emerged in his mind. First of all, the deep virus is the foundation. This cannot be changed. But the problem is that the deep virus is probably not qualified to assimilate this soul seed. Qi Xuan made an in-depth analysis and found that the soul seed needed a certain corresponding format to run, and Qi Xuan did not know what format it was. Therefore, he was not sure to get it done. So I need the protagonist halo on me to help. Qi Xuan touched his chin. Although the soul seed is as hard and smelly as a stone in the toilet, it is definitely a hedgehog. If you want to get it, you have to turn over. Otherwise, there is absolutely no way to get it. Intelligent brain, what do you think will happen if I install the soul seed directly into the module column as a module? Qi Xuan thought about trying it. It is not recommended that you do this. It may have a good effect, but it is the seed of a ghost after all. The intelligent brain naturally gave an objection. It sounds good, but in fact, Tai Suishan does not need to eat such fine bran. Anyway, everything on it is an SSS level module. It is indeed too wasteful. But Qi Xuan would definitely not listen if he said it directly, so he mentioned the hidden danger. Qi Xuan agreed with the statement, and took a look at the armor value of Tai Suishan. I don't know when it has reached 125 points, and it has completed the evolution again. The intelligent brain thought he was busy, so it didn't remind him. After all, It was not an important matter at this stage. I will install the module for Tai Sui-shan first. Since Qi Suiyan saw it, he was not going to leave it alone. It is recommended that you do not install it for the time being. Wait until you get the camouflage and mimicry modules from the world before installing it. According to calculations, due to the previous ghost fuel, the remaining evolutionary energy is not enough for Tai Sui God to evolve twice more. Evolution means that the required resources will also increase. Don't worry, there are still 10 ghosts that Jiuyue Dynasty helped us get. Even if there is attenuation, it will not be a problem to evolve twice more. Qi Suiyan dared to install it because he was sure of it. As for Jiuyue Dynasty breaking the promise, that doesn't matter. Anyway, with the complete ghost-making method, it is just a little troublesome for Qi Suiyan to enter the truth layer. Not to mention that the Doomsday Game will continue to pull him into the truth layer, and there are still opportunities. You should understand that this world has the existence of the world will, and ghosts are the rules derived from it. You need to be cautious. Qi Suiyan knows this without the reminder of the intelligent brain. I know, but with the opponent's strength, even if we don't do it, do we still have the energy to resist? Qi Suiyan asked back. If the will of the world of the ghost world really wants to kill the donkey, Qi Suiyan has no energy to resist. So he has no choice. And he doesn't want to give up, so he can only bite the bullet and go on. Don't worry about the future, now is important. After saying that, Qi Suiyan took out a piece of elemental material without waiting for the next answer from the intelligent brain, and directly installed it into the module column of Tai Sui God. SSS Artificial Element Solid Material. This material module does not increase any armor value, but increases the affinity and resistance of the element. The former can be summarized as energy ductility, stability, etc., while the latter is to enhance the corresponding tolerance, etc. Combined with the temporary resistance improvement and adaptation of the Nirvana worm cocoon, it forms a stronger survival ability. Of course, it also enhances various energy technologies and electronic-related module reinforcements. For example, the Wind Rider aviation system has a higher upper limit and burst strength due to sufficient element tolerance. Another example is the intelligent brain, which has a more efficient operation due to the addition of new materials, and the heat dissipation problem is also reduced a lot. Then, there is the anti-element defense module. At first glance, it seems to be nesting dolls, but in fact, these actions are all to allow Tai Sui God to have sufficient survival ability in various extremely harsh environments. The elements in Qi Suiyan's deep element enchantment are very comprehensive, and as long as they are not too weird, such as throwing him into a black hole, he can deal with it. I can only wait until next time. Qi Suiyan was quite regretful. If he had the anti-element defense module, then his defense module and shield module would definitely be upgraded again. It's a pity that there is no module bar. Fortunately, the module bar is basically all passive, and only a small part needs to be triggered actively, otherwise Qi Suiyan doesn't know how to use so many modules. People's energy is limited, and most of Qi Suiyan's energy is delayed by learning and researching to become stronger. Naturally, he is not very familiar with the application of modules. Sir, His Highness the Crown Prince pays homage. Outside Qi Suiyan's laboratory, a servant came to pay homage to Qi Suiyan again. Qi Suiyan was naturally impatient, and wanted to send the other party away again. But when the words came to his mouth, he swallowed them. You have come 3 times. Is it possible that you are sending me some opportunity? Why are you so persistent? Qi Suiyan muttered, if it doesn't work, let's meet once, so that you don't bother me again. Qi Suiyan previously thought that the other party was trying to win him over. After all, this was already the information on the surface. But after being rejected twice, he came for the 3rd time. He was really sincere. Adding his protagonist's aura, he was indeed a bit like a treasure boy. Please ask the prince to go to the living room and entertain him. I will go right away. Qi Suiyan gave a positive reply. As for why he didn't go there immediately, of course, he had to clean up the laboratory. There were all his extremely precious equipment and samples in it. He definitely couldn't just leave them there. He had to carry them with him. Otherwise, if something unexpected really happened on the way, it would be really difficult to deal with. Qi Suiyan would really kill people to get his things back. In order to avoid this situation, he had to keep it himself, and naturally, he would not expect others not to be tempted. Your Highness, this person is really too arrogant. He actually only asked a servant to pick you up. The staff member on the side said indignantly. Especially after being rejected twice before, after the two were combined, they were disrespected no matter how they looked. If they were just ordinary people, it would not matter, but it was the Crown Prince who came to the door in person. Even if he was unwilling to accept the solicitation, He would not have such an attitude. At the beginning, Nandong Yuan also greeted him in person, and was very respectful. Well, it's nothing for talented people to have some quirks. He was born in Fieshiandu, so it's common for him to not know some etiquette. The Crown Prince defended Qi Xuan. People are different, not to mention that he wants to win over the other party, so it doesn't matter if he is a little humble. The staff member shut up after hearing this. He didn't understand what kind of magic this person had that could make the Crown Prince lower his attitude again and again. But what if the other party is just a weirdo, and has no talent? The staff member said helplessly. How do our eyesight compare to your majesty's? The Crown Prince smiled and said, Your Majesty recognizes this person's talent, but I don't. It's just that my eyesight is not good enough to recognize the real talent. The staff member had an inexplicable sense of déjà vu about the Crown Prince's attitude, but he couldn't think of a good way to describe it. Even if there was, it was hard to say it. What the Crown Prince said is very true. The staff member could only respond with a euphemistic version of right, you are right. What else can we do? The status of both parties is not equal. If they don't listen to the advice, they can't use tough measures. This is the only way. The Crown Prince sat in his seat, quietly waiting for Qi Xuan's arrival, without a single complaint, showing an eagerness to seek talented people. Chapter 369. Qi Xuan learned about the conversation between the Crown Prince and his staff through the reconnaissance network. The only word that came to his mind was licking dog. We have only met once. How come the other party has become my licking dog? Qi Xuan looked at his face. Not to mention that he was ordinary, let's just say that the other party had never seen his true face. As for the so-called talent, this is a little bit, but not much. He is just an ordinary person with good luck and a little ruthlessness. Genius is just artificially created, and talent is average. Since the other party is licking my face so much, if you can really send any opportunity, give him a little sweetness. Qi Xuan also has the manufacturing technology of living observation equipment in his hands. This thing can be modified to make Yang Qi weapons and equipment for rule transfer. If the other party gives enough benefits, Qi Xuan will not be stingy. Knowledge is something that you only own after you learn it. Qi Xuan doesn't care about spreading it at all. After all, he is just a passerby in this world. He is not really planning to stay in this world, so he must choose to monopolize the business. After finishing the packing, he came to the living room and said in a warm tone, Your Highness, the Crown Prince can visit my humble home, which really makes my humble home glorious. There is no need to be enthusiastic on the face. The other party can't see it anyway, so just the right tone will do. When the Crown Prince saw Qi Xuan coming in, he also stood up to greet him. No, it's my honor to meet you, Your Excellency. The Crown Prince didn't know Qi Xuan's name. After all, Qi Xuan had never revealed it to the public, so he could only choose a name. The two began to be polite, and Qi Xuan really couldn't stand the other party's warmth, so he asked the intelligent brain to respond. After a few exchanges, the superficial relationship between the two sides became much closer. Just talking won't move Qi Xuan, and the Crown Prince knew this, so he quickly gave Qi Xuan a gift. It's my first time here, so I'm just bringing a small gift as a sign of respect. Seeing that the conversation was almost over, the Crown Prince waved his hand, and his men brought the gift up. Although it's not precious, it's from the hell, and it's something that has never been produced in the Jiuyue dynasty. During these days, the Crown Prince's intelligence system naturally knew some of Qi Xuan's situation, so the gift was carefully selected. This is too precious, please take it back, Your Highness. Qi Xuan was polite and evasive. As for receiving gifts, no one would accept them as soon as they were given. Things in the truth layer can indeed be brought out, but it's not easy to bring them out. The Crown Prince set a large box, and Qi Xuan was so happy that his teeth burst. Perhaps most of them are items for enjoyment or some ordinary items from other worlds, but there are opportunities in them. The reconnaissance network detected that a certain item has a special reaction, similar to the lowest enchantment of the F-level skill book that Qi Xuan once obtained, poison. However, it will be higher in integrity and quality. He didn't know what it was for the time being, and he would have to wait until he conducted an investigation. Your Excellency is joking. My things are not as good as the things you gave to the Jiuyue dynasty. They are just some small things. Apart from being slightly precious, they are not worth mentioning. The Crown Prince followed the courtesy. After the two of them exchanged some words, Qi Xuan reluctantly accepted it. After Qi Xuan accepted it, the Crown Prince calmed down his worries. He was not afraid that Qi Xuan would not accept it, but he was afraid that Qi Xuan was unwilling to accept it, which meant that there was no possibility of winning him over. Your Excellency, the Crown Prince is so generous, I cannot be rude. I should give you a gift in return as a courtesy, Qi Xuan said, and took out the technology of Yang Qi weapons. A thick book with 6 big characters Taishang Pure Yang Sword Qi written on its cover. This Sword Qi method is based on Yang Qi, and the weapon can break the body of ghosts and monsters. It is the result of my half-life effort. Now I will give it to His Highness the Crown Prince. I hope His Highness the Crown Prince can carry it forward, Qi Xuan said sincerely. In fact, it was the Yang Qi blade that came out of the living observation equipment. Qi Xuan spent some time asking Tai Sui-shen to connect to the printer and print it out on the spot. And the content was not so much originally, it was encrypted by Qi Xuan and then complicated. Otherwise, wouldn't it be insincere to just write a thin booklet with such hard work and a high-sounding name? There are even various notes and annotations disguised by the intelligent brain, which shows the sincerity at a glance. The Crown Prince was also shocked when he saw this. The royal family did start to develop corresponding weapons through Yang Qi, but there is no result yet. After all, it has only been a short time since they got Yang Qi, not to mention that there is only one copy, so the progress is definitely limited. I didn't expect that the other party would directly give him his hard work after I gave him some rare gadgets. No, absolutely not. This book is written by you with all your heart and soul. How can you give it to me so easily? The Crown Prince definitely wanted it, but he couldn't show it too obviously. In addition, he knew that a book and the author of the book were definitely more valuable. If he could win them over to become his subordinates, the value he would gain would far exceed this Taishang Chunyang Sword Qi. Books are written to be read. Your Highness the Crown Prince has visited me 3 times, which means he values me. You have also sent such a generous gift, which means you love me. How can I let down the Crown Prince's sincere heart? Qi Xuan said in a confident tone. If you give me an opportunity, then I am a confidant. If he didn't give it to him, let alone 3 visits, he would not see the other party even if he was asked 3 times. After another round of courtesy, the Crown Prince finally accepted it. But if there are any more of these gadgets in the future, His Highness, the Crown Prince, don't forget me, Qi Xuan said in a teasing tone. Don't worry, if there are any rare things, I will definitely not forget you. The Crown Prince felt that he had made a fortune. Not only did he get the Yang Qi weapon, but he could also use this as an excuse to continue to get closer to Qi Xuan in the future. With this progress, perhaps, he will be able to subdue the man in front of him soon. It's getting late, so I won't delay you. If you have anything to do, you can send someone to the East Palace directly. I will do my best to help if I can. The Crown Prince looked at the time and prepared to leave. To win over someone, it's not about time, but about frequency and quality. It's time to leave when you've talked enough. Otherwise, you will lose out if you talk too much and feel bad. Sit down for a while. How can you not eat a meal when your Highness comes to my humble home? Qi Xuan wanted the other party to leave quickly, but he still had to be polite. No, next time, definitely next time. The prince naturally refused directly, and got up and left. Qi Xuan sent him to the door, and then went back. After leaving Qi Xuan's door, the corners of the prince's mouth could no longer be suppressed. This person has a very good impression of me, and is very likely to become a helper. The prince touched the cover of Taishang Chunyang Sword Qi in his hand, and his joy could not be stopped. This is completely a variant version of one of the 3 illusions Qi Xuan created for him. She likes me. I am indeed blind and misidentified a real talent. The staff member admitted his mistake directly. He never thought of being stubborn at all, because there was no point. People have shown their sincerity and ability. If he says anything else, it means he is jealous of talents. On the contrary, admitting the mistake can improve his impression in the eyes of the Crown Prince. However, if this item is left in your hands, it will not be able to play a greater role. You should go to the palace as soon as possible and present it to His Majesty. The staff continued to give the Crown Prince a suggestion. This made the Crown Prince's action of touching the Taishang Pure Yang Sword Qi stagnate. He must be reluctant to give it up. Such a good political resource can bring him a lot of benefits. But he did not refuse it at the first time, but was thinking about his suggestion. After thinking it over again and again, he also smiled bitterly. You are right, it should indeed be presented to His Majesty. He can stay, but this matter can never be concealed. Once it gets out, it will be very disadvantageous to him, especially the royal family will have a lower impression of him. Even though he only gave it to Emperor Jiyue, it will eventually be passed to the hands of the royal family. His behavior is to cash in on this political resource. There are indeed other ways, but offending people is inevitable. Only this way does not offend people, and has benefits. Change the route, and go to the palace. The Crown Prince said softly. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince greets you. A guard came to report. Emperor Jiyu stopped his hand and said, "It seems that he got something good from the survivor. He just left his door and rushed to the palace. The survivor is not as bad as you say," Emperor Jiyu said, looking at Yin Jingxing, who was wearing clothes of the guard leader style. Yin Jingxing did not die in the end, and was persuaded back by Nangong Yuan. His behavior was naturally appreciated by Emperor Jiyu, and he was promoted to the commander of the personal guards. Loyalty, patriotism, and direct criticism are all qualities that the emperor likes. Your Majesty, you don't know that it was the box of gifts sent by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince that worked. The gifts for the first 2 times were not so heavy. Do you think His Royal Highness the Crown Prince met the survivors? Yin Jingxing said that this was a man who would not release the eagle until he saw the rabbit. You can only meet him if you give him benefits. It's better to be greedy. If you really don't greed for anything, you will be impeccable. Emperor Jiyu said this with a smile, and said to the guards, "Let the Crown Prince come in. He must meet him," and he was also curious about what he got. Although he had some monitoring of the Crown Prince, the survivors and others, he didn't know everything. At most, he just monitored their itinerary. So Emperor Jiyu knew about the movements of the Crown Prince, and many things were done with his tacit consent. After all, he is training a successor who can be comparable to his political opponents, so he can understand him more and interfere less. Chapter 370. A skill book? It's from the Doomsday Game. What's the origin? Qi Xuan looked at the thing in his hand and felt a little strange. Poison Nova. Quality, excellent. Professional Limited, Poison Warlock. Learning level, LV 90. Prerequisite skills, Poisoning LV 10, Poison Explosion LV 5. This is not the same system as the Doomsday Game at all. It's a profession, a learning level, and it has prerequisite skills. Qi Xuan can be sure of one thing: this thing can't be used by survivors. The 3 conditions of the light panel cannot be met at all. What is the situation in the ghost world? How can there be such a mess? But it's not without good news. The skill book of the ghost world seems to be different from the skill book of the Doomsday Game. Qi Xuan said. Flipping through the book, the rules were released, and a lot of knowledge flooded into Qi Xuan's mind. It really can't be used. After receiving the knowledge, Qi Xuan found many problems. First, he didn't have the power of a professional poison sorcerer, so he couldn't activate it. Second, he lacked the 2 skills of poisoning and poison explosion, so he didn't have the basic and advanced knowledge, and he started with the advanced knowledge of Poison Nova. It's like learning mathematics directly from advanced mathematics, without any foundation. On the contrary, the learning level, this limitation is of no use to Qi Xuan. The so-called Poison Nova is actually the air around the corrupted caster. It forms a fierce ring-shaped poison cloud explosion by polluting the air and spraying toxins in all directions. Unfortunately, there is no corresponding poisonous power and prerequisite knowledge. Toxic power is okay, I already have the deep virus as a substitute. It's just that I need to solve the difference between toxins and viruses. Prerequisite knowledge is much more troublesome. I need to complete it myself. As for finding the skill books of poisoning and poison explosion in the truth layer, to be honest, it is better to ask the world will directly for it. Perhaps the other party will generously give him a complete set of skill books for the profession of poison warlock. Put it aside for now. Qi Xuan has too much work on his hands, and has no intention of studying it. He hasn't even finished learning the ghost-making method, so how can he have the energy to deduce the basic data of the poisonous star? This is also thanks to the energy application in the low-level poison element enchantment. Although it comes from different worlds, it is all the application of energy. It can be used as a reference to draw inferences from one instance to another. This kind of unsystematic extraordinary knowledge is the most difficult to realize. Qi Xuan doesn't like this kind of scattered extraordinary knowledge very much, and prefers a systematic extraordinary system. Either there is no foundation, or there is no environment, or there is no reference, so you can only rely on yourself to explore little by little. He did figure out the principle of the poisonous star, but it was only a rough idea. It is equivalent to that he already knows the mass energy equation E equals mc, and then he has to rely on the mass energy equation to start rubbing nuclear bombs by hand. Everything in the middle needs to be done by himself, without any equipment, knowledge, resources, etc. The low-level poison element enchantment was also in this situation, 90% relying on luck and 10% relying on hard work, which allowed him to transform it into the deep element enchantment. The poisonous new star he got now is also in the same situation. So Qi Xuan naturally couldn't choose to stop his research on the twin soul seeds, the lotus and the ghost control method, and turned to research an ability that he didn't know when he would get results. As for why he didn't just give it to Tai Sui God as a module, just like the low-level poison element enchantment magic at the beginning, it was only a module on Tai Sui God, but in Qi Xueyan's hands, a large number of modules could be born. It's corrupted and polluted, and it doesn't look serious no matter how you look at it. It's probably an evil thing. Qi Xueyan found that most of the things in his hands seemed very abstract. From the initial evil ancient martial arts to the current poisonous new star, there is a kind of illusion that it has gone astray. In principle, shouldn't the protagonist be the kind of upright, handsome and unrestrained type? What's wrong with me? It's a virus, a zombie, and an evil way. Qi Xueyan returned to himself and couldn't find the reason for a while. Because you are taking shortcuts, this is a necessary price. You break through the realm that ancient warriors cannot break through in their lifetime. The limit that cold energy users are troubled by is only a few days for you. Also, the intelligent brain provided Qi Xueyan with a lot of explanations, saying that you relied on evil ways to become stronger, and now you have a human skin, which is all due to your non-human nature. If you were still a human, you would not know what you would look like. In principle, this is the case, but now the principle is in my hands. Qi Xueyan agreed with the intelligent brain, but ignored the idea of taking the right path. How fast the evil shortcuts can make you stronger. You can make rapid progress in a short period of time. This little bit of practice not only has bottlenecks, but also takes time. He has spent a lot of money on it, so it must be different. Let's not talk about this for now. I remember today is the 7th day. Qi Xueyan suddenly said. The Doomsday Game uses him as an anchor once every 7 days. Yes, according to calculations, in about half an hour, the Doomsday Game will most likely pull you into the truth layer. If it were before, it would definitely not matter. Anyway, he has the method of controlling ghosts, and entering and exiting the truth layer is no longer as troublesome as before. He can do it completely by his own skills. But this time is different. He and the world will have agreed to pit the Doomsday Game together. So it must be different. Half an hour, okay, pack up first, and then notify Emperor Zhiyue. Notifying Emperor Zhiyue means that he will naturally send the Royal Shadow Guard to go with him. If the survivors can be caught from the truth layer to the reality layer, it will definitely be a great thing. It's just that the survivors may not be able to adapt. In the previous Ghost Town incident, the survivors died as soon as they landed. I don't know whether it was the will of the world or some backup left by the Doomsday Game. Qi Xueyan plans to try again. If it succeeds, it will be good news. Qi Xueyan doesn't have to extract the yang energy structure every time. It doesn't matter if it fails. Anyway, the main purpose this time is to cooperate with the will of the world of the ghost world. Other things are minor details. TSK, I just don't know when the 10 ghosts that Emperor Zhiyue mentioned will be delivered. It seems that this work is indeed a big project for them. Qi Xueyan thought he would get it the next day, but he hasn't got it yet. It shouldn't be a case of cheating. After all, Qi Xueyan compiled the Taishang Pure Yang Sword Qi, a Yang Qi sharp blade weapon, which is not valuable enough to make them break their promise. If they really do this, it will be like picking up sesame seeds and losing watermelons. Emperor Zhiyue is not short-sighted to this extent. Su Huayan frowned and looked at the countdown on the Doomsday Game panel. The fourth survival is about to start. The first 3 survivals were basically wiped out, which means that most of the population on their planet has been wiped out by the Doomsday Game. The population is almost unbearable. The people around him prayed in a low voice, making sure not to draw him. As the countdown returned to 0, a new round of countdown appeared on Su Huayan's panel. At the same time, the people around him, who were not drawn, cheered. He was drawn. At this moment, Su Huayan's heart was full of haze. Although he was worried about the crisis, it didn't mean he wanted to be drawn. For him, this is not a good thing at all. The difficulty of survival increases every time. At least there were survivors who came back alive in the first and second times, but not a single survivor came back last time. This is enough to prove the difficulty. Without senior people, it means that everyone has little practical understanding of the so-called survival. The difficulty is high, there is no guide, and the information gap may have to experience another global erasure crisis. However, he couldn't care too much at this time. The countdown ended, and he disappeared. Then he was in a dark space, and he could vaguely see something flowing in the darkness, as if he was sitting in a car. Special talent detected, awakening for you, the Doomsday Game prompt suddenly came in front of him, and the next moment, a lot of numbness appeared on his body. A brand new talent appeared in front of him. Special S-level talent, Fraud's Her Growth. Trait 1, Fraud God. Trait 2, Real and Illusion. Trait 3, Reversal of Fate. Trait 4. Situation Control. Trait 5. Death Recall. What a powerful talent. Su Huayan did not expect that he could awaken a special S-level talent and grow it. In this way, he has 2 talents, giving him a greater chance of survival. Special talent detected. Your identity. Survivor officially changed to Law Enforcer. You have obtained a mandatory task: kill the violator. Mandatory task: kill the violator *****. Reward. Awaken SSS level talent. Afterwards, a brand new mandatory task was issued, with no time limit or failure penalty, only rewards. This is not a good thing for Su Huayan. After all, it is not equal. When only the advantages are mentioned without mentioning the disadvantages, then the thing he is asked to do is a disadvantage in itself. But he has no right to refuse, and before he can react, everything is over. Let's survive first. He looked at the 5 characteristics brought by the fraudster's talent, each of which is extremely amazing. So he has to adapt as soon as possible, and plan how to use it before arriving at the survival area. Being powerful also means that he can't use it perfectly right away. On the contrary, his D-level talent, pollution resistance, can take effect without any care. But the effect is naturally very different, and it is not even comparable to the talent of the fraudster. Su Huayan didn't dislike it. After all, pollution resistance also has its uses. Without this talent, he would have no way to survive in the survival area. Chapter 371. After entering the truth layer, Qi Xuan casually killed several survivors who came to survive, and then violently extracted the D-level Yang Qi in their bodies. They were all newcomers, and Qi Xuan suspected that the last ghost town caused a generation gap among the survivors. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if the level is low. Anyway, Qi Xuan is just using it as an experiment. The level doesn't matter. The main thing is the number. The ghost town is a mistake caused by the immortal Du, and now this decentralized situation is the correct situation. Qi Xuan no longer cares about the situation in the truth layer. With the ghost control method, he only needs to take some risks to shuttle in the truth layer. And he has the protagonist's halo and the reluctant protection of the world will, so the risk is basically equal to 0. If he really encounters it, it is the world will that is pitting him, not his own fault. If so, Qi Xuan will be useless no matter how much he resists. As for holding his own life in his own hands, it's not that easy to be the fish on the chopping board. How could a mere ant like him be a match for the will of the world? What about the action? How come it hasn't started yet? I've already been pulled into the truth layer by the doomsday game in Tiandu. Qi Xuan thought that the sky would collapse and the earth would crack as soon as he arrived, but he found that there was nothing at all. Otherwise, why would Qi Xuan kill all the survivors as soon as he arrived? It was because Qi Xuan was afraid of being affected that he took action in advance. But his doubts did not get any answers. Obviously, the will of the world did not pay attention to this place. We can only wait for the royal shadow guards of Tiandu to come, Qi Xuan muttered. He wanted to escape to other areas and start killing survivors, but he had to find some tools and cannon fodder. If you don't use the power, what's the point of rushing over? Please take a look at the map first. The treasure map of the Lost has obtained a protagonist opportunity for you. The intelligent brain suddenly showed Qi Xuan a map. Qi Xuan took a serious look. What the hell? It must be sent to me by the will of the world. The reason for such a guess is that the location of the red dot is not within the visible range, but in the fog of the map. This means that the opportunity is not in his area of the truth layer, and he needs to cross the area to get it. Then I must bring people to beat him up, Qi Xuan said. But the next moment, the red dot suddenly went out. Fuck. Qi Xuan was so heartbroken. Is the survivor protagonist so fast? How did he get it in one go? It's a pity that we lost this opportunity, but we can go and kill the survivor. Before the intelligent computer finished speaking, the red dot appeared again. What's going on? Why did it appear again? It can't be that there is another opportunity for the protagonist in that position. Qi Xuan was puzzled. This kind of thing is so rare. How can it be so easy to get another one? Then, in the time he was talking, the red dot disappeared from the map again. This time he was much calmer, and not so heartbroken. After counting down 3 seconds in his heart, the red dot appeared again. The time of lighting is irregular, but the time of extinguishing and lighting again seems to be fixed at 3 seconds. Qi Xuan came to this conclusion after observing the birth and death of the red dot several times. So what's going on? Qi Xuan didn't quite understand why. He couldn't just keep destroying and repairing it. It's not impossible, but Qi Xuan felt it was too low. Such a strange situation made Qi Xuan a little reluctant to take this opportunity. In this situation, Qi Xuan felt that he was deceiving himself by saying that it was not dangerous. He could fool his buddies, but not himself. He hadn't been blinded by greed. Let the Royal Shadow Guard go in and scout the way for me. If they can take it out, I will kill them and take the opportunity. If they don't come back, I will find a chance to run away. Qi Xuan's idea was very simple, just to simply transfer the risk. The idea was indeed very good, but he also knew in his heart that the latter was more likely. What about the protagonist's halo? As the owner, he naturally experienced the effect. Even if the Royal Shadow Guard targeted a newbie, there was no possibility of success. If you want to, Qi Xuan, who also has the aura of the protagonist, must come on stage in person to get it. Otherwise, don't even think about intercepting it. If you want to intercept the opportunity of the protagonist, you can't do it unless you are also the protagonist or a strong person with an absolute difference in strength. It doesn't mean that ordinary people can do what the protagonist can do. Just like other people want to intercept Qi Xuan's opportunity, unless he is also the protagonist, and then has the home advantage. Otherwise, even if he knows, he can't get it, and he may even become a character like a treasure boy. In the end, even the skin and bones were given to Qi Xuan as an opportunity. The aura of the protagonist is really superior to others to a certain extent, otherwise when Qi Xuan ran away, Xue Yue not only beat him, but also let him enjoy a scolding. After waiting for about 5 minutes, the area of the truth layer where Qi Xuan was located began to have a slight ripple. Imperial Shadow Guards, Jiachen's 72 guards, meet you. By order of His Majesty, this time, the Infernal Purgatory operation will be mobilized by you. The 72 Imperial Shadow Guards walked out of the ripples, and the leading Imperial Shadow Guard said stiffly. Qi Xuan didn't care much about the other party's attitude. The Imperial Shadow Guards were originally like this. Unless they were overstimulated, they would have great emotional fluctuations, such as the last time Qi Xuan took away the Immortal Dew, otherwise they were cold and very stiff. Only 72 of you? Are there no others? Qi Xuan asked the number out of caution, so that he would not leave, and someone else would come after him. Who knows how many teams Emperor Jiu has sent? All are here, said the leading Imperial Shadow Guard. After getting the confirmation, Qi Xuan said, follow me, go deal with someone. Since they are here, Qi Xuan will use them to the fullest, so as not to let down their tool cannon fodder. As for their purpose of catching survivors, Qi Xuan is very sane. These 72 were only arranged by Emperor Jiu for him to mobilize. The real Imperial Shadow Guards, who are catching people, have probably entered the scene long ago. They can find Qi Xuan, but they can't find the survivors? There must be the will of the world pushing this. So there is no need to worry about the capture of the survivors. It is better to pay more attention to the red dots of opportunity on the treasure map of the lost. After saying this, Qi Xuan opened a long and narrow passage directly through the living body observation equipment and the knowledge of ghost control, and then walked in with big strides. The live observation equipment was made in the ghost town last time, but unfortunately it was never used. When he finished communicating with the world will, it was already the end, and it collapsed before he could use it. So Qi Xuan still had a batch of live observation equipment in his hands that he hadn't used. The 72 Royal Shadow Guards did not answer, but just followed Qi Xuan into the passage silently. They did not think about why, nor did they question it. As Royal Shadow Guards, they only knew to obey orders because of their twisted thinking. For them, it was equivalent to the transfer of ownership, so they would do whatever Qi Xuan said, instead of asking whether it was reasonable or why. Emperor Jiu said it well, but in fact the Royal Shadow Guards were a group of dead soldiers, not independent individuals with their own self-esteem like the guards. Otherwise, if they could really think logically, how could they present two extremes? It can only be said that everything has two sides, and there is no such thing as having all the good things. Qi Xuan didn't dare to say that. For example, he gained strength but lost his human identity, although this can be regarded as a kind of becoming stronger without being a human. After all, the upper limit of his predecessor, the deep human, was there. If he didn't change himself, there would be no way to survive. A big and thorny problem. Qi Xuan looked at the red dot that was born and died again. As it moved backward, the red dot existed longer and longer. In his opinion, this didn't seem like a good thing. There was definitely something wrong with it, but it was a pity that the distance was too far and there was a gap. He suspected that it might be some kind of resurrection ability. It's too difficult. Even if I have a special S-level talent, I have died so many times. Su Huayan's face was not good. He had died more than dozens of times, from being killed by the door at the beginning to exploring many killing rules with fear. Thanks to his fraudster's death retracing effect, he could return to the beginning time node every time he died, which allowed him to survive smoothly. In addition, the fraud god can make his lies even undetectable to the gods, and the real illusion can make his lies become true after reaching a certain number of believers. There must be limitations. The whiter the lie, the more people need to believe it. For example, if he is an omnipotent god, then everyone on the entire planet where he is believes it, it will not come true. Reversal of fate is very simple, and it can reverse his decline and bad luck in an instant, turning it into advantage and good luck. Situation control gives him powerful observation of the big trend and perception of the small trend, and cooperates with the reversal of fate and fraud gods to complete various lies. However, such a heaven-defying talent also made him die dozens of times before he gradually began to summarize the rules of killing. What kind of ghost is the ghost on the other side? How can it be so changeable? It can't be a fraud ghost like me. A gleam of light flashed in Su Huayun's eyes. Otherwise, it can't explain why the other party can actually go against him. Accommodate ghosts, control ghosts. My frauds or talent plus fraud ghosts may really allow me to pass the so-called doomsday game. Su Huayun looked at the special ghost control technique in his hand. This was a piece of information he obtained in the Ancestral Hall at the beginning of the game, but the content in it was all speculation and possibility. Normal people would definitely not use it. Not only would they die if they were not careful, but Su Huayun had death replay, so he was not afraid of death at all, and could slowly try and make mistakes. Chapter 372. The first step is to find this fraud ghost. I have to. Su Huayun hadn't finished speaking when he suddenly found that his survival zone had changed. His survival zone was a clan ancestral hall, and it was a wealthy family. The ancestral hall covered an area no less than a large mansion. There were also wing rooms, account offices, kitchens, and other facilities. There were true and false rules everywhere. If you are not careful, you will die. Then, he saw 72 fully armed ancient people appeared at the door of the ancestral hall. As soon as they saw him, they attacked without hesitation. Not good. He didn't know these people, but the other party was aggressive and didn't look like a good person. So he turned around and fled at the first time, but before he ran 2 steps, he felt extreme pain in his body, as if something was tearing his body apart. When he came to his senses again, he had been retraced to the place where he first entered the clan ancestral hall. He carefully explored it, and breathed a sigh of relief. Dead end, it's really dead end. Su Huayun understood that he hadn't appeared yet, because the time hadn't come yet. Once the time came, he would appear and attack him. As for his counterattack, it was probably unrealistic. These 72 people must have mastered extraordinary powers. There is still a chance of survival. I just need to control the fraud ghost during this period of time. With the talent of the fraud master, it is not impossible to succeed. But the premise is that he has to time it well, and secondly, he must not be caught by the other party. Death replay also has side effects, and the memory will exist, so once he is tortured to the point of mental breakdown, even if he replays, he will still be a mentally broken lunatic. As for committing suicide after being caught, how can he kill without tools? Will he really bite his tongue to commit suicide? This is simply a lie. But we still have to confirm the time. Before, he did not record the specific time when the 72 enemies came, and it was too late at that time. The opponent was much stronger than him. He died in an instant, and there was no chance to see that he had been replayed. Trial and error, restart, until perfection. Su Huayun decisively ambushed in a position where he could see the entrance of the clan ancestral hall. He did not want to sneak attack, but needed a sufficiently hidden position to give him a breathing opportunity to record the time, rather than being killed in seconds at the beginning. Time passed by minute, until a narrow passage opened at the entrance of the clan ancestral hall, and 72 people walked out of the passage. They are the natives of the survival area? Suddenly, such an idea emerged in Su Huayun's mind. However, he looked down at his watch, and then when he looked up again, he was noticed by an ancient man. The other party approached him like a ghost, and before he could say anything, he saw the other party's hand fall on his head. Although the way of death this time was different from the last time, fortunately this time was not as painful as the last time. The moment his head exploded, his consciousness disappeared, and when he opened his eyes again, he returned to the place where he had just landed in this survival area. This way of dying is indeed not painful. The next time you go back to death, you can choose the way of dying just now, Su Huayun said, and started to act without hesitation. Now that the time node has been determined, the next step is to control this ghost suspected to be a fraud ghost before the enemy arrives. He stood up and began an infinite trial and error journey. Found Yu Su Huayun did not record how many times he died, but in the last death backtracking, he finally found the real body of the fraud ghost. It's dark under the lamp, it's really dark under the lamp, Su Huayun said, and suddenly raised his head and looked at the beam. The place where he first landed was the ancestral hall of this clan ancestral hall, where all the ancestral tablets were stored. Therefore, it is also the most magnificent place in the entire clan ancestral hall, and it is also the place he searched the longest. In fact, he did look up at the beam above his head, but this ghost deceived his vision. After he stared for 5 minutes, a thin and long ghost face first appeared on the beam, and then a strange body, like a stick insect, turned into a human. Just like that, it was hanging upside down on the beam. Lies are beautiful, but the truth is ugly. You are not the fraud ghost I guessed, but the truth ghost. So every time I use the power of fraud, I will be restrained by your truth. A flash of inspiration flashed in Su Huayun's mind, and he put the last piece of the puzzle together for him. You have only one rule for killing from beginning to end, and that is lies. If there are lies, the truth will tear the lies apart. And every time I use the power of a fraud, sir, your killing rule will be triggered, causing my actions to give birth to a killing rule specially set for me. As for his talent as a fraud, sir, not a liar. So it's completely different. He can pick on the words, but what if he agrees? The killing rules of the truth ghost don't care about your ideas at all. It's meaningless to argue with a ghost. The other party will only kill you instead of arguing with you. As the weaker party, he has no right to define the rules of the strong. As for why he can't see the truth ghost, because he uses the talent of a fraudster to weave lies, so he is naturally shrouded in lies. Death replay is also one of them, so it takes enough time for the lies to disappear before he can see the truth ghost. This truth ghost does not have this power on any survivor, but it is the simplest ghost. After all, their lies are not very powerful, but Su Huayun's lies are carried in every move under the blessing of the fraudster talent. So he needs to calm down all the effects brought by his own talents first, otherwise he can't even see the figure of the truth ghost because of the lies surrounding him. The truth ghost slowly crawled from the beam to the ground along the pillar. It was very large, like a giant elephant, but because of its slender body, it looked very strange. A kind of playful smile appeared on the ghost's face, and then the original mouth began to pull continuously, and with a lightning speed, it bit off Su Huayun's head in one bite. After the headless corpse swayed twice, it collapsed with a loud bang. But the next moment, Su Huayun's fraudster talent once again activated the effect of death retracing. After coming back again, he continued to look up at the beam, and the truth ghost was still there. The speed was too fast. I was killed by it before I could use the control of the truth ghost. Su Huayun was speechless. He thought the opponent had only one killing rule, but he didn't expect that the opponent had an additional killing method. But think about it, it's normal to be silenced when you know the truth. After all, the truth is ugly most of the time, and not everyone is willing to accept the truth. The difficulty is so great, perhaps because I have dual talents and law enforcers. Su Huayun is really uncomfortable. The main reason is that he was too restrained. I thought it was a fraud, but I didn't expect that all the killing rules were derived from him. Even the death replay was affected. Once used, it was invisible for 5 minutes. It was too outrageous. Seeing the truth ghost again, the opponent began to crawl down. Before launching the attack, the speed was not fast, which made him mistakenly think that the opponent was not aggressive enough last time. This time he took the initiative and directly followed the method in the ghost control technique to force the huge truth ghost into his body. The huge ghost entered his body, but it didn't kill him, but a lot of coldness and pain instantly erupted in his body. Controlling ghosts requires. He hadn't finished his words before the truth ghost was torn out of his body, and he died again. After the death replay, he stared at the beams while reviewing why he failed just now. I was too slow and failed to control it in the first time, which caused the backlash of the truth ghost to deepen immediately. So I have to be fast this time, otherwise I will still fail. If my pollution resistance talent is not the initial D level, maybe I can hold on for a longer time. What's going on? Why is there no movement at all? Chi Xuan looked at the red dot that suddenly extinguished and began to get shorter, and he was a little confused. It has been a while since the 72 guards of Jiechen went in, and he didn't know whether they were dead or alive. But the frequency of the red dot changed again, from the initial uncertainty to about 6 minutes. Could it be that they fought? Then they were able to revive inside, but they were repeatedly whipped by the 72 guards of Jiechen? Chi Xuan thought of this possibility. It is possible, but Chi Xuan didn't want to gamble. Let's take a missile and blow it up first. It is definitely necessary to go in, but not in this way. At least let the missile explore the way for yourself. As for the possibility of killing the 72 Royal Shadow Guards, Chi Suiyan said it doesn't matter. These Royal Shadow Guards are not serious humans at all, and it is not so easy to die. Even if they die, it doesn't matter, anyway, someone will cover them. Intelligent brain, I open the door, you throw the missile. Chi Suiyan said, and opened the passage again through the living observation equipment. The next moment, the missile flew out and entered the area along the passage. Then the passage was instantly closed. When you open the passage, Tai Sui got captured in instantaneous picture. It's not good news for you. After that, the instantaneous picture emerged. In the picture, the 72 guards of Jiechen had just arrived at the door. Chi Suiyan had seen this picture before, when the 72 guards of Jiechen entered the last time, but they were not in it. They just arrived? Is there a problem with the speed of time flow? Chi Suiyan's expression became solemn. This situation made him doubt the change in time. Otherwise, they wouldn't have just arrived. How long has it been? At least 5 hours. Chapter 373. We found someone. Let's do it. Outside the ancestral hall, a voice suddenly came, which made Su Huayun, who was driving the truth ghost, change his expression suddenly. He thought that the 72 ancients were part of the killing rules of the truth ghost. It should not exist, but he never expected that the other party was not, but actually existed. This means that after he controlled the truth ghost, he still had to face a group of people who mastered the power of ghosts. No, it shouldn't be so difficult. The next moment, a strange sound fell to the ground, and then he saw the fire and explosion sweeping over, engulfing the ancestral hall where he was. When he came to his senses, the death replay brought him back again. He didn't hesitate and started to act again. It had to be fast. In the ancestral hall, Su Huayun knew that he would only have a chance of survival if he successfully controlled the truth ghost before this group of people arrived. Otherwise, he would die. The other party has a stronger killing power, and the purpose is very clear, that is, himself. He doesn't understand why, but it doesn't matter, just kill them and let himself survive. So what he has to do is very simple, that is, constantly familiarize himself with the process of controlling the truth ghost, and then shorten the time until he succeeds. In this process, the death replay must be used many times. Without enough time, trial and error, proficiency, etc., all take time. As time passed, he heard the sound again, followed by the sound of heavy objects falling to the ground, fire and explosion. Why does it look like a bomb? Su Huayun reviewed the explosion just now, which was inexplicably similar to the missiles on his planet. But soon, he put this doubt behind him. For him, it was not important. Time is the most important thing. Then he once again devoted himself to the process of stimulating and controlling the truth ghost. He didn't know how many times he repeated this process, and his spirit was extremely tired. This mental fatigue did not come from loss, but from psychology. Every time he died, his memory would be preserved, and what he inherited was not only the information advantage, but also brought enough mental fatigue and burden. If I continue, once too many memories are accumulated, the two attributes of physical and mental will not be able to bear enough memories. Death replay is not invincible. He can clearly remember the details of every death replay, which means that this part of the memory will never disappear. And his brain capacity is limited. Once it reaches the upper limit, he will collapse and die. However, death will trigger death replay, and in the end, his end is to continue to replay in death. He could still guess what the result would be, until he completely collapsed, either rotten flesh or annihilation. As for clearing the memory? How could he clear it? It couldn't be done with just one sentence, right? Even if he wanted to activate the ability of real illusion, someone had to believe it. Because he was not a survivor, but a law enforcer, he was not in a team, but a single person. Apart from him, there was only the truth ghost left. Unfortunately, the truth ghost is immune to the lie effect in the fraud talent, and once used, it will generate the corresponding killing rules. Therefore, the real illusion is of no use at all in this survival. Since death retracing has shortcomings, will other abilities also have shortcomings? Su Huayun's heart condensed. Judging from the previous mandatory tasks, the highest level should be SSS level, and his fraud talent is special, but it is only S-level talent. If you want to avoid these shortcomings, you probably have to let it grow to SSS level. However, the Doomsday game did not tell him how to grow, so it can only be put aside temporarily. While thinking in his mind, he began to accommodate the truth ghost. The process of accommodation is already very skillful for him. The real difficulty is not this, but how to smoothly control the truth ghost. Only after completing the control can he master the ability of the truth ghost. Su Huayun believes that the combination of truth and lies is definitely the most powerful force. For example, using the truth to implement lies, or using lies to promote the truth, etc. In particular, the situation control brought to him by the talent of a fraudster, combined with truth and lies, is enough for Su Huayun to leverage powerful forces. By then, even if he is just an ordinary person, he will be able to manipulate the world. Accommodation is completed, and control begins. Concentrating on controlling according to the method of ghost control, coldness, stinging, etc. are constantly interfering with him, trying to make him fail in control. However, he has experienced it countless times, and will not be affected at all. Outside the ancestral hall, the voice of the enemy came again. But this time, he was no longer panicked. At the last moment, the truth ghost was successfully controlled by him. A cold light appeared in his eyes. He directly activated the reversal of fate, and the decline and bad luck were reversed into advantages and good luck in an instant. At the same time, because he activated the power of lies, the power of the truth ghost was also activated at the same time. As the opposite force, the reverse decline and bad luck are trying to come again. Decline and bad luck will fall on me. He used the power of the truth ghost without a teacher, in the form of lies. With his guidance, the reversal began to change the object, and the decline and bad luck that came were divided into 72 parts by him, falling on the 72 people who were coming to the ancestral hall. This decline and bad luck became 72 killing rules, but the 72 killing rules were not effective for all 72 people. Each person had only one corresponding killing rule. However, this killing rule is targeted and easy to trigger, just like he was targeted by the truth ghost before. However, because he had just mastered it, he could not fully control the power of the truth ghost, otherwise there would be more than one killing rule. After mastering the truth ghost, his spirit and physique began to improve at a very fast speed. Just after completing the guidance, his two basic attributes had already broken through 1 point. The power was pouring in, but he knew that his attributes were still no match for the enemy. Fortunately, the killing rule began to take effect, and 3 of the 72 people died before entering the ancestral hall. But this was not what he had to worry about, because he had to deal with not only the enemy, but also the missiles that had already seen their figures. What's the situation in the survival area? Isn't it said to be ancient? How come there are missiles? Su Huayun also learned part of the situation from 3 groups of survivors, plus his own personal experience. It is indeed ancient style, so this missile is out of place. Missiles will not misfire. He did not hesitate at all, and directly used lies to stimulate the truth. So this time, the effect is the opposite, then the missile will misfire. The idea is indeed good, but when the missile fell, it still exploded. He did not follow his words, but interfered with reality through truth and lies. This means that if the gap is too big, he has no way to interfere with reality. The explosion and fire directly engulfed him, and everything returned to the starting point again. Fortunately, Su Huayun had the experience of the last time, and this time, he completed the plan faster. When he saw the missile again, he no longer planned to affect the missile, nor did he choose to confront the enemy head-on. But he turned around and ran, and said, "I will not be affected by the missile." This time, he interfered with himself. When the impact came, he suddenly rushed forward. With the influence of the 2 forces of truth and lies, he successfully hid in a bunker. The shock waves of the explosion fell on the bunker, and were all blocked. He couldn't help swallowing his saliva, and his face showed joy. He avoided the killing. But soon, his smile froze. The 72 enemies were indeed killed and wounded, but after they died, the ghosts like stitched monsters revived from their bodies. He knew the concept of resurrection. If the ghost power is used too many times, the ghost will gradually erode until it is completely eroded, and then the ghost will revive. But the ghost control technique does not say that the ghost will be revived if the ghost driver dies. At the same time, he can be sure that the ghosts of these 72 enemies are not normal. The truth ghost he controls is indeed ugly and hideous, but at least it is not twisted. It is not like those ghosts, which are twisted to be disgusting. The killing rules of ghosts in the clan ancestral hall, except the truth ghost, will be strengthened. He once again used the fraudster talent to promote the power of the truth ghost. After experiencing the failure to silence the missile, Su Huayun realized that his power was too weak, and it was definitely unrealistic to ban the killing rules of ghosts. Since it cannot be banned, it is better to weaken it directly. Therefore, the opposite of strengthening is naturally weakening. Of course, he can also choose another opposite point, that is, the truth ghost. In addition, there is another opposite point in the clan ancestral hall, but if he really chooses this, he can't do it at all. Perhaps, He can only do this after his fraudster talent reaches SSS level and fully masters the power of the Truth Ghost. This is the role of his trickster and self-guidance. Otherwise, they will all take effect, and then the Truth Ghost will be weakened or it will not take effect. However, he still took it for granted. Even if the killing rules were weakened, he could not resist. 72 ghosts twisted by stitching targeted him, the only survivor present. The next situation can be imagined. Su Huayun died directly. Death once again traced back to the Advent. Can't kill them, otherwise I will die. Or find the killing rules of these 72 ghosts, and find loopholes in them. Or the former is easier to achieve. With the trickster and the Truth Ghost, as long as you try and fail a few more times, there is still a chance to control the enemy. Su Huayun was helpless. How could this desperate situation be linked one after another? After he solved the 72 enemies, there would be another big boss. Chapter 374. I can't wait any longer. I haven't gotten any data after probing for so long. I have to do it myself. Qi Xuan has been waiting for a day. He has gained something, but it's not crucial at all. He took out the living observation equipment and opened the passage to this truth layer area. Qi Xuan stepped into it and saw a survivor controlling the 72 guards of Jichin with some special ability. At this moment, Qi Xuan could sense that the ghosts in the other person's body seemed to have different structures. For people in the Jiyue dynasty, the ghosts in their bodies are more like companions, while the other person is controlling them. If he can catch the other person for research, it will definitely be of great value to Qi Xuan. The other person also noticed Qi Xuan's arrival and showed a hint of surprise in his expression. Qi Xuan was actually confused. He arrived after passing through multiple truth layers and met some players with survivors during the period. But most of them came in teams, and the other party was indeed special. Of course, maybe all his teammates died. But this had little to do with Qi Xuan. He rushed forward without hesitation to capture the survivor. It was most likely the protagonist of the survivor. After the survivor was captured, he opened his mouth and was about to say something. From this, Qi Xuan judged that the ghost ability in the other party might be related to language. He immediately pinched the other party's throat to prevent the other party from making a sound. Live. However, the other party tried his best, and had to let himself say such a live word. Before Qi Xuan had time to think about what the other party meant, he found that he had died. In an instant, he understood the other party's ability. It can achieve the opposite effect of the words. As for why he didn't say to let Qi Xuan live, and then kill Qi Xuan, the reason is very simple. The other party must know that this ability cannot be used on people with too big a gap in strength. But Qi Xuan didn't understand why the other party said he would die. Even if he could be resurrected, wouldn't he still be in his hands? Unless he can start all over again after death. Qi Xuan thought of the previous time flow problem. He now suspected that it might not be the time flow, but the time that the other party could reset this truth layer area to a certain extent. 3 seconds. Qi Xuan couldn't help but think of the interval between the red dots that extinguished and then reignited before. He understood that this was the interval for the other party to reset the time, and it was not fixed, depending on how long the other party could live. Qi Xuan wanted to exit this truth layer as soon as possible to avoid being reset by the other party. However, he was a step slower after all, and the time reset had been completed. Qi Xuan's figure gradually disappeared. In addition, he also saw the 72 dead Royal Shadow Guards, who gradually began to recover and retreat. Then the figures began to disappear, as if they were intercepted in a special time domain. On the other side, the dead Su Huayun opened his eyes again. Damn, there really is a boss. The boss is not only a violator, but also an armored man. There are missiles and heavy weapons. How can I fight? Su Huayun's frustration turned into anger. Once or twice would be fine, but this time, he was left with no chance of survival. When he saw the other party, the Doomsday game had already reminded him that the other party was a violator. No wonder such a generous reward was given, directly an SSS level talent. Although he was angry, Su Huayun did not give up. It has come to this point. If he does not pass the survival area this time and get the complete exploration degree to leave, it will be a big loss. And he has to kill the violator to get the SSS level talent reward. From the point of view that the other party can accurately block his time, the violator has some of his information, and can also ignore the survival area to lock him as a law enforcer. Even if he escapes this time, he can't escape next time. So according to the original plan, contain and control the Truth Ghost, dodge missiles, and control 72 enemies. Then in the next second, let the stitched twisted ghost in the enemy's body revive. Since the violator wants to use the ghost to kill him, and he has foresight, let him suffer the consequences. His timing was just right. The violator appeared, and the 72 stitched and twisted ghosts were revived. Then he died again. Yes, the 72 stitched and twisted ghosts ignored the violator and still regarded him as an enemy. Before the violator could make a move, he died in the hands of the ghosts. The violator has a talent that allows the ghosts to ignore him. How to fight him? He had no solution at this time. The opponent was very strong. It was obvious from the first time he saw him that he could capture him in an instant. If he did not make arrangements in advance, he would be caught by the opponent without any resistance. Once the other party realizes the ability of his fraudster and truth ghost, then he will be finished. After venting, a solution came to his mind again. In this case, continue to reduce the time required to control the truth ghost and strive for more response time. If I can't borrow the power of ghosts, I will use the power of truth and lies to make the entire survival area my helper. And it's not that there is no advantage at all. I can use Death Replay to have countless opportunities for trial and error, and time to constantly familiarize myself with the truth ghost. And if the violator makes a mistake once, he will have no chance. Not giving up is his greatest quality. The plan began, and everything followed the beginning of the plan. The violator appeared again, but this time, the other party hesitated for a moment. Strange, it feels like something is wrong? Chi Xuan muttered to himself. He had indeed just entered this truth layer, but when he saw the survivor protagonist, a sense of familiarity flashed across his mind inexplicably. Illusion is impossible. He must have seen the other party. Forget it, let's catch him first and torture him. After saying that, Chi Xuan started to act. He didn't care what the other party was like, but before he was caught, he said, I live. Then he said the death ray directly. At this moment, the familiarity came up again, as if it was not the first time. Time reset. He said this subconsciously. This was not the first time he had experienced that as long as the other party died, he would be reset to the time when he just entered this truth layer. During this process, his memory will be reset to that time point, so he will not be aware of his situation at all. As for the sense of familiarity, it's simple, he is adapting to this reset. You know, the strengthening +1 effect in his protagonist Halo X level talent Destiny Deep is super adaptability. Although this ability is a bit lame and needs to be repeated and continuously improved, with the strengthening of the protagonist Halo, the effect is naturally incomparable. Now even the negative anomalies brought by time can be adapted. So although Chi Xuan has no corresponding memory, he will feel extremely familiar. Even if he is reset, he is adapting to this reset little by little. This means that Chi Xuan is gaining time resistance. As long as he piles up enough time resistance, even if he has no memory, Chi Xuan's instinct can let him deal with it by himself. This is the benefit of being passive. It depends on whether you kill me first with your advantage, or I adapt to enough time resistance. See you next time. Chi Xuan said coldly. As for the other party winning? How is that possible? The talent of death recasting is not easy to deal with, not to mention how the other party killed him. He couldn't even break the shield of Tai Sui God. Do you really think he could only make a mistake once? As a person with the talent of resurrection, not only does he have the same chance of trial and error as the other party, but he also has stronger strength than him. How can he win against me? It is unrealistic to want to make up for the gap in strength. When Su Huayan opened his eyes again, the backtracking was completed. It's another start again, but it's okay, I have the advantage. Su Huayan couldn't help but smile. The last time he went back in time, he was slightly better, and died before the other party caught him, which means that this gap is his opportunity to operate. And what he has to do next is to continue to deepen the gap to increase the opportunity. The Royal Shadow Guards of various departments have returned. The captured survivors cannot survive in the Jiyue dynasty. They should have been wiped out by some great power of the Doomsday game. But it's not without gain. We obtained the survivors' information through torture, and also obtained a lot of Yang energy. The Crown Prince stood aside, and reported the gains of this time to Emperor Jiyue in detail. Emperor Jiyue flipped through the results of the survivors' torture, with satisfaction on his face. Where is the survivor? Why is there no news about him? Emperor Jiyue suddenly remembered this matter. There is no intelligence yet, and there is no news about the 72 guards at Jichen. The Crown Prince was interrupted, but he said truthfully, if he didn't die in the pursuit of survival, he was stuck by something. Emperor Jiyue glanced at the Crown Prince, then nodded and said, well, pay attention to the movement and see if he needs rescue. He knew that the Crown Prince was trying to win over the other party, so there was another possibility that he didn't mention. That is defection. But Emperor Jiuyue knew that the other party was unlikely to defect. After all, he still had 10 ghosts in his hand that he had not handed over to the other party. With the other party's greedy character, even if he wanted to run away, he had to get these 10 ghosts before running away, instead of just leaving like that. Compared to the 3 possibilities, he was more inclined to be stuck and couldn't leave. Since the other party was in trouble, he would save him if he could. After all, the other party was the only survivor who could survive in the Jiuyue dynasty. Its importance is self-evident, and subsequent cooperation can also be more in-depth. For example, invading the planet world where the survivor is. Resources may be scarce, but there are no ghosts in their world. Chapter 375. Found it. It was a strange ghost that was sent here before. It was easy to seal it. It is temporarily called the Lie Ghost. Any lies in front of it will generate a special killing rule. But no matter it is the Evil Suppression Division or the Royal Shadow Guard, because there are no lies, the sealing process is very smooth and there are no accidents. After the effect was found, it was sent to Tiandu by the local authorities. The Crown Prince reported the situation to Emperor Jiuyue. After the other party heard it, his hand movements could not help but stagnate, and he was quite amused. So he was tripped by his own lies? Emperor Jiuyue did not expect this to be the case. No, it's not because of a lie. The ghost seems to have some strange stagnation. The seal looks like an empty shell, and changes are constantly happening inside. So I dare not order people to open it. I can only order the Royal Shadow Guard to investigate. However, the Royal Shadow Guard has been gone for several hours and has lost his trace again. I think he is trapped inside, the Crown Prince said softly. This made Emperor Jiuyue restrain his smile and understand that something more serious may have happened. Take the seal away, find a safe place where no one is, and let the Royal Shadow Guard open it. Emperor Jiuyue didn't know what happened inside. But he knew one thing, that is, this seal can no longer stay in Tiandu. Who knows what will happen next? If it is settled, it will be fine, but what if it is? He doesn't want to gamble the entire Tiandu on this possibility. Also, let the people from the Evil Suppression Division follow, and wait until the ghost breaks the seal before sealing it again. Emperor Jiuyue's idea is very simple. Since there is a problem with the seal, just give you another one. Yes, Your Majesty. After the Crown Prince finished speaking, he hurried away. He could indeed handle it first, but in terms of experience, he is far less experienced than Emperor Jiuyue. This is not a small matter, so it is naturally impossible to conceal it and then take credit. If you really do this, you will not only not get a reward, but will be considered stupid. Ghost matters, once you are careless, may lead to a catastrophe. This is the red line of the Jiuyue dynasty, which cannot be crossed. This survivor can really cause trouble. Emperor Jiuyue sighed, but that ghost is probably not a lying ghost. It was too easy to be sealed. Even the Evil Suppression Division could not detect its true ability. The other party did lie, but the other party was not an ordinary person. How could he not notice it? Therefore, the biggest possibility is that some strange changes happened in the hell where he was, and he was controlled inside. Therefore, the hidden danger is neither the other party nor the lying ghost, but someone else. He was able to consider this level, and the Crown Prince was a little immature, so he naturally didn't notice it. It's just right, just treat it as an experience. Emperor Jiuyue didn't have such a bloody lifespan. There are many items in the ghost control method that can prolong life and extend life that are still effective for him. As for whether he will make the Crown Prince impatient if he lives too long? Maybe, but if the other party can really get to the top through many means, it is also his ability. If he could defeat him, it would mean that he was a qualified emperor. It was not a big deal for him to advocate early. The armor's protection is so high? I can't break it. Su Huayan was unwilling to give up. He made little progress through constant repetition and finally approached the violator. However, the real despair began. He could not break through the opponent's armor's outer energy protection, let alone bypass the armor to directly cause damage to it. He also failed. He was almost caught by the opponent that time. If he had not been prepared, he would not be here now. Is it really impossible to kill the violator? Su Huayan was very unwilling. Then he looked at his mandatory task. He only needed to survive for 30 minutes to return. So theoretically, excluding preparation, the time from facing the violator to completing the mandatory task was only 5 minutes. However, the fact was that he could not even hold on for 3 minutes. If I continue, my brain capacity may not be able to bear it. The violator can only wait until the next time to kill, otherwise I will definitely be the first to die. Su Huayan had to admit that his trial and error opportunities were limited, and he could not erase the gap between the two sides. It was impossible to kill the other party. I can only become stronger first. But no matter how I control it, the other party will appear in the 27th minute, and I can only hold on for 10 seconds at most. There is no way to delay the remaining 2 minutes and 50 seconds. The endless cycle made him mentally exhausted. Maybe let him catch? Then delay it. Su Huayan could not find any other solution. I can only try it. But I have to take care of the backup plan. Su Huayan has not grown up at all. His eyes fell on this survival area. It seems that because he has gone back too many times, he has been affected irreversibly. Even if he can withstand the death backtracking, this survival area cannot bear it. Perhaps after a few more backtrackings, the entire area will collapse. Su Huayan also understood that his infinite backtracking does not require energy, but relies on the survival area. I have to ensure that I have the ability to start the backtracking after I am caught. Then I will set a timer and take multiple precautions, so as not to be caught by the other party. Then, he mastered the truth ghost with ease. Now he can completely complete the control before the enemy arrives. Then, after skillfully arranging the means to deal with missiles and 72 enemies, he quietly waited for development. Until the last 5 minutes and 3 seconds he spoke. When I was tortured for 5 minutes, I couldn't say the word I was alive. The power of truth and lies began to promote his effect, and he did not stop, continuing to exert the power of the deceiver and truth ghost in himself, constantly improving and strengthening his words. If the power of truth and lies contained in one sentence is not enough, then use a few more sentences to make up for it, until it meets your requirements. Time passed very quickly, and when the last 3 minutes arrived, Su Huayan closed his mouth directly. Immediately changed his temperament and appearance, which was the disguise effect brought to him by his fraud god and situation manipulation. You are finally here, Violator. When he saw the armored man, he greeted him first, and then said, Don't think about taking action, I have seen through everything about you. Chi Xuan was stunned when he heard this. He was not stopped by the other party, but the other party was too familiar with him. It felt like they had met many times, and the other party seemed to be confident, which made him think that the other party had time-related abilities. The simplest one is the problem of time flow speed. He looked at the controlled Jiechen's 72 guards with fear, and then said, You can actually know that I am a violator, which is not simple. Chi Xuan landed on the ground and observed the other party's data. Controlling ghosts, he is undoubtedly the protagonist, and the efficiency is so high, it can be confirmed that it is a time-related talent. He thought it was a resurrection, but he didn't expect it to be stronger. It has to be said that this time the Doomsday Game really found a good opponent. As for his sense of familiarity, it is very likely that he was trapped in the opponent's time and formed a special sense. Seeing that Chi Xuan did not attack immediately, Su Huayan's demeanor and temperament did not change, but he was extremely happy in his heart, which meant that he had fooled the other party. Next, as long as he could hold on for a while, the rest would be easy. Then tell me, do you think I will let you go? Or what do you want me to let you go? Chi Xuan said meaningfully. At the same time, all the floating guns were ready, and he would launch an attack regardless of whether the other party was right or not. Su Huayan instinctively wanted to say that it was his life, but he suppressed it in his throat. It's definitely not that simple. A flash of inspiration suddenly came to his mind. Ghost controlling technique. Yes, the offender must want him. As for guessing wrong, the worst thing is to try again. It's this, the power of ghosts. Su Huayan said, throwing the ghost controlling technique to Chi Xuan. Chi Xuan reached out and caught it. Don't say it, this is really what Chi Xuan wanted. Then it's my life, right? Su Huayan chuckled, there's nothing else. I can give you the ghost controlling technique, but you can't kill me. I have seen the future of my survival. At this point, he still bluffed the other party first. If the other party believed it, then the real illusion would be effective, making this future real. As for deceiving Chi Xuan with fraudulent gods? It's not that he didn't try, but it didn't work. The gap is too big, there is no possibility of success. Facts have proved that Chi Xuan didn't believe it at all, and was about to take action. Suddenly, the entire truth layer shook. This made him waver in his desire to take action. The other party's protagonist Halo? Chi Xuan thought of this possibility immediately. On the other side, Su Huayan was also panicking. He thought that it was because of his excessive death replay that the entire survival area was about to collapse. Even Su Huayan himself thought it was his own problem. I know you don't believe it, but it doesn't matter. You can try it. Su Huayan continued to weave lies. Chi Xuan just looked at the other party and didn't take action. This ghost control technique is the red dot shown on the treasure map of the Lost, and now it has fallen into his hands. Your survival time is almost up, Chi Xuan suddenly said. This made Su Huayun secretly sweat. The other party was right. There were only 3 seconds left. He was about to speak, and the entire truth layer began to collapse. It was as if something was tearing it open from the outside. This moment attracted Qi Xueyan's attention, and in a flash of 3 seconds, the Doomsday Game sent him back. Chapter 376. The truth layer collapsed, and Qi Xueyan was forced to land on the reality layer. Not good enough to do things, but more bad than good. Qi Xueyan saw the Royal Shadow Guards and the Evil Suppression Department personnel at a glance, and couldn't help cursing. He guessed why he was here. It was nothing more than the survivor protagonist used time-related abilities to go back too many times, which affected the seal and caused changes, and then the people in the Tiandu Seal Library noticed it. In order to avoid more serious consequences, they naturally planned to reseal it. As a result, Qi Xueyan was pitted. After he cursed like this, no one dared to refute him. The head of the Tiandu Evil Suppression Department said, "Your Majesty ordered me that if you come out, he will wait for you in the Imperial Study." Qi Xueyan just nodded calmly when he heard this, and then left directly. As for the follow-up problems, that's not something Qi Xueyan should worry about. With the speed of Tai Sui, he soon arrived at the Imperial Study of the palace. Perhaps because of the instructions, it was not difficult for Qi Xueyan to enter, and no one stopped him along the way. As soon as he entered the Imperial Study, Qi Xueyan's expression changed slightly. He could clearly perceive the changes in the Imperial Study. "Come, sit down." The appearance of Emperor Zhiyue could be seen clearly, but it seemed very distorted and unrealistic. Qi Xueyan understood that the person in front of him was probably not Emperor Zhiyue, but the world will of the ghost world. I asked that special survivor to leave. The other party did not say anything polite or euphemistic, and directly answered Qi Xueyan's doubts. Qi Sui sat opposite and asked, "Why? I need an explanation? It's very likely that this is not the first time I've been reset, but he has no chance of winning. As long as my time resistance is raised to the limit, killing him won't be a problem. He must be dissatisfied. As long as he kills this survivor protagonist, his protagonist Halo will be able to reach +11. The next Doomsday world can have a better start and development, but you just let it go, the world will show a stuttering smile. I know that as a violator, you have always been in danger, and rarely take the future into consideration. But his departure is to allow us to better grasp the Doomsday Game, and the trends of this world. Whether it is the ghost control technique or the truth ghost, I gave it to him. There is no free lunch in the world. The world will give Qi Xueyan a positive answer. Qi Xueyan killed the other party, which was nothing more than cutting off an arm of the Doomsday world and the opposite world. But this was not the real goal of the world will. The other party wanted more, so letting the survivor protagonist be a bait and coordinate was the real benefit. Qi Xueyan's face eased. "So I've been struggling for so long, and you made this thing?" Qi Xueyan said speechlessly, taking out the book of ghost control. "Yes, but this is just a prototype, and there is a prerequisite. The world will did not deny it. It's the protagonist's halo. Without this thing, whoever uses it will die." Qi Xueyan briefly flipped through the contents on the way here. It can only be said that this so-called ghost control technique is not meant for people to practice. Yes, but this ghost control technique has been obtained by the Doomsday Game. It will not be stingy with energy, and help you deduce it into a complete version. After you cultivate your soul seed into a ghost, I will send you to the other side of the world. I will not care about anything until I arrive. The world will give its own conditions. This means that you must not put down your sword for 3 days after entering the city. But in Qi Xueyan's ears, there is another meaning. "Is there no benefit in letting me be your vanguard?" Qi Xueyan questioned. "What? The world is stronger than you, so you should be more respectful. This is the truth, but it is not clear whether the other party will abandon you after you have done your job. It is better to take advantage of your own value and get more benefits for yourself. Instead of relying on the mercy of a world will, it is better to choose to make yourself stronger. The end is nothing more than death. You have already got the ghost control technique, which is still very useful for you. Even if it does not meet your requirements, it can also serve as the basis for ghost refining." The world will teased. "I want the complete data of the poison warlock profession." Qi Xueyan put forward his own conditions. The will of the world did not show any expression when hearing this, but just said slowly, "This extraordinary system has been eliminated. Even if I give it to you, you can't use it. Besides, the poison warlock and your deep virus are not compatible." Qi Xueyan was not surprised that the other party would refuse, and then said directly, "Then give me a matching one. I give you the poison and poison explosion." The will of the world did not intend to give Qi Xueyan a complete professional system. "Not enough, I want all the skill books. Chi Xuan asked for a lot. Having said this, he had to ask for more. It's not that I won't give it to you, but it's almost been recycled, so it's useless to give it to you. The world will said slowly. Besides, if I give it to you, do you dare to use it? This is a complete system, and you need to be implanted with complete order laws to make you completely digitized. You will become a digitized rule life form, which is not suitable for your way. As soon as these words came out, Chi Xuan fell silent. As for just data? To put it bluntly, only data is no different from talking about war on paper. I don't have the power of a venomous warlock, and I can't use poison explosion, and venomous nova. Chi Xuan said directly. What he meant was that he wanted to find the world will to get the corresponding extraordinary power seed. However, the world will said with a smile, the deep virus can be replaced. After all, this is your plan from the beginning. To be honest, it's hard for me to do anything with just these two things. Chi Xuan spread his hands and let it go. There is no danger on the other side. They are all survivors. The only one who can threaten you is that special survivor. However, his innate ability cannot go back to an entire world, and he has lost his greatest support. It is not very difficult to kill him. For you, it is a benefit rather than a danger, the will of the world said casually. However, Chi Xuan did not believe it at all. You are telling me that the world he lives in is not dangerous for someone who has the ability to go back in time. If the other party did not have this ability, and was just simply resurrecting infinitely, Chi Xuan would not agree. However, going back in time after death is too outrageous. Even more powerful than his death recast, this is simply saving and loading. If he is not outrageous, the first thing to do, when encountering such an enemy is to turn around and run away instead of thinking about killing the other party. Now the world will of the ghost world tells him that the other world is not dangerous. The survivors may not be strong, but what does it have to do with the world? The humans on the planet in the deep world where he was born are also weak, but what does this have to do with the powerful existences such as the deep god and the blood moon? Einstein is a human, and he is also a human. Could he be equal to Einstein? The deep virus has different levels. In Chunyuhu, it is the technology of the god's container, which can easily destroy the ring island, but in ordinary people, it can only turn ordinary people into ordinary zombies. Yes, it is not dangerous, I will give you enough help. The world will continued. For example? Chi Xuan asked directly. You need camouflage, mimicry modules, and give you a simulation and invisibility module. What do you think? The world will said directly. Chi Xuan's face fell when he heard it. This was the module that accurately calculated the subsequent evolution of his Tai Sui god. How could the other party not know the deal between Chi Xuan and Emperor Jiyue? 10 ghosts, 5 as fuel, 5 as combustion aid, exactly 5 evolutions. He was given 4 modules, which just left him 1 module to install the anti-element defense module. Then, he was sent directly to the next door to adventure. Anything else? Chi Xuan continued to ask. As for whether he was satisfied or not, that would be discussed later. Anyway, there was no point in trying. If you want anything else, just say it. The world will did not continue, but let Chi Xuan speak. Be realistic when you ask. Don't ask for an exorbitant price. I won't pay you back, I will just reject you. Chi Xuan fell silent after hearing this, then thought for a while and asked, what do you think is the best thing for me? He threw the question back directly. The other party was too rich. Chi Xuan didn't know what he wanted. The world will thought again, and then said, knowledge of ghosts. After that, a prismatic crystal was condensed in his hand and handed to Chi Xuan. This is the birth data of ghosts, which may be useful to you. After taking this thing out, Chi Xuan also fell silent. He really didn't expect that the other party would give him such a thing. It was equivalent to giving him the complete data of ghosts. The will of the world seemed to see Chi Xuan's thoughts, and then said, don't worry, it's just the data of birth, which is equivalent to the manufacturing process. And I have eliminated a lot of rule data, so that you can better create your own ghosts. It's equivalent to giving you only a ghost framework, and the rest needs to be filled by yourself. So don't worry about any problems. Chi Xuan accepted it immediately after hearing this. Believe it or not is another matter, but get it first, anyway, don't miss it. When are you leaving? Chi Xuan asked directly after accepting it. As for the skill book and module, it is estimated that I will have to wait until before departure. It will take some time to locate and open the channel. The world is not close to me, and it will take at least a month. And you are not a vanguard. I will infiltrate back with ghosts through the invasion channel of the Doomsday game, and open up the situation for you first. The will of the world gave Chi Xuan a dose of heart. Chi Xuan didn't show any expression on his face, and he was also satisfied in his heart. But think about it, if the biggest beneficiary this time is the ghost world itself, how could the world will not take it seriously? Chapter 377. After finishing the conversation with the world will, he left. Emperor Jiua also came back, and he did not notice any changes. When did you come? Excessive fatigue made me sleep well for once. Emperor Jiua rubbed his temples. He thought he was too tired and fell asleep subconsciously. Just arrived, I didn't even have time to call you, and you woke up, Qi Xuan said. What he said was not false at all. The flow of time in the imperial study was accelerated by the world will, so in the outside world, he actually just stepped into it not long ago. So there is nothing wrong with using just arrived. As for why Emperor Jiua was used as a carrier by the world will, it was actually because the Emperor's position was quite special. It was the world will that used it as an anchor point to lock humans. After all, humans are refreshed, and with this anchor point, humans will no longer continue to refresh randomly, but will be fixedly refreshed within the territory of the Jiua dynasty. Of course, the world will does not care who the Emperor is. The other party only cares about whether it is able to maintain the human race. If an emperor is supported to the throne without sufficient ability, he will either fail to ascend to the throne or be replaced before causing any impact. If the ability reaches the standard, then he will be used to death. For example, the immortal dew is one of the products used to make the emperor live a few more years. In short, if it is useful, use it to death, and use it until death. Therefore, like the Emperor Jiua in front of him, his ability level reaches the requirement, and he will not be laid off until all the things that prolong his life are ineffective. At the same time, the time of being laid off is the time of his death. It can only be said that the world will didn't know where to learn this method of exploitation. Qi Xuan felt that it was quite capitalist. Are you okay? I received intelligence that you have been trapped in the endless purgatory for 3 days. Emperor Jiua asked. It is indeed trapped. The survivor has a ghost named the Truth Ghost, and he can also go back in time after death. Qi Xuan did not hide it. This is not a secret. Emperor Jiua was interested when he heard it. The Truth Ghost? Is it related to the Endless Purgatory? After all, Qi Xuan just called the Endless Purgatory the Truth Layer. The two are really too close. A little bit, it's not convenient to say, Qi Xuan said bluntly. Of course there is a relationship. According to what the world will said, the Truth Ghost is actually a derivative of the Truth Layer. In other words, it is a father-son relationship. The world will is so expensive, of course, in order to better open the channel between the two worlds. Otherwise, do you really think that any cat or dog can be used as bait and coordinates? You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a child. How could the world will not understand the principle of linking returns and risks? It seems that you have found a lot of things. Emperor Jiua did not intend to continue asking, but changed the topic. How is the harvest this time? Not bad, a lot has not been realized yet. Qi Xuan couldn't help but think of the balance of the world will, and then he thought of the ghosts that Emperor Jiua owed him. Where are the 10 ghosts I want? Why haven't they been prepared yet? How long has it been? Qi Xuan directly urged. It will take time, about half a month. Emperor Jiua agreed to a time. Your efficiency is really too slow, Qi Xuan complained. It's not that the efficiency of the Royal Shadow Guard is slow, but that your strength is too strong. Emperor Jiua told the truth, and then said, will you sell the thing that can eliminate ghosts? As long as you name the price, I will give you this position without blinking an eye. Qi Xuan rolled his eyes. You wishful thinking, and besides, I dare not kill too many ghosts. As soon as these words came out, Emperor Jiua frowned, and then asked, can you tell me? Ghosts and you Jiua people are born together, and you Jiua people say that they were born out of thin air, but in fact they also have a source. Whether it is ghosts or you are part of this world. Do you think the world will be willing to let me eliminate ghosts on a large scale? Qi Xuan asked back. Definitely not. Emperor Jiua's expression did not change, and the whole person was very calm. He had heard this kind of speculation before, and he had heard it many times. That's it, otherwise why would I ask you to kill ghosts for me? Qi Xuan said bluntly. First, I don't have time, and second, I don't want to offend anyone. After all, you and the ghosts are from the same mother, and I am an outsider. My actions are bad, and your actions are at most a quarrel between brothers. Besides, I want this badge. Qi Xuan no longer plans to continue harvesting ghosts. The fuel that Tai Sui needs will be obtained in the world where the survivors are. The world will of the ghost world is too humane, and they can intervene personally. What if he kills too many and deducts the balance? Okay, let's not talk about this. What do you want to talk to me about? Qi Xuan brought the topic back. Emperor Jiu also talked about the business. Thanks to your help this time, we have obtained a lot of yang qi, and we can give you 10%. That's great. Qi Xuan didn't expect that he came to him to share the spoils. Although Qi Xuan did nothing, if it weren't for him, the Royal Shadow Guards would not be able to find the survivors at all, let alone get yang qi. I will let the royal family send you the share. Of course, if you think it's too much, you can also sell some to the royal family, and they will definitely give you a satisfactory price. This batch of yang qi is not small, you may not be able to use it all. Emperor Jiu did not favor the royal family, but gave Qi Xuan a suitable suggestion. Besides, the main thing is that you don't have anything that I can appreciate, Qi Xuan said. Not everything that the Royal Shadow Guards brought out from the Truth Layer made Qi Xuan excited like the poisonous star. Most of them were messy things, such as wine, musical instruments, or daily necessities. In the box that the Crown Prince gave to Qi Xuan, only one copy of Toxic Nova was useful, and the others were thrown into the warehouse by Qi Xuan to gather dust. There were many things that looked very rare, but in fact they were useless. Even the panel of the Doomsday Game could not be activated, which was completely useless. Indeed, you are backed by the Doomsday Game, which is dangerous, but the resources needed for growth are not lacking. Emperor Jiu nodded. Qi Xuan wanted to refute the other party, but seeing the other party's attitude, he probably didn't believe it, so he could only nod. Nothing is going on, I have to go back first. If he continued to talk to him, with these polite words, Qi Xuan would have no desire. He wanted him to chat with him without giving any benefits. Did he really think his speech therapy was free? As for the yang qi he gave? This was his share, not the other party's. Qi Xuan got up and left without waiting for Emperor Jiu to finish. He estimated that Emperor Jiu had nothing to say to him. The one who really called him here was Emperor Jiu, after being possessed by the will of the world. Seeing this, Emperor Jiu smiled helplessly and let Qi Xuan leave. He lowered his head and continued to handle official business. Qi Xuan left the imperial study and saw the Crown Prince, who had given him the opportunity. He smiled and said warmly, "Oh, isn't this His Highness the Crown Prince? I haven't seen you for a long time. I miss you so much." This is completely different from the attitude towards Emperor Jiu. In fact, he didn't finish his words. What he missed was not the Crown Prince, but the opportunity brought by the Crown Prince. Qi Xuan sincerely hoped that the Crown Prince would bring him another opportunity the next time he visited him. How could Qi Xuan be willing to speak ill of this treasure-giving boy, and he didn't even have time to flatter him? The Crown Prince was a little uncomfortable with Qi Xuan's behavior, but he quickly adjusted his mentality. "Ha ha ha, Your Excellency is really humorous. You and I have only not seen each other for a few days." The Crown Prince's smile was forced, mainly because Qi Xuan's behavior made him feel a little socially dead. "Look at what you said. As the saying goes, 1 day apart is like 3 years apart." Qi Xuan found an excuse casually. Then he continued to chat with the Crown Prince, and ignored the guards around him such as Yin Jingxing, and spoke without any concealment, all relying on nonsense. The words and deeds made the Crown Prince think about giving Qi Xuan some more gifts. After the last gift, the attitude has really changed a lot. "I visit you another day. I have important matters to attend to today, so it's really inconvenient." After chatting with Qi Xuan for a while, the Crown Prince hurriedly said. Even if he wanted to win him over, now was not the right time. He couldn't delay his business. Winning over Qi Xuan was just icing on the cake, and only by doing his own things well could he lay a solid foundation. He would be criticized for neglecting public affairs for personal reasons. Even if he couldn't shake his position as the Crown Prince, he would be at a disadvantage. "Okay, you're busy first," Qi Xuan said, and then glanced at Yin Jingxing. The other party was still very qualified and standing guard, and he didn't look away. "You're busy too." After that, Qi Xuan left directly. Yin Jingxing's tense nerves finally relaxed. He was afraid that Qi Xuan would come and talk to him. This was the imperial study room of the palace. If he really said something, Yin Jingxing felt that he might be arrested for investigation. As for Qi Xuan's mouth, his technique of fanning the flames was very crude, but it was too shocking. What was even more terrible was that Qi Xuan patted his butt and left after he finished speaking, and no one dared to embarrass him. But the people who talked to him were not necessarily the same. Yin Jingxing strongly condemned Qi Xuan's immoral behavior. The Crown Prince looked at Yin Jingxing curiously. He knew his background and only regarded him as Qi Xuan's friend, thinking whether he could use this opportunity to further win over Qi Xuan. But now was not the time to think about these things. He hurried into the imperial study room with his official business. Hand in the materials first, and the matter of winning over will be discussed later. Huh, he finally got through this safely. Yin Jingxing also noticed the look in the Crown Prince's eyes, but he pretended not to see it. If for no other reason, he didn't want to get involved in these messy things, he wanted to live to see Shengshi Mansion being purified. Chapter 378. Then, Qi Xueyan threw himself into the intensive work. Learning the art of controlling ghosts, studying the birth data of ghosts, studying the twin soul species and lotus, etc. As for the 10% of Yang Qi, Qi Xueyan did not sell it, but used it as an experimental sample for himself. It's not that no one came to ask for it, but they were all rejected by Qi Xueyan. Yang Qi is consumed very quickly. No matter which research is done, Yang Qi is used as the basis. Qi Xueyan's attitude naturally offended many people. However, there was no revenge or difficulty. In addition to Qi Xueyan's transcendent status, there were also the Emperor and the Crown Prince to coordinate. The research was still very smooth, especially in the art of controlling ghosts. Using Yang Qi as a binder, combined with the body as an acquired containment technique, and finally through mental control, it is the so-called ghost control technique. Controlling ghosts to gain power is far better than controlling ghosts in the use of ghosts. The ghost power of the ghost control method will be downgraded, making its rules disappear. The ghost control technique is different. It will retain the ability to follow the rules, but it will fluctuate in the ability to follow the rules due to the degree of control over the ghosts. Qi Xueyan recorded the situation of the ghost control technique, and thought about how to use it in his mind. The analogy is that the hanged ghost can hang people up, but the ability to follow the rules retained by the ghost control technique may not be able to hang people up after attenuation, and can only strangle them. But this is not without disadvantages. The higher the control, the higher the erosion of ghosts. This is a two-way thing in itself. So the more the ability is used, and the stronger the ability is, the closer the person using the ghost control technique is to death. Once the erosion is complete, the ghosts will be revived. As for what will happen to the revived people, of course they will die, otherwise what else can they do? It can't be that they are still alive. How can such a good thing happen? Not only that, the process of erosion and revivification will lead to the improvement of basic attributes. I just don't know if it will cause problems with thinking and rationality. But there is a high probability that it will happen. After all, death is approaching little by little. This kind of mental pressure will really crush people. If you don't use it, you won't die? That's right, but the problem is that they are all survivors. If you use it, it will be a slow death, and if you don't use it, you will die directly. The will of the world is really bad. As long as the ghost control system is really popularized among the survivors, it will be a big bomb regardless of success or failure. Except for the survivor protagonist, no one can ignore the side effects of the ghost control system. If you want to eliminate the side effects, there is only one way to join the ghost world. The Doomsday Game wants the rule power of the ghosts, but the ghost world takes advantage of the other party's greed and lets it get into the trap. From the beginning, the Doomsday Game is not a match for the ghost world. As expected, Qi Xueyan said, continuing his research. The upper limit of the ghost control technique is not high, and the content is not very detailed. He got the original version, that is, the protagonist version, which can only be practiced by the protagonist. So the reference value itself is relatively limited. As for how to spread the ghost control technique among the survivors? Of course, it depends on the survivor protagonist. Can it still rely on Qi Xueyan? Qi Xueyan was not there again. What's the matter? Qi Xueyan suddenly asked. A servant who was about to knock on the door was startled by Qi Xueyan's words. Reporting to the Lord, there is news from the palace that the commander of Tiandu, Nangong Yuan, has returned and something happened. Please come to the palace to discuss it, the servant said. Qi Xueyan was indeed a little confused. Who is Nangong Yuan? He was too focused on studying and researching, and he had no time to pay attention to the outsiders. Fortunately, he had a good memory, and found out who it was in an instant. The woman who had killed Lonlu Mansion, and could not rotate the magnetic field. No. Qi Xueyan refused directly. It's none of his business whether she lives or dies. If she dies, he can just replace her. It's hard to find a three-legged toad, but in a world where the population is refreshed, there is definitely no shortage of two-legged people. How can he have so much free time to save a trouble? There is a high probability that there is a chance, but Qi Xueyan is busy. He has to study the birth data of ghosts and monsters to lay the foundation for making soul seeds into ghosts and monsters. Your Majesty said that you would be interested. The ghosts and monsters in the Commander-in-Chief are merging, and they are not interfered by the ghost-making method, but naturally merging. This is the first case. Not only you, But all the people in the royal family have gone. The servant added. Qi Xuan couldn't help but pause. Don't say it, this disease really grows on his heart. I go right away. Qi Xuan directly overturned his previous refusal. If the fusion was caused by the ghost-making method, Qi Xuan would ignore it. He is not without the technology. But natural fusion, the meaning is different. As for why a servant knows so much, Qi Xuan has long known that the other party is sent by Emperor Yunji. However, Qi Xuan ignored the other party's situation. Anyway, for Qi Xuan, this was not a big deal. He could monitor if he wanted to, and he couldn't understand it anyway. Without the corresponding equipment, data, etc., it was not much different from monitoring in vain. He was on someone else's territory, so it was not a big deal for him to take a look. Not to mention that Qi Xuan took everything away every time he left, leaving nothing behind. After packing up, he rushed to the palace. After arriving, Yan Jingxing immediately took Qi Xuan to the imperial physician's house, where Nangong Yuan was. Many people in the royal family were whispering, and many people in the royal family were studying Nangong Yuan's situation. After Qi Xuan came, he naturally attracted everyone's attention, but they just took a look or two, and then went about their own business. Excuse me, let me take a look, Qi Xuan shouted while squeezing in. Tai Sui God directly opened the shield and squeezed a way out. Then he saw Nangong Yuan lying on the bed, his skin had turned blood red, and his eyeballs were growing on his skin, rolling around. Go away, don't block me. Qi Xuan unreasonably cleared an area. Those royal family members, who were crowded around, were directly squeezed away, and everyone was naturally unhappy. But before they could speak first, Qi Xuan knocked them all down. In order to avoid your ridicule and provocation, I will skip this process and beat you up first, Qi Xuan said confidently. The people who were knocked down were also at a loss for words, but due to Qi Xuan's strength, they didn't say a word in the end. And a large area was given to Qi Xuan to study first. Anyway, the person is there and can't run away. Can it be saved? Yan Jingxing squeezed in and asked Qi Xuan. I don't know. Qi Xuan had just arrived and hadn't had time to dissect it, so how could he know whether it could be saved? As he said that, he took out the scalpel shaped by polymorphic energy and started directly. In order to stabilize Nangong Yuan's vital signs, Qi Xuan also took out a lot of life support equipment from his subspace pocket and installed it for her. Yan Jingxing didn't feel anything, but the people in the royal family basically came close to observe. They were still very curious about the various strange equipment that Qi Xuan took out. Normally, they usually use the power of ghosts to maintain it. From all aspects, the equipment used by Qi Xuan is cheaper. After all, it doesn't cost money. Then, they saw Qi Xuan's actions. The bloody dissection technique and the brutal means that did not care about outsiders made everyone present jump. This style is indeed rough. Be gentle, don't dissect it to death. Someone shouted distressed. Qi Xuan ignored the other party, and his hand speed increased by 3 points. It is indeed a natural fusion, Qi Xuan said. After the preliminary dissection experiment, Qi Xuan determined that Nangong Yuan did bring him an opportunity, but this opportunity is more difficult to describe. Nangong Yuan basically has no chance of surviving. Because of the fusion, his consciousness has been completely eliminated. So it only has experimental value. Guardian, you can inform His Majesty the Emperor to change a Tiandu commander. There is no possibility of saving him. By the way, remember to tell him that I'm taking him away, and I have a use for him. Qi Xuan was not polite at all, and planned to take Nangong Yuan for himself, not to leave him to the royal family as research material. This is my beloved relative, and he must be in my hands to play the greatest value. The royal family was shocked by Qi Xuan's shameless words. No, Nangong Yuan is the commander-in-chief of Tiandu, and he should be handed over to us. A senior royal family member directly objected. If Qi Xuan didn't want to take everything, they would have endured it, but if he didn't even leave them soup, how could they endure it? However, before he finished speaking, he was hit by Qi Xuan. I'm notifying you, not discussing with you. Qi Xuan didn't give the other party any hesitation, and directly took action, hitting all the royal family members present. The lucky ones fainted, and the unlucky ones didn't faint, so they could only be hit again. Yan Jingxing was numb when he saw this scene. Qi Xuan's behavior was too arrogant. Okay, let's see who's still objects now, Qi Xuan asked. Everyone fainted, so naturally no one would speak up to object. Then I will assume that everyone agrees. Go back and tell Emperor Zhiyue that. If they don't object, it means they agree. You can also give an explanation, Qi Xuan said, as he packed up Nangong Yuan and threw him directly into the subspace pocket. Yin Jingxing wanted to say something but stopped, but Qi Xuan didn't give him a chance to speak and flew away directly. Is this really unsalvageable? Yin Jingxing said softly, after watching Qi Xuan's figure disappear. He definitely wanted to save Nangong Yuan. After all, he was a colleague who survived the ghost tied together, not to mention the favor of persuading him to survive. But he was powerless and accustomed to life and death. Chapter 379. The matter of Nangong Yuan was soon settled, and Yin Jingxing was appointed as the new commander of Tiandu. This matter did not cause much waves, and the royal family gradually stopped trying to get Nangong Yuan after several attempts. After getting Nangong Yuan, Qi Xuan began to conduct in-depth research. With her help, his research on the twin soul species, the lotus with two stems, has made great progress. He even suspected that the world will deliberately send it, otherwise it would not be such a coincidence. Of course, it is more likely that his protagonist halo took effect, and then the world will take advantage of it. At the end of the experiment, Nangong Yuan's flesh and blood were consumed, and the naturally fused ghosts were also taken out by Qi Xuan as samples. It was not until the research was almost done that it was directly thrown to the royal family. Not to mention, the royal family was also mixed about this. The reason for being happy is that the things are back, but it is also easy to be angry. You throw the things you don't want to use to them. Do you really think they are garbage? However, because this naturally fused ghost is so valuable, they only dare to curse in secret, and dare not really curse in front of Qi Xuan. Then, Qi Xuan combined the data of the birth of the ghost and began to transform the twin soul species, the lotus with two stems. Use Yang Qi to contain it, and start hatching and growing. Qi Xuan took out his Yang Qi. The basis of this Yang Qi is still the deep Yang Qi that was eroded, assimilated, and finally transformed by the deep virus. Therefore, it appears black and red, and it is not like the Yang Qi in the survivor's body is a gaseous structure, but a half-energy and half-flesh structure. The deep Yang Qi gradually engulfed and wrapped the soul seed, and a large number of tentacles began to penetrate into the soul seed. The next step is the subsequent guidance and development. Qi Xuan naturally could not let this soul seed grow, but let it grow into a ghost that Qi Xuan was satisfied with. It looks really ugly, Qi Xuan said. This thing is indeed ugly, but Qi Xuan did not dislike it. After absorbing the soul seed into his body, Qi Xuan could clearly feel that the soul seed began to suck nutrients from the outside. Growth and development must have nutrients, which must be provided by Qi Xuan. This is not because Qi Xuan is kind, but because the nutrients he provided contain a large amount of deep virus. After the soul seed is absorbed, the result is that it is gradually assimilated. In the end, even if it grows into a ghost, it is also an accessory of Qi Xuan. This is not enough. Qi Xuan knows that ghosts belong to the rule level, and pure deep virus alone is not enough for Qi Xuan to reach the level of refining ghosts. So he input both the Fey and the fiber worm as materials. He was quite ruthless, which was equivalent to directly using these two abilities as sacrifices. It would be more troublesome to recover them later. But it was worth it for Qi Xuan. Whether it was Fey or the fiber worm, there were corresponding modules on Tai Sui God. Through this module, Qi Xuan could refine the ghosts to a greater extent. As long as the refining was completed, then combined with the ghosts, his S-level talent devourer core had a great probability of evolving to SS level, or even SSS level. High cost means higher benefits. Protagonist Halo, it's up to you next, you must ensure success. Qi Xuan opened his mouth and asked the protagonist Halo for help. As the saying goes, man proposes, God disposes. Qi Xuan has completed the planning part. As long as there are no accidents, success is inevitable. How to avoid accidents naturally depends on the protagonist's Halo. Qi Xuan has done everything he can. It is estimated that it will take at least 2 months for the soul seed to grow into a ghost. During this period, I will study the ghost control technique and turn it into ghost refining technique. Qi Xuan has only completed the ghost part, and the refining part has not yet begun. This part requires data. If it depends entirely on deduction, there may be data errors. Therefore, the growth and transformation process of the soul seed is required for Qi Xuan to collect the data he needs, and then deduce. In fact, it is not only his own soul seed. If he can have the data of the survivor protagonist, Qi Xuan can make the upper limit of the ghost refining technique higher. But Qi Xuan does not have to capture the other party alive. It is more cost-effective to kill the other party. The ghost is more for him to merge with Tai Sui God and improve the S-level talent devourer core. At that time, fiber worms, Fey, ghosts, Tai Sui gods, etc. will all become his power, rather than weapons and equipment summons. He naturally doesn't care that these powers are derivatives and external objects, but wouldn't it be better if they can become part of his own power? Like fiber worms in Fey, Chi Xuan has very few uses. Although they will become stronger with Chi Xuan, this kind of strengthening cannot form a qualitative change. It is equivalent to a game character upgrading, but without equipment skills, just a blank account. You can keep up with Chi Xuan in a short time, but if Chi Xuan has a higher extraordinary system in the next Doomsday world, then you either abandon them or spend time to improve. The latter is definitely not worth it. So Chi Xuan has to make them a part that will not fall behind, and Chi Xuan doesn't have to worry about it anymore. After all, his growth is inevitable to stitch up various things, and finally melt into his own extraordinary system. In this process, it is inevitable that various ding-dong pendants will appear, which will soon expire if kept, and if not kept, the essence of the corresponding extraordinary system cannot be obtained. In the end, it can only be used as food. However, the ability will be preserved and enhanced, and only the external pendants will disappear. Just like fiber worms, Chi Xuan can still transform them and form flies, but they are all summarized into one ability. It is not good to have too many abilities, and simplifying is the right thing to do. Chi Xuan does not have much advantage in combat, so he plans to turn everything into one move. It is better to adjust the energy output so that this move can be used as a small skill or a big move, and even a flat attack can be attached. It can be passive or active. This would take quite some time, and he estimated that it would definitely not be possible in this world, because the whole process was too complicated, and he didn't have that much time at this stage. As for the base, of course he had it, and the Poison Warlock's Poison Nova was very suitable. As long as the world was not too bad, and the two skills of Poison and Poison Explosion had prerequisites, it would not be a big problem. He was just worried that these two skills still had prerequisites, and then Chi Xuan would continue to make trouble. He had to let the world give him all the prerequisites, otherwise how could he give up? Please be prepared. You will be pulled into the truth layer again in 10 minutes to survive. The intelligent brain reminded him in time that 7 days was not long. So fast, isn't it only 4 days? Chi Xuan calculated the time, and it was not 4 days. Before, because of the death of the survivor protagonist, you were trapped in it for 3 days. So you missed 3 days. Chi Xuan heard the explanation, and it seemed to be true. As for his bet that the Doomsday game would be calculated according to his time, it must be a losing game. Let's get ready first. Chi Xuan thought about it, and tried to find the survivor protagonist again. Although the world requires him to kill in the opposite world and not in the ghost world, it does not say that Chi Xuan cannot beat the opponent into a disability or use him for experiments. It's not just a loophole and bug, he is not incapable of it. In addition, he also needs the survivor protagonist to control the data of the ghost to create his own ghost refining technique. It is definitely impossible to say that there is no contact. As time passed, Chi Xuan found that he did not feel sleepy this time, nor did he feel foggy or dark. Is the time up? Chi Xuan asked. It has been more than 10 seconds, and you have not been pulled into the truth layer. Perhaps because the protagonist of the survivor has controlled the ghosts, the Doomsday game has mastered part of the data of the ghost world, and no longer needs you as an anchor. Let's go to the Seal Library of Tiandu. Chi Xuan went to the Tiandu Seal Library to investigate the situation. If it doesn't work, he will go into the truth layer to take a look. If the Doomsday game really throws him off and works alone, he doesn't know how much profit he will lose. Su Huayun opened his eyes. This time, he was not the only one who came to this strange village. 9 other survivors also came together. At this time, his talent of pollution resistance had reached B level, and the other survivors were only C level at most. The reason why he was able to upgrade 2 levels in a row was naturally because of his 100% exploration degree. As for the talent of the fraudster, it was still S level, but it was not far from being upgraded. After leaving the survival area, he knew the way to upgrade this talent, which was to use the fraud god to spread lies, and make people believe that while activating the real and illusory effects and controlling the situation. Let the public constantly explore in the lies, so that the fraudsters can continuously absorb lies as energy for evolution. Of course, lies are not only false, but can also be distorted through the truth. That is, the so-called way of hearing is not necessarily false, and seeing is not necessarily true. Through this kind of means, Su Huayun can not only improve his talent of the fraudster, but also let his truth ghost swallow more truth, so that he can better control it. So, he was spreading the art of controlling ghosts. However, the effect was minimal, and it would take enough time to settle. He had to fight quickly, and complete all the explorations before the offenders arrived. Fortunately, he had teammates this time, so the difficulty should be much easier than the last time he survived. Su Huayan looked at the 9 people with deep eyes. Last time, he was isolated and had no way to use the deception god and the real illusion, which greatly reduced his talent as a deceptionist. There were enemies, but they didn't listen to him at all and started attacking as soon as they met. Teammates were different. Even if they didn't get along, they wouldn't fight directly. As long as they could listen to him, the effect of deception god would take effect, making them subconsciously believe in themselves. He didn't worry about internal strife. Chapter 380. At the Tiandu Seal storehouse, when the crown prince saw Qi Xuan, he was surprised. You weren't dragged into the infernal purgatory? He came here to prevent Qi Xuan from being trapped in it like last time, and he came here to take charge. Unexpectedly, Qi Xuan did not come out of the seal, but came directly to the seal storehouse. No, I'm surprised too. Did the Royal Shadow Guard go in? Qi Xuan asked directly. Yes, the survivors have arrived successfully, and a new round of hunting has started again. The Crown Prince answered directly. Qi Xuan was needed as a support for the first time, so Qi Xuan had to go in first. After the royal family stabilized the data, it was naturally not needed, and the Royal Shadow Guards could be allowed to enter at a certain time. This is also a good thing for you. You don't have to go to the dangerous infernal purgatory again. The Crown Prince could not see Qi Xuan's true thoughts, but he spoke to comfort him. In the eyes of the Crown Prince, the most important thing about Qi Xuan has never been his ability to enter the truth layer or his identity as a survivor, but his ability to study and research. That copy of Taishang Pure Yang Sword Qi directly opened up a new path for the development of ghost-like weapons for the Jiuyue dynasty. Qi Xuan is the founder, so in the eyes of the Crown Prince, Qi Xuan should enter the royal family and become a person who studies and protects against ghosts. As for the conflict between Qi Xuan and the royal family, it is not a big deal at all. As long as he is willing, it is a small matter to solve it. It's just that Qi Xuan has always been a maverick, so he can't say anything. Just thinking of taking this opportunity to let him return to the right path instead of wasting his talent, but before he could speak, Qi Xuan said first, Your Highness is joking, I have something else to do, and I will talk to your Highness in detail when I come back. Qi Xuan said, and directly took out a living observation device. He ignored the eyes of others, randomly selected a seal, and went to the truth layer alone through the Shadow Guard technology in the ghost control method. The prince opened his mouth, and before the words came out of his throat, Qi Xuan had disappeared. Alas, if there is anything unusual, remember to notify me. He sighed, and finally left after a word. He could only sigh that the gap between people's thoughts was so big. On the other side, Qi Xuan successfully entered the truth layer. There was a blood-eating ghost sealed inside. Qi Xuan just glanced at it, and left directly. Is there any reaction on the map? Qi Xuan asked the intelligent brain. No reaction, unable to effectively locate the survivor protagonist. The last time it was located, it was because the world gave the other party the ghost control technique. This time the other party did not have the opportunity, so naturally there was no way. It seems that I can only rely on luck. Qi Xuan said calmly that he relied on luck. If it were someone else, it would be self-destruction, but Qi Xuan really let luck take him there. Then, he directly opened a passage to other truth layers through the living observation equipment. Anyway, the truth layers around here are all ghosts from the Tiandu ceiling vault. Wrong, go south. A voice suddenly floated in his ears, causing Qi Xuan's steps to stagnate. He naturally didn't think he heard it wrong, but he was inside the expedition-level ecological circulation device. Only ghosts, and the world can do this. The ghosts in this truth layer are blood-eating ghosts, and they don't have this ability. So there is only the will of the world. Turn around and open a hole to the south. Qi Xuan believed it, of course. Although he was wary of, and on guard against the will of the world, as long as his value was still there, the other party was unlikely to kill him for the time being. Apart from the fact that the other party was cunning, the possibility of the other party killing him was not great. It was just that Qi Xuan habitually chose to be on guard. Tai Sui God immediately changed direction, and opened a passage at the edge of the south, with a living observation device. After entering, he met a group of survivors, but they were not being chased by ghosts, but by the Royal Shadow Guards. Qi Xuan took a look and ignored it directly, and then continued to go to the south, and continued to open the passage. Before he was reminded, he opened a hole all the way to the south. Although it was possible to deceive himself, Qi Xuan thought that this possibility was not great. Until he shuttled several times, he finally saw a special truth layer area. The reason why it is special is that Qi Xuan saw traces of backtracking on this layer of truth. Of course, He cannot see through time, but every time he backtracks, it will damage the layer of truth. If you don't have enough strength, or have experienced it personally, it is difficult to see the clues. In particular, the opponent should not have performed many death backtracks, because the traces are not very heavy for the time being. The world will seem to think that the survivor protagonist is progressing too fast. Chi Suiyan couldn't help but smile. There is only one chance. Once he starts backtracking, be prepared. Get what I want and run away, and get out smoothly without being trapped in the opponent's death backtracking. The main reason is that the opponent's death replay is too buggy, and Chi Suiyan has no countermeasures, so he can only fight quickly. If he can't handle it, he will just run away and leave this layer of truth. Then repeat it again. Yes, as long as you are not in the layer of truth, you can get rid of the opponent's death replay. There is only one chance after entering, and after leaving, this chance is equivalent to refreshing. However, the survivor protagonist will also be vigilant, so Chi Suiyan needs to grasp the opportunity. The higher the vigilance, the more difficult it will be for Chi Suiyan to act. The first time, the opponent's defense level is the lowest, and it is also the easiest to succeed. Can't kill, and at the same time, the truth ghost can't be taken, and the rest are up to you, right? Chi Suiyan said to himself. He can be sure that the world can definitely hear it. If you don't say anything, I will take it as a default. Chi Suiyan is equivalent to letting the other party know first. The world will still has no reaction, which seems to be a default. In fact, Chi Suiyan also knew that his behavior would not have much impact on the survivor protagonist. It was nothing more than a matter of recovery after a death replay, but Chi Suiyan got the data he wanted. The ultimate loss was also the ghost world itself. After all, a death replay consumes the power of the truth layer. Neither Chi Suiyan nor the survivor protagonist had any expenditure. However, it was precisely because it was the ghost world's account that allowed the ghost world to successfully seize the handle. This is a typical case of being greedy for small gains and suffering big losses. Chi Suiyan suspected that this might be because the Doomsday game was too lame and could not bear such a high frequency of death replays, otherwise there would be no need to attach it. Su Huayan counted the time, looking at the last 5 minutes, and the exploration rate of up to 99%. He only needed the last 1% to get the reward of 100% exploration rate again. I can only restart again. And all my teammates are dead. I have to find a way to keep them alive in the next round. These 9 people were very convinced by him after being persuaded by his ability to deceive gods, so he was able to reach 99% exploration rate with only 3 death retracings. So keeping them alive is also extremely beneficial for Su Huayan. Maybe he can find a way to subdue them and make them his subordinates. The talent of the fraudster is very important to him, but he is alone, so not only will some of the characteristics of the fraudster not be effective, but it will also be a troublesome thing for him to collect intelligence alone. It's already this time. The violators should come again, Su Huayan said softly. The survival area where he is naturally invaded by enemies with ghosts in their bodies. Compared with others, Su Huayan has experience in dealing with it. The enemies invading this time were not only less numerous than the last time, but also less powerful. He even easily controlled them the first time. He definitely couldn't kill them, because the ghosts in the enemy's body were not good people. It would be fine if he only revived one, but if there were too many revived, he would not be able to control them. The last time was the last 3 minutes, and this time it's probably not much different. But as time passed, there was only 1 minute left, and the offender still didn't appear. This made Su Huayan doubt that his guess was wrong. The last 30 seconds countdown began, and he could only perform a death replay. As the power of truth and lies collided, death came in an instant. 3 seconds later, Su Huayan opened his eyes. The 9 survivors who had died once again appeared beside him alive and kicking, and they looked like they had just arrived. With the experience of the previous 3 times, this time he was familiar with the characteristics of deceiving the gods and made these 9 people completely convinced of himself. In fact, he was thinking that he had already replayed 3 times. Even if he did not have the help of the deceiving gods, he could make these 9 people believe in himself. However, this is a passive effect, which can only take effect or not, and he cannot control it himself. It is said to be a fraud, but it seems more like a bewitching to him. The whole process was very smooth, because the last replay was almost completed. The mandatory task, no violators appeared. This means that the violators will not appear this time. Listen to me, Su Yugo. Su Huayan began to assign tasks, trying to find the missing last 1% of exploration as soon as possible. He quickly arranged the 9 people properly. During this period, no one questioned why, after all, they were all affected by the effect of deceiving the gods. The personnel dispersed and carried out according to the arrangement, while Su Huayun stayed where he was, ready to deal with the upcoming enemies. But the next moment, he lost consciousness directly. Because of his death, the truth ghost in his body began to revive. He didn't know what happened during the whole process. When he opened his eyes again, he had completed the death retracing. There was confusion in his expression, and the next moment, his consciousness fell silent again. Someone killed him again, but he didn't notice any changes. He didn't even know who the enemy was, and there was no problem with the first 3 death retracings. Chapter 381. The 3-second rewind time after death is the biggest flaw of the survivor protagonist Su Huayun. As for how Qi knew it, there was no research, but the information he got from the other party during the last communication with the world will. Under normal circumstances, the probability of this flaw being known is very small. Because when you know it, it means that you have experienced the rewind. And if you have been rewinded, how can you remember this flaw? When you are strong enough to ignore the rewind, then this flaw is no longer useful for such a strong person, and you can just crush the opponent to death. So it is a little useful to Qi. He kills first, then leaves the truth layer within 3 seconds, and then enters again after the time has passed. After the weakness is known, the death rewind not only does not become a convenience for the survivor protagonist, but becomes a resource that is constantly recycled. If nothing else, because the yang energy structure of the opponent is extremely complex, Qi estimates that he must have at least a B-level pollution resistance talent. Secondly, the use of ghost control seems to be combined with the special features of the survivor protagonist, and has the ability to ignore backlash and not fear resurrection. This special feature is most likely related to the talent of death retracing. Qi not only knows the situation of the other party's death retracing, but also knows that this ability seems to be just a subcategory of the other party's talent. The world did not reveal more information, but he can be sure of one thing, that is, no matter how powerful this talent is, it is probably only SSS level. It's not because the upper limit of the other party is here, but the upper limit of the Doomsday game is at SSS level. If this survivor protagonist is really given an X level, he might be out of control like Qi. As for the reborn, the other party's rebirth is most likely not the work of the Doomsday game. The origin of his X-level talent and superdimensional evolution is probably that there is someone behind him who wants to use the Doomsday game. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, it is impossible to have an X-level talent. Unfortunately, Qi level is too low, and he can't detect it at all, so he can only let it go. Almost. Qi looked at the B-level Yang Qi accumulated in his hands, and the large amount of data collected. It would be a bit impolite to continue killing. As the number of death retracings increases, the pressure on this layer of truth will naturally increase. He promised the will of the world not to kill too hard, and just get what he wants. It's a pity that there is no way to dissect him. Maybe we can understand his talent. From the current point of view, except for the death retracing, the other subcategories may be weakened rule level. At least not lower than SSS level. Qi said, and he calculated the time and entered it again, with the living observation equipment, reaching out to pierce Su Huayun's head. After taking this last Yang Qi and observing it again, he was ready to stop. Wait for the next time. After all, the world will said that it would take at least 1 month. At the frequency of once every 7 days, Qi can come 3 more times, which is still a guarantee. So we can't be too harsh on this survivor protagonist. What if he hurts his mental state? No matter how special the protagonist is, he is still a person, not a god. It is impossible for him not to have mental problems after dying many times. Qi had experienced this before, unless the other party didn't keep his memory. You can predict it after dying so many times. Qi attack that penetrated the other party's head brushed against Su Huayun's scalp, and rubbed a long bloody mark on the hair on the top of the other party's head. His scalp was rubbed off, and he looked extremely embarrassed. It's you again, the violator. Su Huayun hated it so much that his scalp was burning with pain. Qi didn't continue to speak, and took action again. Before Su Huayun committed suicide, he prepared to conduct an experiment. Since he reacted, he would not take his Yang Qi. His hand penetrated the other party's chest, and went deep into the location of the real ghost in his body. The last time he was able to react, it was because he had died so many times, and he probably guessed the trajectory of Qi attack and dodged in advance. It's not that his speed was fast enough to avoid Qi attack. Su Huayun also understood what Qi wanted to do, and wanted to say something immediately, but before he could open his mouth, the truth ghost in his body was violently pulled out by Qi. A huge ghost like a stick insect was pulled out. It was totally unimaginable that such a monster could be contained in a human body. The truth ghost was out of containment and control, and revived in an instant. Following the smell of lies, it directly pounced on Su Huayun. Chi Xuan's eyes never left Su Huayun and the truth ghost, until the truth ghost opened its bloody mouth and bit off most of Su Huayun's body. Chi Xuan kept time and directly left this truth layer through the living observation equipment before the other party's death retracing was launched. Yes, in that moment just now, a lot of data was observed, and the foundation of ghost refining has been strengthened. Chi Xuan said that, and he didn't plan to do it again. Su Huayun was already alert. He didn't see that even his sneak attack could be predicted. It was probably okay to continue, but there was not much point. It can't be dissected. As for the use of anesthetics, if it was useful, Chi Xuan would have been able to do it long ago. After controlling the truth ghost, Su Huayun, as the host, was immune to various toxins, diseases, etc., and anesthetics were ineffective. This is not the ability of ghosts, but a certain ability of the other party's truth ghost, which can repel various foreign objects. It can only be said that the ghosts that can be controlled by the protagonist are not cats and dogs on the roadside. Chi Xuan didn't covet it either. After all, the ghosts born from his twin soul species, the Lotus, are probably special ghosts like Su Huayun's truth ghost. After all, he also has the aura of the protagonist, not to mention that he created it himself, so how could he be mediocre? His appearance is already mediocre enough. If his strength is also mediocre, how can Chi Xuan survive? Then, see you in 7 days. Chi Xuan said goodbye to Su Huayun outside the truth layer. Although the other party couldn't hear, this was also Chi Xuan's intention. Chi Xuan was sincerely grateful to the protagonist, who could repeatedly fleece him and give him some opportunities from time to time. If it weren't for the will of the world, Chi Xuan would have thought of thanking the other party more deeply, such as killing the other party, so that the other party's protagonist aura and his own protagonist aura would merge into one. This is equivalent to Chi Xuan growing up with him. How great it is. After saying that, he directly left the truth layer with the living body observation equipment. A lot of it has been consumed, and the inventory is almost exhausted. After Chi Xuan returned to the reality layer, he counted the living body observation equipment and found that there were not many left. It was originally a consumable, and one piece would be consumed each time it was opened. In order to avoid death retracing, he naturally jumped back and forth in the truth layer. One piece was consumed each time he jumped in, and another one was consumed each time he came out. This consumption rate must be high. Fortunately, the killing efficiency of the Royal Shadow Guards is high. The last time I was given 10% of the Yang energy experiment, there was still some left. Take it out, and make some more as a reserve. Chi Xuan muttered. Then he prepared to return to his laboratory to continue working on perfecting the ghost refining method. For Chi Xuan, he had to perfect more than just the simple ghost refining method, and he also had to integrate it into the 7 elements refining technique. After all, the cultivation method had not been upgraded for a long time. Since leaving the winter world, Chi Xuan has rarely relied on cultivation, and has relied entirely on transformation and improvement. Shen Yi Fei can be considered a transformation technique, but because Chi Xuan's mental structure is different, he does not use gunpowder stimulation to improve, but directly transforms himself. So it is not considered cultivation. This time, there is a chance, and Chi Xuan plans to choose to upgrade his own cultivation technique. After all, it has been eliminated, and it is a rare opportunity to continue, which is also a good opportunity. Otherwise, if it is eliminated for too long, there will be no way to pick it up in the future. Just like now, this technique he created by himself can no longer keep up with him. If it is not the ghost refining method, there will definitely be no follow-up. It can only be said that cultivation is not really suitable for Chi Xuan. After all, the rapid growth of the protagonist's halo is not limited to the exercises. As long as you have enough knowledge and cognition, it will take effect. The effect of the exercises is also reduced a lot. Gone? Su Huayun completed the death replay and subconsciously dodged at the first time. However, this time, there was no imagined severe pain. The 9 survivors looked at Su Huayun, who suddenly became ill, with a strange look, wondering what he was going to do. Su Huayun did not feel embarrassed at all, and directly ignored the 9 teammates, but looked around vigilantly. This time he did not speak, so the effect of deceiving the gods did not take effect. The 9 people began to chatter, and communicate with each other. Except for Su Huayun, these 9 people are newcomers who entered for the first time, so it is inevitable that they will have emotions such as fear and panic. Su Huayun was in overall control and comfort before, so there was no problem. But now Su Huayun is nervous, like a mental patient. In the eyes of the 9 people, it was almost like being scared crazy, which further increased the tension in the team atmosphere. The Violator found a gap in the death replay. Su Huayun suddenly thought of this possibility. Otherwise, the opponent could not have killed him so many times in a row, and the opponent also retained his memory in the death replay. This means that the death replay does not replay all the time, but can only affect a survival area. In addition, the opponent noticed the gap, which allowed him to successfully use his advantage and deal a fatal blow to me. But because of my special nature, the Violator could not kill me. So he would only attack me in stages, rather than chasing me endlessly. Su Huayun felt more and more uneasy. His advantage was gone when facing the Violator. He must improve his strength as soon as possible. Chapter 382. Qi Xuan didn't know what the survivor protagonist Su Huayun was thinking. After he returned to the present world, before he had time to start working, the prince came to his door. Normally, he would have focused on work after getting the data. But the prince came with gifts. They were all things he liked and got from the truth layer. There was a game item similar to the previous poisonous star skill tree. Seeing that there was profit, Qi Xuan changed his face and warmly received the prince. If he still acted like he was very cold when he gave you an opportunity, would he be able to give it to you in the future? The emotional value must be given enough. The prince wanted to win over Qi Xuan, which led to his behavior of being a dog licker. But he was not a real dog licker. If he really didn't give face every time, there would be no follow-up after 1 or 2 times. Qi Xuan not only gave face, but also provided emotional value. The crown prince was not happy, thinking that he could win over Qi Xuan if he came a few more times. In this way, Qi Xuan gained benefits, and the crown prince gained emotional value, which was a win-win situation. After a brief exchange, Qi Xuan sent the crown prince away, and both sides were very satisfied. After the people left, Qi Xuan began to search and soon found the opportunity in the gift. A special stone, only the size of a palm, with strange patterns. The overall look is very luxurious. Advanced equipment strengthening stone. Quality, excellent. Trait 1. 7 to 9 strengthening, equipment strengthening stone? Qi Xuan really didn't expect that it would be such a thing. The function is the same as the name, which is used to strengthen equipment. However, because the prefix is advanced, it is a strengthening stone that can only be used after the equipment is strengthened to 7 or 9. Of course, it can also replace the medium and low levels. With one high-level equipment strengthening stone, the strengthening from 0 to 6 can achieve 100% success. In theory, I can directly strengthen the Tai Sui God. But I don't know the theory, so I keep it for research. Qi Xuan does not plan to use this strengthening stone directly. Wait until I have time, otherwise even if I use it, it will only make the Tai Sui God +1, what use can it have? Or you can keep it as a module. But the quality is excellent. There should be higher quality strengthening stones on the high-level equipment strengthening stones. I don't believe that the equipment can only be strengthened to 9 at most. The world of ghosts is indeed strange. It was not a world where everyone changed jobs or games merged with reality before. Thinking about it this way, it seems reasonable to convert the killing rules of these ghosts into game effects. Qi Xuan couldn't help but smile. First, the skill book, then the strengthening stone, and then the equipment or other things, which are all common. It's a pity that the world is unwilling to say, otherwise, I would really be curious about what the supernatural system that was eliminated was. Qi Xuan was also very sorry about this, but when he thought about it being digitized, the idea of coveting it was weakened a lot. After all, he is really not suitable to become a real life. Even if he wants to become one, he has to wait until his strength reaches a certain level and then transform on his own. Rather than being forced to transform because of external forces. There are probably not many game products left. It's just that the Crown Prince is interested in them and has collected all kinds of strange things. Qi Xuan picked up a sword and looked at it carefully. It was repaired. There was a difference between the hilt and the blade. Because the Jiyue dynasty was not advanced in this area, they could not see it. It can be clearly seen that these two were repaired later. If nothing unexpected happens, this is probably a piece of equipment from the game era, but it has completely disappeared now. After saying that, Qi Xuan picked up another folding fan. Not only must it be kept intact, but the rules must also not be dissipated, so that the power effects in the game can be preserved. But because the theme of the Goblin world is based on goblins, and they don't have a panel like the Doomsday game, it is impossible to tell whether the original power is still there. Another thing is that goblins are not inferior to these game products, but more professional counterparts. So even if someone notices the difference and reports it, the Jiyu dynasty will not pay attention to it, because there is no way to popularize it on a large scale. In addition, if you want to have an effect, it is estimated that only the attributes, skills, and props attached to the equipment are simply unusable. Qi Xuan quickly analyzed some information from this. So what happened in the past that turned a game era into a goblin era? Qi Xuan was destined to be unable to know these things. From the game era to the Jiyu dynasty, the blank period alone was extremely long. Not to mention that the Jiyu dynasty did not have the habit of writing history books, so it was a hassle for Qi Xuan to sort it out after so many generations. Anyway, apart from the world will, no one can live so long. The emergence of the ghost control method has indeed extended the lifespan of Jiyu people. However, except for the royal family, the emperor, the crown prince and other people who are protected by the world will, and can live to about 70 or 80 years old, the lifespan of other ordinary people is not high. To reach 40 years old is already considered a long life. If there is no ghost control method, people who can live to 18 years old do not rely on strong strength, but on strong luck. Having passed 18 life sacrifices in a row, he is simply the strongest among the strong. Fortunately, if civilians do not die in accidents, they can at least live to about 30 years old. The emergence of the ghost control method has greatly extended lifespan. On the contrary, the death rate of Jiyu institutions with extraordinary powers, such as the suppression of evils and the royal shadow guards, is relatively high, and few can live to the age of 10. They are not born, but refreshed, so they are adults when they are born. For example, Yan Jingxing, the former head of the suppression of evils in Shengshi Mansion, not only has merits, but also lives a long life. He is a rare person with a tough life, so he became the head of the suppression of evils division. After all, his colleagues and superiors died in the fight against ghosts, leaving only newcomers. If he doesn't take the position, who will? Many people in the court are like this. Most of them survived life and death, and then accumulated experience and finally held high positions. You don't need to have outstanding abilities. For the Jiyu dynasty, stability is enough. So the Jiyu dynasty itself is a very strange system. If it were in other worlds, it would definitely die suddenly. But here, not only is he living well, but he also feels like he is thriving. Not only has it stabilized its base, but it is also expanding outward, clearing the territory of ghosts and monsters bit by bit. It is indeed a case of special handling of special matters. Forget it, I can't think of it, let's talk about it later. Qi Xuan quickly suppressed the matter temporarily. Next time you meet the world will, you can ask it. If the other party is willing to talk, just treat it as a way to clear your doubts. If they are unwilling to say, forget it. Anyway, for Qi Xuan, knowing it is actually just like that. It's better to ask the world will for a complete set of strengthening stones, which may be more valuable. The premise is that the other party is really willing to give it. Qi Xuan estimated that it is unlikely. That stingy spirit made him feel powerless. Such a big world, why are you stingy? This made Qi Xuan doubt that only by being stingy enough can you become a world? Sir, the royal family is sending you Yang Qi. The servant outside the door spoke first, one step faster than Qi Xuan. Qi Xuan swallowed the words. He had predicted too much, and the other party also began to predict him, so he spoke earlier than he did. Let someone send it in. Qi Xuan felt that what the other party said was a bit strange. What did it mean to send Yang Qi to him? He was not a female ghost. Why did he absorb Yang Qi? Thinking about it again, this crappy name was still his idea, so it was really hard to blame others. Just thinking about it made him feel sick. With his words, the door of Qi Xuan's laboratory was opened, and the transport personnel entered one after another, and soon sent a portion of this time to Qi Xuan. Report to the Lord the total Yang Qi this time. The headed personnel began to tell Qi Xuan the quantity and quality, and talked for nearly 5 minutes. Qi Xuan did not interrupt, it was the job requirement. When the other party did not embarrass him, he would not embarrass the workers. Generally, he embarrasses the boss. After all, even if the workers were squeezed to the bone, they could not squeeze out 2 tails of oil. Well, I know. Qi Xuan responded, and then sent the other party away. Go back if you have nothing to do. As for the number, there is naturally no problem. Tai Sui's reconnaissance network, perception vision, and other modules form feedback, and then the intelligent brain counts it. Basically, there will be no problem. After getting Qi Xuan's signature, he naturally turned around and left. This time, the number is nearly half more than the last time. What is the Doomsday Game planning to do by increasing investment at this time? Qi Xuan was a little confused. I remember that this time the Doomsday Game pretended to be the National Destiny system. Failure will wipe out the population. So what is it doing this for? It's not a Jedi counterattack. Chi Swain can be sure that the Doomsday Game is likely to know the plan of the world will. It's so obvious, how could he not understand, unless he has no brains? Well, Chi Swain really can't figure out some of the mysterious operations of the Doomsday Game, and sometimes he really has no brains. But he is also flexible, but unfortunately, he is only flexible within the restricted rules. No matter how flexible you are limited to this. If you really want to be flexible, you should fire Chi Swain, and you won't be tossed to this extent by Chi Swain. It is really possible that I, one of the three illusions, can kill you back. Chi Swain really doesn't think that the Doomsday Game has any chance of winning. The world will of the Ghost World is not only strong, but there may also be some kind of backstage. Even if the Doomsday Game wins, the Ghost World probably won't lose much, but the Doomsday Game may be in big trouble. The reason why he has this guess is based on the speculation formed by various clues he has collected. Even if there is no backstage, the world will of the Ghost World is not a weakling, and the living deep gods are probably not opponents. Chapter 383. Su Huayan looked at the 100% exploration degree after the settlement and returned to reality. He did not use it, but kept it. He wanted to upgrade the pollution resistance of level B to level A, but the exploration degree was not enough. As for using it to extract new talents, he did not need it. He had not even fully mastered the talent of the fraudster. If he had another talent, it would be a waste if he drew something he did not like. It would be better to keep it, and use it to improve pollution resistance. Although everyone has this talent, and everyone can upgrade it. But Su Huayan can understand that this is not a rubbish talent, but the core of all survivors. Only with this talent can you control ghosts and monsters, and give yourself enough extraordinary power. And the higher the talent level, the longer you can survive when you survive. Otherwise, pollution erosion, let alone improving exploration, even the forced survival tasks cannot be completed. It's really annoying that the offenders keep attacking one after another. After Su Huayan came back, he sat down directly and rubbed his temples. He felt uncomfortable all over his body. The excessive death replays during the first survival had already damaged his body and mind. Although the second time was not as violent as the first time, it was also a double injury. If the problem of memory and brain capacity is not solved as soon as possible, even if there is death replay, something will happen sooner or later. His strength has indeed increased, but his physical and mental attributes have stagnated after growing to 5 points, and no longer continue to grow. It is obvious that the feedback given by the ghost control technique has reached the upper limit. It was because of the improvement of the attribute that his problem was alleviated, otherwise he would have collapsed and died long ago. In fact, he also thought of a solution, that is, the stronger the strength, the higher the upper limit of oneself. In addition to developing his own talents and the truth ghost, he has another idea for becoming stronger. That is to control the second ghost. There is a conjecture mentioned in the ghost control technique, that is, when the ghost revival and backlash reach a certain level, it can be balanced by controlling the second ghost. However, Su Huayan, who has the truth ghost, does not want to find a ghost to control casually. In any case, he has to be carefully selected and matched with his fraudster talent and the truth ghost. It does not have to be very strong, but mainly to complement each other. But this is easier said than done. Ghosts are only in the underworld survival area, and when entering it, unlike other survivors, he must not only consider ghosts, but also violators and a group of enemies. Just like this time of survival, there are very few survivors who come back alive. Many countries have been wiped out due to the punishment of the Doomsday Game, leading to the destruction of their population. Now only 3 countries are still struggling. Of course, Su Huayan's country is not in trouble because of his death retracing, and his 100% exploration degree has actually recovered. Therefore, there is naturally no delay in protecting him. In terms of various treatments, the heads of countries are not as good as him. There have been no bloody doubts or provocations, or things that do not protect in the name of training or other things. You know, there are many people who want Su Huayan to die. With such depleted resources, it is inevitable that there will be antisocial people or enemy countries do not want to see you become strong. This time, I should be able to upgrade the talent of the fraudster. I don't know what will happen after reaching the SS level. The progress bar was already halfway through last time. This time, as long as the previous progress is maintained, upgrading is not a big problem. While thinking, a voice suddenly came to my ear. Huayan, it's time to eat. The voice was just the voice of an ordinary middle-aged woman. However, this made Su Huayan stunned. This was clearly the voice of his mother, who had passed away long ago. He stood up suddenly and wanted to look in the direction of the sound, but found that he couldn't find the source of the sound, as if the sound appeared directly in his mind. On the table not far away, there was a bowl of hot white porridge. The so-called white porridge is the food used to maintain vital signs when resources are exhausted. It is unpalatable, and the nutrition can only barely keep them alive. This is why everyone is skinny. Su Huayun is naturally the same, but now he is treated better and can eat the upgraded version of yellow porridge with better taste and nutrition. There is no way that white paste can appear, and the top leaders of the country where he lives would not feed him such food. After all, he is related to the entire country. Something is wrong, very wrong. Su Huayun walked to the table with an unbelievable look on his face. This bowl was broken before my mother died of illness. He reached out and took the bowl to look at it. He could clearly feel the warmth of the white paste in his hand, and the physical feeling was very real. "Secretary, you are on my table." He picked up the phone and directly called his personal secretary. However, there was a strange noise in the phone, as if the call was not connected. Before he finished speaking, a familiar voice came from the phone. "Huayun, why don't you eat well?" The voice was the voice of his deceased mother, and it was very real. At this moment, Su Huayun gave up his fantasy. The voice just now was not an illusion, but real. Ghost, from the underworld to reality. He was a fool, but he could detect the problem. The noise in the phone began to intensify, and even his mother's voice became very distorted. "Break it for me." He mobilized the power of lies and truth, and everything in front of him began to break. He was still sitting on the sofa, and his dull eyes gradually recovered. I saw a horrified ghost standing on the coffee table in front of him, just staring at him. The ghost looked like a big toad, with a human face covering most of the body on the back, and a thin tongue stretched out, swaying unconsciously in the air, almost like seaweed. Su Huayun was startled and fell back suddenly. This action directly triggered the hunting instinct of the toad ghost, and the long tongue behind it rolled towards Su Huayun in an instant. The mouth of the human face behind the toad stretched up and turned into a huge hole, swallowing Su Huayun in one bite. In an instant he died. The whole process was very fast, and he had no way to react. However, the next moment, he recovered and returned to the time before death. Death retracing is activated, consuming 100% exploration. The prompt of the Doomsday Game panel flashed in front of him. If he didn't have the exploration points on him, he would really die this time. He was so frightened. After the retracing was completed, he was not in the house, but outside. In the real world, the ability to retrace death cannot retrace the entire world, but can only retrace me. Su Huayun saw the toad ghost in the house. The face behind him seemed to be chewing, but it seemed to be eating air. "Mr. Su, why did you suddenly?" A guard asked in confusion, but was interrupted by Su Huayun before he finished speaking. "Inform the people above that the ghosts have come to the real world from the underworld," he said coldly. The guards turned their heads to look inside the house. The huge toad ghost jumped down from the coffee table, croaked twice, and noticed the gazes of everyone. After looking at each other, Su Huayun knew that he was in trouble. In an instant, a large number of pustules appeared on the guard's body. In just 2 seconds, the pustules covered the whole person. Then the flesh and blood melted, leaving only a corpse swollen with pus. Looking at each other is one of the killing rules of this toad ghost. The effect is to lead people into hallucinations. If they can break through the hallucinations, they will be able to resist the pollution like Su Huayun and break free from the killing rules. Theoretically, every survivor can survive with their pollution resistance talent, but theory is just theory. Su Huayun, who controls ghosts, was caught, not to mention this group of guards, who have never entered the underworld to survive. So just a glance and they were caught. From then on, Su Huayun didn't care too much and turned around and ran away. The toad ghost squeezed out from the window, and did not choose to chase Su Huayun, but landed next to the body of the guard. The tongue on the human face stretched out, pierced the skin directly, and began to suck pus. It looked like drinking a beverage, until the body shrank to skin and bones, and then the tongue rolled it into the mouth and chewed it. The crunching sound spread far. Su Huayun felt relieved. This toad ghost had food, and temporarily stabilized the other party. But as a ghost, there is definitely no concept of being full. So once the guards are eaten by it, it will continue to kill and hunt according to its killing rules. Accommodate, control, this is a disaster, but also an opportunity. Su Huayun's eyes flashed with a gleam of light. He used to spread the ghost control technique to improve the talent of the fraudster. And now, a real ghost has come to reality. If he seizes this opportunity, let alone upgrading to SS level, he will have a chance to upgrade to SSS level. The ghosts may have followed the survivors to the real world, which means there are more than one. Even I died in a face-to-face encounter, so the other survivors have no talent and no ghosts, so the chance of survival is even lower. This is an advantage for me. With my strength and status, I just need to operate well. At this point, he had to do it. There are violators in the underworld survival, and now ghosts have appeared in the real world, which can be said to be internal and external troubles. If he doesn't strengthen his strength as soon as possible, he will die. After all, he doesn't have 100% exploration to support himself to use death replay again in reality. Otherwise, he will prepare to choose one of these ghosts to control. When controlling two ghosts, facing violators, he can have more chances of winning or even killing them. It's a pity that he can't do infinite death replays to try and error, and can only improve the talent of the fraudster as a way to become stronger. Chapter 384. After such a long time, you finally prepared everything for me. I thought you would have to wait until I died before you could give me the balance. Chi Xuan looked at the two small boxes in his hand. One of them was the humanity of the ghost, and the other was the ghost that had been concocted in the truth layer. 5 of each, 10 in total. It was also the balance that Emperor Jiu had promised Chi Xuan. This morning, the other party notified him to come and get it, which was really not easy. Chi Xuan thought he couldn't get it, and he was ready to ask him for reimbursement when he met the world will next time. As a result, he got it without paying attention. It's also thanks to the help of the Taisheng Pure Yang sword Qi you gave me, otherwise the royal family would not have made such a fast progress. Emperor Jiue was not lying. The royal family naturally couldn't use the Taisheng Pure Yang sword Qi directly, but used this technology as a reference to develop a Yang Qi weapon suitable for themselves. The Yang Qi blade derived from the living observation equipment is only suitable for Chi Xuan, not for Jiue people. After all, the systems of both sides are different, so how can they be copied? If they really want to copy it, it will only cause huge losses. So it is very useful to use it as a reference and idea. The royal family quickly developed a Yang Qi weapon suitable for the royal shadow guards. Otherwise, it would not be so easy to get it. After all, Chi Xuan's request is indeed difficult to handle. I also have a copy of the Qianquan migration treasure for transferring damage, which can transfer the damage caused by ghosts to the treasure. But there are some defects, and direct damage cannot be transferred. For example, the hang ghost strangles your neck with a white silk. But if the golden ghost turns you into gold, then it can be transferred to the treasure, and let the treasure bear it for you. Chi Xuan said. This made Emperor Jiue's eyes light up, and he said decisively, ask a price. Since Chi Xuan has said it, it means that Chi Xuan wants to exchange this technology for something. Compared with the Taisheng Pure Yang sword Qi, the value of this Qianquan migration treasure that can transfer damage is much greater. At least the royal family has not yet studied this use of Yang Qi, and more importantly, it can be used directly after getting it, unlike weapons that need to be adjusted. Of course, the value is still not as good as Yang Qi extraction technology. After all, with Yang Qi, it is only a matter of time for the royal family to develop it. But if you have a sample directly, it will be easier to develop protection suitable for yourself later. Do you still remember the box of gifts that the crown prince gave me? Chi Xuan said bluntly, which could not escape the other party's eyes. Emperor Jiue nodded. I know, but which time are you talking about? Last time, I found something I liked in it. Chi Xuan said, taking out the advanced equipment strengthening stone. Here, it's this thing. Find me some more. If the quantity is right, I will give you the refining method of Qianquan migration treasure. Chi Xuan was thinking about finding some more strengthening stones to strengthen Tai Sui God. What's the use of this thing? Emperor Jiue took the advanced equipment strengthening stone, held it in his hand, and looked at it carefully, and then asked. He didn't believe that Chi Xuan would find such a gorgeous stone for no reason. Chi Xuan would not use words like it's good looking, and I want to collect it, or I like it to perfunctorily deal with Emperor Jiue. He has been in the position of emperor for so long, it is not so easy to deceive. It has something to do with my technology that can annihilate ghosts. I want to see if I can increase the production. After all, my annihilation of ghosts has its benefits. Chi Xuan's words were not false. But he was vague, so Emperor Jiue could not grasp Chi Xuan's specific situation. Increasing production, can it increase popularity? Emperor Jiue did not care about what benefits Chi Xuan could get. Even if it was more, it was what he deserved. He was more concerned about whether this technology could bring the Jiue dynasty into a new era. From sealing ghosts to annihilating ghosts. If it can be mastered, then as long as the Jiue dynasty exists long enough, sooner or later all ghosts will disappear. Well, I don't know. Qi Xuan was telling the truth, but he adjusted the concept. He is not dead, and is constantly evolving Tai Sui God. Sooner or later he can do it. But it is definitely not possible now. Emperor Jiyu vaguely guessed this possibility, and then handed the advanced equipment strengthening stone to Qi Xuan. Let's talk about this later. I let Commander Yin take you to purgatory. Just take whatever you like. Anyway, those things are useless to the Jiyu dynasty. Emperor Jiyu didn't care that Qi Xuan might have concealed something, nor did he care about the other party's thoughts. As long as the cooperation can make the Jiyu dynasty stronger, it's okay to give those things to Qi Xuan. Anyway, they have no way to use them. After all, they haven't even figured out the ghosts, let alone these strange things. Okay, it's a deal. Wait for me for a quarter of an hour, and I will write out the treasure of the universe for you. Qi Xuan was happy. He was worthy of being an emperor, and an emperor who was fighting against ghosts. He was really generous. Perhaps one day in the future, the Jiyu dynasty will be able to use these things, but when and whether this day will come is unknown to Emperor Jiyu. Rather than waiting for an unknown, it is better to choose to cash it out to Qi Xuan in exchange for the current benefits. You may miss it, but you will never lose it. The people of Jiyu are similar to Qi Xuan. The future is invisible. Perhaps an outbreak of ghost tides can turn the Jiyu dynasty into ruins. They don't know that they are protected by the will of the world, and Qi Xuan can't say it, which leads to the emergence of information gap. Qi Xuan quickly completed the writing of the live observation equipment used to transfer damage. The overall content was directly expanded by an unknown number of times, from a thin book to a thick book. He even wrote his name on the cover of the book. Here, it's done. Qi Xuan pushed the book directly from the table to Emperor Jiyu. Emperor Jiyu did not read it. He was not a member of the royal family, and did not engage in research, so he naturally could not understand the content. However, he put it away and said, General Yin is waiting for you outside the door. It's enough for you to browse for several days. Qi Xuan smiled. My speed is not slow. You may need several days to browse, but I may not. After saying that, he stood up and left. When he pushed the door open, the new Tiandu General Yan Jingxing had been waiting for a long time. Long time no see, old Yan. You look so well dressed, and your temperament is highlighted. Qi Xuan said nothing nice when he came. Yan Jingxing showed a forced smile. He thought that he would not meet Qi Xuan if he did not stand guard since he became the commander-in-chief of Tiandu. Unexpectedly, he was directly assigned to lead the way for Qi Xuan. Thank you for the compliment. I will take you to purgatory. This is the palace. It doesn't matter if he insults himself. Yan Jingxing is afraid that Qi Xuan will say something shocking again. It's not easy to become the commander-in-chief. Don't let Qi Xuan lead the way once, and let yourself be dismissed. So adhering to the idea of doing things impartially, he tried to talk less with Qi Xuan, so as not to let the other party talk too much. There are 9 levels in purgatory, and they store all kinds of things obtained from the infernal purgatory. It is built underground rather than on the ground, and the lower the level, the more precious it is. The standard of preciousness is judged by the royal family, so it may not be accurate. Yan Jingxing was introducing the so-called purgatory to Qi Xuan all the way, and he didn't dare to stop for a word, for fear that Qi Xuan would talk when he stopped. The 2 boxes of gifts that the Crown Prince gave you were precious things selected from the 8th and 9th levels of purgatory. So are you going to start from the 1st level, or go directly to the 9th level? When he said this, Yan Jingxing stopped talking. It was not because he had nothing to say, but because they had arrived at purgatory, so he finished his words. Are you not going to go in with me? Qi Xuan did not answer Yan Jingxing's words, but asked a question in return. This made Yan Jingxing's eyes twitch. He definitely didn't want to go in. What was he going to do? He couldn't stop talking. Purgatory is an important place in the palace. It's not appropriate for me to go in. Yan Jingxing politely refused. In fact, there is no problem going in, but he doesn't want to. His understanding of purgatory is relatively limited. He doesn't know what's inside it all. He certainly doesn't talk as much as he did on the way here. Once Qi Xuan caught the gap, it would be troublesome. What if I'm troubled or provoked by someone, I can't control my temper and kill directly, and then directly? Qi Xuan opened his mouth, and Yan Jingxing's forehead veins popped. This is the palace. Who dares to mess with you? Even if you go over and beat the Crown Prince's 2 big bastards, no one dares to trouble you, let alone provoke you. The royal family didn't have time to act before you knocked them down with the 4 words may happen. How could anyone make you lose control of your temper? They were all solved long before they couldn't control it. Go, let's go together. I escort you. Yan Jingxing understood that if he didn't go, Qi Xuan would not be at peace. Then, he would be the unlucky one. Anyway, with Qi Xuan's status and position, there would be no problem at all. The only problem was him. Emperor Zhiyue did trust him, but he was no longer a guard, but the commander-in-chief of Tiandu, and many people were watching him. Once he was caught, he would not die, but he would be uncomfortable for a while. Right? This is the Yin Siju I know. Qi Xuan patted his shoulder to show encouragement, and then walked straight into the purgatory. And Yin Jingxing had no choice but to follow him. He wanted to remind Qi Xuan that he was no longer the chief of the suppression of evils, but the commander-in-chief of Tiandu. But on second thought, at least, he was not called the commander-in-chief of hell by the other party. The last Nandong Yuan who was called this died without even a bone residue. He just hoped that he could die peacefully instead of going through so much trouble. Chapter 385. The interior of purgatory was a little messy, with many things piled up randomly. Qi Xuan walked around twice in there, and he could not say that he had no gains, but he could only say that he really did not gain much. He estimated that even if he had not come to purgatory, the remaining things would be sent to him as gifts by the Crown Prince. One is the high-level equipment enchantment stone, which can gain additional enchantment attributes by enchanting equipment. An analogy is that weapons can increase additional attributes, such as attack and critical strike. As a high-level equipment enchantment stone, it can refine up to 9 attributes. As for how many attributes can be refined, as well as the attribute types and values, it depends on luck, so a large number of high-level equipment enchantment stones are needed. The other is the high-level equipment refining stone, which can re-refine the attribute values of equipment. After all, the values of each piece of equipment will fluctuate up and down. If you want extreme value weapons, you also need a large number of high-level equipment refining stones. Strengthening stones, enchantment stones, and refining stones all have the same routines, and they all require a large number of them to be stacked. Unless you are a European emperor like Qi Xuan, who has the aura of a protagonist, it is unrealistic to get it right away. Why does this thing look more and more like some domestic games? Qi Xuan looked at the 3 special stones in his hand, and he even suspected that there were other stones. However, because there were really no more in purgatory, no evidence was obtained in the end. In fact, in purgatory, Qi Xuan also saw things like mounts and big wings, which made this inexplicable sense of déjà vu more and more serious. However, because these were too severely damaged, he couldn't see anything for a while. What? Yin Jingxing, who was standing by, looked a little confused, not understanding what Qi Xuan meant. Nothing. Qi Xuan put away all 3 kinds of stones. Let's talk about this later, he needs to study it first. You just picked 2 broken stones? Didn't you pick more? Yin Jingxing asked. There was no one in the purgatory, so he dared to communicate with Qi Xuan normally, which made him feel relieved. The others are all garbage. What's the point of picking them? Qi Xuan glanced at him. I thought I could pick up another skill book or get a piece of equipment directly. In the end, there were only 2 equipment props for enhancement. Obviously, it has been too long, and this extraordinary system has basically nothing left. There are only solitary pieces of the 3 kinds of stones left, and Qi Xuan can't make a big fuss. With his research style, it is actually not suitable to study these 3 stones. The best way is to use them as modules for Tai Sui God. But Qi Xuan was unwilling to do so. His own research was equivalent to developing a new power system for himself, and giving it to Tai Sui would be a one-time deal. What? You can take it off if you want to study it? The stone involves certain rules. It is not an ordinary thing. Qi Xuan does not want to gamble on whether it will have an impact after evolution or degeneration. It would be best if there is none, but if there is, as a solitary piece, all the consequences will be borne by him. So he plans to ask the world for the data directly, and then study it. At present, it is probably unrealistic to ask for the stone, and the other party probably doesn't have it. These things are deleted and eliminated, and the possibility of saving them is unrealistic. But he knew one thing very well, that people like to compromise. If he asked the world for data directly, it might not be willing to give it, but if he asked for a large number of original products first, it would definitely not work. If he took a step back, the other party would be more likely to give it. As for asking for all the data, Qi Xuan was greedy, but he was not stupid. He still knew the 4 words getting more and more. If he wanted everything, the price might be his life. All garbage? All useless? Yin Jingxing was also surprised. He didn't expect Qi Xuan to say this. It's not all garbage, but the rest is useless to me. Qi Xuan was still very rigorous. For example, some things like pianos, fans, jade and jadeite still have some ornamental value. However, in the Zhiyue dynasty, he was destined to fail. If he could survive until the ghost disaster disappeared and entertainment developed again, there might be a chance. The premise is that it can really be stored until then without rotting. According to Chi Suiyan's estimation, it can probably last for 10,000 years. Although these things are just ordinary things now, their predecessors are all things in the extraordinary game, and each one is of high quality. Just like the 3 stones in Chi Suiyan's hand, they were definitely not high grade and excellent in quality, but definitely higher. It's just because of time and environment that they fell to this level. That's good. If there are only these 2 stones that are useful to you in such a huge purgatory, wouldn't it make the royal family look blind? Yan Jingqing sneered. He didn't have a good impression of the royal family. After all, whether it was the birth of the ghost man or the death of Nangong Yuan, it was all because of them. Chi Suiyan was at best making the best use of everything, and in his eyes, the royal family was really like a greedy hyena. The reason why he had this idea was probably because he had a good impression of Chi Suiyan. Except for his bad mouth. At least, he did not affect the safety of the Jia dynasty. Unfortunately, after he knew how important the predecessor of the ghost man, the royal shadow guard, was to the Jia dynasty, he could only shut up silently. Someone had to sacrifice, and the people in the royal family were also among the sacrifices. They were indeed crazy and cruel, but without them, the ghost control method would not have developed to the present, and the Jia dynasty would not have been so prosperous. All kinds of methods and plans for ghosts were explored by the royal family. In terms of casualties, the royal family was actually no less than the evil suppression department. Of course, Yan Jingqing's bad attitude was still bad, and it would not change because he knew the truth. The fact that all the prefectures in Shenyanzhou had been lost, and the ghost tide had not retreated yet was still there. It seems that you and the royal family are still very incompatible, Chi Suiyan said casually. Yes, unless I die one day. Yan Jingqing did not hide anything. Everyone knew about this matter, and no one cared. There were many people who were at odds with the royal family, and they did not care about him being the commander of Tiandu. Even if he was healthy, he would not live for many years. Let's go, we should go back. Chi Suiyan did not care about the other party's words. He was also at odds with the royal family. The royal family had always wanted his 10% share of Yangqi. Chi Suiyan did not give it to them, and beat them. How could they be kind to him? After leaving purgatory, Chi Suiyan went straight back to his laboratory. Smart brain, what do you think about leaving a module empty for a laboratory? Chi Suiyan said, otherwise, it will be a hassle to clean up and place it every time, and we have to consider the environmental issues. Your idea is very good, but, first a compliment, then a but. Chi Suiyan knew without even looking that Smart Brain disagreed. The reason for disagreeing was that Chi Suiyan was strong enough and could clean up very quickly, so there was no need to waste a module slot. As for the environmental issue, that would be easier to solve. No matter whether it was Chi Suiyan or Tai Sui, how could they not be able to clean up the environment? Chi Suiyan just wanted to save trouble, but he didn't look at Tai Sui, the money-eating beast, whose progress was so slow. There was no extra module slot. In the end, Chi Suiyan had to give up. However, Smart Brain didn't say anything final, that is, at this stage, having a portable laboratory would not lead to a qualitative change. After all, the laboratory requires sufficiently high environmental conditions, and it would be more appropriate to wait until a series of modules, such as corrosion resistance and high-pressure resistance, are installed before choosing. By then, the material of the laboratory can be raised to the highest level, and a portable laboratory with a higher starting point can be obtained through the cooperation of multiple modules. TSK, why are there more and more modules planned, but few are realized? Chi Suiyan couldn't help but complain. Thinking of this, Chi Suiyan looked at the 5 ghosts burning in the smelting furnace again. Good news, the ghost fuel has not decayed. 90% of it may be some help from the world will, otherwise how could it not decay? The next step is to wait for the module of the world will, and I don't know when he will give it to me. Chi Suiyan knew that at most tomorrow, Tai Sui God would be able to get 5 free module slots. Mr. Su, your guess is correct, but there are some loopholes. A civil servant came over and placed a report in front of Su Huayun. What loopholes? Su Huayun did not read it because he could not understand it, but this was the attitude he was given. The location where the returning survivors landed was not where a ghost appeared, but where the ghosts invaded. Since the time you passed the information, 3 more ghosts have been monitored to arrive in the real world. The other party's tone was solemn. This made Su Huayun's face turn ugly. He thought the ghosts followed them from the underworld to the real world, but he did not expect that a hole was broken. With our technology, there is no way to deal with ghosts at all. Su Huayun asked. That's right, Thermal weapons are completely ineffective, and even nuclear bombs are detonated, and the ghosts are still fine. The civil servant turned to a page of the report and pointed it to Su Huayun. Su Huayun just glanced at it and said immediately, "Ghost controlling technique, risk your life. As long as you can control the ghost successfully, you can not only deal with the ghost, but also let the survivor gain the power of the ghost. But you have to be prepared for heavy casualties. But don't worry, I will help you," Su Huayun said confidently. The solution is simple. By deceiving the gods to spread the word, you can increase the success rate of ghost control. As long as more people believe, the truth and illusion can make the lie come true. And he can make the talent of the frauds revolve. But I need you to help me promote it and let more people believe it, so that I can activate the talent I have extracted to increase the success rate. Su Huayun knew that a simple lie could be easily exposed. So he used the truth to weave a lie. Chapter 386. Time passed quickly, and a month passed in a flash. During the 3 survivals, the Doomsday Game did not continue to use Chi Xuan as an anchor. At this point, Chi Xuan could be sure that after the other party had the survivor protagonist, he no longer needed him to locate the truth layer of the ghost world. But he didn't let Chi Xuan go, so Chi Xuan insisted on going. With the guidance of the world's will, Chi Xuan could accurately find the survivor protagonist every time, and every time he could get enough data on controlling ghosts from the other party. But the survivors also underwent a lot of changes, because the worlds will penetrate it into the world where the survivors were through ghosts, causing ghosts to appear in the other world. As a rule body, ghosts can naturally not be killed. They can be said to be invulnerable to swords and guns, and water and fire cannot invade. This leads to the fact that the survivors' technological weapons cannot solve the ghosts' killing behavior at all. Then it is to pile up lives and try to successfully control ghosts. With a large base, the success rate is naturally high. Therefore, there are many cases of survivors successfully controlling ghosts. And these cases, without exception, were pulled into the Doomsday Game to survive, so as to increase the survival rate. Unfortunately, the survivors are still not as good as the Royal Shadow Guards in all aspects, not to mention that the Royal Shadow Guards have no fairness at all, and they are directly beaten up. The survivors have changed, but not much. That is, the possibility of being able to return alive is a little higher. And it is not much higher. Chi Xuan also caught an ordinary survivor who controlled a ghost for dissection experiments, but because he was not the protagonist of the survivors, he could not satisfy Chi Xuan. Even the data displayed by its control is not as good as what Chi Xuan has on hand. Fortunately, it is not without gain. The pollution resistance of the survivor protagonist has reached a level, allowing Chi Xuan to obtain A-level Yang Qi. This has once again greatly improved the progress of ghost refining. As for S-level, this is definitely not available. The opponent is estimated not to live for too long, so it is impossible to upgrade to this level. Besides, a level is enough for him. I want a strengthening stone, enchantment stone, and refining stone of each level. Chi Xuan sat in front of Emperor Jiue and said this. Now this person is naturally not the real emperor, but the will of the world. No, it has been almost destroyed. I can give you the data. How could the will of the world not know what Chi Xuan was thinking? Directly skipped all the arguments in the middle, and gave the things to Chi Xuan. For the world will, this is just an outdated system. Maybe some parts are useful, but the whole system has no potential. Otherwise, how could it be a waste? Even the whole world has become like this, which is inseparable from the previous game system. Chi Xuan was quick-tempered by the world will. After all, the other party asked him to come here, which meant that he, the pioneer, would be sent to the world where the survivors were. Leaving today? Chi Xuan got what he wanted, and did not continue to ask. Instead, he asked, "The ghosts have just sprouted. If you leave the ghost world, there will be problems with the rules." The world will did not answer Chi Xuan's question, but said this sentence. Chi Xuan did not question the will of the world. This was true, and he knew it. The reason was simple. Ghosts were the product of the ghost world. Leaving the ghost world was equivalent to leaving a suitable environment for growth. Especially Chi Xuan's ghosts had just sprouted from soul seeds, and had not yet fully grown. If the ghosts that were arranged to infiltrate the world where the survivors were, they were all grown ghosts, so there was no need to worry about these problems. The survival time of a newborn baby in the desert and a strong adult in the desert was different. The former could only rely on luck to be rescued, while the latter could leave alive on his own. It's a small problem. At most it grows a little slower, Chi Xuan said calmly. He had already considered these problems, so there was no need to worry about the rules. At most it just grew a little slower. You are still so cautious. The world will smiled and then said, But it's not much different. When you complete the ghost refining technique, your protagonist halo will help you. He could see that the protagonist halo on Chi Suiyan had the effect of making him grow quickly, but it was not fully activated yet. After all, Chi Suiyan had only completed half of the ghost, so it could not be fully effective. Let's not talk about this. Where is the thing I want? Chi Suiyan didn't plan to continue talking about this with the world will. After he left the ghost world, various operations would be much greater. What you want? The world will took out 4 pieces of equipment, 2 skill books and a prismatic crystal. Chi Suiyan took it directly, ignored the equipment, and then focused on the skill book. It was the poison and poison explosion he needed, and he used them directly. A lot of knowledge poured into his mind, gradually completing the basic and advanced knowledge required for the toxic nova. It can only be said that the world will did not cheat. Poison, poison explosion, and toxic nova are indeed 3 skills that are inherited from the same lineage. Are there any higher level skills for this skill? Chi Suiyan asked curiously. Yes, there is a super element nova above the toxic nova, but you need to collect a series of new galaxy skills such as fire nova, ice nova, thunder nova, etc. as a prerequisite. In my opinion, this is too cumbersome for you, and there is no need for it. If you want, I need some time to go back and make it. The principle is actually similar. The key point of the super element nova is the balance between elements, which you can do by yourself. With the toxic nova, you can completely develop it yourself, instead of reciting it by rote. The world will said directly. After listening, Chi Suiyan did not force him to continue. This series of skills are indeed different, but they are all techniques for using elemental energy, and they just need to produce various fine-tuning through the energy used. Finally, through fine-tuning to adapt to the elemental balance and burst, it is the most powerful move of the Nova series, the Super Element Nova. Okay, I know. Chi Suiyan responded, and then used the prismatic crystal again. It records the data of the 3 kinds of stones that Chi Suiyan needs. After just a simple review, he was a little disappointed. Although the effect is the same as in the game, it has great limitations. The simplest point is that it can only play the greatest effect in the ghost world, and this effect has been greatly reduced because the previous game system has been eliminated. What a pity. How could Chi Suiyan complete the research on 3 kinds of stones in a short time? It must be possible to obtain the harvest after passing through at least 1 world. Don't feel sorry, you have 3 samples in your hand. Although you can't reproduce them again, as long as you can complete the transformation, you can indirectly obtain the complete effect through armor. Especially your armor has a solidification effect, which can be restored after use. The world will said with a smile. That's right, but the cooling time may not be short. Chi Suiyan can be sure that these 3 stones will become modules, and will have to cool down for at least 1 year before they can be regenerated. And they cannot be removed during this period, because they are disposable items. If they are not removed, they can be restored through solidification. If they are removed, they are equivalent to nothing. So you have to occupy 3 positions to go. There must be a price, right? The world will responded. Chi Suiyan didn't say much, and then began to install all 4 pieces of equipment into the module column, and added an anti-element defense module. Reaching 140 points of armor means that Tai Sui has evolved 5 times. SSS Stardust Psychedelic Cloak, SSS Void Demon's Mimicry Orb, SSS Imitator's Ode, SSS Arcane's Invisibility Scroll, SSS Particle State Anti-Element Protection Layer. The first 4 modules have a style similar to Western fantasy, representing the module effects of camouflage, mimicry, imitation, and invisibility respectively. Combined with the effects of the original deformation, concealment, and other modules, Tai Suiyan gradually began to change, from the original flesh and blood armor to the appearance of a passerby. Even if Chi Suiyan wanted, he could enter the invisible state, so that he would not be seen by others. So far, Chi Suiyan finally did not have to wear the appearance of an armored man, and could not be Loki wherever he went. Moreover, with the cooperation of multiple modules, he could not only turn into a human, but also into animals and plants. It can be said to be 72 kinds of changes. So this is magic? Chi Suiyan asked curiously. No, it's not magic, it's the embodiment of order and rules. The world will explained, and then continued, if you don't like it, you can also change it to a fairy or science fiction style. Don't care about the name, the effect is suitable. The world will looked at Chi Suiyan, who looked like an ordinary passerby, and felt that he was very similar to an old friend. The effect is very suitable, I think you created it. Chi Suiyan said. These are all trivial matters. Since everything is ready, let's go? The world will change the subject, indicating that since you have received the final payment, it is indeed time to carry out the follow-up tasks. Well, let's go. You send me there. Chi Xuan naturally did not intend to refuse. Here is this thing for you. The world will took out an item and gave it to Chi Xuan. When you arrive, arrange it according to the formation diagram. Either arrange it before killing the protagonist, or kill the protagonist and then arrange it. Don't arrange it halfway and then kill, it will explode. The world will instruct it. Chi Xuan heard this and did not question it. The one who can make the world will say the word explosion is definitely not a good person. Okay, is there anything else? Chi Xuan continued to ask if there were any precautions. This is to invade the world, not to go on a spring outing. Chi Xuan wished that the other party would give him a thicker precaution book to avoid him stepping into the pit and causing unnecessary trouble. Chapter 387. With the help of the ghost world, Chi Xuan successfully entered the planet where the survivors were. For his own safety, he adjusted Tai Sui to a skinny and malnourished appearance. After all, this batch of survivors all looked like this. The survivors are indeed weak, but for Chi Xuan, the survivors are not a big deal. As he arrived, the deep yang energy in his body quickly became active. Although it was eroded and assimilated by the deep virus, it was its home after all. On the contrary, the wrapped ghost soul seed seemed a little sluggish. After all, it was out of its comfort zone. The growth progress will take at least half the time. But this is good news for me. Chi Xuan said softly, "Intelligent brain, take over the satellite and invade the network." Chi Xuan notified the intelligent brain, while releasing the sub-body projection of the satellite Eternal Morning Star. Not only did he have to use other people's satellites, he also had to arrange his own satellite to go up to the sky. It was equivalent to him wanting everything. A few minutes later, the intelligent computer quickly arranged a report on the entire planet for Chi Xuan. Resources are exhausted, civilization cannot break through the surface, and humans are about to die. The Doomsday game is really amazing. It actually found 2 errors at once. In fact, there is only one. Chi Xuan had always believed that the ghost world was also a Doomsday world, but after thinking about it carefully, it seems not quite right. There is no Doomsday for them. Humans and ghosts are originally one, and they are protected by the will of the world, and the tribe has begun to grow continuously. So the real Doomsday is actually just the planet where the survivors with exhausted resources are located. The human beings in the ghost world are not living a happy life, but it is not the end of the world. At least there is no danger of extinction. On the contrary, according to the estimation of the intelligent computer, even without Chi Xuan's interference, the planet where the survivors live will only have about 10 years left before the resources will be completely exhausted. It is easy to imagine what will happen by then. According to the report, it is because humans have overexploited the resources of the planet, causing the resource regeneration to fail and the ecological environment to collapse. But I don't think so. Chi Xuan looked at the report in his hand. Yes, it is more like the existence of some giant sucked the entire planet, causing it to wither. Chi Xuan agreed with the intelligent computer statement. The human civilization on this planet, excluding the period when technology and productivity were underdeveloped, has only been a little over 100 years since the industrial reform and the germination of capital. Even if it develops faster, it will not be used up to this extent in 100 years. This reminds Chi Xuan of the death retracing ability of the protagonist of the survivors. If the other party is not the first to have this ability, then it makes sense. In the past, someone was retracing the time of the entire planet, but the individual could not afford the cost of retracing the time of the entire planet. In the end, the only one who pays the cost is the planet itself. The reason why the current survivor protagonist cannot use death retracing here is not because he cannot, but because the planet cannot support death retracing. He cannot pay for it personally, so he cannot use it, not because of environmental problems. Through this speculation, Chi Xuan was able to think of exhausting the resources of the entire planet within 100 years. If this is really possible, it is not bad news for Chi Xuan. On the contrary, the speculation of the intelligent brain is that it is the sucking of the behemoth, which is the worst thing. Who knows whether this terrifying existence has completed the sucking? If we really want to talk about preference, Chi Xuan prefers a combination of the two. Before the protagonist of the survivor, the person who had the death replay was fighting against the behemoth sucking the planet. The result must have failed, otherwise the planet would not have become like this. Intelligent brain, how is the takeover going? Chi Xuan asked. The global network takeover has been completed, and the remaining forces are being disarmed. This time it is a real dimensionality reduction attack. All the forces on the exhausted planet are not comparable to the Tai Sui god, who has evolved 63 times, and has a large number of modules in terms of technology. In an instant, The entire planet was controlled, most of the electronic equipment failed, satellites were hijacked, and military bases were blocked. Of course, this behavior naturally attracted the attention of the remaining forces, and they responded immediately. Chi Xuan ignored their actions and said, "Find the survivor protagonist." After he arrived at the depleted planet, the survivor protagonist had lost his value to the world of the ghost world. As for the formation diagram to open the passage between the two worlds, there is no rush. Chi Xuan can be sure that as long as he opens it, the Doomsday Game will definitely release a limited time event for the New World Pass. And because the ghost world is coming fiercely, overall, the time will not exceed 24 hours. Then how can he study the survivor protagonist and the ghosts he controls? You know, the last time the other party was forced to enter the truth layer to survive, he once again controlled a ghost. And it was a bewitching ghost. The strength of the survivor protagonist was greatly improved, and the value also soared. This is a double structure, but time is limited, and the other party has a death retracing companion, so Chi Xuan's research is too troublesome. Locked, retrieval also takes time. After all, it requires a little comparison, and the workload is much greater than taking over the network and disarming. One is looking for a needle in a haystack, and the other is a targeted attack. The difficulty is definitely different. At least you have to go through it once, and then check it again. Chi Xuan did not urge, but looked at the situation of the entire planet through the satellite map. Is there a tiny energy reaction in the climate flow? Chi Xuan found a problem. The structure is similar to Yang Qi, but there is a difference. Chi Xuan went to capture the sample, but found that there was none. Flow undetectable, and can also spread. What the hell? Chi Xuan couldn't understand it for a while. Therefore, it can only move with the flow of energy. It exists in areas with a large population, and Chi Xuan found through maps, climate and energy flow that this huge energy flow seemed to converge at the same point. Intelligent brain, you don't have to look for it. I seem to have found the protagonist of the survivor. Chi Xuan suddenly said. This can't be a special energy similar to some concept formed by the combination of truth and lies. So it can't be seen or touched, but because it is combined with yang energy, it presents an energy structure. How Chi Xuan knew this was also very simple. He stayed around, collected data through the reconnaissance network, and summarized and screened it. He learned about the popularity of ghost control. As for the person who spread the ghost control, it was naturally the survivor protagonist Su Huayun. However, the ghost control technique spread by the other party was no longer the original one, but a modified version. The success rate has been greatly improved. He also obtained the content, which was very mature and looked like the result of decades of development. It looks a bit strange. It doesn't look like it was researched, but more like it was forced to the right path. Lies have become true. Chi Xuan narrowed his eyes and thought of this possibility. So death retracing is also a lie, just an act after the area has been deceived. Chi Xuan vaguely guessed a possibility that the other party could not be resurrected or retraced, but through lies, the area formed a certain misjudgment, and finally anchored the result of retracing after death. Add the truth and deception, and the protagonist's halo. With the support of Doomsday Game. If Su Huayun really grows up, he might really kill me. Making lies come true. This ability to make lies come true is too buggy. Fortunately, he is still very immature, and Doomsday Game is really stingy. If Su Huayun was not selected by Doomsday Game, but went to other more powerful platforms, he would have risen long ago. At that time, he would be the one chasing Chi Xuan, not Chi Xuan chasing him. It's a pity that there is no if. Su Huayun was seriously cheated by Doomsday Game. But if there is no Doomsday Game, even if Su Huayun has the aura of the protagonist, he probably can't stimulate his talent and potential. In the end, he was trapped in this resource-depleted planet and turned into a skeleton. There are many good horses, but there are few good horse trainers. There are not so many platforms and outlets for people to develop. It's the Violator. He also came to the real world. Looking at the various electronic devices that failed, Su Huayun thought of the Violator at the first time. The other party's armor is a sci-fi equipment at first glance. Although I don't know where it came from, its technological level is definitely far better than theirs. It's just that it can't be used in the survival area of the underworld, but once it comes to the real world, it will be like a fish in water. Violator? Who is it? The senior executive on the side asked hurriedly. It's the Violator, a person with a very mysterious origin. I met him several times, wearing an armor that is similar to future technology. Su Huayun said vaguely. Mainly because he didn't want to expose his identity as a law enforcer. It's a human, that's good. The senior executive breathed a sigh of relief, as long as it's not a ghost. Humans can be killed. He can ignore ghosts, and his basic attributes are extremely high. My 5 points of physical and mental strength were no match for him. Ghosts are not as troublesome as him, Su Huayun said coldly. Even if his cheater was upgraded to SS level, the stronger death replay would have no effect in front of the opponent. Not to mention that in reality, he does not have the ability to replay death. You think too highly of him. Do you really think he controls all the arsenals? There are still many that need to be physically activated. If he dares to come, let him die without a burial place. This senior executive has never seen the Violator, nor has he entered the underworld to survive. Hearing about it, and actually experiencing it are two completely different situations. Can the dispatch be completed within 1 minute? Otherwise it may be too late. Su Huayun has determined through previous experiences that the Violator has a way to lock him. Chapter 388. 1 minute is too long. We have to arrive within 5 seconds, Qi Xuan said. At the same time, the upper floors of the building were directly overturned by him. Su Huayun's expression changed, and he wanted to use his talent and the power of ghosts without hesitation. But his strength was far inferior to Qi Xuan. Before he could speak, Qi Xuan broke a mouthful of teeth. His cheeks swelled up quickly, and he couldn't speak. I know you need language to use it, Qi Xuan said, and raised his hand to punch Su Huayun again. Space dodge. A voice suddenly came over, and it was not Su Huayun who spoke, but an ordinary person next to him. The other party's speed of speech was not something that an ordinary person could make. Qi Xuan's punch penetrated Su Huayun's body, and he did dodge. Recovery. The man didn't finish his words, and was directly hit in the head by Qi Xuan. But it was too late. As soon as the word recovery came out, the injuries on Su Huayun's body disappeared in an instant. Home advantage is indeed extraordinary. Qi Xuan knew that the opponent's protagonist halo was fully fired. Even if there was no strengthening effect, it had the highest priority. Without sufficient strength to make up for it, and the same protagonist halo as a backup, Qi Xuan would not want to kill Su Huayun if he lacked one. The enemy has the yang energy of transforming truth and lies as a supply. As long as the special yang energy is not consumed, it can use the ability similar to the law of words without limit, use the truth to weave lies to confuse the world. If you can get another language or text ability, such as controlling ghosts like language ghosts as a supplement, I may not be your opponent. Unfortunately, the second ghost you control is just a bewitching ghost. Qi Xuan also realized that he talked too much, but he needed a way to vent. How could he not know that the opponent's protagonist halo affected him? But with the home advantage and firepower, he couldn't control himself. Fortunately, talking was talking, and it didn't affect Qi Xuan's actions. Floating cannons, polymorphic energy, etc. attacked together, and Su Huayun was defeated step by step, and he had no resistance at all. However, the opponent used the ability of words to follow the law. Although he had no ability to resist, he did not suffer any damage. The reason why the opponent did not resist was not because of the slow speaking speed, but because Su Huayun was accumulating strength. The Tai Sui God was too powerful, and he couldn't break the defense. Under the many modules of shield, defense, materials, etc., the defense of the Tai Sui God was still not as good as other functions, but it was no longer the fragile skin it used to be. With Su Huayun's strength, he couldn't hurt the Tai Sui God at all. Power, gather on me. Su Huayun opened his mouth and said this sentence. The next moment, the sky was filled with a meteorological torrent formed by the special yang energy and instantly squeezed into Su Huayun's body. I will be able to withstand this force. I will not have any hidden dangers. I will defeat. When Su Huayun said this, he paused. He could feel that he could not meet this requirement. Unable to achieve the result directly, he could only change a way to enhance. The person in front of him will be plagued by 100 diseases. Since he can no longer enhance himself, he might as well weaken the enemy. When Qi Xuan heard this, he also looked like he was going to die. As soon as the words fell, Su Huayun's strength increased sharply, and Qi Xuan's strength increased dramatically. It was even about to overflow. This was the first time he saw someone give him a buff. It was probably the effect of his protagonist halo. Su Huayun had it, and he had it too. Although there was no home advantage, it was no problem to give enough help. Go to hell. Qi Xuan's simple and unpretentious psionic ray handprint just slapped over. The psionic ray broke the opponent's spatial defense, and the handprint formed by polymorphic energy slapped Su Huayun on the spot. A series of passive modules took effect directly, armor penetration, true damage, etc., and the person was directly crushed into meat paste. I have immortality. Su Huayun did not realize why the opponent suddenly became stronger, But fortunately, after the strength increased, his own vitality also became stronger. Even if he turned into meat paste, he was still alive, so he gave himself more powerful power at the first time. The meat paste gathered together in an instant and turned back into a human form. Qi Xuan also calmed down. The opponent was in a depleted planet, and there was really no way to rewind his death. He was not afraid that the opponent would be difficult to kill, but he was worried that the opponent could rewind his death, which was the most difficult thing. Su Huayun's expression was not good either. He was not even Qi Xuan's opponent. Through the blessing, his basic attributes had all reached 9 points, which was already his limit. But Qi Xuan still controlled him so easily. More importantly, he had no way out this time. In the underworld survival area before, if he couldn't beat Qi Xuan, he could still accumulate advantages through rewinding his death, and the opponent couldn't do anything to him after leaving. It's different now. The other party will chase you and kill you directly. Meteorites will attack you, high temperature will burn you, and cold will freeze you. Hurricanes will chase you, tsunamis will drown you, and earthquakes will devour you. Nature will hate you, the planet will hate you, and the universe will reject you. With 3 sentences, all the special yang energy was cleared in an instant. However, it did not take effect completely. The subsequent planetary hatred and cosmic rejection were due to insufficient energy. The next moment, Qi Xuan looked up and saw countless meteorites in the sky turning into a meteor shower heading towards his position. The ground fire began to erupt, hurricanes were generated, and tsunami waves formed land plate fluctuations, turning into terrifying earthquakes. The whole nature is targeting Qi Xuan. You are indeed very smart, but you are still a step late. If you use the world to deal with me from the beginning, you will not stop at the hatred of the planet. Qi Xuan said, and the psionic storm of the floating gun broke out. Qi Xuan stood in the center of the storm, completely unafraid of the influence of psionic energy. This is naturally because of the newly acquired module capability of the particle state anti-element protection layer. By connecting to the psionic energy, Tai Sui God has the defense power to ignore the psionic energy. Otherwise, why would Qi Xuan add an anti-element defense? As long as he switches to the corresponding element mode, he can be immune, resist, absorb and other effects. It can even defend against composite elements. Whether it is a hurricane, an earthquake or a meteorite, they are all decomposed under the psionic storm. Indeed, but so what? Detonate everything I have and increase nature's attack and hatred against you. As Su Huayun finished speaking, he began to disappear, and then the intensity of his natural attack soared by nearly 10 times. However, because he had said before that he was immortal, the remaining energy took effect directly and revived him. Unfortunately, this immortality only took effect once, because he transferred all the energy in his body. Under the cover of wind, rain, thunder, lightning, earthquakes and fire, Qi Xuan lost the trace of Su Huayun, and even Tai Sui God could not track him. After everything calmed down, he looked at the mess around him. Let him run away. But within the plan, it will be difficult to catch the opponent without consuming the opponent's huge amount of special yang energy. Qi Xuan knew that catching the opponent was not a good choice. But it was profitable. Intelligent brain, locate him. Qi Xuan said coldly. Without the blessing of special yang energy, the opponent has been beaten back to his original form. So the next time they meet, there will be no such good strength to help him escape. The opponent must have enough luck, but without strength, luck alone is not enough, unless the opponent relies entirely on luck. Unfortunately, the opponent does not have this luck that is enough to turn the situation around. The next meeting will be at most half an hour, not too long. Location completed, the target is moving rapidly locked. Control the global arsenal, and give him a wave of cleanup first. Clean it up in one go. Qi Xuan is not in a hurry to act, who knows if the opponent has any trump cards, backhands, etc. First use the hot weapons of the depleted planet to plow it, and see if you can force him out again. It is definitely impossible to kill him. If the protagonist is so easy to kill, Qi Xuan would not have survived until now. It doesn't matter if it's hard to kill, just weaken it a little bit. As for using your own missiles, that's definitely not possible, because it can't be killed. Only Qi Xuan, who is also the protagonist, can kill Su Huayun, the protagonist. Tai Sui is not qualified. Su Huayun ran all the way, and he lost miserably. He was no match for the opponent at all. Doomsday Game, help me quickly. Su Huayun could only hope for Doomsday Game at this time. I am a law enforcer, and my strength is not enough to kill this violator. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt his hair stand on end, as if some kind of crisis was approaching. Looking back, He saw dense black spots in the sky approaching him. Although he had never seen it, he was sure that it was a missile. At this time, how could he not know that the Violator controlled the global arsenal to attack him? The Truth Ghost and the Bewitching Ghost fell into silence due to overload, and the SS-level Special Talent Fraudster was a passive effect, which could not help him at all. Death Replay has no exploration as a support effect, so many missiles are enough to take his life. Fortunately, the Doomsday game gave him a glimmer of hope. Mandatory task 100% exploration. Reward none. Failure. Elimination. When Su Huayun saw this mandatory task appear, ecstasy appeared on his face. For other survivors, this is an impossible task that must be completed. But for Su Huayun, it is an opportunity to activate Death Replay. Accept. Looking at the missiles getting closer and closer, Su Huayun shouted without hesitation. The whole person was directly teleported into the truth layer of the ghost world by the Doomsday game, and then the missiles fell, causing countless explosions. Su Huayun, who came to the truth layer, breathed a sigh of relief, and he was considered to have escaped. But the next moment, a huge force came, and he was pushed before he could stand firm, and fell back directly from the truth layer. Chapter 389. Su Huayun looked confused on the scorching ground formed by the explosion of a large number of missiles. He had clearly arrived in the underworld, so how could he be forced to return? Who could push me back? Damn it! Su Huayun cursed inwardly and turned to run. Although he failed to escape to the underworld to survive, he at least escaped the missile explosion. Of course, it was the underworld itself, otherwise who else could it be? A familiar voice came from behind him. At the same time, a hand was placed on his shoulder, with such great force that he pressed him down. Looking back, it was indeed the Violator Chi Suan. Okay, the game of eagle-catching chickens is over. Chi Suan directly elbowed Su Huayun and knocked him unconscious on the spot. Afterwards, a series of measures such as tying up Su Huayun and adding a high concentration of anesthetics were arranged for Su Huayun, and then thrown into the subspace pocket. He thought someone would come to rescue Su Huayun, but he didn't expect that someone would use the underworld survival mission of the Doomsday game to avoid him. If it weren't for the world will of the ghost world pushing people back, Chi Suan really couldn't find Su Huayun in a short time. With his protagonist Halo, when he comes back, he might really control another language ghost or text ghost, and then let the truth ghost and bewitching ghost in his body recover. Not to mention the thorny, it is also a troublesome matter. Unfortunately, no matter whether it is the protagonist Halo or the Doomsday game, when facing the world will of the ghost world, it is just a little karami, and it directly kicks people back. They have been planning for so long, how could they fail because of your little thing? The next step is to find a safe place to study ghost control. But there will definitely be trouble. Chi Suan said, reaching out to take out a fist-sized iron block from the subspace pocket, and threw it directly. In the distance, a fighter plane whizzed past, and was hit by the iron block on the cockpit on the spot. The explosion appeared in the sky, and the wreckage began to fall down. Intelligent brain, you control the satellite, how did this plane take off? Chi Suan asked. The enemy did not navigate through satellites, and cut off all networks at the same time. Through pure human control, how much reserve ammunition is left in the global arsenal? Chi Suan asked. According to the data in the database, there are still. But these ammunition are not on the launch device, cannot be used, and need to be loaded manually. It means that there is ammunition, but it cannot be remotely controlled. The intelligent brain has no way to make the ammunition lying in the warehouse load itself onto the launch device. The technology of the depleted planet has not developed robots, so the intelligent brain has no way to solve it. Forget it, let's use our own to attack the capital of the surviving forces. We don't need to raise it, as long as most of the senior management personnel are killed or injured. Chi Suan's job is to weaken the influence of the forces first. Then he can use violence to rule with terror. He also has to lead the way for the world will of the ghost world. This involves the need to build the so-called formation diagram. If he and Tai Sui God build this formation diagram, it will take about half a year. But if he uses the local survivors, with the strength of numbers, it can be done in a month at most. As for breaking the appointment, what should he do next? He has no way to travel through the world, and even without his help, the world will of the ghost world can invade. It's just that if the time is a little longer, what will happen to Chi Suan who broke the appointment? He can imagine it. How he treats those who have no value is how the world will of the ghost world will treat him. Chi Suan is indeed double standard, but this double standard is based on his own strength. It's okay to the weak, but it's a death wish to treat the strong. Please take a look at this report first. The energy produced by the energy module of Tai Sui has undergone some changes. Although it is very subtle, it can be determined that there is a problem in this world. The intelligent brain did not execute it first, but gave Qi Xuan a report. Qi Xuan did not ask why, and began to carefully read the report. Normally, the intelligent brain would first give Qi Xuan a brief introduction to the situation. For example, letting Qi Xuan read the report directly means that the matter is very serious. Qi Xuan didn't look good after reading it. So it is certain that something is sucking this planet. And it is a concept, a rule-level existence, which may be the source of Yang Qi. The energy output of Tai Sui God is normal, but every time the energy income is reduced by 100,000, it is like being intercepted by something invisible. This is not the point. The point is that this ratio is increasing. If you stay too long, all the energy output will be swallowed up, leaving nothing for Tai Sui God. It is very likely, so you should leave as soon as possible or guide the world will of the ghost world to come. At the current speed, the ratio will cover 100% in a month at most, and then Tai Sui God will lose energy. A world that allows people to have a death replay is indeed not an ordinary world. The whole planet is probably sucked to death by this thing. Qi Xuan cursed. It really doesn't give any benefit at all. In that case, let's blow up the capitals of various forces first. Su Huayuan and the ghost refining technique will be studied later. Let's build the formation map first. Qi Xuan guessed that this was probably the protagonist halo of Su Huayuan, and the purpose was naturally to rescue him. After all, the home advantage is here. It is normal to have an accident to help him. However, after Su Huayuan was captured by Qi Xuan, the effect was naturally greatly reduced. On the contrary, the protagonist halo of Qi Xuan began to resist Su Huayuan's home advantage, and gradually planned various benefits for Qi Xuan. The simplest point is to directly rob Su Huayuan's opportunity. Qi Xuan may not necessarily look down on Su Huayuan's opportunity. If he could get his ability to rewind his death, Qi Xuan would definitely want it. As for the rest, Qi Xuan didn't care at all. Truth, lies, deception? Putting these three powers on Qi Xuan is simply blind. He always likes to kill, 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 and rarely uses this kind of power that requires great operability. Combining it into the power of saying and doing? It is possible, but Qi Xuan has no background, so he can only pay the cost to do it himself. The result is naturally a big loss. Saying and doing is a powerful ability without paying the cost. But if you pay the cost yourself, it really doesn't work. For example, if you want an apple, saying and doing can make it for you out of thin air, which is really awesome. But the energy used for making is enough for Qi Xuan to plant an apple forest, and even ripen it instantly, and then bloom and bear fruit. Another thing is that his nature is not to follow his words, but to use the truth to deceive and confuse the world to react. It's okay to deceive the world where the depleted planet is, but if he deceives the ghost world, he will probably be crushed to death. He has the world will. The reason why Su Huayuan can take effect in the truth layer is because the world will of the ghost world is plotting against his world. Otherwise, his ability will be invalid on the spot. It has been destroyed. It is recommended that you start from. The intelligent brain gave Qi Xuan a reply and quickly provided Qi Xuan with a route to conquer. Qi Xuan directly cancelled a series of modules such as camouflage and mimicry, allowing Tai Sui to restore the appearance of flesh and blood armor. I leave it to you. Get it done within 20 days. I only look at the results. Qi Xuan directly handed over the control of Tai Sui to the intelligent brain. He didn't care how the intelligent brain conquered the various forces, but only cared whether the results could meet his standards. If it could be achieved, whether the remaining survivors were dead or alive had nothing to do with him, because they were all spoils of the world will of the ghost world. What he had to do was to find a way to let the Doomsday Game take him away from these two fuck-up worlds before the world will arrived. One had the world will, and the other had an unknown existence sucking the planet. It was simply outrageous. Go ahead at all costs, and the formation diagram can be completed in 15 days. You can start researching within 2 days. I didn't expect you to give me a surprise. Not bad. Qi Xuan certainly knew how terrible the consequences would be for the survivors if the time was shortened by half. However, this had nothing to do with Qi Xuan. He was not from this world, and he couldn't even be considered a human. How could there be empathy? The capital was attacked, and Su Huayuan also disappeared. A middle-aged man asked solemnly. From the disappearance to the attack, the whole process was very fast. They had just held a meeting, and bad news came one after another. It is not clear yet, but it is certain that the attack on the capital and the disappearance of Su Huayuan are probably two different things. The former is a missile attack, and the latter is very likely to be a ghost. It's not the worst time yet. Don't even think about using the Demon King. An old man had a cold look in his eyes. He knew what the other party was thinking. The Demon King, with unknown origins, is a special outer space life form like blue algae and also carries a lot of pheromones. These pheromones can be read by humans. By reading pheromones, inspiration breakthroughs from science and technology can be obtained. However, with in-depth research and discovery, the Demon King has an extremely powerful energy-eating effect, which can directly devour all energy. Only these few people knew that the planet had dried up to this point in 100 years, not because of the development of technology, but because of the blue algae Demon King. Of course, the development of technology also depends on the blue algae Demon King. In fact, before this, they did not call him the blue algae Demon King, but called him the God of Technology. Later, with the breakthrough of technology, they wanted to control the blue algae from outer space. Facts have proved that they were too arrogant. The energy-eating effect of the blue algae spread to the entire planet, turning into strange eggs, like living things, which seem to be nurturing some terrifying life forms. Until the entire planet is devoured, the life forms in it will break out of the shell. In despair, the Doomsday Game brought them hope, and at the same time once again increased their ambitions. They want the blue algae Demon King, and they also want the Doomsday Game. Chapter 390. When all the major forces were leaderless, Chi Xuan appeared out of nowhere. There was no mercy, no political purpose, and they relied on violence to rule with terror. Then, the intelligent brain took charge of the management, and in just 3 days, they started to work on the battle map. Demon King Council? What kind of middle school force is this? Chi Xuan looked at the information given by the intelligent brain. He couldn't understand it. The depleted planet had fallen to this point. How could there be hidden forces? Then he looked again. There was no hidden force at all. Just a group of ambitious people with high ambitions and fragile lives. Demon King Blue Algae, an alien life form that devours the energy of the planet. I can understand using it, but you made it into a biological weapon and caused the depletion of the entire planet. I can't understand this. Even your technology is for fun with this Demon King Blue Algae. How can you think of taking the power given to you and thinking of controlling others? Chi Xuan looked at the middle-aged man in front of him. This is the survivor of the Demon King Council. After Chi Xuan started to control the entire planet, how could the group of people in the Demon King Council, who claimed to be elites, agree? In their view, everything was in their pockets, so how could they tolerate someone getting there first? So they wanted to resist. As a result, the resistance failed and most of them were killed. The remaining people were even more unwilling and planned to release the Demon King Blue Algae. As a result, there were even more casualties on the way, and only this person was captured alive. The intelligence was also obtained from the other party. In Chi Xuan's view, the so-called Demon King Blue Algae is a parasitic organism of planetary civilization. What is made into a biological weapon? It is most likely that the Demon King Blue Algae develops on its own. The middle-aged man looked at Chi Xuan with resentment and dissatisfaction. The good situation created by him and others was stolen by an unknown person. How could he be convinced? Where is the Demon King Blue Algae? Chi Xuan asked. Bah, you are worthy. The middle-aged man cursed and even spit at Chi Xuan in an extremely arrogant manner. Chi Xuan dodged quickly and was not hit, but was thinking about something. Is this guy's brain so bad, or is the protagonist's halo preventing him from looking for it? Let me go. I can let you join the brave plan and let you become a member of the rulers. The middle-aged man's brain seemed to be broken. Chi Xuan narrowed his eyes. I understand, you want to die. No matter how low his intelligence is, the other party will not become like this. So the other party wants to die. So he deliberately shows a low IQ to provoke Chi Xuan, in order to let Chi Xuan kill him as soon as possible. Survival is more terrible than death, so you are afraid of the devil blue algae. In other words, you have actually found the devil blue algae, but you retreated and then were caught. Chi Xuan immediately analyzed the middle-aged man's intentions and part of the trajectory. This made the middle-aged man's pupils tighten, and then he said with a stiff face, Yes, you guessed it right. The devil blue algae has already exploded, and it is breaking out of the shell. Algae explosion means that the large-scale reproduction of algae plants causes the fish tank to overflow. They have consciousness, and they will erode human consciousness and make everyone their puppets. I just want to die in a decent way. The middle-aged man's eyes were slightly terrified, and it was obvious that the scene he had seen before had frightened him too much. The specific location, and the time when it will break out of the shell. Chi Xuan asked bluntly. The location is in the center of the earth, and our Demon King Council has opened a channel. According to calculations, it will be Chi Xuan didn't listen to the words 1 year after hearing them. He thought there were still 2 or 3 days left, so he could only use intercontinental missiles to hit the center of the Earth, or use floating guns to kill it. The result was this. Let alone 1 year later, he wouldn't be afraid even if it was 1 month later. The world will of the ghost world is so strong that it can turn the so-called Demon King blue algae into kelp and pork rib soup. Where are the detailed information stored? Give it to me, and I give you a quick death. Chi Xuan said that since you want to die, you should explain yourself. Otherwise, don't blame me for throwing you in. That place has been occupied by cyanobacteria. Even if you have the power of ghosts, you can't get close. The middle-aged man said, and he actually began to scratch his skin. Many spots appeared on his skin. Cyanobacteria are blue-green, not blue. Chi Xuan naturally knew. In an instant, the green cyanobacteria swallowed up the middle-aged man, and it looked like he had fallen into a stinky ditch, emitting a foul smell. You can call me the Lord of the Green Tide, the other party said. A large-scale outbreak of cyanobacteria is called a green tide. So there is nothing wrong with the other party calling himself the Lord of the Green Tide. Does the alien planet also have a green tide? Your life structure is just similar to cyanobacteria, not real cyanobacteria, Chi Xuan said. Afraid? If the other party really had the strength, he would not have used a clone to fool him, but would have come directly to kill him with his real body. Okay, Lord Green Tide, what do you want? Chi Xuan asked. Get out of my placenta, I'm about to be born, and you, as a third-level life form, have crossed the line. The other party's tone was very arrogant. When Chi Xuan heard this, he realized that the depleted planet he was on was not a big force. There are more powerful beings in the universe. As for what level the third-level life form is at, Chi Xuan is not clear. But it doesn't matter, Chi Xuan doesn't care about these things. It will take another month. If you can wait, wait. If you can't wait, let's start fighting, Chi Xuan said casually. 1 month? What do you want to do? The Green Tide Lord's tone was full of dissatisfaction and confusion. It's none of your business. I think you are just worrying about nothing. I was thinking of leaving after a while, but now I teach you what respect and hierarchy mean. You dare to do this to me before you are born. What will happen when you are born? Chi Xuan said disdainfully, and then grabbed the clone of the Green Tide Lord and stuffed it into the smelting furnace in an instant. When it entered the smelting furnace, it became quiet all of a sudden. Is the fuel so abundant? 1 clone can increase the armor value by 0.1 after burning. Chi Xuan was also shocked. This means that only 30 clones are needed to make Tai Sui God evolve again. Then if I catch the Green Tide Lord and burn him all. At this moment, Chi Xuan couldn't control his greed. The temptation was too great, especially since the other party hadn't hatched yet. It was a godsend. Fortunately, he was rational, and his greedy thoughts were quickly suppressed. For no other reason, it was because the protagonist of the survivor, Su Huayun, was in his hands. If he was attracted to him now, it would mean that he would be misled. It was such a coincidence, and Chi Xuan really couldn't believe that it was not for saving this protagonist. So in the remaining 12 days, Chi Xuan had to complete the research on ghost refining within 10 days. As for Su Huayun's ability to recall death, Chi Xuan coveted it, but he clearly understood that it was not something he could get. Instead of wasting time, it is better to choose other directions. After the ghost refining is completed, it means that the high-speed growth in Chi Xuan's protagonist halo is completely activated. If nothing unexpected happens, the ghost soul seed will grow into a complete ghost within 24 hours, and the follow-up will be simple. Then, it is to take advantage of the gap before the world will of the ghost world comes, and see if you can get some fuel from the Green Tide Lord. The rest depends on how many times the Doomsday Game can withstand the big punch of the world will before running away. As for Su Huayun, we have to wait until the formation is completed before killing him. The explosion is real, Chi Xuan has deduced it. The whole planet will be blown to powder. The Green Tide Lord will probably die. If I don't fall for it, will the Green Tide Lord be very angry and hatch early? Chi Xuan actually guessed the growth path of the protagonist Su Huayun if the Doomsday Game did not come. It's nothing more than letting the Green Tide Lord become a stepping stone, and then he will enter the universe and become one of the strongest in the universe after a hard struggle. The heroine may exist, but she is probably not on this planet. So Chi Xuan could only give up with tears. The universe is too big for him to explore. However, the Doomsday Game came first, and Chi Xuan came later. These two bad guys directly deviated from the original trajectory. Deep in the center of the Earth, the magma is filled with a large amount of blue algae, and there is a human figure in the center, a humanoid structure. It looks blurry, as if it has not yet fully developed, but its body lines are very in line with the exquisite aesthetics of human beings. How can a third-level life form come to this planet? Is it a running dog of the Grox Empire? No, it's impossible. I have fled to the barren planet at the edge of the universe. They can't find me at all. When the Green Tide Lord thought of the Grox Empire, fear emerged, and the feminine characteristics made it look more like a human. Because the planet it parasitized was too barren, it needed to drain the entire planet and the entire civilization to hatch itself. Its race is highly evolved, and it has a lot of inherited knowledge in its genes. Therefore, it knows why it is the only one left in its race, and even has the scene of its mother planet being destroyed in its memory. However, even so, it only lasted 2 more seconds when facing the Grox Empire. The technology of the Grox Empire is the most powerful in the entire universe. As for why they want to destroy them, it is because they are suspected of having traces of a cosmic treasure. No, it must be hatched as soon as possible, and then the monster must be killed. It doesn't matter if it is premature, it can be supplemented later. Otherwise, if the other party is really a running dog of the Grox Empire, I will be in danger. Although the Grox Empire may not remember it, after all, there are countless races and planets destroyed by this group of lunatics in the universe. People may have forgotten it long ago, but it is impossible for it to risk its own life. Chapter 391. Truth and lies are the core, with deception as the auxiliary. It forms a stable triangle, but this triangle still has some problems. Chi Xuan dissected Su Huayun. Now his research on him has been extremely in-depth, and his ghost for fighting technique is almost perfect. This is naturally thanks to the various data and samples provided by the survivor protagonist, otherwise it would not be so easy for him to succeed. However, it also caused a lot of trouble for Chi Xuan during this period, and there were rebellions and assassinations from time to time. The reason was due to Chi Xuan's violent rule, but its core goal was nothing more than to create chaos and rescue Su Huayun. The idea is good, but it is not very good to implement. However, many people come, so many die, and Chi Xuan can't be shaken at all. The protagonist's halo is indeed strong. Even if such bloody means are used to suppress, there will still be people who rise up. Fortunately, it did not affect the construction of the formation diagram, otherwise Chi Xuan would directly choose to start the massacre mode. Play is play, don't joke with his interests. He doesn't care whether the survivors are rebels or assassins, at most they can get a seat in the furnace. But if his fundamental interests are touched, he will fight to the death. Language ghosts and text ghosts are more suitable, and bewitching is more like the same category of lies, or the lower level of language. Chi Xuan muttered. The containment structure is cross-shaped, and has mutual checks and balances. If cooperation is not considered, ghosts don't have so many requirements, but Su Huayun is the protagonist. So they must complement each other, but I forced him so hard that he hastily chose the bewitching ghost. Unfortunately, I don't know the specific situation of his innate ability. Chi Xuan had tortured him before, but he was the protagonist, and he was so stubborn that Chi Xuan suspected that he would not be able to make trouble even if he died. In the end, he really couldn't torture him, so he gave up. He had no way to get any effective information from the other party. Okay, it's not much use. I wait until the formation diagram is completed before killing you, Chi Xuan said, injecting a large amount of anesthetic drugs into Su Huayun. And through various suppression methods, his physiological functions were reduced to the extreme. At the same time, a large amount of yang energy structure formed a blocking device to control all the ghosts in his body. Even if he could wake up, he would no longer have extraordinary abilities. He was then thrown into the subspace pocket by Chi Xuan. This is also a kind of insurance. Even if he wakes up, he will be noticed at the first time. At the same time, the pocket is not suitable for normal life forms to survive. Su Huayun has controlled ghosts, but he is still a human being. He looks like a human being, so how can he not be counted? There are few protagonists like him who give up their human identity or even human form. Most of them will value their human identity. Chi Xuan can only say that he also wants this kind of treatment. Unfortunately, his protagonist halo is not so invincible. There is only one last bit of twin ghost for fighting technique left. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be done today. Chi Xuan compared the data in his mind and came to a conclusion. The so-called twin ghost refining technique is a new technique formed by Chi Xuan based on his own technique 7 elements refining technique, adding ghost control techniques, divine will, etc. It can further enhance his strength. How much is it enhanced? Excluding the power gained after refining the ghosts, it can probably increase his basic attributes by 1 point. However, because the attribute panel of the Doomsday game is garbled, he is not very clear about the data. But one thing can be confirmed, that is, his 1 point of strength is exponentially improved, and the specifics will have to wait until he refines the ghosts to know. Refining ghosts is the process of cultivation. There is no 1 or 2 levels. As long as the ghosts are completely refined, the practice is complete. There is the latest situation, you need to check it. The intelligent brain suddenly spoke and gave Qi Xuan a reminder. Qi Xuan opened the report sent by the intelligent brain, and the satellite projection detected that a strong earthquake source was spreading. Through tracking and exploration, the tracking determined that the earthquake source came from underground. So the Green Tide Lord is about to hatch? No, it's only been a short time. Qi Xuan seriously suspected that it was to save the protagonist. It was agreed to be a month, but now, it's only been 9 days. How can it hatch? This is normal. When Qi Xuan was in the deep world and had the home advantage, Blood Moon might have to come to rescue him. The possibility is very high. You may need to prepare as soon as possible. The Green Tide Lord is 90% likely to be a high-energy life form. Your chance of winning is very high before hatching. Once hatched, you may have to rely on the protagonist halo. The intelligent brain does not believe that Qi Xuan will lose, but as long as the protagonist halo is used, it means that Qi Xuan has to do it himself. Qi Xuan is definitely no match for this blue algae from outer space in terms of combat. I would like to prepare, but it's too late. But this is most likely a chance. How can the Ghost Soul Seed develop in a short time? It probably depends on the blue algae lord. The high-speed growth in the protagonist's halo can be linked with strong luck. Since Qi Xuan's twin ghost refining technique is about to be completed, it means that the efficiency of high-speed growth is about to be maximized. Otherwise, Qi Xuan could not think of anything else in this depleted planet that can make the Ghost Soul Seed, a regular thing, grow rapidly. Qi Xuan had just finished speaking when he felt a slight vibration coming. Because the distance is too far, it will naturally attenuate. Although the Green Tide Lord is in the center of the Earth, he used some technology to release the vertex positioning. Turn the satellite over and see what's going on. Qi Xuan commanded the intelligent brain to control the satellite subbody to broadcast the picture. Soon, the energy release point was found. A large number of alien blue algae gushed out from the ground. The huge energy burst filled these alien blue algae with high concentration energy reactions. After landing, these alien blue algae began to divide and reproduce, and began to spread from the release point at a very fast speed. At first glance, it looked like a large snot that could spread. It has such strong energy-eating ability, and it also has a stronger spread ability. From the data trend, the Green Tide Lord is not going to hatch, but to be born, and is now preparing a delivery room for himself. Qi Xuan predicted the Green Tide Lord's thoughts through visual observation and satellite data. Intelligent brain, send a floating gun over and try to attack. Qi Xuan said directly. This is just to kill him while he is weak. Could it be that he will really watch the Green Tide Lord being born on the depleted planet? Then he will definitely be the one who loses in the end. You are indeed very far-sighted, but you ignored the speed of the floating gun. Without the Tai Sui God as the main body to carry it, the speed of the floating gun cannot reach in a short time. The floating gun has a great advantage in short-distance flight and instant acceleration. After all, it is a weapon. But if the floating gun can fly farther, it will be too difficult for it to be such a cannon. You can attack with the intercontinental missile in the strategic missile weapon system, and the effect will be far better than the floating gun. It's a good idea, but it's not cost-effective. Qi Xuan refused. There are still 3 days left before the arrival of the will of the Ghost World, and the Green Tide Lord cannot be born today. The earliest will be tomorrow. So he only has 2 days to face the Green Tide Lord, and this is still the maximum estimate. In order to test, the intercontinental missile was used, so what should he do in the next Doomsday World? This is not necessary. What's more, he was thinking about using the Green Tide Lord as fuel. How could he directly use an intercontinental missile? Pay close attention to the situation of the Green Tide Lord. Then give me the highest concentration of Death Potion. I want to speed up the improvement of the last part of Twin Ghost refining technique. Qi Xuan said. If we talk about things that have not been eliminated from the deep world to the present, apart from the deep virus, the Death Potion is the most durable. After all, it is used as a potion for enhancing learning, research, etc., and the raw materials are his own, so there will be no dilemma of leaving the world without raw materials. This is why the Death Potion has been with Qi Xuan until now. Unfortunately, because Qi Xuan's strength increased too quickly, the effect and side effects of the Death Potion decreased a lot, and it no longer needed to watch ads frequently to revive like before. Fortunately, the decrease did not mean failure, and this was because the percentage of comparison was reduced. The actual effect was many times stronger than before. Squeeze all the vitality of the entire planet, and I will be born in 2 days at most. The body of the Green Tide Lord is gradually becoming more detailed, no longer just a delicate outer contour as before. But what is this third-level lifeform doing? Why did the humans who control an entire planet build such a strange structure? It didn't quite understand. At first, it thought it was some kind of large weapon used to snipe it. But as the construction progressed, it found that it was not a weapon or an energy device at all. Instead, it was something it couldn't understand at all. Therefore, its sense of urgency became more and more serious. It's okay to know, so it can respond in advance. However, it is impossible to understand it now. The other party cannot be deliberately mysterious, so the biggest possibility is that the technology level is too high. Even its race does not have relevant knowledge. This prompted it to prepare a delivery room for itself in advance, so that it could be born as soon as possible. The unknown is the source of fear, especially since it cannot suppress the other party through firepower. According to calculations, it seems that the construction has reached the end, and it should be in time. 2 days of rotation are too long. Tomorrow. The Green Tide Lord changed his mind temporarily. It must not be delayed any longer. If it really waits until the day after tomorrow, it may be too late. It must be one step faster than this strange building to protect itself from subsequent disasters. It does not want to put its life in the hands of others, and bet that the strange building is not designed to deal with it. Chapter 392. The next day, Chi Suan practiced the twin ghost refining technique, combining the deep yang energy with the feast energy, which made his strength slightly stronger. Success. Now everything is ready, just waiting for the east wind, waiting for the ghost soul seed to develop into a real ghost. It's just a matter of opportunity. Chi Suan's eyes fell on the expanding alien blue algae group on the satellite map, which was his opportunity. He had mastered the magic skill, and he just needed this fuel. Intelligent brain, let's go. Since Chi Suan was ready, he took action directly. However, before waiting for the Tai Sui god to act, the satellite subbody detected that a huge amount of energy reaction at the center of the Earth began to erupt. At the same time, the limited time event of the New World Pass of the Doomsday Game was also launched. Limited time event Geocentric Parasite. Goal: survive for 7 days. Reward: New World Pass. It seems that Doomsday Game is not aware of the effect of the formation map given to me by the world will. So it doesn't know that the greater crisis will come from 2 days later, but instead determines the birth of the Green Tide Lord as the biggest crisis for the survivors. From this point of view, the world will of Doomsday Game and the world will of the Ghost World are very different. If the goal is to survive for 2 or 3 days, it can still be understood, but 7 days means that Doomsday Game can't see the effect of the formation map at all. As for not knowing? Isn't this nonsense? Chi Suan has enslaved the survivors to work for him. How could he not know? It's just that he can't understand it. Just like Chi Suan, he doesn't know the principle and effect of the formation map, so he ignores it. It disrupted my plan. Intelligent brain, stabilize the situation first. Chi Suan spoke directly. The limited time event rewarded the New World Pass, which naturally caused an uproar among the survivors. After all, the survivors were happy to be able to leave this damn depleted planet. Then, someone noticed a problem. That is, Chi Suan, the Emperor, is still alive. Even if they go to the New World, they will be enslaved by him. Not to mention that they are about to leave, so there is no need to build this big building. As soon as they thought about it, chaos began to spread. Chi Suan naturally judged it at the first time. Therefore, there are only 2 choices before him. The first is to quell the rebellion, and let the survivors continue to work for him honestly. As long as the killing is fierce enough, they will always be afraid. As for no one being afraid after killing them all, then Chi Suan can only build it himself. But the consequence of doing so would be that he would miss the birth of the Green Tide Lord. When they meet again, even if it is premature, he will have strong strength, not to mention that he will have time to recover. The second option is to give up quelling the rebellion and choose to find the Green Tide Lord while he is weak. However, even if he is weak, it is not easy for Chi Suan to defeat him except by using intercontinental missiles and floating guns. This delay may cause the entire array project to fail. If they are going to kill you, you naturally have to find a way to establish your authority, and these strange buildings that represent oppression are very suitable. And you still want to build it within 7 days? This is simply unrealistic. Therefore, Chi Suan will lose the opportunity to attack Doomsday Game by bringing in the wolf and killing him with a borrowed knife. Compared with the latter, Chi Suan values the former more. After the Green Tide Lord is gone, he will have other opportunities in the future, but the opportunity to let Doomsday Game be beaten up is only this time. If he misses it again, there will be no chance. As for Doomsday Game being beaten to death, then he will be free. When the Green Tide Lord called him a third-level life, he knew that the universe where the depleted planet is located is not small at all. Maybe he can inherit some of Doomsday Game's legacy. Of course, it is also possible that he will be killed together, but things have come to this point, and there is no need to be timid. He believes in his enhanced +10 protagonist aura. The main reason is that he can't resist. Unless he is willing to let his indenture remain in the hands of Doomsday Game, it doesn't matter. It is precisely because he is unwilling that he has to seek the skin of the tiger. Planning in progress. The intelligent brain responds immediately, and Tai Sui God takes action immediately. All the floating guns were combined, and all kinds of missiles except intercontinental missiles in the strategic missile weapon system were launched. As long as there is a place where rebellion is breeding, no matter what the reason is, no matter how many people are involved, they will die first. For Chi Suiyan and the intelligent brain, there are a lot of survivors who want to survive. If this chaos cannot be suppressed in time, the follow-up will be more troublesome. So there can be no contempt. To a certain extent, this incident is more deterrent and difficult than the birth of the Green Tide Lord. The floating gun began to launch the light column version of the psionic ray at the top. With satellite guidance, there is no need to worry about the hit rate at all. This is just the beginning. This method can be used in areas with less rebellion. However, Chi Suiyan will have to go there in person to areas where resistance organizations have been formed in secret. The intelligent computer has long designated a range area to store these resistance organizations. The reason why they did not choose to kill them all is because they did not take action and work seriously. If they do not take actual action and work according to the rules and regulations, it would be a pity to kill them as labor. As for the real uprising, they are all arranged in the same area, so they can just do it directly. The time has come, everyone, follow me, the leader of the resistance organization shouted. Before the responders had time to support him, Chi Suiyan appeared behind this person, like a ghost, and broke his neck. This made the voice that was about to shout out stuck in the throat, and there was silence for a while. They did not expect Chi Suiyan to come so quickly. And he came here specially. He never showed up on weekdays unless there was a problem with the project. Go back to work. After the construction is completed, you can do whatever you want. I won't care. But now, if anyone dares to ruin my work, I will kill him. Chi Suiyan's tone was cold. Killing all the laborers would be a big loss. Otherwise, Chi Suiyan would not have killed the leader as a warning to others. He is only one person we have. Some people were unwilling to accept this, and hid in the crowd to instigate others to take action. As a result, before they could finish their words, they were pulled out of the crowd by Chi Suiyan, and then their heads were torn off. They were dead as hell. You can add fuel to the fire, but you can't affect the work. If I see any problems with the project again, no one will survive. Chi Suiyan warned directly. After establishing his authority, the rest was much easier. Everyone was silent. No one dared to speak, and all lowered their heads. It was indeed cowardly for so many people to be threatened by one person, but if this person not only had a strong individual power, but also mastered various high technologies, it would be different. Chi Suiyan glanced at them, and said directly, "What are you still standing there for? Get moving and work." As soon as these words came out, everyone immediately scattered. After dealing with this area, Chi Suiyan immediately rushed to the next location to quell the rebellion. Without power, there is no burden, but at the same time, everything must be done by oneself. This is a combination of advantages and disadvantages. It's not like Chi Suiyan has never established a power before. Didn't he become the king of peace in the spiritual root world? Later, because he disliked the trouble, the entire force was stuffed into the smelting furnace as fuel by him, which was so refreshing. If there is a chance in the future, Chi Suiyan will definitely come again. After all, this thing is really useful. Not only can it make money, but it can also make the best use of it. Tai Sui God quickly passed by and quelled one rebellious area after another. With his actions, Chi Suiyan's crazy behavior began to spread in the survivors chat channel. Many rebellious areas quickly calmed down because of fear, and the previous missile strikes started to continue working honestly. There are also those who would rather die than surrender, and there are quite a lot of them. Seeing this, Chi Suiyan could only meet their demands. Chi Suiyan didn't have that much time to deal with the aftermath. Those who were willing to work continued as usual. Chi Suiyan would kill those who were not afraid of being killed. Doing so would indeed result in a loss of labor, but if he didn't kill them, the loss would be even greater. The whole process lasted for nearly a day before Chi Suiyan finished. During this process, He had also been paying attention to the situation of the Green Tide Lord. Just 3 hours ago, the Green Tide Lord had been born successfully. However, the other party fell into weakness and did not act immediately, but occupied an area of the depleted planet through the alien cyanobacteria group. Then, through the alien cyanobacteria group, he began to further extract the remaining resources of the depleted planet, so as to end his weak period caused by premature birth as soon as possible. By now, the other party's weak period is almost over. According to the data, Chi Suiyan will be able to recover before he arrives. However, premature birth is premature birth after all, and it is not as long as the normal gestation period. The Green Tide Lord is estimated to have only about 1/10 of his strength. The remaining 9/10 not only need time to recover, but also need sufficient resources. Intelligent brain, go find the Green Tide Lord. Chi Suiyan didn't care what the other party was like, and he would use the psionic storm of the floating cannon to blast him first. If nothing unexpected happens, the other party will definitely not let him go, so it's better to strike first to avoid suffering later. Catch it off guard and make a big profit directly. It is recommended that you use a conservative strategy. The Green Tide Lord is very likely to launch an attack on the formation building. Chi Suiyan felt a little regretful when he heard what the intelligent brain said, but he soon understood why. It is impossible for him to make such a big move without planning. For example, the Green Tide Lord is targeting its arrangements no matter how you look at it, so in order to avoid being targeted, it is reasonable to destroy the advantages of his arrangements before killing Chi Suiyan. It is possible, but don't worry too much. After all, Su Huayun is in my hands. With such a large hatred attractor, there is no need to worry that the Green Tide Lord will divert attention. Chapter 393. In the middle of countless alien cyanobacteria, a young woman with a look that fits human aesthetics squeezed the last bit of resources from the depleted planet. At this point, the entire planet fell into a dead silence. Perhaps there were still a few leftovers, but it was no longer worth it to continue. The emerald green robe on his body was very close to his body, and his eyes suddenly looked not far away. It could sense that danger was approaching. He stretched out his hand suddenly and blocked the violent fist that came in an instant. If this punch really hit it, with this kind of force, it would definitely make its cheeks concave. It looks like a human, but it's not a human. Chi Suiyan retracted his fist, and the deep virus formed a field, and all the wriggling alien cyanobacteria died, clearing a blank area for him. He looked at the Green Tide Lord, and he was also complaining in his heart. It is clearly an alien life form, and it is also suspected to be algae. How can it grow into a human appearance, and it fits the human aesthetic so well? What is exquisite, protruding and curved, quite beautiful. He really has never seen the Green Tide Lord, and originally thought it was a piece of slime snot. Therefore, a thought flashed through Chi Suiyan's mind. Could it be the heroine? Thinking of this, Chi Suiyan was very excited and wanted to kill the other party even more. He hasn't met the heroine for a long time, and every time he only gets a part of the protagonist's halo, which is a big loss. The Green Tide Lord also noticed Chi Suiyan's excitement, and his eyes showed disgust. Obviously, it misunderstood Chi Suiyan's true thoughts. Chi Suiyan didn't think about having any reproductive exchanges with the Green Tide Lord at all. He just wanted to send the Green Tide Lord into the private room of the smelting furnace as fuel. I gave you a chance, but you didn't leave, and you kept thinking about it. The Green Tide Lord spoke. The voice was very pleasant. If it was someone else, they might be so fascinated that they couldn't stand up straight. But Chi Suiyan was different. He thought that such a pleasant voice was the use of some enchanting ability, so he regarded it as a precursor to attack. So he launched the attack without hesitation, and while the other party was talking, he rushed forward and then used the Rising Dragon Fist. His behavior really caught the Green Tide Lord off guard. He was directly hit by the Rising Dragon Fist and flew backwards. At the same time, because it was still talking, half of its tongue was bitten off and fell out. Chi Suiyan was quick-witted and grabbed the other party's tongue. Originally, he was thinking of putting it in the smelting furnace as fuel. However, the ghost soul in the deep yang energy suddenly moved, and Chi Suiyan's hand stopped. The next step was simple. He swallowed it in one gulp. When chewing it in his mouth, it was like eating seaweed. Before he could swallow it, a stream of pure energy began to spread out, similar to vitality, with nourishing, warming, strengthening, and other effects. Chi Suiyan directly guided it into the deep yang energy, which was immediately transformed into the food for the ghost soul seed, which immediately improved its growth progress. Eat about 2/3 of it, and the ghost will be able to complete its development. The remaining 1/3 can be used for research. I'm simply a good housekeeper. Chi Suiyan looked at the Green Tide Lord, who had not yet climbed up after falling to the ground, and was ready to charge and trample. As for how to eat it after stepping on it, as the saying goes, if it's not clean, you won't get sick. However, after the Green Tide Lord was hit by a punch, he could see clearly that Chi Xuan was really insidious, and he hurried to respond immediately. Bang! The trampling failed, but the charge was successful. The Green Tide Lord and his sternum were smashed by Chi Xuan, and the whole person flew backwards again. Chi Xuan could clearly see that a large amount of internal organs were vomited out. Can't waste it. Chi Xuan stretched out his hand and grabbed them all. The skin moved and swallowed it, turning it into energy to guide the deep yang energy for it to transform. How could it be possible for a mere third-level life? With the experience of the last time, the Green Tide Lord climbed up faster. He was still cursing Chi Xuan, but before he finished speaking, he was hit by Chi Xuan's crotch kick as soon as he climbed up. The Green Tide Lord's face turned green. The gender it presented to the outside world was indeed female, and its structure was also very close to that of humans, so Chi Xuan's move was considered a critical hit. Its whole body was bent like a big shrimp, and Chi Xuan took advantage of the situation to grab its head and smash it down, while kneeing it up. After a set of smooth combos, its entire face was sunken. Chi Xuan then kicked the opponent's abdomen with a big kick, and immediately kicked it out. It was not that Chi Xuan had to do this, but because the opponent was beaten crazy and no longer maintained a human form. A large amount of blue algae spread out from the sunken face. That's right, why limit yourself to a human appearance? You are a large number of alien blue algae aggregates. Why do you have to choose a human appearance? Chi Xuan shook the alien blue algae in his hand, and said with a smile. The Green Tide Lord landed on the ground, staggered for a few steps, and then stabilized his body. However, now, he no longer looked like a human, and only his original form could be vaguely seen. You are definitely not an ordinary third-level life form. In the universe you can. The Green Tide Lord continued to complain, but Chi Xuan did not indulge him, and his fists were merciless. This time Chi Xuan used polymorphic energy, and he had no power to resist under the big handprint, and was crushed on the spot. However, countless blue algae overflowed from the big handprint, and instead of gathering, they turned into a tide and surged towards Chi Xuan. If it weren't for the fiber worms and flies as reinforcement materials, it would be uncertain who would eat whom. Chi Xuan expressed regret for this, but the blue algae tide could not get close to Chi Xuan. Although Chi Xuan looks like a human now, he is actually not a human at all, but an energy-type virus-type humanoid creature. If he didn't control his deep virus, he would be nothing more than a moving human disaster. Since you're here, don't leave. Chi Xuan's body began to swell, turning into countless wriggling virus creatures, forming a huge flesh and blood sky curtain, trapping all the blue algae tides. A terrifying chewing sound was heard, and the trapped blue algae tides all became Chi Xuan's food. However, because the blue algae tides were too large, not all of them were caught, only about 1/3 of them. The rest fled in a hurry after realizing Chi Xuan's intention to eat him. Damn it, you are definitely not a level 3 life form. In a panic, the Green Tide Lord returned to his human appearance, but his face was extremely pale. Just now, it lost 1/3 of its strength, and is still being chewed by Chi Xuan's huge body. At this time, it has already seen that it has fallen behind. At the beginning, it should not have fought head-on with the opponent, but should have played to its racial advantages. First let the entire depleted planet become its territory, and then crush it through the home advantage. This is the strategy it should implement. Instead of just being born and just passing through the weak period, it is fighting with the existence in front of it that is not a normal life form. Although it was not considered, it is also normal. After all, it was only born for 1 day. Even if it has racial heritage, it has to practice to fully play it out. The brain says it can, but the hands don't. It is precisely because of this reason that the Green Tide Lord's advantage has not been brought into play and was hammered by Chi Xuan. Now that I think of it, the situation has changed. So the best way is to escape first, otherwise it will be eaten by Chi Xuan sooner or later. Now that he had made up his mind, the Green Tide Lord naturally turned around and ran away. Not only did he run away by himself, but he also controlled all the alien blue algae groups under his control to form obstacles to prevent Chi Xuan from catching up. But Chi Xuan was not blind, so how could he not see such an obvious intention? Hee, let's see where you can escape. Chi Xuan laughed viciously, and his huge body rolled over the Green Tide Lord. All the alien blue algae groups he passed by were sucked into his body and chewed up. Although he was big, his speed was not slow at all. Damn it. The Green Tide Lord looked at the twisted flesh monster chasing behind him with hatred. If he didn't find a way to deal with it, he would definitely be eaten. He gritted his teeth for the last time, and his body began to split, from one person to two people. Both of them were the original body, and they fled in two directions. As long as one of it successfully survived Chi Xuan's bloody mouth, it would be able to lie dormant and regenerate. Seeing this, Chi Xuan also wanted to split, but unfortunately, he didn't have the ability, so he could only choose a Green Tide Lord and chase him directly. The other Green Tide Lord, who successfully escaped with his life, was so angry in his heart. Only 1/3 of himself was left, and it would take hundreds of years for him to recover. I can't stay on this planet. I don't have any advantages. The Green Tide Lord's eyes fell on the moon in the sky. This satellite orbiting the exhausted planet still has some resources. If he can occupy it, it will be very suitable whether it is a springboard to enter the universe or to get rid of Chi Xuan. Especially the latter. If it can eat Chi Xuan in turn, it will definitely make up for its own innate deficiency. The idea is good, but the other party's appearance is not so easy to eat, and it may grow out of its body if eaten. We have to find the space capsule that brought me to this planet. Otherwise, in my state, there is no way to enter the universe. If it was a complete Green Tide Lord, there would be no need to worry, but now it is not possible. There is no way to make it successfully cross the entire moon. Fortunately, the distance is not far, and it is still in time to rush over. The Green Tide Lord sensed the location, and then increased the speed of movement. It sacrificed 2/3 of itself to get rid of Chi Xuan, and it didn't want to give up all its efforts. Chapter 394. Chi Xuan slowly recovered into a human form. There were too many undigested Green Tide Lords in his body, which looked a little swollen. And his skin would wriggle, bulge, and dent from time to time, because the remaining activity instinctively wanted to break free from Chi Xuan's body. The origin of the Green Tide Lord was indeed unusual. As long as there was an alien blue algae alive, the other party could survive through this alien blue algae. It was probably similar to the ability to be reborn by dripping blood. But after entering Chi Xuan's body, it was just food, but it was a little harder to chew. The remaining 1/3 ran away, and the speed was really fast. Chi Xuan tracked through satellites and reconnaissance networks, but failed to find the corresponding traces. It would take some time to find the other party again. Half of the goal has been achieved. Chi Xuan felt the ghost soul seed rising step by step under the continuous irrigation of the deep yang energy. Soon it had the shape of a ghost. When he digests all the Green Tide Lords, the ghost will be completely formed. As for the remaining half, he killed the Green Tide Lord to obtain the protagonist's aura, and used it as fuel. It's a pity that he ran away. But it's okay. Unless the other party doesn't make trouble, if he dares to show up, there will definitely be traces. It won't be too late for Chi Xuan to kill him then. It should be completely digested within today. It will take about 10 minutes to refine this ghost, and complete the twin ghost refining technique. When my strength is improved, I will install the ghost into the controllable rule-containing structure module. Even if it is a complete Green Tide Lord, it will have to go into the smelting furnace and serve as fuel. Chi Xuan still has some confidence. He can't do anything about the Doomsday Game, can't beat the World Will, and can't beat you, a premature alien creature? Let's go back first, and you should increase monitoring. Chi Xuan handed over the follow-up matters to the intelligent computer. He naturally found a safe place to digest it peacefully. After returning to the safe house, Chi Xuan manually controlled his digestive system, while reading the skill of poisoning in detail. Poisoning is not difficult. It is essentially to release and attach the toxin. Chi Xuan muttered. After all, it was just basic knowledge. In addition, he had a complete knowledge system, and combined it with his own energy technology of the deep element enchanting magic. Even if he had never been exposed to the corresponding system, Chi Xuan estimated that he could complete the translation in about 3 days at most. It's just a bit useless. My deep elemental enchantment is more useful. Poisoning is just adding extra poison damage when attacking. For Chi Xuan, polymorphic energy can be completely transformed into poisonous elements through the enchantment array. Not only can it have the same effect, but the damage can be higher. Chi Xuan values the principle and effect of energy operation. Although these two things are somewhat equivalent to Western fantasy, they are not the product of the same world after all, so naturally they have different principles. Fortunately, it is not without any advantages. Poisoning is more inclined to the use and control of energy. The two are not essentially the same ability. This means that it can be stacked. The deep elemental enchantment is continuous output, while poisoning is energy endurance. The former will disappear if it is cut off, while the latter can exist as long as the energy stored in it is not used up, even if there is no energy replenishment. So if you look into it, it can be used as an energy storage technology. The original low-level poison element enchantment had similar technology, but it was eliminated by Qi Suiyan. The cost is too high, far inferior to the direct energy supply of Tai Sui God. On the contrary, the energy storage technology of poison quenching is far superior to the low-level poison element enchantment in technology. Optimization can also improve the deep virus enchantment. Qi Suiyan has always been learning from each other's strengths and weaknesses, using the strengths of various extraordinary systems as resources, stitching them into his own strengths, and forming an extraordinary system that belongs to him. This time is naturally the same. Small objects, great wisdom. The foundation is indeed the most important. Qi Suiyan understands that although poison quenching is only classified as ordinary quality in the Doomsday Game panel, and seemed useless at first glance, even the skill of Toxic Nova needs to use the ability of poison quenching as a construction foundation. Otherwise, why must poisoning be a prerequisite skill? In the pregame era of the Goblin world, the so-called datafication seems to need the support of the underlying operating logic. Otherwise, wouldn't it be enough to directly learn the Poison Nova without the so-called prerequisite? This should be the order, similar to gradual progress. Qi Suiyan guessed. He didn't have a clear understanding of the order mentioned by the world will of the Goblin world. But Qi Suiyan could be sure that the order the other party was talking about was definitely not something like laws and rules, but the existence of rules and concepts. He actually asked about the world will of the Ghost world, but the other party did not answer Qi Suiyan, so Qi Suiyan skipped the question. Those who are willing to speak will not have this attitude, and only those who cannot speak will not answer. Translation is indeed difficult. Qi Suiyan estimated that the translation of poison is indeed not much, and it really takes time. This is also thanks to the help of Tai Sui God with language, communication and other modules, which gives Qi Suiyan enough help in this regard. He does not let the intelligent brain work for him, but it does not mean that he will not use Tai Sui God's many modules as research assistants. Use the tools if you have them, there is no need to be pretentious. As for saying that using tools is using external objects, isn't this nonsense? Isn't the advantage of human beings wisdom and tools? Otherwise, how can human beings become the top of the food chain? If you really follow this meaning, then what clothes do you wear, and what houses do you live in? Aren't these also external objects? Qi Suiyan not only does not reject the use of various tools and external objects, but also likes them very much. He has always believed that gun skills are also methods and ballistics are also ways. If the protagonist Halo was not ineffective on Tai Sui, he would have let Tai Sui do the fighting for him. He is not a regular protagonist who can become stronger through fighting. He can break through the bottleneck by going through the great horror of life and death, or tempering his heart in the mortal world and going through various trials. Compared with this group of people who rely on evolution and mutation, Qi Suiyan relies on his own transformation. In his view, the so-called cultivation is the process of evolution, and gaining special abilities is a kind of directional mutation. He did it in one step, and directly omitted this process. Becoming stronger is nothing more than a different path to the same destination. Qi Suiyan is not one of those protagonists with lofty ideals or some stubborn ideas. He just wants to survive. As time passed, all the green tide lords in Qi Suiyan's body were eaten up by him, and all were transformed into deep yang qi and supplied to the ghost soul seeds, so that they could grow up. Normally, ghosts must be human-shaped, at least based on humans. After all, ghosts and humans are born together. However, the ghost in Qi Suiyan's hand is different. It is developed from soul seeds, and has not experienced the process of being born with humans. It has also been eroded, assimilated and guided by Qi Suiyan. Therefore, it is more like a lotus constructed by deep yang qi. One stem and two flowers, which can be said to be a symbol of the same heart, the same roots, the same blessings, and the same life. Qi Suiyan did not even look at the panel attributes of the twin ghosts, and directly started to operate the twin ghost refining technique to refine the twin ghosts. With the S-level talent devourer core as the core, it constantly devoured this deep yang qi lotus, and the twin ghosts naturally began to resist instinctively. However, the two modules of the wild natural disaster beast and the racial gestalt thinking on the body of Tai Sui God began to exert their strength. After all, the materials of the lotus of the twin ghosts include fey and fiber worms. The resistance was quickly disintegrated, and then more modules were added, such as the dragon and tiger mixed Yuanshin Jin, Shinwu Jade Vein Lotus, and a series of modules. The reason is very simple. Fei's predecessor is not only the will of God, but also the evil dragon and evil tiger as the will of martial arts. Qi Suiyan integrated and unified all his extraordinary into one, so one hair moved the whole body. All modules on the body of Tai Sui God will be triggered, But because of the associated intervals, they will not be triggered at the same time. At the end of the chain trigger, the controllable rule containment structure also took effect, and the module determined the rules that can be contained. However, because of Chi Suiyan's refining behavior, the intelligent brain forcibly shut down the containment behavior. The module is to contain the twin ghosts refined by Chi Suiyan. This cannot be wrong, because it represents the issue of sovereignty. After refining and then containing, Chi Suiyan's ability is to fuse with Tai Sui God. The reverse is different. It is Tai Sui God fusion with him. If it really comes to this, Chi Suiyan can just use the virus bloodline to colonize. Why bother so much? Extreme will, rapid growth, unyielding, resistance? Hold on. Chi Suiyan roared in a low voice. The effects he mentioned are all the effects related to the limit of the protagonist's own will after the halo is strengthened. Refining ghosts is much more difficult than controlling ghosts. Fortunately, Chi Suiyan has many plugins, otherwise he will definitely not be able to bear it. When a whole lotus was completely swallowed by the Devourer's core, Chi Suiyan took the next step without hesitation. Let his ability, the Deep Feast, merge with the Devourer's core. These two talents are derived from the Deep Virus, so they are naturally integrated directly. The reason for such a move is that he had already calculated before that the Devourer's core, fly, and fiberworm he invested alone were only enough to bear the refining process. After refining, there is no way to bear it. Therefore, there must be another backup. The SS level talent god ladder is definitely not good, so I can only choose the ability. Fortunately, there is no loss, but it is integrated. As the refining is completed, the talent is integrated, and a brand new talent appears on Chi Suiyan's panel. Special level directional talent Tai Sui of the year. Tip: the target of this talent is locked to the SSS level armored Tai Sui god. Note: activating this talent will permanently upgrade to SSS level, and cannot end the talent running state. Chapter 395. Good news, an S-level talent plus an S-level ability, as a strengthening material, directly synthesized into an SS-level talent. The bad news is that this SS-level talent is a one-time talent. The better news is that this talent can be used to get an SSS-level talent. This is really luck, and it can't be stopped. Chi Suiyan still has some knowledge of himself. With his current strength, he can only reach S-level at most. Going up, the SS-level talent divine ladder is all because of the Usui virus, which is purely the influence of the protagonist's halo. For example, this SS-level talent has the two words directional, otherwise it really can't be reached. As for being able to upgrade the level again, it is thanks to the quality of Tai Sui God. It is equivalent to borrowing light. Otherwise, Chi Suiyan may not be able to break through the level. The name of the talent also comes from Tai Sui God. But I also made my own efforts. If I hadn't installed so many modules to strengthen the connection for Tai Sui, it might not have been possible. Even the activation of this talent requires Tai Sui's controllable rule storage structure to accept it. Chi Suiyan looked at the data, and then directly activated the talent Tai Sui of the year. At the same time, Tai Sui began to accept it, and the two sides began to merge. The whole process did not have many obstacles, and Chi Suiyan easily merged. In this process, the controllable rule storage structure, which was originally empty, also emerged. SSS controllable rule storage structure, double lotus, this feeling is indeed different. Intelligent brain, we should be able to communicate with each other now. Chi Suiyan said, yes, congratulations, you have entered a new stage again. The intelligent brain emerged in an instant. Chi Suiyan stretched out his hand, and the polymorphic energy appeared in his hand, which could be controlled at will. He could feel the huge changes in his body. The Usui virus merged with Tai Sui Shin and formed a new life form. I thought it would mutate towards siliconization, but it didn't. Instead, it still maintained its original life structure. The basic attribute is at least 15 points. Before, I would die in just one move. Chi Suiyan said softly, and the whole person flew into the sky. My strength and Tai Sui Shin's versatility are combined with each other, which directly makes up for the shortcomings of both sides. He only has attributes, while Tai Sui Shin relies on modules. Flying is like an instinct that humans don't have, and the reconnaissance network is like the divine consciousness in the immortal novels. Artificial crystal vein alloy, sand dragon scale pattern shell, and other materials give me abilities similar to special physique. Jinwu jade vein lotus, Tying red blood dragon, and other extraordinary system modules allow me to fully use the corresponding extraordinary power. Chi Suiyan punched out, and the martial arts will, divine will and other spiritual powers gathered by the fiber worms turned into the fierce beast Fei, and appeared again. Shield modules, defense modules, etc. have all become body protection magical powers. With the increase of my own strength, I am terrible. I can even launch missiles with my body. Chi Suiyan said, and kicked out, and a missile in the force just pierced out. It's worthy of the change I've paid so much for. The Lord of Green Tide? He's nothing but a piece of shit. Chi Suiyan suddenly became inflated. He opened the attribute panel of Doomsday Game, and saw the newly acquired SSS level talent. SSS level talent. Tai Sui God on Earth. With this name, Doomsday Game is also a cultured person. Like the Lord of Heavenly Demons, he is really Tai Sui God on Earth. Then if my divine ladder is upgraded to SSS level, and I don't change it to the Lord of Heavenly Demons, wouldn't it be a lack of symmetry? Chi Suiyan found it very interesting. But he also knew that he was too far away from Wusong. Now after merging with Tai Sui God, he has restored his original appearance. With a sickly look, how could he be the appearance of Wusong, the heavenly injury star? His description is much stronger. But this is also a disguise, sickly, who knows that I will become stronger as I get sicker. Chi Suiyan forced a smile. After moving his body for a while, he was too strong and needed some time to adapt. This time he became stronger than he expected. It was a pity that he could not become an X-level talent, otherwise he would be stronger. Chi Suiyan guessed that Tai Sui God came from the Doomsday Game, so the upper limit was limited here. If he wants to reach the SSS level, he may need to improve his virus talent again and combine these two. The Devourer's core becomes a container, as a refining twin ghost, even if it is upgraded to the SSS level. Even in the human Tai Sui God, it will only make the fiber worm have growth potential in the end. Another growth trap. Fortunately, it can be upgraded with me, and can be combined with polymorphic ability and poisonous nova as the main means of attack in the future. On the contrary, his feast ability is used as a backup, and there is no loss. Think about it, this is already a fixed growth path, so after the quality is improved, the increase is also increased. The original S-level feast ability, when naked and without blessing, S-level is to increase the attributes of spirit and physique by 50%, which is a rare percentage ability that will not be eliminated. According to the original growth path estimate, the percentage of SS level can reach 100%, and SSS level is even stronger, directly 1000%. Yes, that is the current increase. It is equivalent to Chi Suiyan's additional attributes directly increased tenfold, and at the same time, Tai Sui God must be added. Think about it carefully, it is actually quite a loss. Let me improve it myself, and the ability to improve is not just a simple attribute, but also an additional effect. At least 2 effects are lost now. But there is no other way. You have to be willing to give up. Only by giving up can you gain. Chi Suiyan naturally wanted better, but he would suffer from indecision. Now he was thinking of delaying it, but what if he died tomorrow? Both the ghost world and the universe he was in were extremely dangerous places. Do you really think you are invincible? Not to mention the world will of the ghost world, there must be some powerful cosmic creatures, interstellar civilizations, etc. in this universe alone. The Green Tide Lord, an alien creature, can drain the resources of a planet, and before that, it was not even hatched. A mere alien creature has such strength. Chi Suiyan himself doesn't believe that there is no stronger existence. Perhaps there are terrifying strong men in the universe, who are comparable to the Deep God. After he captured Su Huayun, it is hard to say whether an alien strongman will suddenly fall from the sky and blow him up directly. There were indeed many shortcomings in the past, and I was only concerned with improving basic attributes. Chi Suiyan can see the differences in the whole world through satellites, communications, perception, reconnaissance and other modules. It is equivalent to having multiple visions, which is of great help to Chi Suiyan. By the way, Shinao, can you still control my body? Chi Suiyan asked. No longer able to control, can only control the fiber body, that is, the life form evolved from fiber worms. Because the fusion is mainly based on Chi Suiyan, she now naturally completely lost control of Chi Suiyan. Even if Chi Suiyan authorized Shinao, there is no way to control it. After all, it has been fused into Chi Suiyan's body. Thanks to Tai Sui God having the seal of the Deep Ruler, and the virus bloodline colonization device, otherwise Shinao is likely to be destroyed by the Deep Virus. Of course, it is precisely because of these 2 modules that Chi Suiyan's fusion was able to go so smoothly. What a pity. Chi Suiyan looked regretful, thinking that he could continue to let the intelligent brain play for him. Don't worry, although I can't control it, after I merge into your body, I can provide you with combat assistance such as prediction, fine-tuning, and prompts. At the same time, I can assist you in some instinctive operations, such as automatic cultivation. The speed, reaction, and strength problems caused by the low armor value of Tai Suiyan before were completely solved after merging into you. The aiming and firing rate of floating guns, missiles, etc. will be based on your strength. The armor value will be more inclined to the evolution level, except for part of your basic attributes. The intelligent brain gave a series of feedback. At the same time, Qi Xuan could actually feel the operation of the intelligent brain, and his brain could receive the entire working process and principle. It was equivalent to how the intelligent brain calculated and managed, and Qi Xuan could also receive it synchronously. In the past, Qi Xuan only asked questions, and then the intelligent brain gave answers. Now Qi Xuan can also see the process in the middle. Well, I know. If you can't get control of my body, then the module of Tai Sui God can still be used. Qi Xuan asked. The module authority still exists, but it depends on you. Release another satellite sub-body to closely monitor the planet. Find the trace of the Green Tide Lord. I'm going to kill it. Now that the magic power has been perfected, it is natural to kill the Green Tide Lord, who is suspected to be the heroine. Tomorrow, the formation diagram will be completed. If he doesn't kill it today, he is not sure whether the world will take a fancy to this heroine when the world will of the ghost world comes. Yes, start executing the command. The satellite sub-body began to go up to the sky. It seems that due to the fusion, many modules of Tai Sui have changed. When this satellite sub-body was launched, Qi Xuan also connected the perception, just like some kind of derivative of himself. Since you can control the module, why can't you control my body? Qi Xuan discovered this blind spot. I belong to Tai Sui's module, and Tai Sui is only a part of your SSS level talent, Tai Sui on Earth, not all. Therefore, I can only control the area that is also a part of the talent, and you are the owner of the talent. I can't affect your body beyond the talent. Just like the deep virus in your body builds your body, but it has no autonomy. You have absolute control. You are equivalent to an organ, which can affect my life, but cannot control my life. Qi Xuan quickly understood what the intelligent brain meant. Chapter 396. The Green Tide Lord salvaged a cabin made entirely of a special colloid from the deep sea. The cabin is not big, oval in shape, and the space inside can barely accommodate a normal person. It is also fortunate that it has lost 2/3 of its body, so it is no longer as tall as before, so it is still no problem to enter it. It is dead, but fortunately it is not damaged, so it is not a problem to carry me to the moon. After checking it, the Green Tide Lord was not very optimistic. This cabin was originally a living creature, a special nursery cabin spacecraft made by biotechnology. But after death, many functions disappeared, including the medical function that the Green Tide Lord needed. After all, it was injured, and the technology on the depleted planet was not enough to recover. On the contrary, the technology from its home planet can alleviate its own problems. It is damaged, but it has been expected anyway. The Green Tide Lord looked calm, and then manually opened the cabin and entered it. Because of the suffocation in the deep sea and the inevitable changes after death, a very foul smell was emitted from the inside. However, the Green Tide Lord seemed very calm. It was already so late. How could he be so hypocritical? According to the knowledge inherited by the race, it began to manually activate the dead cabin. The entire cabin was stimulated by electric current, and the originally dead life seemed to be reactivated. In fact, this was not reactivated, but similar to decomposition. The stench began to worsen, and the expression of the Green Tide Lord also changed slightly. Fortunately, like Qi Xuan, although it looked like a human, it was not a human. Therefore, facing this foul-smelling environment, it was not affected much. The skin began to breathe rhythmically, constantly purifying these abnormal gases. It itself is an alien blue algae organism, which has a certain ability to purify the environment. The current became more and more intense, and the cabin began to produce a roaring sound. The Green Tide Lord's operation speed became faster and faster. Through manual means, he quickly completed the biological data writing and restart. At the same time, after anchoring the coordinates of the moon, the cabin finally began to float. The damage is too great. The Green Tide Lord's expression was not very good. Too much time has passed, and the degree of damage to the cabin is beyond its imagination. Let alone flying to the moon, it is difficult to float for half an hour. In the end, it can only cut off its arm, and then use it as a repair material to integrate it into the cabin. With the addition of its own genes, the forced activation program was finally started by it. The cut arm slowly grew out, making its expression look better. Although the injury worsened, it was finally able to start. The overall speed is still too low. Can it really escape the monitoring of the third-level life form? Suddenly, the Green Tide Lord thought of this matter. If it was the cabin that brought it to this planet, it would definitely be enough. It can directly shuttle through the space channel. But now, This function has long been scrapped, so it can only rely on physical methods. Combined with the opponent's strength, it may not be able to catch up, but the opponent will definitely not lose it. It is not strong enough to survive in outer space for a long time, but others can. At that time, it will be chased to the moon directly, and I will still die. It would take time for me to grow and swallow up the entire moon. It is impossible to become stronger as soon as I arrive on the moon. On the contrary, I will become further weaker because I cannot adapt to the environment in a short time. So from the beginning, my plan had a huge flaw. Another thing is that even if I dodge, the opponent's strange building has been completed. If the Green Tide Lord finds that there is only one way in front of him, kill the third-level life form from the universe. Otherwise, I will have no chance of survival. The universe is not big, but I am trapped on this exhausted planet. The Green Tide Lord stopped the suspension of the cabin, and a trace of determination appeared in his eyes. The planet is the hotbed of my race. If I transform the cabin into combat armor, there is still a chance of victory. The successful transformation will not only further enhance its own strength, but also enhance its efficiency in squeezing the exhausted planet. Although the entire planet has only some leftovers left because of its birth, these leftovers are also very valuable to the Green Tide Lord. As long as he can change the environment of an area, he can have enough strength to deal with the enemy. And there is another resource that I haven't used. The Green Tide Lord's eyes fell on the life on this planet. Normally, they don't eat this kind of life, but feed on the planet. Not only is he not a vegetarian, he is not a carnivore either. I'm afraid he has an innate advantage in running for president. But now, he can't be picky about food. It's better to extract more nutrients than to die. There are many risks in doing so, such as being discovered by Chi Suan. After all, many people have been enslaved by Chi Suan, and this behavior is no less than exposing its whereabouts. There is only one chance, so choose an area with the most people, or find a way to guide enough people, and then immediately. And be quick, I'm afraid I don't have much time. After saying that, the entire cabin underwent a strange change, constantly integrating into its body, and then colloid emerged on the epidermis. The colloid began to solidify, and formed an object similar to the stratum corneum. A few minutes later, the figure of the Green Tide Lord disappeared completely, and turned into a green armored man. However, unlike Chi Suan's Tai Sui god, the other party looked more bloated. After all, it was transformed from a cabin, not originally a combat armor, so there would naturally be many problems. According to the life reaction, 300 miles north, the Green Tide Lord continued to operate this set of armor made from the dead biological cabin, and soon locked a position with a large number of life reactions. Unfortunately, the coverage is limited, otherwise the Green Tide Lord could explore further, and find a more suitable hunting point. Start the acceleration device. Instantly, the armor accelerated, and the bloated body burst out at a speed faster than itself. Before that third-level life form reacts, I may give more power. After confirming the initial data after wearing the combat armor, the Green Tide Lord had more ideas. The higher the starting point, the higher the value will naturally be after sufficient nutrients are available. The overall initial data was a bit unexpected, which gave it more ideas. We survived for 7 days, but we didn't see the geocentric parasite. Could it be the one controlling us? Zhong Jie complained. In the past, when resources were exhausted, although we had no hope of getting by, at least we didn't have to work so hard. Of course, he didn't know that the high intensity in the eyes of this group of people was just a regular workload in the normal world. It was only because they were malnourished that it became high intensity. If you don't have enough food and no nutrition, how can you have the strength to work? Therefore, many people died in the extremely heavy work for them. Who knows? Even if it is, what can we do? Consider surviving this period first. A worker next to him responded casually. No one knows whether he will fall ill when he wakes up tomorrow. At this time, being sick basically means death, and few people can survive. Even if you survive the illness, you will be forced to work again, which will seriously damage your vitality. You will die suddenly in 2 days. So for the survivors, this is undoubtedly a kind of despair. Before the limited time event, some people also thought about resisting, but a missile fell from the sky and exploded, and everyone became honest. Later, after learning about various matters from the chat channel, all the little thoughts disappeared. Yes, this is not something we should consider. Zhong Jie couldn't help but laugh at himself, and then said, the construction period should be completed soon. I just hope that what the other party said is true, and let us go free after it is completed. At this point, they had no other options. They couldn't resist, and they didn't want to die, so they could only muddle along. As he was talking, Zhong Jia suddenly noticed that there seemed to be a green glow in the distance that was getting bigger. "Look, is that a meteor?" he asked, pulling a coworker beside him. The coworker looked up in confusion and looked in the direction Zhong Jia pointed. "It's a meteor." The coworker nodded and responded, then suddenly realized, "Fuck, run." After saying that, he turned around and ran. The location of the meteor was obviously heading towards their area. If they ran slower, they would be crushed to death. Zhong Jia didn't realize it at first, but when he saw his coworker running away, he instinctively turned around and ran with him. Boom! Behind him, the meteor fell to the ground and turned into a huge monster. The next moment, he scratched his skin and felt itchy for no reason. It would have been better if he didn't scratch it, but he almost scared himself to death when he scratched it. He scratched off a whole piece of skin, which was bloody but not painful. Not only him, but also the worker running in front of him was in the same situation, and it was more serious than him, and a large piece of flesh was scratched off. He couldn't help swallowing his saliva, and recounted the incident in the chat channel as soon as possible. After sending it, he staggered and fell to the ground. It was not that he was tripped, but that the strength of his body seemed to be drained by something. Ugh! He instinctively retched and vomited a large ball of red and green blood from his mouth. The red was his blood, and the green seemed to be some kind of algae that had long been extinct. "What is this?" The retina was covered with a layer of green, and he collapsed to the ground powerlessly, and his body began to gradually decompose. In less than a minute, all the flesh, blood, bones, and internal organs of the whole person became a pool of constantly wriggling alien blue algae. Not only him, but everyone present encountered this kind of change. They didn't even know why this happened, and most of them died without knowing why. Chapter 397. Monitored, the intelligent brain gave Qi Xuan a reminder at the first time, and sent a report to Qi Xuan. After reading it, Qi Xuan smiled. "It seems that you can't hold it back anymore, which is expected." The report marked the deaths of survivors in several areas. Except for the Green Tide Lord, no one on this depleted planet can cause such a large number of casualties in a short period of time. Ghosts can't do it either, and there is logic in ghosts killing people. After all, they are rule-based life forms, and follow the rules. Even if they want to kill people, there will not be regional destruction, but large-scale deaths. There is still a difference between the two. The former will be concentrated in one place, and the latter is dispersed. Now the former has appeared, and the only one who can cause this damage, except Qi Xuan, is the Green Tide Lord. This is ready to burn the boats. Intelligent brain, adjust the satellite to lock it for me, Qi Xuan said. The Green Tide Lord can survive until now, thanks to Qi Xuan's adaptation to the surge of power. Otherwise, even if it can hide, where can it hide? Fei's figure emerged, and Qi Xuan turned over directly. After Tai Sui was fused by him into the SSS-level gifted human Tai Sui, the intelligent brain could not control it, so he could only fly by himself. But Qi Xuan was too lazy to fly, so he could only use Fei as a mount. After all, the intelligent brain can control Fei, and Qi Xuan can just sit on it. Fortunately, Qi Xuan used Fei at the beginning, otherwise it would be really difficult to deal with other dragons, phoenixes, etc. After all, Fei itself is a white-headed one-eyed cow. Cows certainly can't fly, but Fei is not a real cow, so flying is not a big problem. According to the data generated by the satellite, they led Qi Xuan to the position of the Green Tide Lord quickly. Because the module is no longer based on the armor value of Tai Sui God, but on Qi Xuan's strength, all modules become more powerful. Fei's flying speed is naturally far ahead of others. He arrived at the designated area at a very fast speed, and all he could see was an endless group of alien blue algae. In the center, a bloated green armored man just stood there. Boom! Fei did not stop, but stepped on his hoof and directly hit the Green Tide Lord. However, after obtaining combat armor and environmental support, the Green Tide Lord blocked Fei's charge. Equipment and environment have indeed made you a lot stronger, Qi Xuan said. What if he blocked Fei's charge? Fei's position is just a mount, and the gap in strength compared to Qi Xuan is too big. Ha, you can still laugh after entering my domain? The Green Tide Lord said coldly. You look like a middle-aged man who is about to die. Do you think it's still yesterday? Qi Xuan's face darkened, and he came to the Green Tide Lord in an instant, punching plainly. This punch pierced through the Green Tide Lord's head on the spot, and the combat armor was shattered. He can expose people's shortcomings because he is strong, but you, a weak chicken, dare to expose his shortcomings. Isn't this courting death? Qi Xuan is indeed middle-aged. He went straight to doctoral studies in the history of the ancient Dian kingdom, and after graduating with a doctorate, He worked in the Watching the Dawn company for several years. Later, someone reluctantly introduced a blind date, but before he could see it, the zombie crisis broke out. Therefore, Chi Xuan did not care about his appearance, so he looked like this. Impossible. How can you be so strong? After the Green Tide Lord recovered, he quickly recovered his injuries and armor with the advantage of the terrain. When he said this, he retreated a long way, with a look of collapse. It has only been a day. How can you become so strong? Not only did it not react to Chi Xuan's punch just now, it didn't even know how it was hit. There is no special power or skill, just the power brought by the extreme speed and strength. Nothing is impossible. Chi Xuan's voice came from behind the Green Tide Lord. He stretched out his hand and easily crushed the armor at the neck, penetrated into it, and grabbed the Green Tide Lord's neck from behind. Is it possible that only you are allowed to make progress, but I am not allowed to make progress as well? When Chi Xuan's voice fell, a huge force burst out directly. He broke the Green Tide Lord's neck on the spot, and forcibly pulled out the entire head. However, because the armor was too strong, when it was pulled out, the head had turned into a mess. The Green Tide Lord continued to absorb the alien blue algae all around to recover. And he forcibly escaped from Chi Xuan's grip through the space jump of his own biological armor. The whole process happened in a flash, under the blessing of the desire to survive. However, it was very difficult to break free. After all, Chi Xuan was not a nobody, so even if it successfully escaped, half of its body was left in Chi Xuan's hands. This half of the body suffered a lot, and was directly swallowed by Chi Xuan and directly entered the smelting furnace as fuel. At the same time, the Green Tide Lord now had only one idea in his mind, that is, to escape. It was no match for Chi Xuan at all. If it really stayed there, it would surely die. As for the fact that there was no way to escape, that was not something it should consider now. It couldn't just not do it, because there was not much success rate. Wouldn't it be suicide? Bang! As a result, it had just turned around when it was kicked back by Chi Xuan. Because it only had half of its body, it was kicked into a green blood mist on the spot, spreading throughout the area of the alien cyanobacteria. I will leave this planet immediately you let me go, the Green Tide Lord said after swallowing a large number of alien cyanobacteria, barely regaining his human form. As for the combat armor, it was naturally damaged. You are confused. If I kill you, everything will be mine, Chi Xuan said with great sorrow. This guy really doesn't understand anything. But it doesn't matter. Chi Xuan will let it know what it means to be sinister. Do you know? My home planet was destroyed, and my race was wiped out, leaving only me, the Green Tide Lord suddenly said. Chi Xuan's hand could not help but stop. He did not think that the Green Tide Lord was playing a pity game, but was threatening him. So you brought some kind of treasure that can attract a powerful civilization in the universe. Chi Xuan continued to speak along with the other party's words. It doesn't matter if you guess wrong, the other party will say it anyway. No, we didn't get it, we just suspected it. The Green Tide Lord showed a bitter smile on his face. In other words, you didn't get the treasure, but you can attract this cosmic civilization, Chi Xuan said. Yes, the infamous Grox Empire. They live and occupy the disk area near the center of the universe, blocking any road leading directly to the center of the universe, and set up a killing zone there to tear into pieces any fleet that dares to approach the center of the universe. All this is for the universe's treasure, the Scepter of Life. What do you think if I send them a signal indicating that the Scepter of Life is here? Said the Green Tide Lord. When Chi Xuan heard the Grox Empire, he felt a little familiar, but soon he didn't care about it. But he quickly ignored this familiarity, and didn't care about the Grox Empire. The universe is so big, why do you think that Chi Xuan was not threatened, but had some ideas in his mind? The Grox Empire is monitoring the entire universe. With their technology, they can instantly capture the signal I send and arrive at the first time. The Green Tide Lord interrupted Chi Xuan. Then he said with a disdainful tone on his face, Your understanding of the universe is too narrow. Chi Xuan nodded in agreement. That's right, I do have a narrow understanding. So what? Do you think you can threaten me? Yes, at worst we can die together, the Green Tide Lord said calmly. Chi Xuan deliberately showed a hesitant expression on his face when he heard this. You guessed right, I cherish my life very much. I can let you go, but you need to cooperate with me in some research, Chi Xuan said. Impossible, I will never. The Green Tide Lord must have refused. This is simply an insult. 24 hours, if it works, we can cooperate, if not, we can just break up. Chi Xuan didn't listen to the other party at all, but directly offered the lowest price. The reason for 24 hours is that the formation will be completed tomorrow, and he wants to see which one is more powerful, the so-called Grox Empire or the world will of the Ghost World. Then how are you going to keep your promise? Seeing Chi Xuan so decisive, the Green Tide Lord could only ask the other party to give him enough sense of security. Insults are insults, but being able to survive is naturally the best. Well, what do you say? Chi Xuan didn't care, research was just a side job. He didn't care much about the body structure of the Green Tide Lord. He just wanted to delay time first, and then let the Green Tide Lord summon the Grox Empire at a specific time. After hearing this, the Green Tide Lord put forward all his conditions without hesitation. Okay, let's do it as you say. Chi Xuan agreed to everything. It doesn't have to be executed after a promise, and it's not the first time that Chi Xuan has broken a promise. He agreed so quickly that the Green Tide Lord was suspicious, but he was at the mercy of others, so he could only be skeptical. Then I have to. It continued to put forward conditions to test. It's just 24 hours, you are asking too much. Chi Xuan refused this time. The first time was understandable, but the second time was just asking for trouble. If Chi Xuan really agreed, it would arouse the other party's suspicion. So he refused before the other party finished speaking. This refusal made the Green Tide Lord feel a little relieved. If he really agreed unconditionally, he should be worried. It's a deal, but you have to tell me what you built first. The Green Tide Lord asked his doubts. Of course it's something to help me break through to a higher level of strength. I can't tell you that, Chi Xuan said mysteriously. Chapter 398. After reaching a consensus with the Green Tide Lord, Chi Xuan began to study this alien life. Be gentle. The Green Tide Lord cursed. Chi Xuan's style was too rough, and the destructiveness was so great that it doubted how Chi Xuan ensured the survival of the experiment. It's just an autopsy, so it doesn't matter if the movement is bigger. Chi Xuan said nonchalantly, you won't die anyway, so it doesn't matter if you toss a little. I've already spared your life, so what's the pain? Does it hurt to be beaten by me? The other party said one sentence, and Chi Xuan said several sentences, like a string of bullets. The Green Tide Lord couldn't say anything else, mainly because Chi Xuan was not wrong. Chi Xuan really beat it to death. If it was a little slower, it might really be beaten to death. By the way, how did you summon the Grox Empire? Chi Xuan asked casually. What do you want to do? The Green Tide Lord asked cautiously, suspecting that Chi Xuan wanted to cut off its signal. I just think that your move is really good, and it can be called the same life as the heaven and earth. I also want to keep it as a trump card. Chi Xuan lied without changing his face. The real reason is naturally to control time in his own hands. You don't think that the Grox Empire will become a knife in your hand? The Green Tide Lord couldn't help but sneer. In its view, Chi Xuan was prepared to let the Grox Empire be the final means to kill the enemy when he was in a desperate situation. If it was really that easy, the Grox Empire would have been played like a dog long ago. Only those races suspected of possessing the cosmic treasure, the Life Scepter, will be on the Grox Empire's blacklist. So only by sending a signal with my gene frequency can the Grox Empire's attention be drawn. Instead of just anyone sending a message into the universe saying that I have the cosmic treasure, the Grox Empire's fleet will be able to descend. The Green Tide Lord said disdainfully. As for the races and planets on the blacklist, 9 out of 10 were destroyed, and the remaining one was like the Green Tide Lord, basically the only one left to survive. As long as the number of remnants reaches double digits, the Grox Empire will not stop hunting them down. Either they will be killed, or the remaining people will be too few to hunt down. And the Green Tide Lord naturally belongs to the latter. So that's how it is. I didn't expect you to have this effect. Chi Xuan thought to himself that it was a pity that he didn't do it. It's not difficult to send a signal into the universe, but it's difficult to see if it can cause an effect. He had similar concerns before. After all, how could a huge interstellar civilization come immediately just because of the natives of a depleted planet? By the way, what is the use of the Life Scepter? Chi Xuan asked curiously. I don't know either. Before my race and my home planet were destroyed, the entire civilization had never even heard of any cosmic treasure, let alone the Life Scepter. The Green Tide Lord smiled bitterly. These things are simply not the information that the civilization level of its former home planet can access. Only the top leaders of the top few interstellar civilizations are qualified to know these things. So their destruction can be said to be an unprovoked disaster. So that's how it is. Interesting. Chi Xuan immediately noticed the flaw in the other party's words through this sentence. The Green Tide Lord said that only those on the blacklist would attract the attention of the Grox Empire's fleet. But he also said that only the top leaders of the top civilizations knew about the cosmic treasure. That means that few people know about it, and it also has a great monopoly. So as long as the signal is sent into the universe, it will definitely attract the attention of the Grox Empire. For no other reason, this is not something that ordinary people can know. Since you know it, it means there are clues. For an unfounded possibility, the Grox Empire chose to destroy the home planet and civilization where the Green Tide Lord was. Chi Xuan did not need to directly convey the news of the cosmic treasure. He only needed to indirectly add encryption technology and let the other party decipher it himself. The Green Tide Lord suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. He realized that he had said the wrong thing and there were contradictions. But Chi Xuan did not take action, which made him seem uncertain. "It's about time," the Green Tide Lord suddenly said. Chi Xuan looked at it and found that the 24 hours were almost up, with about 10 minutes left. "Almost 10 minutes left," Chi Xuan said, secretly asking, "How is the project progressing? Is it about to be finished?" The time depends on the formation diagram, not the so-called 24 hours of the Green Tide Lord. The construction was completed 7 minutes ago, and the survivors have completed the evacuation arrangements. The formation diagram is being activated, and it is expected to take 5 minutes. The intelligent brain gave Chi Xuan feedback immediately. Once the formation is completed, it will start automatically, without Chi Xuan's manual operation. "Okay, you prepare and remind me at 4 minutes and 55 seconds. Chi Xuan gave the intelligent brain a task. The key is to get the time right. "Tell me, what will you do if I break the appointment in 5 minutes? Chi Xuan asked jokingly. The Green Tide Lord took it seriously and smiled. "We will die together." "It was just a joke, but you took it seriously. I have such a bright future, there is no need to sacrifice it for you," Chi Xuan said, and crackled on the projector. "See, the breakthrough ceremony has been started." In the projection, the formation is being activated, and a large amount of cosmic energy is forcibly gathered in it. "How did you achieve this level of energy reaction?" The Green Tide Lord looked horrified. It couldn't understand why such a small thing could gather such a huge amount of energy. Moreover, this energy is still increasing. Once the energy gets out of control, the entire planet, not to mention the entire galaxy, will be engulfed by this energy. If its mother planet had encountered this energy, not only it, but also the fleet of the Grox Empire that came to destroy its mother planet would have been destroyed. "Who are you? This can't be the treasure of the universe." The Green Tide Lord's expression suddenly changed. Such a large energy reaction will definitely attract the attention of the Grox Empire. "You and I are dead." Chi Xuan didn't care when he heard it. "The idea is good, but you didn't realize that the convergence of this energy has the ability to shield and hide," Chi Xuan said slowly. According to the Green Tide Lord, the Grox Empire would come immediately after noticing it, but now they didn't, which means they didn't notice it. "You really have a cosmic treasure." The Green Tide Lord stared at Chi Xuan. To be honest, it really didn't expect that it would encounter a cosmic treasure in such a remote and small planet. "Of course not, I don't have any cosmic treasure." Chi Xuan didn't even know what the cosmic treasure was, so where could it be? Not to mention that this thing is not mine. Chi Xuan looked at the formation diagram, and the entire planet had been completely swallowed up. But because of the power of the formation diagram, the energy did not leak a bit, making the entire planet a large energy source. "I was born not long ago, but I'm not stupid." The Green Tide Lord didn't believe it at all. Even their original prosperous civilization was not enough to do this. Time passed by minute, and the intelligent brain reminded Chi Xuan of the arrival of 4 minutes and 50 seconds. Then he said, "It's time to go, you." Chi Xuan didn't finish his words. The Green Tide Lord moved, and the signal message was directly sent out by it. But he saw Chi Xuan smiling. At this moment, it knew that it was still calculated. The other party wanted to attract it to the Grox Empire, combined with the situation that the entire planet became a high-energy body. It couldn't help but think that Chi Xuan's real target might not be it from the beginning. Chi Xuan didn't let it think too much. Fei's figure emerged, and swallowed it into his stomach at lightning speed. The fiber body decomposed the Green Tide Lord, killing it on the spot, and transported it to the smelting furnace as fuel. As expected, she is the heroine. Su Huiyun's taste is really extraordinary. She can even eat alien blue algae. But judging from the beautiful appearance of the dish, it really doesn't matter whether it is human or not. Chi Xuan's eyes fell on the protagonist's halo, which reached the Enhancement Plus 11. Enhancement Plus 11. Regeneration and self-healing, the effect is average. Chi Xuan looked at the effect of this Enhancement Plus 11, and was not very surprised. But after a closer look, it seems not so bad. This seems to be a rule-level effect. Chi Xuan's own regeneration and self-healing no longer consumes her own energy, but instead devours the energy in the environment. Even combined with her SSS-level talent, the Tai Sui god of the human world, it seems that she can devour everything to obtain the corresponding resources. Is she really a devourer? It is useless in itself, but it inherits the energy-devouring ability of the Green Tide Lord, and with my talent, it forms a higher level of devouring effect. For example, devouring a world? Qi Xuan couldn't help but laugh. Just think about it. His current strength can't even devour a planet, let alone a world. 10 seconds passed in a flash, and the formation diagram was directly activated. The ghost world quickly connected to this universe. But this is not the point. The point is that Qi Xuan saw that the space outside the depleted planet caused great excitement. This was not caused by the arrival of the world will of the ghost world. Instead, the interstellar civilization called the Grox Empire by the Green Tide Lord was opening a space channel. Qi Xuan saw endless fleets flying out of it, and there were even densely packed space fortresses behind them. World will versus Interstellar Empire, Qi Xuan said softly. As for the Doomsday game, it is not even up to the standard. In its current situation, I am afraid it can't even compare with the Grox Empire. Not to mention intervening in this war dispute. The light of the depleted planet tore a huge gap in the universe, and at the same time a trembling will descended. A figure fell in front of Qi Xuan. I will first deal with the world will of this universe, and the beating of the Doomsday game, and then I will help you later. After the figure finished speaking, it disappeared in front of Qi Xuan. Chapter 399. The Grox Empire has not been able to enter the eyes of the world will of the ghost world. Qi Xuan said softly, and directly took out Su Huayuan, who was imprisoned by him, and killed him on the spot. With the addition of the protagonist aura of a survivor like him, the protagonist aura, that was only strengthened by +11, was suddenly raised to +12, strengthened +12, rule affinity. Compared with the regeneration and self-healing of the harrowing Green Tide Lord, the strengthening effect provided by the hero Su Huayun is more useful than a little bit. Qi Xuan can clearly feel that he has come into contact with the 4 characteristic effects of Tai Sui God. At the same time, the 2 SSS-level talents of Tai Sui God in the world, Death Recast, have been significantly strengthened. However, the amplification strength is not very large. After all, it is only affinity rather than strengthening. Unfortunately, this world has reached the end, and the home advantage can no longer be brought into play. Qi Xuan saw that the Doomsday game issued a limited time event change. Limited time event. Geocentric parasite has changed due to external factors. Survival time has changed. This survival time has changed to 30 minutes. After the event was changed, the panel was garbled, and the original 30 minutes turned into a mess of garbled text. It is obvious that the world will of the ghost world is unwilling to let the Doomsday game leave, so some measures were implemented. No, you are not fighting with the will of this universe. How can you still control the Doomsday game? Qi Xuan complained. The world will of the ghost world replied, It's not difficult. I plan to capture him alive, and use him as energy. Qi Xuan was silent when he heard this. This was really easy. There was actually time to chat with Qi Xuan. If you are bored, go to the Grox Empire to get some benefits. The world will of the ghost world added this sentence to Qi Xuan. In response, Qi Xuan looked up at the endless interstellar fleets, space fortresses, etc. Is this a place where he can get benefits? Qi Xuan swallowed his saliva and then found a clue. Countless ghosts were thrown into the universe battlefield by the world will. With the fusion of the 2 worlds, a new and terrible life form gradually formed. Ghosts with self-awareness. Qi Xuan instantly discovered the difference. These ghosts are not the ghosts in the reality layer, who have no brains and only follow the rules of killing. Instead, they are ghosts whose minds are liberated from the truth layer by the world will, and because of the world rules where the exhausted planet is located, they have gained new power. The ghosts themselves are a kind of rules. Now they have the rules of 2 worlds, and they have their own self and power, and they can actually block the offensive of the Grox Empire. But this is not a place I can go. Qi Xuan saw the technological weapons of the Grox Empire. They are not good people either. Through high technology, they control the rules, master the rules, and use the rules, making the rules a tool in their hands. Even if the ghost invaders have an advantage, they are just in a stalemate. In addition, all the human survivors on the depleted planet were transferred away by the world will of the ghost world. All of them were stuffed back into the ghost world for proper placement. How Qi Xuan knew it was also very simple. He opened the number of survivors in the Doomsday game. It was directly reset to 0. Not only were all the people captured, but even their survivor identities were stripped away in an instant. This made Qi Xuan's understanding of the Doomsday game even worse. You are really not good enough. If you were killed, it would be fine. In the end, all the employees were robbed, and only a cancer like me was left. You are really miserable. This behavior actually made Chi Xuan feel a lot more at ease. From this move, it can be seen that the world will has no intention of breaking the appointment. Otherwise, Chi Xuan would not be here, and would be transferred away with the humans on the depleted planet. Actually, it's okay. Doomsday Game seems to have been beaten silly before. It's not as bad as you said. The instinct to escape is still there, but I just tied it up. The world will of the ghost world sent a message again. Chi Xuan was speechless when he heard it. Doomsday Game is really full of disasters. He suspected that the deep world he was in might not be the first station of the birth of the Doomsday Game. But it was the first station to start over after being beaten stupid. That's why there are so many confusing operations, and even a violator like himself can't be wiped out. The Reborn is probably the proof. Chi Xuan was about to say something, but suddenly he noticed the emergence of spatial fluctuations. He was locked by something. Fuck, you missed a monster. Chi Xuan shouted hurriedly. It's not that I missed a monster, it's that I don't have time to deal with the Grox Empire. The world will continue. It's the ghosts who are killing. Not only you have a flaw here, but also other places. You block it yourself. I don't have time. This universe will has begun to fight back. After saying that, the world will was silent. The space wave tore, and a scarlet-skinned semi-mechanical life form came out, wearing a lot of high-tech weapons, and the whole body showed that it was a killing weapon. A Grox Empire person appeared in front of Chi Xuan. The basic attribute is higher than mine. Is this normal? Chi Xuan turned around and ran. He didn't know whether this Grox Empire person was an elite or a regular soldier, but it was best not to fight with him. The upper limit of this world is really high. He estimated 15 points of attributes, and this Grox Empire soldier had at least 18 points, and it might reach 20 points. In the world that Chi Xuan had experienced before, even if it couldn't destroy the whole world, it could make the stars shattered, life extinct, and the world suffer various damages. And here, it was just a soldier of the Grox Empire. The real main force was all blocked by the rules of the ghost world. Now that I think about it, whether it is Chi Xuan or the survivors, the ghosts they encountered are probably not complete. Only with the same size, but with a stronger and higher size, can the main force of the Grox Empire be suppressed. As for the omissions, how can such a large cosmic battlefield be considered in place? High energy reaction, high energy reaction. The reminder of the intelligent brain was very urgent. Chi Xuan's expression remained unchanged, and he decisively formed a shield with polymorphic energy, and the psionic storm burst out simultaneously. An unknown energy beam fell into Chi Xuan's eyes. It was no longer a matter of hitting or not, but the opponent was directly swallowed. The attack released by the soldiers of the Grox Empire reached a diameter of 10 meters, and the speed was so fast that Chi Xuan could only barely react. The polymorphic energy combined with the psionic storm forcibly melted a way out in this beam of light. The protagonist halo is still somewhat useful. At least the home advantage allowed me to survive. Chi Xuan felt that he was too arbitrary before. I didn't expect that there would be such a disaster at the end. Seeing that Chi Xuan was not killed, the soldiers of the Grox Empire launched an attack again. This time it was no longer an energy attack, but a pure physical attack. Chi Xuan cooperated with the intelligent brain and counterattacked immediately. It was blocked, but not completely blocked, and the whole person was smashed into pieces. However, he recovered in an instant and counterattacked. The idea was good, but the attack did not even break the opponent's energy shield. It's over, it doesn't break the defense. Then Chi Xuan was hit by another hammer. The real damage was all eaten by the shield, but the armor breaking was effective, which weakened the enemy's energy shield limit. But the opponent's energy shield limit is longer than Chi Xuan's health bar, and the lower limit is useless. After recovering, he ran all the way. Help, I can't beat their soldiers. Chi Xuan ran, and asked for help from the world will of the ghost world. You are a little self-deprecating. This is not a soldier, but an elite warrior of the Grox Empire. The world will corrected Chi Xuan's words. Chi Xuan was speechless and hurriedly said, Is this the point? The point is that I can't beat it. Chi Xuan didn't care whether the opponent was an elite warrior or a soldier, he just couldn't beat him. It doesn't matter, you can be resurrected. With their level of technology, they can't target your resurrection ability. I still need a little time to solve it, you hold on. The world will give Chi Xuan a safe solution. Since you can't die, you can just drag it out. No, how long do you have? Chi Xuan couldn't bear it anymore. In the time it took him to say these 3 sentences, he was hammered 15 times by the elite warrior of the Grox Empire, an average of 3 times per sentence. He had to die once every 2 times and then be resurrected. 10 The world will added. 10 days? 10 hours or 10 minutes? This is very important. When facing the threat to his life, Chi Xuan didn't care so much. 9-8. Chi Xuan's eyes widened when he heard the countdown. Reliable, it really deserves to be the world will. It can be done in 10 seconds. Chi Xuan turned around viciously, and used the psionic ray to pretend to be the 6 Meridian's divine sword to directly hit the energy shield of the elite warriors of the Grox Empire. The shield slowly annihilated, but did not disappear. Instead, it directly consumed the energy of the psionic ray through huge energy, causing the decomposition effect of the psionic energy to disappear. Chi Xuan's counterattack was insignificant, but the attack of the elite warriors of the Grox Empire was extremely fierce. A red energy ray burst out directly from the opponent's mechanical eyes, and hit Chi Xuan in an instant. Chi Xuan exploded into a ball of blood mist on the spot. Fortunately, he was resurrected and recovered quickly enough. He regained his human form in an instant. In addition, the SSS-level talent of the human Tai Sui god inherited the solidification effect of the Tai Sui god, so there was no loss. Just after resurrection, before the elite warriors of the Grox Empire could take further action, the entire universe shook. It was as if another world collided with the edge of this universe. At the same time, the parameters of the entire universe underwent irreversible changes, which affected most of the technology of the Grox Empire, including the various equipment on the elite warrior of the Grox Empire in front of Chi Xuan. This is good news for Chi Xuan. Chapter 400. The entire universe was shaking, and fell into a strange calm. The Grox Empire seemed to be wiped out from the root, and the elite warrior of the Grox Empire, who was chasing Chi Xuan, also disappeared. The war seemed to end in an instant. But this had little to do with Chi Xuan. His attention was attracted by a huge black shadow. It was that black shadow that hit the universe and caused a huge shock. At the same time, it was merging with the wound of the universe little by little, giving him the feeling of sewing a dead person onto a living person. That is the truth layer. Chi Xuan suddenly realized that the only one who could do this was probably the truth layer of the ghost world. At this moment, Chi Xuan truly understood that there was no truth and reality, but only death and life. The so-called truth layer is likely to be a world area that has long been dead, but it is just being used by the ghost world. Yes, it is the truth layer. A figure emerged, and his tones seemed to be tired. It is the old era, the forgotten, and a past that has long lost its vitality. So I grafted it into this world, and I will also let all the ghosts stay in this world, and make them become new life forms. Chi Xuan was a little confused. Then what are you trying to do? If it is to cut off the dead area, you can do it directly. If it is to invade this world, there is no need to go to such great lengths. Chi Xuan asked puzzledly. Of course, it is to create a better environment for humans. What do you think I was before? The figure suddenly said. Chi Xuan was silent. He knew it was definitely a human, otherwise what else could it be? Otherwise, why would the other party go to great lengths to protect humans? Can humans really become the world? Chi Xuan asked his key question. Mainly because he also wanted to. I am not the world, but the unity of the Tao. The figure said slowly. But what you said is indeed possible. It's just that my path is different from yours, so I can't help you. Chi Xuan had never thought of this possibility. He always thought that the other party was the world itself. Now it seems that the other party is more like a software, so he can't effectively control the hardware, so he needs his help. What about this universe? Chi Xuan did not continue to ask how to become a world, but asked the other party what plans to make next. From the beginning, I never thought about invading and occupying. I just wanted to take away some of the humans in this world, and throw the dead zone over here. This thing is indeed dead, but if it is not sewn up, it will find me again. It sticks to people like a dogskin plaster. Mama's boy, huh? The figure couldn't help but curse. Chi Xuan was speechless, but he also vaguely guessed that this dead world might be some kind of sub-body, and had the ability to lock. That's why he did it. Wouldn't that make me a plaster monkey? Chi Xuan responded, and then asked, do you mean that in addition to this planet, there are humans on other planets? He clearly heard that he said part, but the survivors of the Doomsday game had been completely cleared. So it can only be on other planets in the universe. Yes, I didn't touch those humans. The figure did not deny. I will leave after it is stitched up. What about you? Is there anything else in this world that can threaten you? Chi Xuan did not answer. No, but it is very dangerous. I don't plan to stay. My world and the human race need me. No matter how good this world is, it is not my world after all. the figure said very bluntly. After all, the goal has been completely achieved, so it doesn't matter. Chi Xuan watched the huge world of death being stitched up bit by bit on the edge of this universe, as if there was a huge tumor. Death constantly impacted the entire universe, making the entire universe extremely unstable. The conflict between life and death is not so easy to resolve. If it were the protagonist, he might be able to comprehend the laws of reincarnation, yin and yang balance, etc. But this is a huge universe. Especially the universe will of this universe was first beaten and then imprisoned. I don't know where he was imprisoned. Even if he wants to resist, he must have enough strength. The world will of the ghost world dares to chat with Chi Xuan here, which means that all the troubles have been solved. You are indeed homesick, but unfortunately, the universe I am in is probably not a good place. The planets have collapsed, and it is difficult to go back. Chi Xuan missed his days of earning $1 million a year. The figure's eyes were a little strange, and then he said, "My condolences." What else can I say? And then asked, "How far do you want to play the Doomsday game?" It's not good to bully a fool, but since I promised you, I have to fulfill my promise. To be honest, the will of the world of ghosts is really an honest person in Chi Xuan's eyes. He really promised when he said he would. What do you suggest? Chi Xuan threw the question back. My suggestion? The figure thought for a while, and then said, "Leave a breath. The advantage is that you can overthrow it directly if you are strong enough. The disadvantage is that if you meet someone of my level again, it will be easy to kill it. You may not be implicated, but you may lose the ability to travel through the world." The figure gave his own suggestions. Chi Xuan heard this, and suddenly changed his mind. Then why don't you give me the ability to travel through the world in the Doomsday game? I can't give it to you. This thing is their core ability, and needs to be packaged for you. With your strength, you can't afford it at all. In the end, it will be wasted. I will have to send you away at that time. It's too troublesome. The figure directly refused. It's not because the will of the ghost world can't do it, but because Chi Xuan himself is too weak to get all the abilities of the Doomsday game. Chi Xuan didn't regret it, but accepted this statement calmly. Don't leave me a breath, just beat me half to death, and it would be best if you can take me away in a few moves when something happens. Chi Xuan said. Okay, just do it at your level. But you still have to be careful not to go to some dangerous worlds, otherwise you will definitely not be able to hold on for a few moves. The figure also warned. I can't control the Doomsday game either. I'm just a violator, not an administrator. How can I have this authority? Chi Xuan complained. It's a pity that you are too weak, otherwise I would have given you the authority. The figure said regretfully. This statement directly eliminated the possibility of Chi Xuan asking the other party for authority. Okay, it's over. The figure spoke in less than 3 seconds. Chi Xuan opened his various panels. Except for the attribute panel, which was still garbled, the others were as fake as a decorative projection. No change. Chi Xuan said, this must be garbled anyway, some cracks, and if it doesn't work, some special effects or something. It's normal, I'm playing the core of the Doomsday game, and you're all using the periphery. Even if the internal injuries can be seen from the outside, the premise is that you are at the same level. A mayfly sees the blue sky, naturally nothing can be seen. The figure said calmly, but don't worry, you will be able to feel it in the next world. Chi Xuan did not question it. If the other party is strong, then what the other party said makes sense. Even if the other party now says that flowers are green, grass is red, the sea is in the sky and fish are in the clouds, Chi Xuan will agree. Okay, then when can I leave? Chi Xuan asked. Soon, wait until I finish sewing, otherwise the Doomsday game will also be locked in this universe and cannot leave. The figure did not have any intention of stopping. At the edge of the universe, the huge death world has been completely attached. Although Chi Xuan could not see what the world will of the ghost world was doing, he could see that it was about to reach the end. An hour passed quickly, and the death world was stitched and completely became a part of this universe. But when it was completed, the entire death world triggered a certain instinctive reaction, intending to break free from this world. However, the figure was stitched very tightly, and the other party had no possibility of leaving at all. He could only keep making invisible wails, and was finally forced to exist at the edge of the universe, and began to expand the death area in revenge, trying to get out. But with this expansion, the original wound in the stitched area was directly fused, and the death world grew directly on the edge of the universe. I have been prepared for this move of yours. You see, you are humiliating yourself. The figure couldn't help but laugh. This made Chi Xuan sure that the world will of the ghost world was worthy of being formed by the combination of human and Tao, and it could still retain the self and character of a human. Even the cunning of humans. Almost, I should go back? Take care of yourself. The figure suddenly restrained the smile just now, and then said to Chi Xuan, goodbye. After that, the distorted figure disappeared directly in front of Chi Xuan, and there was nothing left. The depleted planet became extremely quiet, as if everything before was just an illusion. A few minutes later, the panel of the limited time event of the New World Pass of the Doomsday Game finally recovered. The 30-minute countdown continued. Obviously, if the Doomsday Game wanted to leave, it would not be possible to evacuate directly in an instant. It needed sufficient preparation. Recovered. Chi Xuan looked at the crack connecting the ghost world, and was quickly smoothed out. It was obvious that the world will was afraid that the death world would find it again, so it was repaired before leaving. It doesn't look like there is any change, is it? Are you fooling me? Chi Xuan couldn't help but complain in his heart, and then watched the 30-minute countdown return to zero. Then, the phantom pain in the back of the head came. Why is the force getting stronger and stronger? The back of the head must be fractured. Before losing consciousness, Chi Xuan had the last thought in his mind. Chapter 401. Where is this? Chi Xuan climbed up and touched the back of his head. Originally, he thought that the back of his head was broken, but now it was an illusion when he was teleporting, not really broken. Then his eyes fell on the panel of the Doomsday Game, subconsciously looking at how many survivors there were this time. No survivors? Chi Xuan looked a little surprised. He didn't expect that the Doomsday Game would not add any more this time. He quickly realized that this was probably the change that the Ghost World had said. It's not that the Doomsday Game didn't want to, but it really didn't have the ability to do it. After landing, Chi Xuan observed the surroundings and placed a satellite sub-body around. Then, the Doomsday Game actually gave him a rare task, mandatory task: collect the world core and hand it in. Reward: restore the survivor status. Failure: eliminate world core? What is this? Chi Xuan looked at the newly released mandatory task. The Doomsday Game was badly damaged, and now only Chi Xuan can rely on him, so he could only issue a mandatory task to Chi Xuan. He doubted that the so-called world core could repair the injuries of the Doomsday Game, otherwise he would not ask Chi Xuan for it. From the name, it should be the core of the world or something like that. Then where can I find it for you? Chi Xuan still had enough knowledge of his own strength. At most, it was at the level of destroying a country, and there was still a gap between it and the world level. Even with the protagonist's halo, it couldn't reach the whole world. He had seen the strength of the world will, and the world will of the ghost world might be one of the best, but the operation of carrying a dead world to smash the universe was indeed amazing to him. He suspected that if Chi Xuan didn't need him to explore the way and take risks to avoid problems, they would probably kill him directly. Chi Xuan ignored this mandatory task, and was thinking about one thing. That is, if he really got the core of the world, how should he use it? It was naturally impossible to give it to the will of the world, but he was thinking about whether he could become the world. He had always coveted the power of the world, but he was forced to give up because he really had no way. His eyes quickly shifted from thinking to the information sent by the satellite sub-body. Medieval village? Chi Xuan looked at the data sent by the satellite map and quickly analyzed the corresponding data. No energy reaction was found. Obviously it was an ordinary place. It won't be the kind of weird world where the knight's castle can stand up, Chi Xuan complained. But soon, he came to a new conclusion that this world is not similar to the structure of the universe, but similar to the structure of the plane. The formation of the sun and the moon in the sky is more like a natural phenomenon than a star. Planets and planes have different data, so it is relatively easy to distinguish. The main concern is that something as strange as the horizontal world in the polar day world will appear, which is difficult to deal with. As for whether this world is a single-dimensional structure or a multi-dimensional structure, Chi Xuan is not very clear. His understanding of space is relatively limited. I don't know how strong this world is. What is the situation at the end of the world? Chi Xuan actually has no idea, mainly because there is no energy reaction in the environment. It's like there really is no extraordinary. But this is not realistic at all. To put it bluntly, how can something as high-end as the world core be found in an ordinary world? It must be a world with a high energy level that can be born. Is someone approaching? The speed is normal. Chi Xuan saw through the reconnaissance network that a knight was riding towards his position. He came out of the village before, and was obviously about to leave after doing something. Chi Xuan was thinking about whether to catch him for dissection and torture. After all, he is an aboriginal, and a knight. He should be a privileged class of human beings, and he must know some intelligence. Another thing is that there is no energy reaction in the other party's body, and there is a great probability that he is an ordinary person. Unless he can make the castle stand up, there is basically no possibility of resistance. It is recommended that you move forward about. The intelligent brain provides Chi Suan with a good ambush location at the right time. The other party's attributes are about 1.1, and he has no ability to resist Chi Suan. But Chi Suan, for the sake of safety, would naturally attack by surprise. Attacking the weak without any style of a strong man? Chi Suan didn't have such a thing. According to the suggestions provided by the intelligent brain, Chi Suan quickly completed the preparations. Not long after, the sound of horse hooves came from far away. Chi Suan stood up and pinned the knight down on the spot. There was no bloody beautiful female knight, just a burly rough man. Damn it, you dare to attack Baron Fisher's knight, I will hang your whole family. After being pinned to the ground, the knight was not afraid, but shouted loudly. Chi Suan tore off his helmet, revealing a blonde, blue-eyed Westerner, who slapped him twice. He was stunned on the spot. These 2 blows hurt him a lot, and then he saw Chi Suan's appearance, and fear appeared in his eyes. Devil, devil. His voice was sharp. The Lord says, all glory. Then he began to pray, intending to drive away Chi Suan. Chi Suan guessed why the other party said that. It was nothing more than because of his appearance. He looked like a human being, but his black hair and black eyes were indeed different from them. Tell me more about the devil. Chi Suan stretched out his hand, and lifted the other party up, and directly hung him upside down on a tree beside the road. Chi Suan tore off all the armor with his bare hands. After tearing it off, the other party shut up honestly. I'm very interested in the devil, and I hope I can tell you before I whip you. Chi Suan shaped the polymorphic energy in his hand into a long whip. Although the skin color is not right, there is nothing wrong with giving away 100 whips at the beginning. Coco, you are the devil yourself. The church once described that the devil is ugly, with sharp teeth and claws, black hair and eyes, and skin as withered as an old tree. At the same time, they exude a foul odor, worship darkness, and will be burned by the sun. Devils will suck human blood through their slender teeth under the moon. They especially like the blood of children and women, and even kidnap them as their offspring and wives. And the knight stumbled and said a lot. In short, this thing is not a good thing. Chi Suan's face turned black. Except for my hair and eyes, everything else doesn't match. He looked at the sun again. Even if it's not noon now, it's still afternoon. Judge people by appearance. Chi Suan continued to ask, what's the situation with the church? The church is the church. It is the destination of everyone's faith. Except for the devil, everyone will believe in it. The knight secretly glanced at the energy whip in Chi Suan's hand. He was sure that if he was whipped, he would definitely not live for 3 days. As a knight, it's not that he had never whipped the civilians with a whip. When Chi Suan heard the knight's answer, he immediately understood that the knight only knew the church and faith, but didn't know why. This means that even as a knight of one of the privileged classes, he is not qualified to know the true situation of the church. Whatever they say, the other party believes it. It is estimated that it is not only the knights, but also the civilians. What are you doing in the village ahead? Chi Suan asked. A villager reported that the blacksmith's daughter crawled out of her grave after death, and became a servant of the devil, and has caused the deaths of 3 people. The Baron asked me to come and burn her body, and the bodies of the victims. The knight said honestly. When he said this, he complained with curses in his tone. It's all the blacksmith's fault. He was unwilling to invite a priest to preside over the ceremony and pray for the dead. That's why his daughter became a servant of the devil. Hearing this, Chi Suan was also a little surprised. He thought that the priests of the church were high-end personnel, but he didn't expect that they could be hired with money, and even civilians could use them. Why did she become a servant of the devil? Chi Suan asked further. I heard that the blacksmith's daughter died because she was favored by the devil, and was pregnant with the devil's offspring. She was cursed because of this. I have seen her body. She was very beautiful. No wonder she was targeted by the devil. The knight looked around and whispered. Chi Suan felt that he was fooling himself. Why didn't the priest of the church purify her? Instead, he let her die of the curse, and then resurrected to kill people? Chi Suan always felt that it was more like a rumor formed to cover up some truth. The village of Capri is too far away from the nearby church, and there are relatively few priests. So there is no manpower at all, so the Baron asked me to deal with it. The knight answered Chi Suan's question in a low voice. Chi Suan also further recognized the church and priests. They would provide help to civilians, but the premise is that they have time. And the selection of such clergy seems to have some restrictions, and there are not enough of them. Of course, it is also possible that the knight's social status is too low, and he cannot give more information. Now tell me about your Baron's situation. Chi Xuan was very satisfied with the knight's sense of the times. He needs to continue to understand this world. It's rare for someone to come to the door, so he can't let him go so easily. The knight hesitated for a moment, thinking about fulfilling his promise of loyalty, but soon, he was forced to betray his master due to the terror of the devil in front of him. Baron Fisher is from. The knight spoke slowly. Compared with the church, the devil and other existences, the knight naturally knows his master Baron Fisher better. I have to say that the other party did say it in detail, but it was a pity that they were all trivial matters, and there was little that Chi Xuan could find interesting. Fortunately, he was able to understand the situation of this world through the other party's words. Chapter 402. A strange Middle Ages. There is nothing extraordinary on the surface. Chi Xuan dealt with the knight, and then disguised his appearance to match the human race of this world. Then he went to the small village. This area is the fief of Baron Fisher, and Baron Fisher is a nobleman of the Kingdom of Grande. Because of the lack of information and communication difficulties, Chi Xuan has no way to fully understand the situation of the whole world. But one thing can be confirmed, that is, this world has various rumors of demons and miracles of the church. It is said that priests have the power called divine arts, and demons have magic. Of course, one thing can be confirmed, the magic of the demon is not the magic of wizards or mages, but a dark and bloody power. And although the demon looks like a human, it is not a human, but another dark creature, hiding during the day and coming out at night like a bat. When Chi Xuan heard the description, he thought it was a vampire. But then I thought, aren't vampires said to be good-looking? How come they are ugly? However, this group of demons is not a strong force, and they seem to be suppressed by the human church. But all of this has a premise, that is, everything is true, not false rumors. The main thing is that there is no energy reaction at all. This thing is as outrageous as a dragon emerging from shallow water. Chi Xuan remained skeptical. So he immediately came to the village where the knight had burned the demon servants before. And according to the other party's description, he found the grave of the blacksmith's daughter. Taking advantage of the night, he asked Fei to dig it up for him. It took time for him to interrogate the knight, and it was dark when he finished. In this era, there was no good entertainment at night, and people were tired after working all day, so they had already rested. Not to mention that they had to get up early to work the next morning, so there was no such thing as staying up late. After digging it out, it was a disgusting corpse that was burned beyond recognition. From the bones, it can be confirmed that it was a female. No problem, it's just an ordinary corpse. Chi Xuan couldn't see anything strange. Even the bone analysis was done, it was a normal human female skeleton in this world, without many problems. It can't be a mess of false cases or something like that. Chi Xuan muttered, and asked Fei to dig it up for him again. It was said that it was because of the victim of this woman, who came back to life. In order to prevent them from becoming slaves of the devil, they were also burned by the night. The situation was also normal, nothing different. So where's the opportunity around here? Chi Xuan was a little confused. Then he glanced at the bats flying not far away, and while directing Fei to fill the bones back, he carefully observed the bats. He knew that bats were not evil things, but beneficial to humans. What can we say about vampire bats? They only belong to a small number of species. That is, they carry more viruses, but as long as you don't mess with bats, there is basically no harm. He even knew that bat poop is a traditional Chinese medicine. But this pile of bats seemed a little too wrong. They were not flying, but hanging upside down on the surrounding trees, staring straight at Chi Xuan. Just like a living person. This scene gave Chi Xuan a new understanding of the incident, that he originally thought that the blacksmith's daughter had resurrected from the dead and became a servant of the devil. Devil? Chi Xuan asked softly. When he was thinking about how to catch all these bats, all the bats began to fly in circle. In less than 3 seconds, he turned into a middle-aged man wearing luxurious clothes and with a handsome appearance. Chi Xuan's pupils shrank involuntarily. He couldn't understand how the other party turned from a bat into a human. The whole process had no logic or energy. It was just a group of bats that gathered together and turned into a human. It was completely beyond Chi Xuan's cognition. This feeling was extremely idealistic, and Chi Xuan couldn't understand it. The demon hunter of the church? The middle-aged man looked Chi Xuan up and down, as if he was mocking him. Not really, who are you? Chi Xuan asked calmly. If it's not the demon hunters from the church, then it must be the demon hunters from the folk schools. The middle-aged man's ridicule became more and more intense. I'm curious, what drives you to dare to hunt a blood clan baron? Just relying on your strong body? At this point, the middle-aged man licked his tongue. You are Baron Fisher. Chi Xuan's expression did not change, but since the other party said he was a baron. When he said this, Chi Xuan suddenly turned his head and stretched out his hand to grab the other party's head that was leaning down to bite his neck. Chi Xuan couldn't understand why the other party suddenly flashed behind him. This seemed to be some kind of ability, fast and undetectable, but the opponent's strength was too weak. The flash was successful, but the attack speed was too slow, so Chi Xuan easily caught it. The canine teeth grew out, and it seemed to have the ability to ignore Chi Xuan's strength. If he hadn't held his head down, he could really break the defense. It's really a vampire. Chi Xuan looked surprised. He decisively threw the opponent over his shoulder, and his strength was enough to throw the vampire hard. But he didn't die. This was completely inconsistent with the opponent's physical fitness. The weak strength mastered the ability similar to the rules, and the extraordinary immortality. Chi Xuan couldn't help but think of one of the ways that the knight said before that could kill the devil. Fire, sun, holy water, and piercing the heart with a wooden stake, etc. Chi Xuan really didn't have the first few, but he had fire. As a demon hunter of the school, you pursue money and fame, and I can give you these. Baron Fisher turned into a cloud of mist, and easily broke away from Chi Xuan's hand. Then he condensed into a human form again. You are very strong. I can make you a knight, and also my dead disciple. If you have made enough contributions for me, I can even grant you the first embrace, and make you a real vampire. The other party threw an olive branch to Chi Xuan. But just as he finished speaking, Chi Xuan rushed to his face, pressed him to the ground, raised his fist, and punched him in the face. This punch immediately smashed a huge hole in Baron Fisher's face. The smelly and rotten blood burst out quickly, and it was incredibly corrosive. When it fell to the ground, both plants and soil and rocks were corroded into pits. Chi Xuan was not affected much, not to mention his own physical strength. The shield on his body was not broken. Percentage damage. Chi Xuan determined that the blood did not cause the corrosive effect with strength, but was similar to the power of concepts and rules. But the next moment, Baron Fisher's face recovered again, with confusion in his expression. You don't have the divine art. Why do you have so much strength? How could an ordinary person be so strong that he could beat a blood clan baron like this? Chi Xuan picked up the other party, and the polymorphic energy was transformed into fire elements, and the flames began to burn directly on Baron Fisher. The other party was startled at first. After all, fire was really his nemesis. But soon, he discovered something strange. The flame in the other party's hand seemed to be fake. Your fire can't hurt me. Baron Fisher smiled. Chi Xuan threw the flame directly at the opponent, and Baron Fisher ignored the fire, and then scattered into bats. He continued to break free from Chi Xuan's control. I'm in my castle, waiting for your arrival at any time, demon hunter. After saying that, the bat flew away directly. Chi Xuan stretched out his hand, and a psionic ray hit the bat directly. The bat that was hit was decomposed on the spot. The severe pain made the bats wail at the same time, and then fell from the sky. Fire is the nemesis of vampires, but it can't be the fire of other worlds. It must be the fire of this world. Chi Xuan can be sure from Baron Fisher's attitude when he saw the fire. However, it needs the fire of this world, not the fire of other worlds. The second is that they become bat swarms, and they are not disconnected, but connected to each other. Finally, the psionic energy can kill the vampire incarnation bats, and to a certain extent can break the immortality of the other party. I just don't know if it can be useful for complete vampires. Chi Xuan said, as he quickly approached the fallen bat swarm. What kind of power do you have? Why can you make me die? Baron Fisher leaned weakly on the tree. What else can human power be? Chi Xuan walked over and picked him up. The good news is that the psionic energy can indeed kill the other party, but the other party was resurrected in some way. Psionic energy can kill instantly, but it is not responsible for the resurrection of the other party after the instant kill. Only sales, no after sales. The church's magic is not so cold and ruthless. It is full of enthusiasm and holiness. Fisher denied the other party's statement without hesitation. Really? Then I'm really going to be amazed. Chi Xuan said, dragging the other party, and soon found a cave. After a simple transformation, he took out all kinds of equipment. He was going to dissect the vampire, and get to know the situation of the vampire, and the church in depth. The other party was different from the knight, who knew nothing, and definitely knew more extraordinary truths. In addition, Chi Xuan was thinking, if he used this vampire as fuel, how much evolutionary energy would he get to improve his armor value? Now that Tai Sui God has been fused by him, the armor value is naturally his own. Wait, what are you going to do? Fisher couldn't understand, but he could see that the things Chi Xuan took out were to be used on himself. These unknown torture instruments plus his own weakness were definitely not a good thing. Of course, do something that is good for your health, Chi Xuan said, and the scalpel formed by polymorphic energy cut. Chapter 403. The Thin Blood Clan from outside the 13 clans? The Blood Clan is said to be 13 clans, but in fact there are 15 clans. It is divided into 5 parts. The Secret Alliance, which occupies the mainstream, has a total of 7 clans, commonly known as the Secret Party. The Demon Feast Alliance, which consists of only 2 clans, is also known as the Demon Party. The Neutral Party, which is composed of 3 clans. In addition, there is the Death Clan, which is a higher level. This clan is similar to the Council of Elders, but it does not have much presence and does not interfere with the development of the 13 clans. It is even difficult to find them. The Thin Blood Clan means abandoned babies, vampires that are not accepted by the Orthodox Blood Clan. The blood of the Blood Clan in their bodies is very thin. That is, the smelly and rotten blood when Chi Xuan fought Baron Fisher before. There are a lot of such blood clans, most of which are defective products born after the 13 clans have not embraced them for the first time. Dead apostles are actually the servants of vampires, but it just sounds nice. They are similar to zombies, and provide blood for the vampires. The blacksmith's daughter is a dead apostle infected by Fisher. Not only does she have to act as a blood bag, but she also has to provide physiological services to Baron Fisher, etc. Then she really got pregnant with a child for Fisher. If she really gave birth, it would be another vampire of the Thin Blood Clan. Like the 13 clans, they generally use the first embrace to develop their own clan, which is the Orthodox Vampire Clan. On the contrary, the vampires born through the womb can be said to be defective. Baron Fisher's father is a baron, and his mother is a vampire. She gave birth to him and inherited his father's title, which led to the sequel. In terms of social structure, the Thin Blood Clan is more inclined to humans, and has the habit of raising offspring. The church is another case. It is devout humans who gain divine arts through faith, and possess extraordinary power. It is necessary to practice the various precepts of the church in order to obtain enough divine arts. Therefore, the priests are also divided into disciplined priests, ascetics and demon hunters. The first type is ordinary priests. Many of them do not have divine arts, and the quality is also uneven. Most of them are bastards of nobles. Their number is the largest in the church, and they control all the power at the grassroots level. Many problems are caused by them. The ascetics are completely abiding by the precepts, practicing believers, mastering a large number of divine arts, and are the true guardians of the entire kingdom, preventing the kingdom from being invaded by the Blood Clan. If the ascetics are the guardians of humans, then the demon hunters are the hunters. It is the violent agency of the church, which appears in an organized manner, fights against the Blood Clan, and actively hunts the Blood Clan. Although they are more numerous than ascetics, they are still rare and cannot compare to disciplined priests. Not to mention the vampires, so they can only develop civilian demon hunters. A group of ordinary people who master the skills of hunting vampires. Most of them are well-trained warriors. They can hunt vampires efficiently through fire guns, holy water swords, mithril armor, and other weapons and equipment that are specially used to restrain vampires. However, due to the lack of extraordinary power, vampires at the level of Baron and Viscount can be killed, but those above that cannot be killed. Most of the time, they deal with dead apostles. If they really want to kill vampires, they have to pay a heavy price. As for the vampire title, in fact, not all vampires will have a title. Only those with enough power can be granted. For example, Baron Fisher, his title will not be recognized by the vampire clan, and he belongs to the marginal figure in the vampire clan. Baron Fisher does not know the origin of the vampire clan. The Thin Blood Clan are all abandoned babies, and they have not obtained a complete inheritance at all. They are not born because of the first embrace, so they are naturally unworthy of it. However, even the vampires born in the first embrace may not know that the inheritance is more of the dark and bloody power. That is, the special abilities that Chi Xuan cannot analyze and recognize. I have told you everything I know, please let me go. Without me, Fisher will fall into chaos. Baron Fisher said. No hurry, I want to know where is your mother? Chi Xuan asked. She is dead, burned to death by fire. Baron Fisher said weakly. I'm curious, why did she give birth to you with your father? From your words, I can tell that your father is in a strong position, Chi Xuan said. He didn't quite understand the other party's XP, but he respected it. However, why did the other party force a vampire to give birth to a child with him? My father learned my mother's real name, so he controlled her. Fisher said this and continued, Only the 13 clans and the Death Clan have real names. It is both power and self, and the Thin Blood Clan, which was born from the combination with humans, has no real name. So the Thin Blood Clan will always be weaker than the 13 clans and the Death Clan. At the same time, this is also a constraint. After the first embrace, the parents will also know the real name of their children, and everything about the children will be controlled by the parents. We lost a powerful force, but we gained freedom. Baron Fisher continued to explain. Chi Swain quickly understood through the real name that there was an extremely strict hierarchy among the vampires, and it was impossible to cross it. Unless you can kill your own parents. I see. Is there anything else? Chi Swain continued to ask. Baron Fisher shook his head. I have said everything I should say, and I don't know the rest. If you want to know more, you can only go to the 13 clans. Chi Swain sutured Fisher's wound. The autopsy did not bring any value to Chi Swain. Fisher, a vampire of the Thin Blood Clan, was just a corpse according to the autopsy results. The body had no vitality, but it was strangely able to move and had self-awareness. Let's put it this way, zombies can be classified as living beings, but vampires cannot. They are corpses in the physical sense. However, under the blessing of some unknown power, they have various magical abilities. As for blood-sucking, Chi Swain has studied it. This is not their daily need, but a physical desire. Blood-sucking is like cats liking catnip, which provides them with the ultimate pleasure. And this pleasure is not addictive, but the emptiness of the vampires themselves needs them to use this pleasure to fill it. So every vampire will raise dead disciples as their own blood bags. Of course, in addition to the pleasure of sucking blood, there are also physical and psychological pleasures. The former is like Fisher, who is a womanizer. The latter is much more perverted, with all kinds of blood, cruelty and heavy tastes. The Blood Clan is an immortal species. If they do not die from restraints, their lifespan is endless. Even the Blood Clan of Fisher, a member of the Thin Blood Clan, is the same. Hunting by the church and killing each other among the same clan are the two causes of death for most blood clans. Where are the 13 clans? Chi Swain asked. There are not many clans in the Kingdom of Grande. If you want to find them, you can only go to the Kingdom of Wallachia and the Kingdom of Transylvania. The ruler of the Kingdom of Wallachia is the dragon son Vlad III Tepesh, who is the leader of the demon party. A true vampire king who dares to confront the church head-on. His father was the former impaler, a true second-generation vampire, Vlad II Dracula. The entire Kingdom of Wallachia is a paradise for vampires. Vampires do not need to hide, and all humans are dead apostles. And the ruler of the Kingdom of Transylvania is the leader of the secret party, the Bloodbath Queen Elizabeth Bathory. Like the impaler, they are all second-generation vampires, and are said to be members of the Death Clan, but this has not been confirmed. Chi Swain listened to these settings and always felt that they sounded familiar for some reason. How is this similar to some vampire settings in his previous life? It's just that they are all mixed together. Then he asked tentatively, are there werewolves? Werewolves? What are they? Fisher was puzzled. Is it some kind of demon hunter title of the church? No, it's a monster that can transform from a human to a half-wolf and half-human on a full moon night. Chi Swain said. No, I've never heard of this monster. Fisher had never heard of it. From this, Chi Swain can be sure that there are probably only vampires who call themselves blood clans in this world, and there are no werewolves. It is also possible that they have not yet been born. However, the origin of this group of blood clans is probably not simple. A blood clan without a real name from the Thin Blood Clan can have the power of rules and immortality. More importantly, if it is replaced by a well-trained folk school demon hunter, as long as they cooperate properly, they can kill Fisher through restraint. It feels like a strong man was killed by an ordinary person with a pitchfork. It gives Chi Swain a sense of déjà vu of myths and legends. If this is true, then whether it is the church or the blood clan, the source is similar to the existence of God. There is no clear level division, and there may be plot killings. At the same time, there are various absurd changes, which can't help but make Chi Swain think about this aspect. If this is the case, it will be really troublesome. Well, I know. Chi Swain said, and grabbed Fisher and stuffed him directly into the smelting furnace. The good news is that the blood race is not like the ghosts in the ghost world. The rules, the smelting furnace can still burn. And because of the special nature of the blood race, its output is still very good, and it is expected that it can burn out at least one evolutionary energy. Rules are really the best fuel. It's really great. Chi Swain couldn't help but smile. The higher the risk, the greater the return. This is really true. It seems that this world does have the core of the world, and it may be related to the church and the power of the blood race. But if you want to know, you have to contact the blood race or the church. Chi Xuan naturally prefers the church. The blood race may not like him. After all, he is also a person in theory. Chapter 404. Chi Xuan was rummaging through the boxes in Baron Fisher's castle. No one stopped him because Chi Xuan had transformed into a human version of Baron Fisher through camouflage, mimicry, simulation, and deformation. Because he had dissected the other party, he was completely different inside and out. Unless he could check through his soul, he couldn't tell. Because Baron Fisher didn't have a real name, and didn't belong to the 13 clans or the Death Clan, he would only be afraid of the sun, but wouldn't die from it. As for the kingdom of Wallachia, where the demon party was located, it was shrouded in darkness all year round, and the sun couldn't shine in it all. Because the kingdom of Transylvania was a secret party, the Blood Clan was not known to the world, and most of them were still humans, so they didn't move during the day. That's why Baron Fisher said that they had no power but gained freedom. At the same time, the damage of holy water, fire, etc. to the Thin Blood Clan would be greatly reduced, and would no longer be so lethal. If they could escape in time, they would be able to survive, but the injured parts could not be restored. Found it. Chi Xuan finally found the information he wanted. That is, the situation of Baron Fisher's mother. From the Toledo clan of the secret party. Chi Xuan began to look through the information, and soon learned some of the causes and consequences. It can only be said that the previous father Fisher had a good vision, and was indeed deliberate enough to grasp the real name of a vampire. The Toledo clan is a lover of all kinds of beauty. They devote all their energy to feeling beauty, and immerse themselves in the world of beauty. The Toledo clan considers itself the preserver and guardian of beauty. Among all vampires, the Toledo clan is the clan that envies human achievements the most. When Chi Xuan read this, he was stunned at first, and then reacted instantly. So, the blood race does not have enough creativity. They are human corpses, called devils, and their creativity is fixed after becoming blood races? Through the observation and intelligence of the Toledo clan, Chi Xuan seemed to understand why the blood race has existed for such a long time, but has not made any further progress. Continuing to read, Chi Xuan learned more information about the Toledo clan. The members of the Toledo clan are more or less indulgent, and they say that this is all for the sake of inspiring art. Oh, no wonder the real name was obtained by the previous Baron Fisher. Indulgence is never a good thing. Further down, there are all kinds of conspiracies and tricks. Among the 13 clans, Toledo artists are also derogatorily called posers. Yes, you are pursuing so-called beauty, so it is normal to be called a poser. In the Thin Blood clan, many mothers are from the Toledo clan. But Baron Fisher, who is directly controlled by the true name, is probably only a very small number. Most of them are probably left with offspring for pleasure. The vampires do not have the habit of abortion. After the birth, they throw the baby directly to the human side. As for whether the human side is raised, thrown away, or burned to death, they don't care. For the vampires, without the first embrace and the true name, they are not considered offspring at all. This is actually a bit strange. The ones born by themselves are not offspring, but strangers who have been infected and controlled are considered offspring. After reading it, Chi Xuan continued to look for any good stuff. Baron, Pastor Roy of the church came to visit you, saying that he was looking for the devil servants in Capri village. Fisher's housekeeper asked outside the door. I'd be there right away. Chi Xuan replied. He knew why Fisher wanted to kill his dead disciple and mistress. It was nothing more than being restless, and wanting to use the emperor to control the princes. But this was also normal. After all, the belly could not be hidden when the month was advanced. So he thought of faking his death, and coming to the castle to enjoy himself. But the idle man in the village thought that it could not be wasted, and thought of taking advantage of it while it was hot. Then there were follow-up matters. Once the matter became serious, Fisher had to abandon this dead disciple and mistress. After all, the church already knew about it. So he arranged for his knights to burn the blacksmith's daughter to death. And he came at night to confirm whether it was safe, but he ran into Chi Xuan. In the end, even his identity was obtained by Chi Xuan. It turned out that he handled it correctly, and the priest of the church came the next day. It involves the Blood Clan, and the Kingdom of Grande is a kingdom protected by the church, and it also involves a nobleman, so it must be taken seriously. Fisher is not very afraid of the disciplined priest. Unless the one who comes is an ascetic monk, he is not worried about being exposed. As long as he does not use the power of darkness, he is not much different from ordinary people, and most his skin is a little whiter. As a noble, white skin is not a big deal at all. Therefore, Many thin-blooded clans are the aristocratic class of various countries. The church also knew, but they were powerless, and could only rely on the kingdom, and the demon hunters of the folk school. After all, their real enemy was Vlad III, the son of the dragon, of the kingdom of Wallachia, which was ruled by the demon party. In this world, dragons are also a kind of devil, not some sacred beasts, but terrible evil beasts. Secondly, they had to guard against the kingdom of Transylvania, where the secret party was located. The Bloodbath Queen only did not take action openly, but secretly raised the entire human beings of the kingdom of Transylvania. The son of the dragon was ugly, while the Bloodbath Queen was evasive and kept some face, not so cruel. However, one thing can be confirmed: the disciplined priest who came this time must be a priest who mastered the divine arts. Otherwise, it would be impossible for one person to dare to come here. They are not arrogant to this extent. According to Chi Swayan's understanding, the advantages of humans are far inferior to those of the blood race. The simplest point is the temptation of eternal life. No matter how wise and powerful the monarch is, it is inevitable that he will become stupid in old age. Not to mention that in this world, once a person is transformed from a human into a vampire by the first embrace of the vampires of the 13 clans, he or she will not only have eternal life, but also extraordinary power. This kind of temptation is not something that everyone can resist. Therefore, the church has been controlling public opinion to avoid being tempted. Of course, the vampires will not choose to turn all humans into vampires. If there are no humans, where will they go to suck blood? The blood of their own kind is a disgusting thing that is difficult for them to swallow. Not only can it not give them pleasure, but it will make them fall into a state similar to weakness, and at the same time, they cannot use their own power. It is probably equivalent to being hit by psionic rays. This seems to be some kind of curse, but Chi Swayan doesn't have enough data, so it's not very clear for the time being. Mainly because he can't figure it out. After getting up and packing up, he went to the reception room of the castle. The priest called Roy was a middle-aged man who looked old-fashioned. His priest robe looked very straight, and seemed to have been specially ironed. Seeing Chi Swayan coming, he also stood up to greet him and said, "Baron Fisher, Roy, the disciplined priest, greets you." Chi Swayan returned the greeting according to the etiquette of the nobles. Don't ask him how he knew it. Since he planned to pretend to be Fisher to get benefits, he must have been tortured before. Therefore, he knew a lot of details. He didn't care, but the intelligent computer prepared for him in advance, so he just needed to ask. After the two greeted each other, they sat down. "I think Baron Fisher must have known about my visit this time. I heard that you once sent knights to Capri village to burn the devil's servants. I wonder how it went?" Roy asked directly without any politeness. Chi Swayan pretended to be puzzled and asked, "Pastor Roy, Gary hasn't come back yet, and I don't know if it's done." Roy's face changed slightly when he heard this. "Although I don't know Knight Gary, to be able to become a knight appointed by you, the Baron, he must have armor and a spear." "Yes, so Pastor Roy, do you think that the devil killed Gary himself?" Chi Swayan said. "Even if a blacksmith's daughter becomes a servant of the devil, she cannot master the devil's power. Only the devil can kill a knight," Pastor Roy said in a deep voice. The strength of the blood clan is at the rule level, or even incomprehensible to Chi Swayan, but the actual performance is actually very ordinary. Judging from the strength of Baron Fisher, a well-trained armored knight may be able to successfully kill him. There may be no holy water, but fire and wooden stakes piercing the heart can still do it. On the contrary, the so-called dead disciples have a larger upper and lower limit. Some are like the blacksmith's daughter, used for entertainment. Some are used as guards, such as some strong knights, guards, and even tempted folk school demon hunters. It's terrible. I will send someone to Capri village to inquire about the news immediately." Chi Swayan hurriedly got up and said anxiously. But Pastor Roy shook his hand. "No, I can go there myself. The Baron has not received professional training, and the knights and militia under your command are not opponents of the devil. Only devout faith can kill the devil." Pastor Roy stopped Chi Swayan. During this process, the flail on his waist was exposed. At this time, Chi Swayan also noticed that under the other party's priest robe, there was actually a layer of chain mail. The priests of the church are not the priests with thin blood and low defense in the game, but soldiers who have received military training. In particular, the priests of discipline who have mastered divine arts are elite soldiers. Roy in front of him is obviously one of them. Otherwise, he dared to come to Baron Fisher's castle alone. You know, there are not only wild beasts, but also robbers on the road. Wearing armor, elite weapons, and extraordinary power, Baron Fisher might also be a matter of flail when he meets Roy. "Okay, I wait for good news from Pastor Roy in the castle." Chi Xuan looked very pious. And he sent Pastor Roy out of the castle, and arranged a guide and 2 horses for him. Chapter 405. After Roy left, Chi Xuan did not leave immediately. With his speed, it would take at least 1 day to reach Capley village. Then it would take another day to investigate, collect evidence, etc., and it would take at least 3 days for him to return to Fisher Castle. As a disciplined priest, his physical and mental strength are still at the level of a normal person, but because of training, he is closer to the limit. Unless he uses a divine art that Chi Xuan has never seen. Just like Baron Fisher, he can achieve the effect of fast movement. After Baron Fisher transformed into a bat, his flying speed far exceeded that of normal bats in nature, so he was able to reach Capley village from Fisher Castle in a short time. However, Roy accepted the horse and guide given to him by Chi Xuan, which means that the other party probably does not have flying and acceleration divine arts. So he stayed in Fisher Castle for the time being, mainly because he did not get the opportunity. Although he did not know what the opportunity was, he obviously had nothing. Another thing is that he also needs some time to further consolidate his strength. At the same time, he waited for the fuel to burn. It was not the blood clan of Baron Fisher, but the body of the previous Green Tide Lord. The original 1/3 of the Green Tide Lord was enough to provide Chi Xuan with 9 points of armor value, allowing him to obtain 3 module slots. As for Baron Fisher, it was still burning, and it was not so easy to burn out. The main reason was that the blood clan blood in Fisher was not ordinary, so it took time to burn. Chi Xuan didn't care too much. Anyway, the meat was rotten in the pot. The evolution was completed, and it was 3 evolutions in a row. This feeling is really wonderful. Tai Sui-shen completed his evolution, or rather, he himself, an improvement from the depths of logic, which made Chi Xuan feel the change. It's a pity that Tai Sui-shen's improvement is ultimately for the service of the module, and the improvement itself is not great. Chi Xuan did not feel much change, as if it was a shudder, and it was over, and it was just like that when he recalled it again. The real strength is that it can still have unlimited module bars, and improve the quality of modules, and the rest is really not good. Chi Xuan took out 3 module originals, which were used to reduce the damage of blunt weapons, sharp weapons, and firearms respectively. It was also the module proposed by the intelligent brain to improve the plan of Tai Sui-shen. Even if Tai Sui-shen was merged by Chi Xuan, it can continue. SSS Multi-Layer Composite Anti-Seismic Buffer Layer. SSS High Elastic Tough Absorption Structure. SSS Ultra High Speed Energy Deflection System. Blunt weapons, sharp weapons, and firearms can be said to cover all kinds of attacks. After having these 3 modules, it can be said that Chi Xuan can reduce most of all the damage. And not only him, but also the shield, defense, material and other modules can obtain the corresponding effects, and even the derivatives, that is, the fly, fiber worm, and so on can inherit. However, because it is a derivative, it cannot be obtained perfectly. After all, they are just one of the modules, and at most they have a linked effect, and there is no way to enjoy the complete effect. Originally, I planned to increase the fleshiness of Tai Sui God, but now it has become to increase my fleshiness. Chi Xuan felt it. Although he has become a human through the mimicry, deformation and other modules, there are actually changes. After removing the changes in the hands, the whole body has become a steel flesh and blood skeleton. Evolution didn't improve much, but after the module enhancement, my own strength increased by at least 10%. Because the coverage is relatively low, otherwise it can be higher. The previous me can't beat the current me. Chi Xuan changed his hand back and smiled. After the processing was completed, his eyes fell on the original plan again. That is, research on strengthening stones, enchanting stones, and refining stones. He did not prioritize the research of poisonous nova. It didn't matter if there were no skills. Chi Xuan's killing would not affect his efficiency. But these 3 kinds of stones can enhance themselves. If they are studied, they will definitely become stronger. In addition, he also started a new round of research on virus talent improvement. The intention is to upgrade the SS level talent spirit ladder to the SSS level talent, but this progress can basically be said to be 0. On the contrary, the 3 kinds of stones have the data given to him by the world will of the ghost world, and the progress can be said to be rapid. There are 3 rules contained in it. If given to items, they can enhance, add, and limit the effects. For Chi Xuan, these are extremely important abilities. For example, if he first refines the basic attributes of Tai Sui God to the limit, and then fully strengthens and enchants him, wouldn't it make him reach a higher level? Moreover, the greatest use of these 3 effects is not for Tai Sui God, but for modules. Although the modules are all SSS level, they are still different. For example, some modules are composite modules, which are more versatile but not as powerful as single modules. Then these three kinds of stones can completely make up for it. However, he needs to solve a problem, that is, randomness. The strengthening of the strengthening stone is probabilistic, and the properties of the enchantment stone are also random, not to mention that the refining of the refining stone will fluctuate up and down. So if you use it, it may not necessarily become stronger, and it may also decline. For example, what if the strengthening fails? What if the enchantment produces unnecessary properties, or if the original good properties are refined to a low level? Not to mention that the three kinds of stones are consumables, and each time they are consumed, they must be restored by the solidification effect. Chi Suiyan estimated that it would take at least a month, which is not much different from an intercontinental missile. So don't rush to use it as a module, but find a way to find a manufacturing, production and other related modules before installing it. After all, it takes a pile of volume to produce an effect, otherwise so many modules, refresh once a month, then Chi Suiyan will have to refresh it until the end of time. It has only been a short time since he rose to the present, how can he have so much free time to waste? Fortunately, it is not easy for him to study these three kinds of stones. The data is indeed a leap forward, but this is just a learning process. After learning, you have to digest and absorb it, and then innovate it to make it suitable for your own knowledge. Transformation is the most difficult point. Because it is a single copy, Chi Suiyan cannot conduct large-scale experiments, and can only proceed cautiously, which makes the progress drag down again. What he has to do is to eliminate the randomness of the three stones, and make them directional. Chi Suiyan only needs to input energy to achieve the strengthening, enchanting, and refining results he wants, instead of randomness. Don't think that the progress is fast now. It may not be as fast as the research of SSS-level virus talent in the end. Research first, not only is there a demand, but also it is difficult. For example, the three skills of Toxic Nova, Poison Explosion and Poisoning are essentially the use of energy. If you really want to change them, it is not that difficult. A group of bats are approaching, suspected to be Blood Clan. The intelligent brain sent a reminder at the right time. Chi Suiyan is focused on learning, so he will not be so vigilant to the outside world. Since he is concentrating, how could he be distracted to check? Therefore, the intelligent brain helps. With the reminder, Chi Suiyan raised his eyes, and saw the report provided by the intelligent brain. The bat group is still about 10 kilometers away from him, and the distance is getting closer and closer. The speed is not lower than Baron Fisher. Chi Suiyan whispered. As Baron Fisher of the Thin Blood Clan, in order to maintain his identity as a human Baron, he has not contacted other blood clans. And there is no parent, and the mother also handles it very cleanly, and maintains her identity very well. Even among the dead disciples he raised, only his mistress, who was silenced by him, knew their identities, and the other dead disciples did not know. So theoretically, no blood clan would come to his door. Chi Suiyan was confused, but he was prepared. The cold wind blew open the heavy door of the castle. This should be the ability formed by some dark power of the blood clan. Then the bats flew in directly, without any courtesy, and did not know to knock on the door. The bats turned into a tall and hot woman. Chi Suiyan keenly smelled the blood on the other party. Another beauty. Send her to the smelting furnace as soon as possible after the torture, so as not to cause me unnecessary trouble. The last time Chi Suiyan met a beautiful woman was Nangong Yuan, the great commander of Tiandu in the ghost world, and the Lanlu mansion was blown up. Now I meet another one, who knows what's going on. The woman looked Chi Suiyan up and down, and then said arrogantly, a waste of mixed blood. The other party scolded Chi Suiyan right away. Uneducated dog. Chi Suiyan felt that he was already very rude, but he didn't expect that there would always be a stronger one among the strong, and he met an even less civilized one. He rushed over with a big force, and knocked the other party to the ground on the spot. Then he came with a series of turtle punches, and after beating the other party into a pig head, he found a rope to hang her upside down. He even cut the other party's neck, and started bleeding. This female vampire didn't seem to be from the Thin Blood clan, but from the 13th clan, so her blood was not a rotten and smelly corrosive liquid. But it was a gas-like black mist. And it was lighter than air, and began to float up. The other party was also confused. He didn't have time to react, and was beaten by Chi Suiyan. He was even hung up. How dare you treat me like this, you mixed blood? The other party's wounds healed quickly, and the injuries on his face also recovered quickly. Then he turned into a mist, broke free from the restraints, and spit out a stream of venom at Chi Suiyan. The venom fell on Chi Suiyan's face, and it was useless at all. Chi Suiyan wiped it off, and threw it on the ground. What a trouble. Chi Suan cursed and pressed the vampire, who broke free to the ground again, and gave her 2 big punches. This time, the position was precise, not to hit her in the face, but to make her faint and shocked. After 2 punches, she rolled her eyes directly. The corpse still has human reactions, which has both advantages and disadvantages. Chi Suan dragged the female vampire to the secret room of Fisher Castle. That was the place where Baron Fisher used to entertain himself, and many people died there. But it is also very secretive, which is very suitable for Chi Suan to conduct some experiments. Chapter 406. So they came to recruit soldiers. I thought something good had happened to me. Chi Suan wiped the blood off his hands, and sewed up the dissected wound of the female vampire. Through interrogation, he learned that the other party was a warlord from the Toledo clan, and had the same parent as Baron Fisher's mother. As for how he knew Baron Fisher's location, he naturally tracked him through the power of darkness. Chi Suan was completely unprovoked. He was not Baron Fisher. In this regard, Chi Suan could only say that the Toledo clan was really unreasonable. Baron Fisher was a vampire of the Thin Blood clan, not your Toledo clan, so he could not be recruited. The excuse used was that Baron Fisher had half the blood of the Toledo clan in his body, so he had to participate. Then after Chi Suan's torture, he understood the real reason. The female warlord was short of people, so Baron Fisher could only make up the number. Chi Suan didn't understand. Even if they wanted to make up the numbers, they wouldn't have come all the way here to find a vampire who was hiding his real name. It was just a lot of trouble. So he thought that the other party was not telling the truth and tortured him again. Then he found out that this female governor had a grudge against Baron Fisher's biological mother, but the other party's biological mother was dead, so it was really difficult to retaliate. So, since it was a rare opportunity to recruit soldiers, they took the trouble to bring Baron Fisher, who was a member of the Thin Blood clan, to be cannon fodder. In theory, Baron Fisher had no relationship with his biological mother. As an abandoned baby, he would not inherit any kinship at all. But this female governor was narrow-minded. In order to retaliate, they paid a lot of price, and ended up delivering the goods to Chi Suan. Otherwise, how could the warlord come to recruit soldiers in person, and only recruit one person? You said that if you were more generous, there would be no such things. Chi Suan sighed, and he was as petty as him. More importantly, he didn't have the aura of the protagonist, so it was normal for him to fail. A strong resentment flashed in the other party's eyes, and he said in a cold tone, "You are not Baron Fisher at all. Who are you?" Judging from her behavior, Chi Suan didn't look like a vampire at all. Guess. After Chi Suan answered perfunctorily, she opened the head of the female warlord. The value of the vampires is really not much, just a corpse, not even active. Compared with them, zombies are vivid. And they are not those corpses with extraordinary powers, but very fresh corpses. If Chi Suan wants, he can just go to the grave and dig one out. At first, I thought it was only the Thin Blood clan that was in this situation, but even the Toledo clan was also like this, which meant that all vampires might be corpses. Chi Suan had not yet found the source of their release of the extraordinary, and the only suspect was blood. But their blood was black mist, and Chi Suan had to find the source. Chi Suan easily opened the female commander's skull, and the other's brain appeared in front of Chi Suan. "Your brain is quite delicate. Do you rarely use it?" Chi Suan pulled it out. The female commander did not react at all, as if the brain was almost non-existent. Chi Suan took a closer look. It was not that he had no reaction, but that the other party crashed directly after losing the brain. Core? It doesn't look like it. Chi Suan had just finished speaking when a new brain grew out. The appearance, size, and even the feel were exactly the same as the one in his hand. The regeneration ability is indeed strong, but I'm curious, why do you die when the stake pierces the heart? Chi Suan asked curiously. The female commander looked at Chi Suan coldly, and didn't intend to answer Chi Suan at all. It must be said that the bones are indeed hard, and they can't bear the pain of torture. By the way, do you want to experience the feeling of giving birth to a little vampire? Chi Suan was not without torture. When he was beaten hard, the other party was stumbling. Not to mention now, it's simply unyielding. I really want to know how a corpse can form a reproductive reaction with a living person. And how a new life form is born. This is really curious. Chi Suan thought that he might not be able to analyze it by himself, and he had to increase the stimulation, such as external stimulation. Then, the female commander's eyes revealed contempt. "Don't look at me like that. You are not even a piece of meat in my eyes," Chi Suan said speechlessly. "The meat is still alive. She is really useless. I use artificial methods. Don't worry, I will find you a group of strong ones." Chi Xuan said with a smile. He is no longer a human being, so he can't use his own. Even if he can use it, he is not a human in this blood clan world, and his genes are different, so it is probably useless. Wait, what do you want to do? The female commander finally spoke and called Chi Xuan. If Chi Xuan said that he was looking for a strong man, she would have endured it. But Chi Xuan used the group as a unit, so she might not be able to bear it. If they lined up every day, it would be a disaster. Are you still afraid of this? It shouldn't be. I remember that you vampires play more than this. Chi Xuan was also slightly surprised. Okay, I want to know what your source of power is. At this point, Chi Xuan asked the question she wanted to know directly. It comes from the puppet, one of the 13 holy artifacts of the vampires. All the vampires of the Toledo clan, the source of power comes from this holy artifact. At this point, the female commander also understood why Chi Xuan dissected her body. It turned out that it was to find the source of power of the vampires. So, you are a traitor to the church, those priests who claim to be scientists? The female commander thought she had found Chi Xuan's true identity. It's not that no one wants to explore the power of the blood race. But even if they know that the power of the blood race comes from the 13 holy artifacts, no one can get it. So your power does not belong to you, but is given by the puppet? Chi Xuan frowned. No, the power is still our power, but our power comes from the puppet. The female commander explained seriously. But in Chi Xuan's ears, this is very contradictory. The power is yours, but it comes from the puppet, which seems very strange. Okay, let's skip this for now. Chi Xuan did not intend to tangle with the other party about this matter, but continued to ask. The 13 clans have 15 forces. Excluding the abandoned baby of the Thin Blood clan, what about the Death clan? What is the source of their power? You can't say that there are actually 14 of the 13 holy artifacts. Chi Xuan found that this group of vampires really didn't know how to count. It's okay that they have lived a long time without creativity, but they don't love learning, which is really disappointing. I don't know. The Death clan has always been mysterious and rarely seen. The female commander said bluntly. She really didn't know that before the war, her status in the Toledo clan was not high. She was just a small vampire viscount, and there were many higher-level people than her. Even if the Death clan came to visit, she couldn't get close to them. What about the power sources of other clans? Chi Xuan asked again. In addition to the puppet, there are also the murder key, corpse hand, rot bracelet, bone harp, blood cup, spirit staff, soul ring, butcher knife, torture axe, magic mirror, ghost lamp, poison bottle. They correspond to the female commander answered very straightforwardly, and gave Chi Xuan a general explanation of the corresponding clans of the 13 holy artifacts of the vampires. As for these holy artifacts, in addition to being the source of power and symbol of power for the vampires, they also have corresponding abilities, but she didn't know. After all, she had only heard of the names, and had never seen what they really looked like, let alone their power. I remember that the vampires of your 13 clans all have the inheritance of true names. How could it be possible that they only know the names? Chi Xuan asked in confusion. The inheritance of the true name usually corresponds to the status of the head of the family. My head of the family was only a viscount when he first embraced me. The inheritance of the true name he could give me is extremely limited, the female commander said bluntly. Chi Xuan agreed with what the other party said, and then continued to ask, who holds these 13 holy artifacts? I'm not sure, but I can be sure that the Dragon Son and the Bloodbath Queen each have one. The female commander only knew a rough idea, and he didn't know anything more specific. What about the puppet? You should know this, right? Chi Xuan asked. The female commander shook his head. I don't know. Chi Xuan almost threw a big bag at him. How could you not know who has your own things? After the war, the puppets were redistributed by the clan elders, and now no one knows who has them. If you want to get the puppets, you can only go to the battlefield, and maybe you can find them. The female commander said it in time, and was almost hit in the face by the big bag. Tell me about the situation of the war. Chi Xuan changed the subject. He could see that this female vampire was probably the peach blossom lot brought to him by the protagonist's halo. Unfortunately, Chi Xuan didn't need it at all. Vase is useless, it just looks good. If he wanted, Chi Xuan could change it himself. Why would he need to raise one? The son of the dragon has officially declared war on the kingdom of Phoenicia, which is a kingdom supported by our Toledo clan. He wants to use the kingdom of Phoenicia as a springboard to attack the human kingdom. However, the female commander-in-chief gave a general description of the situation. The kingdom of Transylvania is indeed the base camp of the secret party, But it does not mean that the various clans will no longer support other kingdoms. How can a single large kingdom support such a large number of vampires? So each clan has its own garden kingdom as a supply. And these kingdoms need to be responsible for their own profits and losses. The kingdoms cultivated by the secret party are naturally based on secret control, so on the surface, the kingdom of Phoenicia is also a human kingdom. But now, this layer of paper is about to be pierced. After the defeat, it will even become a colony of the demon party. Chapter 407. The female commander-in-chief knew a lot about the war situation. After all, she was a commander-in-chief. If she didn't know anything, she would be useless. The main force is human, but the key to victory is the Blood Clan. The demon party is so unscrupulous in attacking your secret party's territory, and the Bloodbath Queen didn't react at all? Chi Xuan asked curiously. This attack is not only about the colony of the Toledo clan, but also the face of the Bloodbath Queen. There are rumors in the clan that the queen refused. The female commander-in-chief said hesitantly. Why did the Dragon Son suddenly start a war and suddenly attack the human kingdom? Chi Xuan temporarily ignored why the Bloodbath Queen refused to support. It's nothing more than a matter of interests and reputation. Otherwise, what else could it be? On the contrary, the Dragon Son Vlad III's move came too suddenly. Destroy the church and complete the great cause of ruling mankind. The female commander-in-chief gave an answer that Chi Xuan guessed. But Chi Xuan shook his head. It can't be this. The timing is wrong. This could have been done before. He suddenly took action. There must be other reasons. Anyone can shout slogans, but the action of Vlad III, the son of the dragon, was extremely sudden, more like a spur-of-the-moment action. If nothing unexpected happens, there must be a problem within the church, otherwise it would not have acted so hastily. The Blood Queen of the Blood Clan must know about this. Although she is a secret party, she will not stop the rise of the son of the dragon in order to maintain the number of humans. After all, if the son of the dragon really succeeds, then their secret party can completely integrate into the other party's dynasty and become one of the rulers. If you win, you get a share. If you lose, it doesn't matter. What you sacrifice is just a garden kingdom of the Toledo clan. The Toledo clan is more than one kingdom like this. Afterwards, at most you can cultivate another one to compensate them. Then again, whether it succeeds or not, it's a good thing. It's just a Phoenician kingdom. It's not a big deal for you to give it to the Dragon Son. Why do you have to fight with the demon party? The Bloodbath Queen doesn't care about you. It's only a matter of time before you lose. Chi Xuan said. There are only 2 clans in the demon party, but they can be on par with the 7 clans of the secret party. It would be a lie to say that they have no ability. So the Toledo clan alone is no match for the Dragon Son and the Wallachia kingdom. Under normal circumstances, they should withdraw from the Phoenician kingdom. If the Dragon Son wants it, just give it to him, instead of really fighting to the death. This is the order of the clan elders. The female commander's thoughts were similar to Chi Xuan's. Losing a garden kingdom would indeed make them a little tight. But it's not impossible to make up for it later. After all, they all sacrificed their own interests for the Blood Clan. It's impossible to get nothing. So, there must be some unknown secrets in it. Chi Xuan gave the final word. Then he looked at the female commander. Anything else to say? If there was nothing else, Chi Xuan planned to throw him into the smelting furnace as fuel. What's the point of keeping him if he has no value? It looks good but can't be eaten. Besides, Chi Xuan doesn't need to eat now, so it's useless to eat it. If you let me go, I can give you a first embrace and make you an immortal vampire. The female commander saw that Chi Xuan wanted to kill her, so she put forward her own request. Chi Xuan rolled his eyes. You wish. This guy really thinks that being a vampire is a good thing, not to mention being embraced by her. Then not only will he become the other party's offspring, but his real name will also be controlled by the other party. Isn't that controlled by others? It seems that you can't come up with anything good, so I send you to death. Chi Xuan grabbed the female commander and stuffed her directly into the smelting furnace. Let her accompany Baron Fisher. But Baron Fisher may not be able to accompany her for long. After all, half of him has been burned. Maybe she can evolve again. Chi Xuan estimated the evolutionary energy that the female commander could give, and smiled with satisfaction. He liked this kind of extraordinary life form that was weak in strength, but had the ability of rules and concepts. Fuel is valuable and easy to get. It seems that we can get involved in the war of the Phoenician kingdom. The female commander's words imply that the puppets will appear on the battlefield. Even if I can't get the puppets, I can get some vampires as fuel. Chi Xuan has already imagined the scene of overwhelming vampires being stuffed into the smelting furnace as fuel. Chi Xuan is actually quite helpless. The extraordinary system of this vampire is pitifully low in value to him. Whether the extraordinary system is powerful, and whether it is valuable to Chi Xuan are two completely different things. It doesn't mean that the stronger the system, the more valuable it is. Chi Xuan's own situation must also be considered. Therefore, to study the Blood Clan, Chi Xuan might as well go and grab the 13 holy artifacts directly. However, this is not a small matter. The Blood Clan is definitely not as simple as it seems. The first generation of Blood Clan is missing, and the second generation of Blood Clan only has the Bloodbath Queen in the open, and she doesn't care about it. The third generation of Blood Clan, the son of the dragon, Vlad III, has the potential to swallow up the world. Chi Xuan estimates that he is unlikely to be the opponent of the son of the dragon. The father of the other party is the second generation of Blood Clan, the piercing demon Dracula. At least in Chi Xuan, he is a famous figure. The Blood Clan also has a bloodline theory. The higher the generation, the stronger the strength. Take the 13 holy artifacts of the Blood Clan for example. If you want to use them, you must be a Blood Clan of at least the 5th generation. Generally speaking, they are controlled by the 3rd generation of Blood Clan. The elders of the major clans are all at this level. The 2nd generation of Blood Clan above is already beyond the world, and the only 2 people known so far are the Piercing Demon and the Bloodbath Queen. Others simply cannot be found. Therefore, the mainstream rulers are all 3rd generation vampires. There is nothing to say about the rest. Chi Xuan is fully confident. After cleaning up the secret room, Chi Xuan slowly opened the secret room and walked out. As soon as he turned a corner, he saw a familiar person. Roy, the disciplined priest. Lord Baron Fisher, you just came into contact with the devil. The other party looked at Chi Xuan and said, Pastor Roy, I remember you should go to Capri Village, not in my castle. Chi Xuan's face did not change at all. He began to adjust his perception, but he could not perceive it. However, the other party was standing in front of him so real. Although not very strong, it was so strange that his perception and the modules of Tai Sui God could not detect it. It could only be seen directly through physical observation. No wonder the church could rely on divine arts to fight against the Blood Clan. It was indeed not a simple thing. Chi Xuan thought about this matter in his heart. Of course I went, and the one who stayed here was another me. At the beginning, I wanted to protect the safety of Lord Fisher, but I didn't expect that you would collude with the devil, Pastor Roy said softly. While saying this, he also untied the flail around his waist. Why do you conclude that I have colluded with the devil, instead of killing the devil? Chi Xuan asked back. The warlord of the Torito clan, she came to your castle from the battlefield. And you are just a baron of the Grande Kingdom, what do you think? When Pastor Roy spoke, a holy light flashed on the flail. Chi Xuan felt a sense of discomfort. This discomfort is like the divine light that purifies evil heretics shining on him. The deep virus in his body is not a good thing in itself. As for the distorted concept, does it mean that the virus is also a life and not an evil thing? Chi Xuan wanted to, but he didn't admit it. You can't distort it by making him speechless. If he can't win, he will hit you directly instead of being choked up and blushing. I can explain it. Chi Xuan could see that the other party had applied some kind of magic to the flail, which was similar to a low-profile version of the sacred purification field. It couldn't completely target the deep virus, but it could also form an effect similar to damage amplification. However, if it were a vampire, it would not be certain. A flail might directly hurt the opponent's dark power. Please tell me, but it must be a legal and reasonable explanation. Pastor Roy did not act immediately, but waited for Chi Xuan to give him an explanation. For humans, the church is still very tolerant, but for vampires, no reason is given. Fortunately, Baron Fisher changed the core, and he was used as fuel in Chi Xuan's smelting furnace. Otherwise, he would have been hammered into slag by Roy on the spot. Under normal circumstances, it is indeed not visible, but now it is time. Pastor Roy must have used divine arts such as detecting vampires to determine the identity. Chi Xuan is not a vampire, so he must be a human. That's why Pastor Roy said that Chi Xuan colluded with the devil. The intelligent brain, it's up to you, you must make up a lie that Pastor Roy believes. Chi Xuan directly put the blame on the intelligent brain. The intelligent brain immediately provided Chi Xuan with a script and told him to control his facial expressions and body language. This matter has to start from. Chi Xuan began to read along with the script, and through his own control and modules, he made himself appear extremely sincere. I can believe your explanation, but you must go to the nearest church and undergo a church baptism. I have notified a cardinal and hope that you, Baron, can arrive within 3 days. Otherwise the church will further examine you or even issue a warrant for your arrest. After Pastor Roy finished speaking, his figure turned into spots of light and disappeared. Obviously, this was indeed the divine spell he left in Fisher Castle for protection, but he didn't expect it to be triggered like this. Of course there is no problem, I will definitely arrive on time. Chi Xuan smiled. It just so happened that he hadn't had a suitable opportunity to contact the church, so it was sent to him. The so-called baptism is screening and purification, used to determine whether the mind has been distorted or the soul has been eroded by the blood clan. Chapter 408. Thank you so much, Baron Fisher. God will bless you for your sincerity, Cardinal Hammond said gratefully. Chi Xuan went to the designated church to complete the baptism the next day. He was not a vampire, and was not affected by the vampires, so he passed it smoothly. All the divine arts seemed to be aimed at the vampires, so Chi Xuan was not a human and was not judged to have any problems. Obviously, this is a diode. It is either a vampire or a human. There is no third choice. After the completion, Chi Xuan used Baron Fisher's property to donate a sum of gold coins to the church, which made the cardinal smile. Although this is not his church, he is also happy to see someone willing to pay for the church. It's just that his smile is a bit hideous. Hammond is not a kind old man, but a strong man with tendons and a long scar on his face. A burly man wearing thick armor, carrying a large shield on his back, and a long sword on his waist. The opponent was born as a demon hunter, and he had fought with the vampires for a long time. He was not ambiguous at all when he started fighting. As for what was red in the red clothes, it was naturally the blood-red armor and shield on his body. Divine arts were mostly used as auxiliary. It was probably to add buff to yourself, and then throw some debuff on the enemy, and then swing the big sword to charge. Divine arts such as missiles and rays were relatively rare. It should be. The church fights for mankind, and I just made some insignificant contributions. Chi Xuan looked like he was doing it all for mankind. Then he asked, Bishop Hammond, I want to know how to improve my faith, and I also want to gain the power of magic. Hammond, the cardinal, was stunned when he heard Chi Xuan's words. You are a noble, how come you suddenly need magic? Baron Fisher, faith needs to be practiced from childhood, and needs to be believed without distractions. Even so, there are not many disciplined priests who can obtain magic. Although you don't master magic, it doesn't mean that you haven't made contributions to mankind. You are also working hard to resist the devil by managing a territory. Hammond said this in a very euphemistic way. The meaning between the lines is that you can't do it, don't bother, just be a noble and enjoy yourself. I know, but I don't want to be disturbed by the devil again. Pastor Roy said that the devil that disturbed me was a warlord. Chi Xuan said with a bitter face, and I don't want to be a disciplined priest. Bishop Hammond, do you think I am suitable to be a demon hunter? Hammond could understand the first two sentences, which was human nature. But when the last sentence came out, he couldn't help but secretly take a breath. You can't even become a disciplined priest, and still want to be a church demon hunter, which is simply against the will of heaven. But because Chi Xuan just donated a lot of gold coins to the church, Hammond was embarrassed to attack Chi Xuan directly. Of course it is suitable. If Baron Fisher is willing, I can find a school demon hunter as a teacher for you to teach you the skills of hunting demons. Hammond's words changed some concepts. Demon hunters are different from demon hunters. The demon hunters of the church have divine arts in hand. The demon hunters of the folk school are different. They are just well trained. But I want magic. Chi Xuan could hear what the other party meant, so he said it directly. Okay, Lord Fisher. Hammond sighed, you need to pay another sum of money for the purchase, and it will not be refunded if you cannot obtain the magic. Having said this, Hammond will not continue to be euphemistic. The church will send you a seal of faith and a Bible of commandments. You need to use the Bible to improve your piety in front of the seal. If your piety reaches the standard, you will obtain divine arts. From now on, you must fulfill the commandments and not break them, so that you can always have divine arts. Continuously improve your pious faith to obtain enough divine arts. When your faith reaches a certain level, someone from the church will come to you and let you choose to become an ascetic or a demon hunter. It just requires your piety and a long time. I don't have much hope that you can succeed. On the contrary, the large amount of money you paid may have a great impact on your territory. I hope you can consider it carefully. Hammond said a lot of things, which was considered to have fulfilled his obligation to inform. If a viscount or a baron came to him and said this, he would not care at all. In his wealthy territory, he could easily buy the seal of faith and the Bible of commandments from the church. If a bastard is sent to a church to be a pastor at an early age, that is enrollment. Buying and learning the faith of the Lord by oneself and spreading it is self-study. The former will have a disciplined priest as a guide, providing directions for improving faith and deepening piety. The latter really depends on oneself. And these two things are not ordinary things, they have faith in them. Soak the holy seal of faith in a basin of water for 7 days, and then the basin of water will become holy water. Holding the Bible of discipline can form an invisible force field that shocks the vampires, and the vampires below the earl will feel stinging and leave. So basically, if the nobles have the conditions, they will buy one for themselves, their wives, and their eldest sons. As for the holy seal of faith being soaked directly in the lake to mass produce holy water, this is unrealistic because the effect is limited. After all, the real purpose of people is to improve their own faith and obtain divine arts, and the real production of holy water is something else. The reason why Baron Fisher didn't have it, in addition to being a vampire himself, was because he couldn't afford it. The previous Baron Fisher could afford it, but later sold it for unique XP. The exception is that these two items also have a validity period, and will expire within a year. Generally speaking, it needs to be sent to the church for reblessing, which is cheaper than buying another one, but it is not a small amount of money. Therefore, most nobles at the level of Viscount will buy it, and only earls will stay there permanently. For example, a baron cannot afford to support it even if he buys it. Unless the baron can obtain a divine spell within a year, it means that he has become an elite disciplined priest. At that time, the church will bless his holy seal and Bible for free. After all, the disciplined priest, who can obtain divine spells, has a very devout faith. Many disciplined priests may not obtain divine spells even if they are trained from childhood to adulthood. One rice feeds 100 kinds of people. This saying applies everywhere. After all, the origins of disciplined priests are basically illegitimate sons of nobles, and they will not be cut off from their families. It was given away, mainly to avoid fighting for the title, not really giving it away. They even have holidays, can go home to visit relatives, and even relatives can go to send things. Of course, I am still very confident in my territory. Chi Swayan said confidently. He didn't have a territory at all, so confidence was Schrodinger's cat. As for the exploitation of Fisher's territory, what does it have to do with Chi Swayan? It's not his territory, so it doesn't matter. Hammond didn't know the real situation, and his face eased a little. It seems that your father left you a lot of wealth. Yes, otherwise with my territory, I definitely can't pay. Chi Swayan was telling the truth. How could he pay without a territory? What the other party said was also true. If it weren't for the previous Baron Fisher, Chi Swayan wouldn't have such wealth. As for robbing, he wanted to do so, but due to the mystery of the church, who knows that the other party will have monitoring methods? It's better to use Fisher's identity to get a copy openly. It will take some time for the seal of faith and the Bible of discipline to be delivered to your territory. I think you should also need some time to prepare gold coins. So how about 7 days? Hammond discussed the time with Chi Swayan. Of course, if you want it faster, you can. It just requires a higher amount of gold coins, depending on when you want to get it. This means that as long as you add enough money, you can get it today. But I don't recommend you to use it. Your barony is not enough to support such a large expenditure. Hammond did not discriminate against Chi Swayan, because he was a small baron. He always respected him, adhering to the treatment of a penny as a gold master. But after all, he is not as good as a great noble, so he still has to advise him. I can still wait for 7 days. Chi Swayan was naturally not so anxious. Then Chi Swayan changed the subject. By the way, Bishop Hammond, I heard that the dragon son of the kingdom of Wallachia began to invade the kingdom of Phoenicia. What do you think about this? Chi Swayan asked bluntly. You are indeed well informed. Hammond was not surprised that Chi Swayan knew this news. It has been a month since the war started, and it is about time to spread. The situation has calmed down. The Phoenician kingdom was destroyed by the dragon son of the Wallachian kingdom 3 days ago. But don't worry, the Grande kingdom will not be affected by the war, and the church is also actively solving this matter. Hammond did not tell Chi Swayan the true situation of the Wallachian kingdom. After all, once this matter is spoken out, it will inevitably spread. Baron Fisher is a nobleman after all, and he still has a social circle. As for keeping it secret, this is not realistic. Then I'm relieved. After all, the horror of war is far greater than the devil. Chi Swayan looked relieved. Hammond sighed in his heart. Chi Swayan was right, but if the war was started by the devil, the situation would be very bad. Especially when the other party is still aggressive, aiming directly at the church, wanting to rule the world and enslave all humans. Unfortunately, humans are still at a disadvantage. There are still many people in the countries who are hooking up with the Blood Clan, wanting to gain eternal life. With so many disadvantages, it is already at a stage where it is difficult to continue. If it fails this time, it is not impossible for the church to be destroyed and humans to be enslaved. Chapter 409. 7 days passed in a flash, and Pastor Roy visited Chi Swayan again, and brought him the Holy Seal of Faith and the Bible of Discipline. "I'm sorry, Lord Fisher, I was rude last time and misunderstood you. Please accept my apology. This is my compensation." As he said, Pastor Roy gave Chi Swayan a mithril-plated dagger. The church's mithril dagger can not only hurt the devil, but even when the devil is close to you, it will emit a vibrating sound to remind you. Of course, if it is a powerful enough devil, it may not have any effect. But don't worry, there will be no devil in the kingdom of Grande that can make the mithril dagger ineffective. The church has always been protecting the kingdom. Roy said. "Then I will accept your apology, Pastor Roy." Chi Swayan did not hesitate at all. This Pastor Roy is a sincere man. His apology is not only verbal sincerity, but also actual material compensation. The mithril dagger was probably not cheap, but the other party gritted his teeth and gave it to me. After being targeted by the devil commander, I have been afraid that there will be more devils coming to find me. Now that I have the Holy Seal, the Bible and the dagger, I feel much more at ease. Chi Swayan said, as if it was not what I wanted, but I just needed a sense of security. Roy understood very well and comforted him. The devil has always been so terrible. So when I met Bishop Hammond, I had the idea of becoming a disciplined priest. Chi Swayan made up for himself. "You are very far-sighted." Pastor Roy naturally would not say that you can't do it directly, but praised him, and then took out a bill. "This is the amount you need to pay. Because of my mistake before, I will escort you this time, and I will not charge you for the escort fee, but I have no right to reduce the other fees for you." Chi Swayan took the list, and then saw a long string of numbers. From material fees to forging fees to baptism fees, etc., the series of fees are terribly long. He didn't know whether these cost requirements were true or false, but he paid them readily. It's not his money, so he didn't feel bad about spending it. It's really a huge sum of money. Fortunately, I have prepared it. "Pastor Roy, come with me," Chi Swayan said, hanging the palm-sized seal of faith on his body, and at the same time picked up the Commandment Bible and the bill, and took Pastor Roy to the vault. "With so many gold coins, how are you going to take them back, Pastor Roy?" Chi Swayan asked casually. "Do you need me to send someone to escort you?" "No, I will use magic to melt all the gold coins into refined gold and then take them back." Roy said, "What the church lacks is not gold coins, but refined gold, which can be used as one of the sacred materials. Refined gold can only be melted out through a large amount of gold. But you also know that gold is a product of the nobility of each kingdom, so we need to recycle it. With enough refined gold, we will have enough power to fight against the vampires. If mithril is an indispensable sacred material in weapons, then refined gold is the sacred material needed for armor. Both are extraordinary items smelted from precious metals. However, if you want to smelt them, you can't rely on smelting technology, you must use specific divine arts. Don't look at the large number, but these gold coins can only be smelted into fist-sized gold, which is barely enough as a material for a set of chain mail." Roy continued to add. Chi Swayan was not optimistic about the situation of the church when he heard this. Such important strategic materials are actually controlled by the nobles instead of being requisitioned. Gold is smelted from gold, so isn't the mithril in the mithril dagger that you said to me, Pastor Roy, smelted from silver? Chi Swayan asked curiously. Yes, in addition to this, there is mountain copper smelted from bronze. These are the 3 sacred materials that the church must have to fight against the devil. Roy did not hide it. This corresponds to the 3 currencies of gold, silver, and copper in the world of vampires. So Chi Swayan asked his doubts. Since the church needs these 3 metals, why not take them all away, but make them into currency for circulation? Lord Fisher, you are wrong. Roy corrected Chi Swayan. The church does not need gold, silver, and bronze. Only gold, silver, and copper coins can be smelted into sacred materials, not metals. Currency circulates and spreads between people, giving them the sacredness that people have, and can become sacred materials. Otherwise, it is just metal that cannot be smelted successfully. Roy explained to Chi Swayan seriously. It seems that because of the previous misunderstanding, coupled with Chi Swayan's purchase behavior, Roy told Chi Swayan a lot of extraordinary information related to the church in the Blood Clan world. What is holiness? Why can't it be obtained through the circulation of currency? Chi Swayan continued to ask. I don't know about this, maybe the ascetics know. Although Roy has mastered divine arts, and is considered a small group of top disciplined priests, There are more than 100,000 of them. Therefore, if he is included in the list, he will not have much status. Not an ascetic or a demon hunter, he can only be said to be the cornerstone of the church rather than the management. They have been running around to deal with various vampire affairs. Well, are these mithril daggers also made through divine arts? Chi Xuan asked. Not entirely. This dagger is not made of mithril, but is coated with a layer of mithril. Roy was a little embarrassed when he said this. My financial resources are not enough to exchange such a large piece of mithril in the church. So I just bought a dagger and then plated it with silver through divine magic. But the complete sacred weapon is indeed made through divine magic and sacred materials. When Baron Fisher obtains the corresponding divine magic, you will know. Roy actually didn't think Chi Xuan could successfully obtain the divine magic from the bottom of his heart. But he certainly couldn't say it directly. He actually realized that he talked a lot this time, and said a lot of information that the other party could not have accessed. The two soon arrived at the vault, and Chi Xuan opened the door and said, "The gold coins are here, you can smelt them yourself." "Do I need to avoid it?" Chi Xuan said politely. "No, after all, you can also obtain divine magic in the future," Roy said, but Roy was not sure when this future would be. Then, he began to cast an unknown magic. The gold coins in the vault began to vibrate, then flew up, and gradually turned into a gold coin tornado. Because the speed of rotation was so fast, all the gold coins turned into a stream of light, and finally gradually shrank, turning into a ball and falling into Roy's hand. During the whole process, Chi Xuan did not feel any energy reaction, which was exactly the same as the ability of the vampires. It seemed to skip the process and give the result directly. "Is this refined gold?" Chi Xuan looked over curiously. He couldn't see anything, but he could be sure of one thing, that is, there was a kind of sacred breath attached to it. There was in the flail on Roy's waist, but compared with the refined gold, which was a material, the sacred breath in the flail had a heavy sense of destruction. Obviously, this breath would have different effects depending on the type of weapon. Yes, this is the refined gold. It's a pity that this is the property of the church. If it belongs to me, I can give 1 gram to you, Lord Baron, as a collection, Roy said, and stuffed the ball of refined gold directly into his pocket. Pastor Roy is really generous. Chi Xuan said that this guy is really sincere, and then said, "Why don't you stay in the castle for a few more days? I will entertain Pastor Roy. The entertainment is real, but I also want to get more information from Roy. Thank you for your kindness, Lord Baron. I need to pay your payment to the church as soon as possible. Next time I have the chance, I will definitely come to visit." Roy's words are just polite. After handing over the refined gold, he has to go to other areas to continue to deal with various affairs of the Blood Clan. Even if he doesn't die in the hands of the Blood Clan in this life, there is no chance to come to the territory of the Fisher family again. So there is no possibility of meeting for the 3rd time since then. That is, because he misunderstood Chi Xuan last time, and he was nearby. He had the task of delivering the Holy Seal of Faith and the Bible of Discipline. Otherwise, this mithril dagger would only be handed over to Chi Xuan by someone else, and apologize on his behalf. That's a pity. I will definitely do it next time. Chi Xuan also heard the other party's politeness, so he also responded politely. Then he sent the other party out of the castle, and arranged a horse for the other party. This made Roy very grateful, and then he accepted it. He really needed a horse as a foothold. As for the previous horse, he kept it in the church. After paying the refined gold, this horse will only be given to the church. Not for anything else, just because he couldn't afford to keep a horse. Secondly, he didn't need a horse. After all, there were many places where horses couldn't go, and they could only go on foot. So he trained a strong physique. After the people left, Chi Xuan returned to the secret room in the castle. "I got the stuff. I study it for 2 days. If there is no positioning measure, I can leave here." The Fisher family's territory was tossed by him like this. Even if they didn't die, they would lose half of their lives. The capital flow hit the bottom, and the economy collapsed. There were all kinds of oppression before. It would not be uncommon for the civilians in the territory to rise up and push Chi Xuan to the guillotine tomorrow. So before this happened, Chi Xuan had to find a way to escape first to avoid it really falling on his head. I just hope that the church's magic can give me some logic, otherwise the extraordinary system of this world will really have no value. Chi Xuan was also melancholy at this time. If there is no gain, Chi Xuan can only go on a killing spree and slaughter the vampires in the whole world as fuel. Chapter 410. Nothing special. The material should be made of 3 kinds of sacred materials. Chi Xuan looked at the seal of faith. It was the icon of the church and was golden. It should be made of mountain copper. After all, fine gold is a protective gear and mithril is a weapon. As one of the 3 sacred materials, mountain copper should be related to divine arts. But it shouldn't be all mountain copper. It's probably similar to the dagger that Pastor Roy gave me. It's all coated with a layer. Otherwise, the volume of the seal in my hand is almost 1/3 of the payment. Can the church do such a loss-making business? Chi Xuan didn't believe it. After testing it, it was really as Chi Xuan guessed, with a layer of mountain copper on the surface. So, this mithril dagger also has a time limit? Chi Xuan suddenly thought of this. As both are plating layers, there is no reason to say that the Holy Seal and the Bible have time limits, but mithril does not. After the thought flashed through his mind, Chi Xuan temporarily suppressed it. These were not what he should consider for the time being. What he should consider now is what this thing is. From his perspective, the Holy Seal is just an ornamental item with a bit of extraordinary nature, which can be used to resist the Blood Clan at most. However, the Blood Clan that can be resisted by the Holy Seal, and the Bible can be directly stuffed into the casting furnace by Chi Xuan. This thing is useless to the truly powerful existence of the Blood Clan. As for devout belief, this is too difficult for Chi Xuan, and he can't do it at all. It is much better for him to believe in the protagonist's halo than to believe in the so-called illusory main. Faith in the Holy Seal is just a medium, and whether he can obtain divine arts depends on himself. Otherwise, how could it be possible that only a small number of disciplined priests could obtain divine arts? Extraordinary beings are too rare, which is the shortcoming of human countries. Although the church has tried its best to make up for it, it is still restricted by rules and regulations. The simplest point is that if you want to become a disciplined priest, you must be born into a noble family. If this restriction is removed and civilians can also get in touch with the extraordinary path of becoming a disciplined priest, there will definitely be no shortage of people. So Chi Xuan couldn't understand why he had to stick to bloodline at this time. Like the previous Ghost World, it was bad, but it was definitely flexible. The human countries in the Blood Clan world were not only inflexible, but also very bad. If Chi Xuan was the church, he would directly create a large-scale faith seal and disciplined Bible, and then travel around the countries to recruit believers. If there is a disciplined priest among civilians, or even 1 in 1,000 people, the efficiency is much higher than relying entirely on the nobles. The pious faith that the nobles lack is not lacking in the common people. Let's just say that the civilians in the Fisher barony are living a bad life now, but if we really compare them, Chi Xuan is confident that the happiness of all territories is ranked in the middle. Suffering and the influence of the upper class, the real devout believers are actually among the civilians. Wait, I may know why it is not open to civilians. Because after opening, it is really possible to subvert the blood race. Chi Xuan suddenly thought that many nobles wanted to become blood races, with eternal life and extraordinary power. Even the king of the kingdom may have this idea. But the existence of the church forced them not to cross the line. So the church is getting worse and worse. The attack of Vlad III, the son of the dragon, may have received some kind of signal from the countries. The Queen of Bloodbath is silent because of this. The end of mankind has already come. Now, I am afraid that only the church is still resisting. The rest of the nobles, monarchs and kings, etc., are likely to have turned against them. Chi Xuan figured out the cause and effect in an instant. Especially after having the Phoenician kingdom as a springboard, the Blood Clan Demon Party officially started the war. Intelligent Brain mobilized the satellite to see the situation. Pay attention to the trend of the Wallachian Kingdom army, Chi Xuan said. Under the control of the Intelligent Brain, the satellite sub-body in the sky began to lock on the situation of the Wallachian Kingdom army. The Blood Clan of the Demon Party is at least non-commissioned officers, and the soldiers are all made up of dead apostles. These humans are loyal Blood Clan slaves who charge for their masters. As the first line of resistance, the church suffered heavy casualties. They had limited manpower, and the other countries were not working hard, and they were all thinking about surrendering and becoming blood races. Only a small number of nobles were still resisting with their own honor. Looking at the blurred torrent on the satellite, which kept charging like tiny ants, Chi Xuan knew that humans were doomed. It's worthy of being a doomsday game. Wherever you come, it's the doomsday of mankind. Chi Xuan didn't have any good solution. He could launch missiles himself, but then what? The dead were just human dead apostles, or to put it bluntly, a group of slaves. Even if they all died, they could only repel the kingdom of Wallachia in a short time, and they couldn't hurt the roots of the blood race at all. Even if they don't care about the cost, they can restore their numbers in 10 days at most. The church exaggerates the horror of the devil, which is a double-edged sword, allowing civilians to clearly recognize the harm of the Blood Clan. But if the Blood Clan uses this fear, they can also enslave civilians. If nothing unexpected happens, the Grande Kingdom's conscription order for you is on the way. The Grande Kingdom is still barely under the control of the church, so it will not be too obvious to surrender to the Blood Clan. So it will send troops to support the church. However, it will definitely not be the great nobles who contribute, and they will definitely not lose their own strength. The final result is that it will be shared in the end, such as the Fisher family, a baron with no backing. It doesn't matter if he dies, it's just right to vacate the fiefdom and redistribute the benefits at that time. Oh, never mind him, we will pack up and run away later. Qi Xuan casually threw the seal of faith into the subspace pocket. Then he flipped through the Bible of Discipline. After reading it, he just felt that it was indeed a good book. As long as everyone firmly follows the precepts in the book, the whole world will be a harmonious world, without crime, injustice, etc. The book is a good book, but even the ascetics cannot fully implement it, let alone the priests who require the precepts. Qi Xuan, an outlaw, has no chance of implementing it. If he really implements it, he will be a great saint. Same garbage. Qi Xuan threw them into the subspace pocket. The divine arts cannot be obtained, and the Blood Clan is a corpse. Qi Xuan now wants to become stronger through local forces. There are only two ways. The first is to use the Blood Clan as fuel, and the other is to rob the Blood Clan of the 13 holy artifacts. The 13 sacred artifacts are the source of power for the Blood Clan. Even if they cannot be used, Qi Xuan can use them as fuel or modules. But there should be a similar source in the church. The seal of faith should be similar to the true name, and the Bible of Discipline is the inheritance. It's just more like a low-end version, not as good as the Blood Clan. Qi Xuan is not deliberately belittling humans, but it is the fact. It's not that the Blood Clan has the ability to live forever, but few people can resist it. Even if they become life-fearing and bloodthirsty monsters in the future, this is simply incomparable to powerful power and eternal life. Let's go, leave this broken place, go to the front line, and see if we can find a 4th-generation Blood Clan and get some useful information from them. Qi Xuan will not touch the 3rd-generation Blood Clan for the time being because of the presence of Vlad III, the son of the dragon. In fact, you don't have to choose the demon party, the secret party is more suitable for you. After all, they are all flying rats in the gutter, they are more cautious in doing things, and will not easily overturn the table. So these vampires may be more disciplined in their behavior. You don't need to, you don't follow the rules at all, but you can get better results. I see, you mean that a scholar meets a soldier, and he can't explain his reason clearly, right? Qi Xuan heard this, and thought seriously about the advice of the intelligent brain. The advantages are efficiency and speed, and the disadvantages are also. Efficiency and speed are not only useful to Qi Xuan, but also to the vampires of the secret party. If you choose, you must go to the kingdom of Transylvania where the Bloodbath Queen is, which is the base camp of the secret party. How could they not notice you doing something over there? Even if the Bloodbath Queen could not be alarmed, the disappearance of a 4th-generation vampire was no small matter, and would definitely attract attention. Okay, then choose the secret party. The demon party is indeed too chaotic. Vlad III, the son of the dragon, is too aggressive, and was easily targeted in the past. Qi Xuan chose to follow the advice of the intelligent brain. One of the holy seals, and the Bible has lost its blessing. We have to arrange for someone to visit it. Cardinal Hammond paused, then looked at the Holy Seal Bible that had lost its blessing, frowning. In the area of the Grande Kingdom under his jurisdiction, there are many people who own the Holy Seal Bible, but he is particularly impressed by this one. 7 days ago, Baron Fisher bought it from the church. Pastor Roy has received the payment, but has not returned yet. So it is impossible to lose the blessing. Sorry, Baron Fisher, I will hold a funeral for you personally. Hammond sighed. There is only one possibility for this situation. That is, a powerful vampire descended, and a powerful dark force devoured the blessing on the Holy Seal Bible. This means that Baron Fisher is most likely dead. Of course, in addition to death, there is also the possibility of being embraced and becoming a vampire, but no matter which one it is, it means that Baron Fisher as a human being has completely disappeared. The abandoned baby of the Thin Blood Clan cannot do this. So is it the Toledo clan of the 13 clans who retaliated afterwards? How did Baron Fisher provoke the Toledo clan? First the warlord, and then such a powerful vampire. Is there some unknown secret hidden in the Fisher family? It seems that I have to go and investigate it myself. Hammond naturally would not think it was an accident. It is understandable that a small baron attracted once, but it is definitely a problem if he comes again for the second time. It is enough for him to go there in person. Unfortunately, the Fisher family has perished, Hammond said softly. Chapter 411. The kingdom of Transylvania is indeed more prosperous than the kingdom of Grande. Because the vampires themselves are aristocrats, the aristocracy system was abolished here, and a democratic period was entered. The capital that has just sprouted is on the stage. And the monopolists are naturally from the vampires of the secret party. The identity of the nobility now circulates only within the vampires of the kingdom of Transylvania. The Bloodbath Queen is not called this name in public, but is called the Pearl Queen. It was she who led the transformation of the entire kingdom. It made it more prosperous and powerful, so the support rate of the people of the entire kingdom for her is extremely high. As for the real title of the Bloodbath Queen, it was regarded as a slander of the enemy country by the people of the kingdom of Transylvania. However, due to the closed and controlled circulation of public opinion, the relevant information of the vampires was not widely circulated in the middle and lower levels of the kingdom. Even if there was, it was some rumor similar to gossip and urban ghost stories. The top leaders don't have to worry, because they are all vampires. Although this group of vampires of the secret party are not as unscrupulous as the vampires of the demon party, they live a much better life than them. The demon party is more like primitive slavery, while the secret party is a modern life. There is a huge difference in food, clothing and daily expenses, not to mention other differences. The signs of industrial reform have already appeared in this kingdom, especially with the existence of capital. It is estimated that it will take no time to come on stage. The kingdom of Transylvania is quite special. The rule of the secret party is not as brutal as that of the demon party, and it is not as strict as the blockade of the church and the nobles. Therefore, special thinking such as science and capital can sprout. It's just progress. Chi Xuan is not too optimistic. After all, there are blood races. In the final analysis, the entire Transylvanian kingdom is just the blood food of the blood race. Once humans have signs of development, they will be extinguished. Unless the capitalists of the blood race are greedy enough. But as the ruler, the Bloodbath Queen can probably suppress them. It's just a matter of opportunity. Once she notices the signs, I'm afraid she will suppress even industry and capital. The area where Chi Xuan is now is a city called Brashov in the kingdom. It is the industrial pearl of the entire Transylvanian kingdom. It is one of the economic lifelines of the entire kingdom. Even the queen will come here from time to time to check to ensure the tax revenue of the entire kingdom. The most important thing for the kingdom is nothing more than taxation, food, and military strength, and this place can provide high tax revenue and produce various elite equipment for the entire kingdom. The church has firearms as hot weapons, but here we still use cold weapons. Think about it, although gunpowder is not as harmful to vampires as mercury, it can still cause heavy casualties to vampires even if there is enough of it. Chi Xuan understood that vampires have always been suppressing the development of human technology. The vampires in this world are not those fantasy upgraded vampires. They have abilities that are not inferior to those of fantasy vampires, but they cannot fully control them, and they also have fatal weaknesses. Their weaknesses will not be weakened by level increase. If the dragon's son is hit by a mercury bullet or a wooden stake piercing his heart, he will die. But there is a problem here, that is, how do you hit the opponent, which is very troublesome. The opponent is powerful, and the speed is at least faster than the space jump. The weakness of the third generation of Blood Clan is definitely there, but the second generation is not clear. Because the Bloodbath Queen Elizabeth Bathory did not only act at night because of the sun. Instead, she was able to move during the day like a normal person. From her behavior, it can be concluded that she did not use a substitute as a substitute. As for the dark power of the Blood Clan, it cannot take effect under the sun, so Chi Xuan can be sure that the Bloodbath Queen who can move during the day is a Blood Clan. It is likely that the blood of the second generation of Blood Clan makes up for the deficiency. However, these things have nothing to do with Chi Xuan. He did not go to the capital of the Kingdom of Transylvania, so he does not have to worry about running into the Bloodbath Queen. The other party is busy with official duties on weekdays, and it is impossible for her to come to Brashov city casually. Whose head of state runs here every few days? Chi Xuan's target is the chief archon of Brashov city, who is also a high-ranking Blood Clan member, and his bloodline is the same as the leader of the demon party next door, a third-generation Blood Clan member. At the same time, his title is the Prince of the Blood Clan, and he can be said to be one of the most powerful people in the secret party. It is normal to be arranged here. After all, if there is a problem in Brashov city, it will affect all walks of life in the entire kingdom, and even form a lot of negative impact. The position of the queen can be stable, but it will affect the quality of life. As long as Chi Xuan catches this chief archon, he will definitely be able to torture the information he wants from him. As for the fact that doing so might affect many people, what does that have to do with him? He is not a vampire, nor a human from this world. Given the other party's status, there is a high probability that he knows why the son of the dragon suddenly took action. According to intelligence, the demon party has already fought with the church. At present, the demon party has the upper hand, but it has not been able to attack for a long time. The church, with the backstab of the various countries, relied on its heritage and huge faith foundation to stop the demon party at the border of the human countries. Now the situation is being played out that the front is tight and the back is tight. However, the ascetics in the various countries have also taken action. If the actions of the various countries have little impact, they will turn a blind eye. Those who are daring and reckless are basically all dead. They didn't kill them before because they were human beings. Now if you dare to take action, you are looking for death. The reason why they didn't deal with them all is because there are too many of them. They really don't have enough energy and manpower to deal with them, so they can only kill the big ones. After killing several waves, the rear finally stabilized, but there were still many troubles left. The nobles who held real power all wanted eternal life. The church stopped them again. If they couldn't win, they could only endure it. Once the church showed signs of fatigue, these nobles would take action immediately. Qi Xuan was also surprised by this. It was the first time he saw that the church was on the side of justice on the human side. However, it was precisely because of the church's perseverance that humans did not completely become blood food for the Blood Clan, even though they were not as good as the Blood Clan and knew that the chance of winning was not high. But they resolutely chose to engage in the endless confrontation. But this time, it's really hanging. According to the intelligence, the Archon comes to this tavern for a drink every night at 9 o'clock. Qi Xuan looked at the tavern not far away. From the outside, it is a tavern. During the day, it does run various alcohol businesses and is open to humans. But at night, the inside will be changed and become a gathering place for blood clans. What is served there is not alcohol, but various types of dead disciples of men, women, young and old for blood clans to absorb. Qi Xuan doesn't know what the taste of blood clans in other worlds is, but the taste of blood clans in this world is different. It's not that they only like beautiful virgins in their prime, but they all have their own preferences. For example, the Archon likes the flavor formed by the blood of the elderly soaked in high-concentration alcohol, which is said to have a very mellow taste. Qi Xuan has never drunk it, but he knows that it is definitely fishy. Wine can indeed remove the fishy smell, but it must be boiled. But boiling blood in wine is called malkshuang. Qi Xuan walked slowly into the tavern in the same appearance he had put together when he came. It was already 8:30 in the evening, the sun had already set, and this tavern had become a gathering place for vampires. The humans inside had already been cleared out, and there was no way to get in. The dead disciples who were blood-eating had already been transported to the back kitchen and became part of the wine. When he arrived, Qi Xuan licked his lips with his tongue, revealing his long and thin fangs. The two gatekeepers who were about to stop Qi Xuan also stopped their actions when they saw this. Qi Xuan was indeed unfamiliar, but so what? The tavern was open for business, not just for acquaintances. There are so many vampires from so many clans in the whole kingdom, they certainly can't know all of them. Many people are running around, and there are many strange vampires coming here every day to have fun, not just Qi Xuan. As long as they are vampires, there is no threshold. As for deliberately targeting Qi Xuan, they are crazy to target customers, and there is no hatred. After Qi Xuan entered, he found a place and sat down. A female dead apostle came over and handed Qi Xuan a menu, and asked, "My lord, what kind of wine do you need?" Qi Xuan glanced at it, ordered the first one casually, and then threw out 3 gold coins from the kingdom of Transylvania. All the vampires who came at night were capitalists, big and small, so the minimum consumption was in gold coins as currency. The wine ordered by Qi Xuan was of a standard price, and would not attract any attention. "Please wait, your wine will be here soon." After the other party said, he hurriedly retreated. Qi Xuan glanced around and noticed something was wrong. Her thigh muscles were strong, and at the same time, Qi Xuan quickly found the differences in this female dead apostle. However, these were not the main points. After all, it was normal to be strong when working. But the other party had a mithril dagger on his back, which was very problematic. Then the reconnaissance network swept across the scene, and Qi Xuan immediately understood why. The protagonist's halo was in effect again. All the dead apostle waiters here have been replaced. However, looking at their appearance, they don't look like people from the church, but a bit like folk school demon hunters. At this stage, the church has been dragged down by the demon party, and it can't take care of itself, and has no intention of messing with the secret party. Another thing is that they don't have the breath of sacred faith. They are all just a group of ordinary people. Fortunately, as long as the plan is proper, it is indeed possible to kill the chief governor of Brashov City, but don't mention the success rate. It can only be said that there is, but not much. Chapter 412. Oliver was thinking about today's government affairs in his mind. The Queen issued an order, asking him to produce a batch of elite weapons, as soon as possible to secretly provide them to the demon party of Vlad III, the son of the dragon. Although the secret party and the demon party belong to different factions, the conflict is not big, just different ways of dealing with the world. The exchanges between the two sides are still relatively close. Just like this time when the son of the dragon attacked the church, they did not move on the surface, but secretly provided them with a lot of help. For example, food, medicine, etc. The productivity of the kingdom of Wallachia ruled by the son of the dragon is not as good as their kingdom of Transylvania. After secretly cursing the war madman who only knows how to ask for things, he came to the tavern he often came to in the past. He didn't even look at the waiter, but said, as usual, "Everyone here knows that he only drinks one kind of wine." While thinking, he suddenly realized that someone seemed to come over. "Mr. Oliver, the chief executive of Brashov? I'm sorry, I can't remember your full name." A voice came over. He looked up and saw a man with strange features, who looked very familiar, which disgusted him. Many merchants in the Blood Clan would use this kind of tricks to allow their companies to obtain certain tax benefits in Brashov. "Don't worry, I'm not one of those merchants, and I haven't thought about asking Mr. Executive for anything." Chi Swayan saw Oliver's thoughts, so he spoke. However, Oliver had seen all kinds of storms and waves, and he had seen many tricks of playing hard to get. If the other party thought that this method could arouse his curiosity or rebellious psychology, he would be wrong. "Okay, I give you a minute to explain what you want to do." Oliver's face did not change, and he still looked rigid. Although he didn't like it, he would still obey. If the other party could really impress him within a minute, he would be willing to continue the detailed chat. This was also one of the purposes of his coming to the tavern. "Nothing, just something to ask the governor." Chi Swayan said bluntly, "But it may not be peaceful here, we need to change to another place." "I'm sorry, I'm not interested." Oliver refused directly. He just felt that the person in front of him was deliberately making a mystery. It was an opportunity, but the other party could not use this opportunity to do whatever he wanted. Since the other party did not cherish it, he would no longer care. "I think my wine will be here soon, and I need some space to drink alone." Although he was dissatisfied with Chi Swayan's words, his words to drive him away were not too straightforward. "It means that if you leave now, you can still save face for each other." Before he finished speaking, the female dead disciple who had brought wine to Chi Swayan came over and served Oliver wine. Generally speaking, normal vampires would leave on their own after hearing this. After all, they gave face to you. If you don't accept it, you will lose face next. Face is still very important in the vampires, especially those businessmen. It depends on reputation, and reputation and face are still related to a certain extent. However, Chi Swayan did not leave, but just sat opposite Oliver. Seeing this, Oliver also ignored Chi Swayan, took the wine and was about to take a sip, but suddenly stopped. "I want the Epic of Ages. What kind of wine did you serve me?" Oliver got angry when he saw it. "I'm sorry, Lord Oliver, the Epic of Ages." The female dead apostle suddenly pulled out the mithril dagger on her waist and stabbed Oliver in the heart. "It's gone." The whole process was very fast, and Oliver was completely caught off guard. Yes, he is a dignified bloodline prince, Chief Archon Oliver, and a third-generation bloodline with the same bloodline as the dragon's son. His physical fitness and reaction ability are the same as ordinary people. Most bloodlines are like this. It is estimated that only special bloodlines, like the dragon's son and the bloodbath queen, will have a stronger physique. Otherwise, they only have special talents such as immortality and dark power. When the dark power is not used, it is really no different from ordinary people. If he is really stabbed through by this person with a mithril dagger, it can be determined that he will die. However, just before the mithril dagger pierced his chest, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, accompanied by an extremely violent force. The whole person and the chair leaned back, narrowly avoiding the dagger. "I said, Governor Oliver, I have something important to discuss with you." Chi Swayan retracted his foot. Oliver was still useful to him, so he couldn't be killed. The whole process happened very quickly, and Oliver couldn't even get up. The main reason was that Chi Swayan's kick was really strong. However, because Oliver was a vampire, his vitality was still very tenacious as long as he was not restrained. The female dead disciple was stunned for a moment, then came to her senses, put away the mithril dagger without hesitation, and retreated directly. The assassination failed. She roared loudly. The next moment, all the waiters took off their disguises. It seemed that they had been prepared in advance. The whole tavern was equipped with a hidden shower device. At first glance, it was indeed very simple, but it was useful. The shower device sprayed holy water. All the vampires present would have pits and corrosion at the contact point as long as they touched the holy water, and a lot of black gas would emerge at the same time. The holy water is impure and diluted. Chi Xuan stood in the holy water without any reaction, which surprised the people who came to assassinate Oliver. If it's pure holy water, these vampires will die. What a pity. But you probably won't be able to get it. After all, holy water comes from the church. The church is a cult in the kingdom of Transylvania, and holy water is even more contraband. It's already a lot to get this amount. All kinds of items for vampires are strictly controlled in the kingdom of Transylvania, and they are not allowed to enter. Of course, because of the secret party's way of dealing with the world, although it is not allowed, it does not mean that it cannot be obtained, but it cannot be obtained in large quantities. It's you bugs again. Oliver resisted the corrosion caused by the diluted holy water hitting his body, and his body was full of pits and blood holes and black mist escaping. His eyes fell on the group of people. His expression was extremely gloomy. Chi Xuan also admired himself very much. He could actually see the emotions on the other party's face. Retreat. It seemed that there was a predetermined plan, and he escaped it the first time. Oliver ignored Chi Xuan and immediately went after him. But Chi Xuan held him down. I said, we need some time to talk. Chi Xuan said, dragging Oliver away. Oliver opened his mouth to curse, but found that he was dragged away directly, and he had no strength to resist at all. As for using dark power to fight, don't forget that the whole tavern is full of diluted holy water. With his blood prince and the dark power of the third generation of blood, he can indeed fight. After all, it is not pure holy water. However, the dark power will be severely affected and cannot be fully exerted. Who are you? After Oliver was dragged out of the tavern by Chi Xuan, the pits on his body began to recover. Diluted holy water cannot cause permanent damage. At most it can only suppress his recovery ability and make him recover more slowly. As for why not put the holy water directly into the wine, in the eyes of the Blood Clan, it is almost the same as putting a pound of arsenic in a pot of sugar water. Not to mention drinking it. If you bring it out, other vampires will find something wrong. So they just use the holy water as a cover for evacuation, not a weapon that can kill with one strike. I, an ordinary passerby, I just need a vampire with high status and bloodline to understand the situation. It happened that I passed by Brashov's city, and Mr. Archon is very suitable, so I chose you. Chi Xuan packed Oliver, and threw out a handful of silver needles. The silver needles in his hands were as powerful as the rain of pear blossoms. The vampires who wanted to save Oliver died very happily without any pain. Oliver was also frightened when he saw the scene. Is this something a human can do? If the other party is a demon hunter or ascetic monk of the church, with the help of divine arts and special weapons, it can indeed be done. But Chi Xuan is different. He did it with his bare hands. After this injection, you will become a Lin Dayu, who can't carry anything on her shoulders or hands. Chi Xuan said, taking out a syringe. It contains holy water diluted 1,000 times. After the injection, it can only be offset by dark power, which limits Oliver's extraordinary ability. This is called one thing conquers another. Otherwise, the opponent's power, which is like a rule and a concept, really gives Chi Xuan a headache. The strength is average, but the effect is strong. After the injection, Oliver felt as if the flames were burning every part of his body, and weakness and powerlessness began to spread. Whether in terms of quantity or quality, it is obviously not as good as the one in the tavern, but because it was injected into the body, the effect is far better than before. This was also figured out by Chi Xuan. On the way to Brashov, he used more than a dozen vampires to mix the best dilution ratio. If the holy water is not diluted enough, the vampires will die directly or die slowly. But if the holy water is diluted too much, the effect will be greatly reduced. So a suitable dilution ratio is very important. Fortunately, Chi Xuan was lucky, so he used more than a dozen vampires to figure it out. It happened to be used on Oliver. Okay, let's go and say goodbye to your city. Chi Xuan said, picked up Oliver, and then flew directly into the sky. As for the other vampires, after being killed by Chi Xuan, they were all scared and dared not chase after him. They stayed in place and looked at each other, watching Chi Xuan take Oliver away. After the shadows of the people disappeared, chaos appeared and began to spread. The governor of Brashov was captured, which was definitely a big deal. Even the queen would be furious at this. Chapter 413. In a safe area, Chi Suan placed Oliver and did not start asking questions directly. If you want to torture someone, you have to torture him first and then ask him. He took out a series of torture instruments specifically for the vampires, tortured Oliver first, and then slowly said, "Will you tell me?" At this time, Oliver barely had a human form, but he was not dead. It's just that his strong recovery ability was suppressed by silver, holy water, etc., so he looked so miserable. You should ask me first," Oliver roared weakly. He knew torture and had used it on people before, but the normal process was to ask first, and then torture if the other party didn't say anything. But Chi Suan was different. He put him down and tortured him directly, without saying a word during the period, just torturing him. How did he know what Chi Suan was going to ask? Chi Suan's behavior could be said to be extremely unreasonable. "If I ask you first, will you tell me?" Chi Suan raised his eyebrows. "Look, I tortured you, and now you are eager to tell me. Anyway, we have to fight. Instead of you saying nothing and making me angry, I might as well beat you up first to vent my anger, and then ask you. Then you will have to tell me everything." Chi Suan felt that there was nothing wrong with his logic. Reversing the order means that you will consume others instead of yourself. Why did Vlad III, the son of the dragon, suddenly start a war? Chi Suan asked. Oliver looked at Chi Suan deeply. He couldn't understand what camp Chi Suan belonged to. Because the cursed child in the prophecy was born. Oliver explained a prophecy to Chi Suan. The prophet from the Blood clan said that there would be a half-human, half-blood cursed son who would become the new king of humans and blood clans, thus ending the conflict between the two clans. However, how could the dragon son be willing? Whether it was the demon party, the secret party, the neutral party, or even the thin blood, the two clans that died, they all believed that the blood clan was supreme. As a result, humans and their blood clans were on an equal footing. How could they be willing to accept this? Not to mention that the dragon son was still thinking about strengthening the demon party to rule the entire world. But you came here with a cursed son, who didn't know what he was talking about, and wanted to become the king of the world. Then his efforts and origins would not be better than those of a hybrid. The thin blood clan was just called a mixed blood. They just had impure blood, but they were also blood clans. However, the half-human, half-blood clan was really hybridized. The half-human, half-blood clan has the creativity of humans, and the dark power of blood clans. It is indeed difficult to be born, Chi Suan said. The offspring of a human and a vampire will only be a vampire, not a human, let alone a half-human half-vampire. The main reason is that the vampire itself is a magical corpse. He calls himself a daywalker, and he does not have the weaknesses of a vampire. The daywalker was raised by the church since he was a child, and he possesses both divine arts and dark powers. At the same time, he is the new leader of the church. It is precisely because of his position that the son of dragon is so decisive in planning to destroy the church. After all, before this, no one cared about this prophecy. Oliver is worthy of being in a high position, and he knows a lot. What about the previous leader? Is he dead? Chi Suan asked casually. He was sucked dry of blood by the son of dragon and died. Now his body is still hanging on the flag of the army led by the son of dragon. Not only the last one, but several of them died, as a deterrent. Oliver said some gossip. He knew Chi Suan was just asking casually. It's really mean. Chi Suan commented on the son of the dragon, and then asked, "Do you know where the 13 holy artifacts of the Blood clan are?" Chi Suan's words made Oliver stunned. Most of the holy artifacts were lost in the 1,000-year blood war of the Blood clan. Now there are only 3 left. Oliver still answered Chi Suan's words. He realized that Chi Suan's real purpose was probably the Blood clan's holy artifacts. "Tell me about it," Chi Suan continued, but Oliver said that the loss of the holy artifacts was indeed beyond his expectation. The butcher knife in the hands of the dragon's son gave him a powerful fighting force. The blood cup was collected by Her Majesty the Queen in the treasury. The last one is the corpse hand, which was said to be in the hands of the impaler Vlad II Dracula 30 years ago. His disappearance is also related to the corpse hand. This holy weapon is the left hand of Cain, the only vampire of the first generation and the ancestor of all vampires. When he walked on earth, he was called Vlad I. Yes, he is the father of the impaler and the grandfather of the dragon's son. Chi Suan was a little surprised when he heard this, and then asked, "Then according to your logic, these holy weapons of the vampires should all be part of this ancestor of the vampires. After all, your blood comes from him, so is your power. It can't be different." Oliver heard Chi Suan's question and nodded and said, That's right. Each holy artifact is closely related to the ancestor of the blood race. Especially the key, which can open the boudoir of the Red Sea Witch. The piercing demon and Her Majesty, the Queen, are not blood races born from the first embrace of the blood race ancestor. They are the descendants of the blood race ancestor and the Red Sea Witch. From the third generation onwards, they were first embraced. Of course, the dragon son was not first embraced by the piercing demon. No one knows his origin so far. It seems that the piercing demon created the blood race life with his own darkness and the power of his father and mother. But there is no evidence for this. Listening to these words, Chi Xuan was also silent. Why is the setting of the blood race world getting more and more involved? He was not surprised that Cain came out. After all, Dracula came out. As for the Red Sea Witch, he also had some impression of her. She was Lilith, the first wife of the first human Adam in the Old Testament. Later, because of dissatisfaction, she left the Garden of Eden and was exiled to the Red Sea, where she gave birth to countless monster offspring with the beasts of the Red Sea. In other words, if she hadn't left, there would actually be no Eve. Cain and Lilith gave birth to Dracula, and Chi Xuan didn't know what was going on. This messy stitching was really too inexplicable. If it was really similar to the Old Testament, then Cain and his father would have become fellow travelers. Just think about it again, the Old Testament, it's normal to destroy the three views, it's not a big deal. Following this line of thought, does God exist? The church's beliefs and divine arts? This really made him think more. What is the situation of the church's magic? Chi Xuan did not continue to dwell on this question, and turned to ask about the church. I don't know. Oliver said, even the son of Dragon, who killed so many leaders, does not know the secrets of magic and faith. Perhaps only after the church is destroyed can we know where the Lord the church believes in comes from. Chi Xuan was also a little surprised by the other party's words. He did not expect that the Blood Clan could not figure out the situation of the church's magic. However, they are sure of one thing, that is, the magic comes from the Lord the church believes in. The higher the faith, the stronger the magic will be. Next, let's talk about the 1,000-year blood war. Chi Xuan suddenly said. The Blood Clan's holy artifact was lost in the 1,000-year blood war, but it is obvious that the lower-level Blood Clan did not know about it. For example, the female commander of the Toledo clan, the other party was too low-level, and did not know at all. This matter has to start from the piercing demon at the beginning. Oliver began to tell the story. But to Chi Xuan, it was more like the conflict within the Blood Clan intensified, and finally, it was resolved through the clan war. The result was good. The redivided order and system made the clans have more direct interests. As for the lost holy artifact, it must have a huge number of casualties to reshuffle and divert the conflict. The Blood Clan didn't know how many people died, so losing a holy artifact was nothing. Besides, it didn't affect them if it was gone. Anyway, as long as they existed, they had their own source of power. There was no need to worry about it falling into the hands of someone with ulterior motives, because there was no way to control the corresponding clan through the holy artifact. At most, it was just a powerful weapon. The main reason is that I can't find it, otherwise it would be better to have it in my hand. Oliver happened to be a participant in the 1,000-year blood war, so he knew how fierce the battle was. Daywalker Alex's eyes fell on the battlefield, where densely packed dead apostles continued to attack the church's defenses and camps. He had heard of the prophecy of the cursed child in the Blood Clan, but he did not agree with it. Just as the Dragon Son thought a prophecy overturned his rule, Daywalker's idea was similar. He didn't need the Blood Clan's prophecy as a stepping stone for his victory. Master, the king of the Grande Kingdom killed Cardinal Hammond and officially announced his allegiance to the Blood Clan. This is the first kingdom among the human kingdoms to openly express betrayal. An archbishop on the side handed over a piece of information. There were a lot of blood stains on the parchment used to record the information, from which it can be seen how much blood and rain it had experienced when it was delivered. Sunwalker looked through the intelligence, then said coldly, "Kill all the royal family and ministers. Don't leave any alive. After killing them, store their heads and show the other countries what happened." Previous betrayals were all personal actions of nobles, and could not rise to the level of the kingdom. So Sunwalker couldn't interfere too much. After all, the rear logistics still needed the help of human countries. But Master, will this behavior aggravate the conflict? The Archbishop said hesitantly. We still need supplies from the countries. Yes, but it doesn't matter anymore. Sunwalker said calmly. Killing them will make them afraid. If you don't kill them, these traitors will only think that the church can't hold on. And you have to be quick, otherwise there will soon be a second kingdom that openly betrays humans. The temptation of eternal life is not something that everyone can resist. Even if the king can resist, what about the nobles under their command? They will also force the king to betray. Chapter 4:14. Even as a third-generation vampire prince, he is just a corpse. Mass-produced goods, at most a little advanced. The third-generation vampires are of no value. The son of the dragon should be a special case, and cannot be classified as a third-generation vampire, but is equivalent to a second-generation vampire. If you want to find the secret of the vampire, you must either get the vampire holy artifact or find a second-generation vampire. So the Bloodbath Queen? Chi Xuan thought about this. As for Oliver, he was sent into the smelting furnace by Chi Xuan as fuel. The vampires are indeed resistant to burning. The last female governor still had some left to burn, so another fuel was added to him. However, he also saw the decay of the vampire fuel, and it was no longer possible to achieve one vampire to complete one evolution. The female governor could only provide Chi Xuan with half of the evolution progress at most. If the pattern is correct, every time a vampire is burned, half will be cut. The first time was a direct evolution, the second time was 50%, and now Oliver can only provide him with 25% at most. So the value of the blood clan began to decline. The initial suspicion is that it is the same as the holy objects, which triggered some kind of defense mechanism of the world. Their value has not changed, but it has been restricted. The blood clan is weak, but the abilities they master are not weak. It is not like the ghost world, where the world will open the door to convenience for him. However, Chi Xuan did not dare to do it. He has his own self, and he has joys, sorrows, anger, and happiness. It is very good to be able to leave alive. From Oliver's description, it can be concluded that the Bloodbath Queen is still very powerful. It once attracted a blood red sea, and it is suspected that it has some of the power of its mother, the Red Sea Witch. In recent years, in order to develop the Kingdom of Transylvania, they have rarely taken action, but this combat power is estimated to have not declined. Using intercontinental missiles can achieve a far greater damage than the opponent, but I only have one in my hand, and they must not be able to use it only once. The Blood Clan does not have any blue bar. As long as you use it fast enough, you don't have to worry about lack of blue. The energy is very likely to be drawn from the holy weapon. It's a pity that he is not strong enough, otherwise he would have followed the clues directly. He doesn't even know how the dark power of the Blood Clan works, let alone tracking the source. If you can't understand or see, there is no need to talk about anything. In fact, he has some doubts that the holy weapon may be related to the world core required for the Doomsday game. As for the Bloodbath Queen, I should be able to tie with luck, but it may not be easy to kill her. Try to get the holy blood cup she holds first. I have to get someone to attract my attention. Chi Xuan couldn't help but think of the group of people who wanted to kill Oliver in the tavern last night. According to the interrogation of Oliver, it was learned that this group of people were people who knew the truth in the Kingdom of Transylvania. They called themselves the Rebels, and the name was a bit cliché, but their behavior was not much different from the name. After obtaining the demon hunter training from the church with great difficulty, they began to kill the vampires of the Kingdom of Transylvania in a scattered manner. However, they had no faith, but only fought for their homeland. Therefore, they could not obtain divine arts, which put them in a very embarrassing situation, that is, they had no logistics. Without divine arts, they had no main force to fight against the vampires, and could only rely on external objects. And similar to the mithril dagger, holy water, etc., all need to be obtained from the church, otherwise it is impossible to kill the vampires with too high a title with one blow by relying on pure silver weapons. They made huge sacrifices in the tavern, so the plan went very smoothly, but unfortunately they met Chi Xuan. But the result was achieved, anyway. As long as Oliver died, it would be fine. Although he died in the hands of Chi Xuan, it also plunged the entire city of Brashov into chaos. At the same time, the Bloodbath Queen was the first to learn about this matter, and brought a large number of troops to Brashov. Brashov's location is average, but its productivity is too important. So she needs to stop the chaos as soon as possible. Allowing the chaos to continue to expand will affect the upstream and downstream industrial chains. Not to mention that Oliver is her confidant. Even among the 13 clans, he is also a few strong men, but he was captured in public. He is still a human being. How can this matter be dismissed casually? As for the saying that a gentleman should not stand under a dangerous wall, if even the Bloodbath Queen is in danger, Brashov's city is basically hopeless. As long as her parents and brother Dracula do not take action, only her nominal nephew, dragon son Vlad Three Teeps, can threaten her. But it is limited to threats. If a fight really breaks out, Dragon Son is just a younger brother. Otherwise, she can be as stable as a mountain because of the strong military support. It's just that the secret party is indeed a bit embarrassing. Originally, it would not be difficult for her to rush from the capital to Brashov city, as long as she turned into a bat or mist. But in order to maintain the appearance of being a human being and lead the army here, she can only march at a normal speed. Fortunately, with the speed of the Bloodbath Queen, she can definitely come here at night and return before dawn the next day. If the clone is not made of dark power and cannot see the sun, the Bloodbath Queen will definitely leave a clone and come in person. According to the speed, the Bloodbath Queen should be able to issue orders in Brashov tonight. Although she cannot show up, it is not a problem to control the situation through the vampires in Brashov. Then why did she bring the army? Chi Suiyan suddenly realized that it was obvious that one person could solve the problem, so why go to such trouble? As long as the situation is stabilized and a capable vampire is sent as the Archon, the rest will not be a problem. It can't be that there is some ability to predict the future. Chi Suiyan narrowed his eyes. Then there must be some plan. It can't be to deal with the so-called rebels? The meaning of this name is very good, but to put it bluntly, it is a group of rats in the gutter. It's not worth making such a big fuss. Chi Suiyan looked at the information in his hand, and was indeed confused. Unfortunately, the distance is too far, and it is really impossible to determine the situation, so it can only be put aside for the time being. Let's go find the rebels first. I believe they will definitely be willing to cooperate with me. It doesn't matter if they don't want to. As long as they exist, they will be an eye-catching target. Chi Suiyan is not a good person, so if they are willing to cooperate, then arrange a plan for them. If they are unwilling, Chi Suiyan will not force them, just use them as bait. He doesn't know how to arrange a plan, but he has an intelligent brain in his hand, so he doesn't have to worry at all. The governor of Brashov, the Kingdom of Transylvania, was captured? Daywalker Alex was a little confused. A person? He emphasized the word person. Yes, the rebels sent news. The diluted holy water is ineffective against him, and he has no vampire characteristics. The archbishop beside him said. Although the rebels are not as good as the church, since they are all rebelling against the vampires, the church will give them enough support no matter how much it costs. So the contact between the two sides has never been interrupted. There is no trace of divine magic, and we are very puzzled about how he did it. After disappearing, the secret party has been tracking the other party, but there is no clue. But there is also good news. The other party's appearance has confused the son of dragon. The archbishop continued. The Daywalker naturally knew what the archbishop meant by confusion. It was nothing more than suspecting that he was not the son of the curse, and the person in Brashov might also be the son of the curse. In this regard, Sunwalker was also confused. He was indeed half human and half vampire. He not only possessed divine arts, but also could use dark power. He even had the immortality of vampires, and was not afraid of silver. Theoretically, he was the most perfect life. Don't worry about Brashov for now. The Dragon's Son had arrived at the front line with his dark army last night. There has been no action until now. There must be a bigger conspiracy. We must be as prepared as possible. Sunwalker was not the opponent of the Dragon's Son. The opponent had the butcher knife, one of the sacred weapons of the vampires. The gap between himself and the weapon made him no match. Don't worry, the punishment axe, one of the Blood Clan's holy artifacts, is on the way. As long as you can hold it, you will definitely be able to stop it. The archbishop naturally knew the identity of the Daywalker, but he did not have any other intentions because the Daywalker had half of the Blood Clan's blood. Their goal is to continue human civilization. As long as it can be done, it is not impossible to use the power of the Blood Clan. If the church is that kind of corrupt and stubborn organization, it would have been destroyed long ago. If they are not willing to be flexible in the face of powerful enemies, then the Blood Clan does not need to do anything, and the nobles of various countries can split the church. It is precisely because they are flexible enough and constantly change their own structure and expand their influence and strength that they can have the current foundation. How long will it take? The Daywalker really needs the punishment axe, the Blood Clan's holy artifact, to narrow the gap between him and the Dragon's Son. We will be able to arrive tonight. And there is another good news. A priest named Roy has found the Soul Ring, one of the Blood Clan's holy artifacts. It is being delivered, but the road is not peaceful. He is in the kingdom of Grande, and the church's living forces have not yet put down the rebellion. The archbishop gave the Sunwalker a mixed message. This made the Sunwalker narrow his eyes. If he had two Blood Clan holy artifacts, he would have a great chance of narrowing the gap between him and the Dragon's Son. Even if he could not defeat them, He could also force the other party into a tug-of-war and stalemate. By then, the ascetics in the rear would have enough time to deal with the various countries and solve internal problems, so as to obtain enough supplies and troops. It would not be a big problem to wear down the dragon's son until he withdraws. Send someone to pick up this priest Roy, and make sure to deliver the soul ring, the Sunwalker said. At this point, Daywalker can only do his best. The place where the soul ring appeared is really too unfortunate. It could be anywhere else, but it had to be in the openly treacherous Grande Kingdom. It is indeed a lot more difficult. Chapter 415. The secret base of the rebels in Brashov is not in any secret place or underground base. It is in a large mansion. This place belongs to an official in Brashov, and the other party's real identity is a manager of the rebels. Taking great risks, becoming a spy who penetrates into the enemy. Let us check the mysterious person last night. Where can we check? Stephanie said with a frown. She is the woman who disguised herself as a dead apostle waiter to assassinate Oliver last night. This is not a small task. If we are not careful, it will cost all of our lives. Gorham said faintly. He is a rebel who has penetrated into the official system of Brashov City, and is also the manager of the local rebels. As a tax collector, his power is great, but it is also small. After all, there are many people in the whole city of Brashov who have higher positions than him. The information that the contact person just got back really made him a little helpless. This level of task is impossible to complete. Stephanie is the only one who has contacted the mysterious man. Tell me about the situation at that time. Although Gorham was helpless, he changed the subject. Stephanie calmed down and then began to recall what happened last night, but she didn't have much impression. After all, her attention was always on the Governor Oliver at that time, so how could she care about other vampires? She was the one who took action, so the pressure she endured was naturally high. In the end, she still failed, which made her regretful afterwards. She was just a little bit away from killing Oliver, a third-generation vampire. I don't have too many impressions, and what I can describe is limited. Stephanie roughly told the few impressions in her memory. At this time, she can be sure of one thing, that is, unless this mysterious person appears in front of them again, they will not be able to find him at all in their situation. If the entire city of Brashov had not been blocked, they would have evacuated long ago, instead of staying in the base. There was indeed a plan, but because of the unexpected failure, the evacuation plan was aborted. If you can't find it, give up this mission and evacuate Brashov as soon as possible. After listening, Gorham did not intend to continue. They were like rats in the gutter here, not to mention that after the previous operation, the search for them would be more stringent. Whether they can leave alive is one thing, how can they find a person who they don't have much impression of in such a big city? I'm afraid it's too late. Didn't the intelligence say that the Bloodbath Queen will arrive at 8 o'clock tonight? Do you think we can leave the city smoothly within an hour? Once the Bloodbath Queen arrives, her powerful dark power can easily find us. Stephanie understood that she and others failed to leave during the day, and they would definitely not be able to leave today. What do you want to do? Gorham's expression changed slightly. I want to try to see if I can use us as bait to kill the Bloodbath Queen. Stephanie did not hide her purpose, and then took out a bottle of high-concentration holy water. There is another bottle of holy water, and the concentration is extremely high. This time there is no interference from the mysterious man, as long as we are fast enough. With the mithril dagger and holy water, the Bloodbath Queen may also be killed. Her plan was simple, but it was not so easy to execute. First of all, it must be ensured that after they were discovered, it was the Bloodbath Queen who came instead of other vampires. This is nonsense. How could they, a group of small characters, attract the Bloodbath Queen? So Gorham rejected her decision without hesitation. No, retreat together, and one can go. If they stayed, they would definitely die, but it would be a meaningless death. On the contrary, if they left together, they could continue to shine and heat up. I know, but if I have the information about the corruption bracelet, one of the 13 holy artifacts of the vampires, do you think I can see the Bloodbath Queen? Stephanie said. I don't think so, but you can see me. A strange voice suddenly interrupted. This scared everyone, and they instinctively attacked the location of the voice. As they have been active on the edge of various dangers for many years, they are naturally extremely vigilant. However, their attack was clamped by a huge force, and they had no way to move at all. Stephanie turned her head and looked over, her expression brightened. It's you, the one who caught Oliver. When this was said, everyone looked at Chi Swain with different thoughts. Chi Swain loosened his hand, and everyone was freed from his grip. He then asked, Do you really have news about the bracelet? Yes, But Stephanie hesitated for a moment, then said with a stiff upper lip, "But it's not true, I just heard it." But Chi Swayan showed a bright smile. "As long as it's not a lie to deceive the Bloodbath Queen. As for the protagonist halo on him, since he said so, it must be true. Where is Oliver?" Gorham interrupted the two people's thoughts of continuing to talk. In his opinion, Chi Swayan was not trustworthy either, and the other party was too mysterious. "Dead," Chi Swayan said directly. "I killed him after I asked him. When I passed by, I heard that this beautiful lady had a rotten bracelet, so I stopped." Chi Swayan was not stingy with his praise. He could give him an opportunity. Even if he looked weird, he had to use beautiful words. "So can you tell me?" Chi Swayan's map was too short, and he revealed his true intentions in just one sentence. However, Stephanie also showed a bright smile. "Of course, but I have two requests. You send them out of Brashov first, and then go with me to kill the Bloodbath Queen. Afterwards, I will give you the news about the bracelet." She is not a naive person. She thinks the same as Gorham, and thinks Chi Swayan is untrustworthy. So naturally, she wants to use him. Love at first sight? It doesn't exist. She wanders around in various dangers every day. How can there be any love? She only wants to expel the vampires, and restore the glory of the Kingdom of Transylvania. With the help of this powerful, mysterious person in front of him, the success rate of killing the Bloodbath Queen is much higher. I can send people away, but I can't kill the Bloodbath Queen. Although I haven't fought with her, it is very likely that I am not her opponent. Chi Swayan spread his hands, indicating that he could only agree to the first half. And he didn't really plan to send people away, but to imprison them after sending them outside the city. If this woman gave him information, he would not care. But if they think of breaking the promise, Chi Swayan will stuff them all into the casting furnace. This group of people don't believe Chi Swayan, and Chi Swayan doesn't believe them either. How could anyone inexplicably believe a stranger who had just met twice? You don't have to do it, just some of your help. Stephanie also vaguely guessed Chi Swayan's thoughts. But it doesn't matter. If he succeeds in killing the Bloodbath Queen, it will be worth it even if Gorham and others die because of it. And if he fails, Chi Swayan will definitely face the anger of the Bloodbath Queen. As the other party said, he will definitely not be able to leave alive. Then Gorham and others will be safe. If I can't help you at all, I send you out if I can, otherwise you can take your corruption bracelet information to the grave. Chi Swayan will never be threatened by you. The holy artifact is important, but he doesn't fight an unprepared battle. He is not one of those people who are petty and big-headed. If you, a woman, say a few words casually, he will fight to the death. No need to bother you to send us away. You can go to the north of the Kingdom of Transylvania. The leader wants to see you. I think with your ability, it won't be difficult to find the leader of the rebels. There is what you want there. Seeing that he was a little stiff, Gorham spoke up immediately. In his opinion, it didn't matter whether he and his men went out or not. Brashov was not a strategic location for their rebels. After all, it was one of the industrial arteries of the Blood clan. It was already very remarkable to be able to establish a foothold. How could it be so easy to destroy it? So death was already within their expectations. However, Chi Swayan was able to escape unscathed. The rebels and the church wanted to see him, so he had to be allowed to go. As for the news about the rotten bracelet, if Stephanie died, no one would know about it, which would be a good thing for the rebels and the church. After all, the holy weapon of the Blood clan can only be used by the Blood clan. They are human beings, and even if they get it, it is useless. It is better to let it be lost forever. The rebels have what I want. This is really rare. Chi Swayan's eyes fell on Gorham. Can you reveal it? He would indeed go to see it because of this sentence. After all, with the protagonist's halo, the possibility of going empty-handed is very small. It might be better to know something in advance. The leader once obtained a Blood clan holy weapon. Gorham did not lie. The Blood clan holy weapon was called the Torture Axe, and it was later sent to the church's leader Daywalker. So what about now? Chi Swayan heard the meaning of the two words once. You need to find the leader. I don't know where to go. Gorham said bluntly. Okay, I got it. Chi Swayan did not intend to leave directly, but looked at Stephanie and said, in 5 minutes, a vampire earl and 10 vampire viscounts will arrive, plus other messy vampires. So you either tell me the whereabouts of the rotten bracelet now, or wait for your compatriots to fall into the hands of the vampires. Chi Swayan threatened directly. He did not even plan to send this group of people out of the city. The market would fluctuate, and Chi Swayan's conditions could also be reduced. I will not change the conditions, even if you use Gorham's lives as a bargaining chip to threaten me. Stephanie was fearless. Chi Swayan just nodded at this, and then said, Then I hope you can still be so tough in 5 minutes. After speaking, Chi Swayan's figure gradually disappeared. Don't stand there, let's go, Gorham said, and led everyone to the safe tunnel that had been dug long ago. He believed Chi Swayan's words. Chapter 416. Even though Gorham, Stephanie and their group arrived 5 minutes earlier, they still couldn't get away. The other party used some ability to lock the underground safe passage they dug and blocked it immediately. So they were directly blocked in the underground passage, and they couldn't move forward. A Blood Clan Earl and 10 Blood Clan Viscounts, plus several other Blood Clans, it was impossible for them to survive on their own. Casualties occurred immediately, and one member was sucked dry of blood and became a mummy. Tell me the whereabouts of Governor Oliver, otherwise death will be the thing you desire most. The leading Blood Clan Earl spoke after killing a chicken to scare the monkey. Their purpose has never been just to kill these rebels, but to find Oliver, a third-generation Blood Clan. A few little mice are insignificant. We have turned him into ashes and poured him into the sewer of Brashov City, Gorham said coldly. Now that things have come to this, let's get rid of the anger first. The vampires will turn into ashes when exposed to direct sunlight, so he said that. And for the vampires, this is simply a torture and humiliation. This made the vampire Earl, who was in charge, very angry. What the other party said was very likely to be true, because they did not find any trace of Oliver in the rebel base. He disappeared very cleanly. Except for the fact that he was sunbathing, he was not here. However, the other party admitted it, so he had to act immediately. The deal is done. You send us out of the city, and I will give you the news, Stephanie shouted suddenly. But it was still a step too late. In just a short sentence, most of the members had died. She and Gorham were skilled in fighting, and had enough experience in dealing with the Blood Clan, so they were able to save themselves. Even if the other members survived, they were all injured. However, her words naturally made the Blood Clan Earl, who was the leader, flash a cold light in his eyes. There were still people hiding around? If you had agreed earlier, so that so many people would not have died. Chi Swan's voice came from behind the Blood Clan Earl. The other party twisted his neck 180 degrees. The good news was that he did see it, but the bad news was that he could only see it. Fortunately, he reacted quickly enough. His neck stretched out like noodles, and his lower jaw was boneless like a snake, making the whole mouth extremely big. He wanted to bite off Chi Swan's head. As a result, Chi Swan grabbed the other party's head, and then broke it off with a snap. After the head and body were separated, both parts of the body were still alive because of the immortality of the vampires. Holding the head of the vampire count, he scanned the surroundings and quickly eliminated all the remaining vampires. Only the vampire count in his hand was left. Tell me about it. Chi Swan casually stuffed the unknown vampire count into the smelting furnace and then spoke. He didn't care about the life and death of these people, he just wanted to know the news of the rotten bracelet. You have to send us out of the city first. Stephanie was not afraid of Chi Swan, and directly said that the transaction between the two parties was not completed. That doesn't make sense. Chi Swan shook his head. You can refuse to give it, and I won't kill you, but I can guarantee that you will never get out of this tunnel. He didn't lie. The death of the vampires would be sensed by their parents. Similar to the mysterious soul lamp, it can determine whether the vampires are alive by the disappearance of their real names. So after this batch of vampires died, the next batch of vampires were on their way. Even the Bloodbath Queen would come in person, after all, and Earl died. Although this Earl had no name from beginning to end, he was already a high-ranking official in the vampires. Above him was only the Duke, and only a third-generation vampire like Oliver, with his merits, qualifications, and the respect of the Bloodbath Queen, could reach that level. Otherwise, the upper limit would only be the Earl in his lifetime. Hearing this, Gorham winked at Stephanie, indicating that she should not say anything. In fact, he had always opposed Stephanie handing over the information about the rotten bracelet, even if it might cause them to die without a burial place. But it was worth it. The loss of the vampires' holy artifact was more beneficial to humans. He was also worried that the return of the vampires' holy artifact was a bit too frequent. Not to mention the 3 holy artifacts that were not lost, there are 2 of them, including the axe sent by the leader of the rebels to the Daywalker, and the wrought bracelet that Stephanie knew about. It is almost equal to the number of the Blood Clan. It is true that the Blood Clan has 3, but Kane's disappearance means that the corpse hand is also missing. Stephanie understood what Gorham meant, and then she made a decisive decision. Okay, but you must ensure that you can intercept the pursuers. Stephanie took another step back. If Chi Swan doesn't agree, she will bury the news of the wrought bracelet in her heart forever. Just do as you say, There are still 3 minutes, and the next round of pursuers will arrive. You should hurry up, Chi Swayan said. It's right here in Brashov, Stephanie said, motioning everyone to hurry up. But she was stopped by Chi Swayan. Then what? Chi Swayan asked. He was not surprised that the rotten bracelet was in this city. After all, he was here. But the whole city of Brashov is not small at all. Where can he find it? You can't just give him a city name and ask him to dig 3 feet underground. How long will it take to find it? He kept it in a secret treasure house in Oliver's governor's mansion. He originally wanted to send it as a gift on the birthday of the Bloodbath Queen to seek a more stable position. But he was killed by you before he could live to that time, Stephanie said bluntly. Gorham looked stunned. Stephanie, why didn't you say it earlier? He never thought that the Blood clan actually found the rotten bracelet. If Oliver hadn't suppressed this matter, he wouldn't know about it. No, the bracelet is not in the governor's mansion of Oliver. Only the Bloodbath Queen is there. You still haven't thought of giving up on tricking me. Chi Swayan saw through the other party's lies. He planned to interrogate him one last time. If he didn't give it to him, he would kill them all. If he gave it to him, he would kill one of them. He lied to himself and went to his death, which was enough for him to kill. There are 2 minutes left. I give you one word, otherwise you will all die. Chi Swayan threatened directly. Stephanie also saw Chi Swayan's bottom line, and she was helpless. Naturally, she didn't want to test the bottom line of Chi Swayan, the mysterious man. But she had to do this to get the most benefits as much as possible. And Stephanie hadn't spoken yet. Her eyes fell on Chi Swayan's back, and fear was revealed in her eyes. In my hand? A proud female voice came. Chi Swayan turned around and saw a woman in a red robe embellished with luxurious jewelry. She was not a young and beautiful woman, but a graceful middle-aged lady. The Bloodbath Queen, Elizabeth Bathory, came in person, much faster than Chi Swayan. And on her hand, she was wearing a rotten bracelet. She didn't lie, the thing is indeed in Oliver's governor's mansion. The Bloodbath Queen testified for Stephanie. Chi Swayan ignored the other party's words. His eyes followed the rotten bracelet down, and soon saw one of the cups in the other party's jewelry. The blood cup. The other party also carried it on his body. It is indeed a troublesome thing to rob 2 Blood clan holy artifacts at a time. Do you want it? The Bloodbath Queen saw Chi Swayan's gaze, and asked with a chuckle. Who wouldn't want the Blood clan's holy artifacts? Chi Swayan said bluntly. He was thinking in his mind how to get the 2 Blood clan's holy artifacts from the other party. He assessed the other party's strength after meeting. The Bloodbath Queen was indeed stronger than him. Without using the Blood clan's holy artifacts, Chi Swayan had a 70% chance of taking it away. If they really had to use them, Chi Swayan was not sure. He didn't know what the Blood clan's holy artifacts were specifically used for. He only knew that the corruption bracelet was related to the plague, which posed a limited threat to him. The blood cup was different. It was related to blood. It was true that he didn't have blood, but who knew what the effect of the blood cup was? While Chi Swayan was speaking, the Bloodbath Queen took up the blood cup on her waist. When she took it, the whole cup was filled with blood. She took a sip and said, "It can overflow the blood of all vampires." Chi Swayan didn't understand what this was for, but he saw a huge dragon head formed by the black mist behind the Bloodbath Queen. If you drink a sip, you can temporarily gain a power from the blood owner, the Bloodbath Queen said, and took another sip. The next moment, pure black dragon scales attached to her body. Chi Swayan took action before she said the third sentence. How could he not know whose power the other party had obtained? Vlad III, son of the dragon Tepesh. The other party actually had the power of a dragon, and I thought it was just a derogatory title. My nominal nephew, he is also a vampire, so I can also gain his power. The violent black dragon breath spewed out from the Bloodbath Queen's mouth. Covering the entire cone area in front, Chi Swayan used polymorphic energy and psionic rays to directly blast away the dragon's breath. However, the members of the resistance army were not so lucky. The dragon's breath was not completely blocked by Chi Swayan, but only blocked their own area. They were tragically affected. When the black dragon's breath stained their bodies, it was only a moment before the cold dark flames turned them into a pool of ashes. However, because the death was very fast, there was no pain. This can also be regarded as a good end. Actually, I am very confused. Chi Swayan did not retreat or dodge, but rushed forward directly, punching the Bloodbath Queen's lower jaw upwards. Why don't you choose the ancestor or the piercing demon, but have to choose the dragon's son? I think these two will be stronger. With a punch, the black dragon scales at the lower jaw were broken, and the Bloodbath Queen flew backwards. Chapter 417. Chi Xuan can be sure that the Blood Cup, the holy weapon of the Blood Clan, is not as invincible as the Bloodbath Queen said. It is estimated that it can only be effective on the third generation of Blood Clan, otherwise it would be enough to directly choose the power of Cain, the ancestor of the Blood Clan. As for the Red Sea Witch, she does not belong to the Blood Clan, so she cannot be selected, even if she is the biological mother of the Bloodbath Queen. It seems that you have guessed it. Yes, it can only obtain the blood and abilities of the third generation of Blood Clan. But unfortunately for you, the Son of Dragon is also a third generation of Blood Clan. The Bloodbath Queen drank the blood in the Blood Cup for the third time again. She also noticed the tricky part of Chi Xuan. His strong body and strange attacks made it more difficult for her to capture Chi Xuan alive. After swallowing the third mouthful of blood, she obtained the third power of the Son of Dragon, which came from the wings of the dragon that dominated the sky. The dragon head, dragon scales, and dragon wings correspond to breath, defense, and speed respectively. This time, she was not only able to keep up with Chi Xuan's speed, but also faster than Chi Xuan. The Bloodbath Queen dodged Chi Xuan's attack, and did not take it head-on. Relying on the power of the dragon's son? That's why you, an elder, are as famous as a junior. Chi Xuan said disdainfully. It's useless to be a little faster than him. Chi Xuan can predict it. So the second move was to hammer the opponent's chest cleanly, and directly hammered the Bloodbath Queen out. She has not yet fully obtained all the abilities of the dragon's son, and still lacks strength and physique, so she has great defects. Chi Xuan did not underestimate the Bloodbath Queen, because she borrowed the power of the dragon's son. The Bloodbath Queen was obviously a one-sided type, good at dark power rather than close combat. In midair, the Bloodbath Queen drank 2 mouthfuls, and the dragon's claws and body emerged, completely covering the Bloodbath Queen. She did a kite flip in midair, and after landing, she turned back to attack. The black mist turned into a giant dragon, exuding a terrifying dragon power, like a Dharma image. The dragon's breath gushed out. This time it was no longer the cone area of the last small fight, but engulfed everything visible to the naked eye. Even this tunnel was forced to expand because of the dragon's breath. The soil and rocks were melted by the dark dragon's breath. Seeing this, Chi Xuan naturally didn't want to resist, but took out a missile from the strategic missile weapon system and detonated it directly. The dragon's breath and the missile collided, forming a larger explosion. Fortunately, this missile is not an ordinary missile. It has a lot of enchantments on it. Chi Xuan rolled and crawled to his feet. Then Fei's figure emerged, replacing Chi Xuan's martial arts will, and at the same time forced himself to inject a high-concentration death potion. What needs to be done next is simple, just punch with all your strength. In the light of dragon breath and explosion, the Bloodbath Queen rushed out. She was unharmed, but the black dragon covering her body was quite damaged. The punch fell on the forehead of the Bloodbath Queen, who chose to rush forward. Fei's sharp claws penetrated the black dragon, and at the same time assisted Chi Xuan to blow up the Bloodbath Queen's head with one punch. Chi Xuan naturally took advantage of the situation, and did not show mercy. He rushed to the Iron Mountain, and gave the Bloodbath Queen another move. The black dragon was shattered, and the Blood Queen was hit twice in a row, but she landed steadily. The broken head also recovered in an instant. The rot bracelet is the source of all diseases. The Blood Queen suddenly said, everything will get sick, including the blood race. Chi Xuan felt that he didn't seem to have any problem. Wait, he seemed to have become a little stronger. Then he looked at the Blood Queen with a strange look, as if he had experienced this situation somewhere before. You don't understand diseases at all. Chi Xuan felt great. Diseases bring not only death, but also life. The Blood Queen didn't understand what Chi Xuan meant, but she also understood that the other party was not affected by the disease. Give me the rot bracelet, I leave immediately. Chi Xuan's attack power has decreased due to the previous wave of outbreaks, so he can only use the old moves. That's right, it's a crotch kick and an eye poke. Don't say it, the Blood Queen didn't expect Chi Xuan to use such a despicable move. It was obviously not like this before. Especially the crotch kick. Chi Xuan was so skilled. The Bloodbath Queen was kicked so hard that she couldn't control herself. Women are also weak points, but they can't achieve the effect of critical hits, which is a simple armor breaking. While the opponent was bending over, Chi Xuan started to pierce the eyeball. The eyeball was poked out on the spot, and Chi Xuan also pulled it out again to cause secondary damage. Then, the Bloodbath Queen's body collapsed into blood. On the other side, the mist surged up and restored to the human form. At this time, Chi Xuan felt something was wrong. The opponent didn't seem to be real. Looking at the blood on her hands, she felt more and more solemn. The Bloodbath Queen may not have come to Brashov at all, but only an avatar. The real whereabouts of the Bloodbath Queen are about to be revealed. The border of human countries, to destroy the church with the Dragon Sun. And leading troops to Brashov is just a cover to confuse the Daywalkers. As long as they can destroy the church, it doesn't matter even if Brashov is captured by the rebels. It seems that you have noticed that I am not the real body. The Bloodbath Queen guessed Chi Suiyan's thoughts from his micro-expressions. So from beginning to end, you didn't use your own power. Chi Suiyan immediately understood the cause and effect. It's not that you don't want to, but that you can't use it. When the Avatar came, it only brought the Blood Cup, the holy artifact of the Blood Clan, to make up for the difference in power. The rotten bracelet is just a surprise. Chi Suiyan knew that this one had a fight. With the main body and 2 holy artifacts, he is definitely not an opponent, but it is just a clone that cannot use the power of the main body, and can only rely on a half-holy artifact, so he has a good chance of winning. The opponent is not familiar with how to use the wrought bracelet, so it is at most half a piece. Yes, but do you think this is the full power of the Dragon Sun? He is special after all. Even if he is classified as a 3rd-generation Blood Clan, the Blood Cup can only obtain less than 1% of his strength. So, do you want to see the complete power of the Dragon Sun after being weakened? The Bloodbath Queen said, and the last drink seemed extremely heroic. Chi Suiyan naturally would not watch her finish drinking. But the opponent's speed was far better than Chi Suiyan. After taking a sip, the dragon's power was completely integrated into the body of the Bloodbath Queen. And this time it was not a black dragon, but a red dragon. It was obvious that the power of the dragon, with the help of the Blood Cup, temporarily became the real power of the Bloodbath Queen. Boom! The dragon claw swept across and landed on Chi Suiyan. But Chi Suiyan was not a good guy either, and he smashed the opponent's dragon claw into pieces. It was not very relaxing after the fight. What a pity, Chi Suiyan said, and the psionic storm burst out from his body. He didn't want to use psionic energy. He knew that the immortality of the Blood Clan was at the rule level, and could withstand it. But the problem was that the Bloodbath Queen in front of him was not her real body, so there was a great probability that she did not inherit the immortality of the rule level. At most, her recovery ability was a little stronger, and she could be reborn by dripping blood. She couldn't be immortal. Facing the Blood Clan, the psionic ray was not unable to kill them in seconds, but they were locked in blood. The Blood Clan was given a higher priority, so they were not killed. Without this rule-level immortality, not to mention the Bloodbath Queen, even the Blood Clan ancestor might not be able to withstand it. At least until now, the floating cannon is not outdated. The Blood Clan's bloodlock can also make them weak. Under the psionic storm, the body of the red dragon was annihilated in an instant, without any hesitation. Very powerful, I will find you. The Blood Cup and the wrought bracelet will be temporarily with you, and I will come to take them myself. After the red dragon disappeared, the Bloodbath Queen's figure also decomposed. After she finished these 2 sentences, she completely disappeared without a trace. Find me first. Chi Suiyan picked up the 2 Blood Clan holy artifacts that fell on the ground and stuffed them into his subspace pocket. After doing all this, he ran away from Brashov. It is not advisable to stay here for a long time. What if the main body comes to kill him? It is better to leave. Are you sure that the Day Walker of the church is the son of the curse? Another clone of the Bloodbath Queen asked the Dragon Sun at this moment. There was a horrifying wound on the chest of the Dragon Sun. It was the wound caused by the Day Walker with the torture axe, one of the holy weapons of the Blood Clan. The wound could not heal, so he could only leave it like this. However, the Day Walker was not feeling well either. One of the hands was cut off by the Dragon Sun with a butcher knife, which is also one of the holy weapons of the Blood Clan. The wound of the torture axe and the sharpness of the butcher knife are one of the characteristics of these 2 holy weapons of the Blood Clan. Of course, or do you have any new discoveries? The Dragon Sun looked at his aunt and asked. They had a general relationship and did not have much intersection. After all, one was a demon party, and the other was a secret party, and privately they were more about exchanging interests. I met a human who is not inferior to the Daywalker. Although he did not show the power of the blood race, he is very strong. He killed my clone? The Bloodbath Queen gave an explanation. It's just a clone. The Daywalker can do it. The Dragon Sun didn't care. What if I say that my clone has the blood cup and the wrought bracelet in his hand? The Bloodbath Queen said seriously. This made the Dragon Sun frown. So these 2 holy objects fell into the hands of this human? If he had one more holy object, today's battle would not be like this, but the Daywalker would be killed by his butcher knife. I will arrive in 3 days at most. The Bloodbath Queen changed the subject. She didn't want to talk to the Dragon Son more. After all, the holy object was indeed lost from her hands. Okay. The Dragon Son didn't continue to ask. Whether in terms of strength, status or seniority, he was not the opponent of the Bloodbath Queen. Since the other party didn't want to talk, there was no need for him to keep chasing. Not to mention that the other party is reinforcement coming to support. Chapter 418. Chi Suan headed for the location provided by Gorum, one of the rebels, and prepared to go to the rebels' headquarters. As for the two Blood Clan holy artifacts in his hand, Chi Suan also studied them. Because he is not a Blood Clan, he cannot use them actively. The Rot Bracelet is okay, it can passively emit various diseases, which is a continuous benefit and gain passive for Chi Suan. It can not only promote the mutation of the Usui virus, but also cause the disease to develop and become stronger. On the contrary, the Blood Cup is really not good. After Chi Suan drank a sip, he died on the spot. It should be similar to the effect of toxins or annihilation at the rule level. Because the race does not match, it cannot be used. It is a panacea for blood clans, but it is just a simple toxin for Chi Suan. It is the same as people can eat chocolate, but dogs cannot. After studying it for a while, Chi Suan did not come up with a reason. The Blood Clan holy artifact fell into his hands, and was of no use. The value of this world is low again. It seems that the only way is to destroy the world as soon as possible, and stimulate the Doomsday Game to leave the vampire world. Chi Suan muttered. Fuel decay, extraordinary limitations, equipment prerequisites, etc., Chi Suan really has little benefit. But in terms of value, there is definitely some. The Bloodbath Queen and the Dragon Son are very big. But the problem is that Chi Suan can't beat the opponent at this stage. For a clone, Chi Suan has to rely on death potions, and the main body must directly use the protagonist Halo. Chi Suan can't get any benefits, and is also a bit dangerous, so he naturally wants to leave. The disadvantage is also obvious, that is, because there are no survivors, only he is left, so it is difficult to trigger the limited time activities of the New World Pass. The vampire world is probably not the Doomsday world selected by the Doomsday Game, but was forced to land there. So if it doesn't recover, the next Doomsday world selected will also produce great fluctuations. Normally, the Doomsday Game has a complete set of procedures for selecting the Doomsday world. Although the Doomsday Game is stingy and mean, except for Chi Suan, the Violator, it still gives the survivors a glimmer of life and time to develop. However, this time, it cannot be said that there is no. But the vampire world is not available, whether it is divine arts or vampires, there is no way to obtain them. Faith is okay? The problem is that it will become a fanatic, which means becoming a puppet of the Lord. It is difficult for a healthy adult to change his own thinking. The holy artifact is indeed hard enough, even psionic rays cannot destroy it. The smelting furnace is probably unable to burn, maybe if all 13 holy artifacts are put together, the core of the world can be obtained. Chi Suan actually discovered one thing, that is, the injury of the Doomsday Game is more serious than he thought. Even the attribute panel of the Blood Clan's holy artifact did not appear, otherwise it would have to be at least an S-level equipment. First, find a way to collect the 13 Blood Clan's holy artifacts, and then consider the situation of destroying the world. Chi Suan's strength is limited, and there is no way to destroy the world. For the time being, we can only take one step at a time. If we can really get the core of the world, perhaps Chi Suan can not only get rid of the Doomsday Game, but also turn the tables. It just depends on luck. And at least you have to fight a big boss and a small boss. The big boss Chi Suan mentioned is naturally the missing piercing demon, and the small boss is his son Dragon's son. One has a corpse hand, and the other has a butcher knife. If they want to collect, they can't avoid it. If you want to beat them, there is still a way. Blood clans and divine arts can't be used, but if you can thoroughly study the strengthening stone, enchantment stone, and refining stone, the modules on my body can be fully enhanced. The strength will be improved again. Not to mention winning, it is still no problem to rob. Chi Suan let Fei land while thinking. According to the information he collected on the way, the headquarters of the rebels is here. How did this group of rebels do it? Being a tax collector in Brashov, now directly became the governor of Aradya, a key border city in the north. That's right, the headquarters of the rebels is in the governor's mansion, and the door is even open. There are even many officials who are rebels. But think about it, first of all, the emperor is far away, although it is a border key place, it also means that it is not a good place. Few blood clans of the secret party are willing to come to govern, and the rebels probably took advantage of this loophole to get in. Now the entire city of Aradia can be said to be the territory of the rebels, but like the secret party, they do not control the government in public. The Blood Clan cannot see the light, and their rebels cannot see the light either. The main difference is the nature. The Blood Clan cannot move during the day, and has some restrictions. The rebels simply lack strength and power, otherwise how could they have fought to the capital long ago? Stop, this is the governor's residence. Who are you looking for? Two guards wearing armor and holding spears at the door stopped Chi Swayan. They didn't know Chi Swayan. If they wanted to see the governor, they would have to make an appointment and come at a specific time. If they came early or late, they couldn't get in. The former could wait, but the latter had no chance of getting in. I'm looking for the governor, Chi Swayan said bluntly. The governor of Aradia city was the leader of the rebels. As for which identity came first, Chi Swayan didn't know. There are no visitors scheduled today. Please go back. The guard naturally remembered the person and time of the appointment. This is one of his duties. Chi Swayan was thinking about flying in a circle at this time, but found that someone came out of the governor's mansion. The other party was an old man of nearly 70 years old, and his clothes were relatively simple, but he could see his extraordinariness. There were also several guards around him, and they were obviously a group of good hands. The governor of Aradia city, Soros? Chi Swayan spoke directly. Although the other party is old, his clothes conceal strong and sturdy muscles. Even a young man may not be able to beat him. And from the way he walks, he is always on guard and pays attention to his surroundings. He is absolutely ruthless when he takes action. It's me, but I may not be able to talk to you. I have some official business to deal with now. Please make an appointment with the guard first. He will take you to the study to find me at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Soros said a few words before Chi Swayan spoke. His attitude was not arrogant or disdainful, but kind and gentle, as if he was an old grandfather next door. And this means that I don't want to solve it, but I don't have time now. Come over tomorrow, and we will talk about how to solve it. As for what Chi Swayan wanted to solve, and whether he could solve it, it was not within his consideration. He didn't know the person in front of him, so he just treated him as an ordinary civilian. What demands could an ordinary civilian have? It was easy to solve, and enhance his reputation at the same time, killing two birds with one stone. After that, Soros brushed past Chi Swayan and got on a carriage and left. Just received news that the rebel team in Brasov City died. The Blood Queen went there with only a clone, and the real body is leading the army to support the Dragon's Son. So now we have to operate another rebel team in Brasov City as a nail as soon as possible. Brasov City is the economic center of the Kingdom of Transylvania, and intelligence must be timely. Soros told the people in the carriage about the follow-up arrangements. I know about this matter. It was Gorham who asked me to come to you. Chi Swayan interrupted. Soros couldn't help but look stiff, and turned his head sharply to look at Chi Swayan. He had no idea when the other party got on the carriage. So you are the mysterious man who captured the Blood Clan Prince Oliver? Soros did not panic, and quickly calmed down his emotions and asked. Yes, it's me. Chi Swayan said bluntly. I heard from Gorham that you were looking for me, so I came here. Also, Gorham said that you have the punishment axe, one of the Blood Clan's sacred weapons, and said that you can give it to me as a gift. Chi Swayan spoke without any ambiguity. Soros ignored the gift and said, You came a step late. I sent the punishment axe to the front line, and let the Daywalker use it as a weapon against the Blood Clan. There is nothing to hide about this matter, because it is all true. On the front battlefield between the Church and the Blood Clan, the battle between the Daywalker and the Son of the Dragon was witnessed by all. Master, Pastor Roy is here, and he has the soul ring. The Archbishop hurriedly brought Pastor Roy to the front of the Daywalker Alex. At this time, the Daywalker once again repelled the Son of the Dragon, and his left arm was broken at the root, and now it is being repaired bit by bit. Very good. Please escort the soul ring here. This is very timely. The Daywalker did not say anything polite, but thanked directly. Without any hesitation, Pastor Roy directly handed the soul ring, one of the holy artifacts of the Blood Clan, to the Daywalker. Master, according to the records, the soul ring has extremely evil abilities. It can distort the mind and stimulate crazy thoughts. You need to use it with caution, Pastor Roy reminded. Don't worry, I will only use it on vampires and dead apostles. With the soul ring, I should be able to better ease the current situation. Daywalker rubbed his temples, feeling only tired. Fortunately, the characteristics of the torture axe prevented the Dragon's Son from recovering from his injuries, otherwise, he would not have survived until now. The effect of the soul ring is useless against the Dragon's Son, but it is effective against the large number of vampires and dead apostles. As long as their minds can be distorted and rebellion can be generated in their team, the pressure on the church can be reduced a lot. It's a pity that you are not half human and half vampire, otherwise I can let you use it, and I can be more relaxed. Daywalker sighed, and then said, Pastor Roy, you have worked hard to come here, take a rest. We still need you to work together on the battlefield. Since you are here, don't leave, stay and fight. One more person means more strength. Chapter 419. Give it to the Daywalker? Chi Suan never expected that this would happen. Yes, without the axe of punishment, the Daywalker cannot resist the son of the dragon. According to the latest intelligence, the situation of the church is not good and it is likely to collapse. Especially since the Bloodbath Queen has also brought the Transylvanian army to join the war. Soros said. This information has not yet been widely spread, and they can only get it with the help of the church. Otherwise, they really thought that the Bloodbath Queen went to Brashov to investigate the death of Governor Oliver. Chi Suan believed Soros' words. He had guessed this possibility when he saw that the person who came was the clone of the Bloodbath Queen, but he got confirmation from Soros. I wonder if you can satisfy my curiosity. Why do you want the axe of punishment? You are a human being. You cannot use the holy weapon of the blood race. Soros asked directly. That's right. The corruption bracelet is special, so it can be used. The other holy weapons are probably the punishment axe and the butcher knife, which are passive weapons that can be used against backlash. For things like the blood cup and the magic golem, forget it. I know, but I just want to collect them. Chi Suan naturally didn't plan to tell the other party about his goal, so he found an excuse to fool him. Soros naturally noticed it, so he just smiled and said, the punishment axe is not there, but it is said that during the 1,000-year blood war, there was a battlefield outside the city of Aradya. The poison bottle, one of the 13 holy weapons of the Blood Clan, is suspected to have been lost there. But I sent people to look for it, but they didn't find it, so it's probably just a rumor. If you have confidence, you can go and look for it yourself. Maybe you can find this Blood Clan holy artifact. Soros gave Chi Suan a clue. As long as Chi Suan is not a Blood Clan, it would be good if it really fell into his hands. I go and take a look. Chi Suan didn't expect that there would be an unexpected surprise. Then, Soros added, in fact, it's not impossible for you to want the axe, or even the butcher knife and the blood cup. Soros didn't know that Chi Suan had obtained the blood cup and the rod bracelet, but thought that the blood cup was still in the hands of the Bloodbath Queen. As long as you can help the church defeat the son of the dragon and the Bloodbath Queen, they will be willing to give it to you when you ask for it. Whether it is for the church or the Daywalker, the Blood Clan holy artifact is just a weapon they use to fight against the Blood Clan. If they really defeat the Blood Clan holy artifact will naturally be useless, and it is not a big problem to give it to Chi Suan, a human. As for the piercing demon, the ancestor of the Blood Clan and other Blood Clan characters, they have long disappeared and are not within the scope of the church's consideration. If you haven't even defeated the elite monsters and small bosses of the level, don't even think about the future. After all, if you lose, you will be wiped out directly, so there is no need to consider. I can't beat the Bloodbath Queen. Chi Suan shook his head. He couldn't move forward vertically or horizontally. He was stuck here. The best solution at this stage is to increase the number of evolutions to obtain the module column. In about half an hour, you can install another module. You don't need to defeat the Bloodbath Queen, you just need to hold back the Dragon Son. Soros actually didn't say one more thing, which was that Daywalker was about to get the second Blood Clan holy artifact. He didn't know which Blood Clan holy artifact it was, but as long as there was one more Blood Clan holy artifact, and with the cooperation of the mysterious man Chi Suan, there was a great possibility of repelling the Bloodbath Queen, and then the two of them would join forces to kill the Dragon Son. Well, Chi Suan touched his chin, and then said, your words don't count. You are just the leader of the resistance, not the leader of the church. No matter how rich the promise is, the other party may not agree. Chi Suan was still very rational. You promised him something from someone else. Is that any different from writing an IOU? You're right. Soros didn't care about Chi Suan's words, but said, so you have to go in person. Of course, if you want to find the poison bottle outside Aradya, you can try it. It's much easier than fighting the Dragon Son and the Bloodbath Queen. This secretly provoked Chi Suan, but Chi Suan had long been immune to provocation and said calmly, yes, I think my luck is pretty good. Maybe the vampires and the rebels didn't find it, but I found it instead. It was just a provocation. How could he be calculated? If you can find it, it will be a great thing for everyone. I wonder if you are going to have a drink in my governor's mansion, or are you going to leave immediately? Soros said half invitingly and half driving him away. Chi Suan agreed, so let's go for a drink and ask some questions. But if Chi Suan refused to leave, he would go back and pass all the information about Chi Suan to the church to prepare for advanced response. No matter which choice, it would be extremely beneficial for him. Not interested, I'm going to find the poison bottle. Stop here, Chi Suan said, and the carriage stopped and then left directly. On the other side, Soros immediately asked the driver to turn around, go back. The driver walked back, and soon returned to the governor's mansion. He immediately sent the information over. This is a communication prop made by some kind of magic. It is not only cumbersome to use, but also extremely expensive and fragile. It is extremely laborious to transport it from the church to the Kingdom of Transylvania. He would only choose to use this communication prop in a more urgent situation. Not long after, the church responded. The clone of the Bloodbath Queen was killed in Brashov City, and the Blood Cup, one of the holy artifacts of the Blood Clan, is suspected to be in the other party's hands. Soros's face was very wonderful when he saw the information. It is impossible for the other party to just reply received and also give him another piece of information. This piece of information is most likely not from Brashov, but from the front line. The Bloodbath Queen will not only split out one clone. This is a good thing. As long as he is human and willing to fight against the Blood Clan, it is not just collecting some Blood Clan holy artifacts, but also indirectly weakening the Blood Clan. Since you say you are lucky, then you are really lucky. Find the Blood Clan holy artifact poison bottle you want. After Soros burned the information, he whispered. As for whether the other party can find the so-called poison bottle, he has no idea. The rebels were not the first to search, nor did they search only once. It cannot be said that they found nothing, but they did gain a lot, but they failed to achieve their goal of finding the Blood Clan holy artifact. And then it has been left unfinished until now. On the other hand, Chi Suan came to the outside of Aradia city, and after a circle, he did not find any trace of the poison bottle. Instead, the armor value reached 152 points. He then took out a native module for corrosion resistance. Chi Suan thought about using the Blood Clan holy artifact as a module, but because of its unknown origin, and he did not have a corresponding extraordinary system, he could only proceed according to the original plan. SSS polymer anti-corrosion film, the change is just average. It will probably take until the corresponding modules of pressure resistance and insulation are added before it can be further transformed. Then we have to find time to catch a few vampires as fuel. Although there are still a lot of Oliver that have not been burned, it will not take a few days. Aradia City is the territory of the rebels, and there are not many vampires around. If you want to catch them, you can only go to a place farther away. As for getting involved in the war between the church and the vampires, this must be done. Since you are collecting the holy artifacts of the vampires, you can't avoid it. In fact, he was still very tempted by Soros's proposal. With the flexibility of the church, if he really went to kill the piercing demon, the ancestor of the vampires, etc., let alone give him the holy artifacts in his hand, it would be no problem to help him find them. Let's find the poison bottle first, it must be nearby. With my luck, it must not be difficult to find it. Chi Suan muttered, and then began to let Faye land. Flying in the sky is not the same as looking for something. You have to search slowly on the ground. Chi Suan is looking for places that are within reach, but he is looking for all kinds of corners or places that are easy to ignore at first glance. If it is easy to find, no one would have found it until now. So it is more likely to be in those places that are difficult to find. So he is really a human. Daywalker Alex looked at the information in his hand, and his expression showed disbelief. He is not a pure-blooded human, so he can have powerful strength even without relying on divine arts. But the mysterious man is different. The other party is very likely to be pure-blooded. I seem to know this person. Pastor Roy on the side suddenly said, and then his mind turned, and he said Baron Fisher. Baron Fisher of the Grande Kingdom. But Archbishop Hammond previously announced that the Fisher family was extinct, but the head of the family disappeared. No wonder he was able to attract the governor of the Toledo clan. Now it seems that the Fisher family does have a huge secret. As Pastor Roy said, the Daywalker turned around. Have you had contact with him? Yes, the other party is very generous and does things very straightforwardly. The misunderstanding between me and him at the beginning, Pastor Roy told the content. With your testimony and the resistance army, plus Hammond's baptism, the identity of the human is confirmed. Daywalker said, but he also had a lot of doubts. Why would he, a human being, collect the holy artifacts of the vampires? It is a treasure for the vampires, but it is not only useless to humans, but also very dangerous. But with his strength, danger may not hurt him. The most important thing now is to find a way to get him to the main battlefield. With his help, we can gain a lot of advantages in the battle. The Sun Walker didn't care about Chi Xuan's background, nor did he care what the other party concealed. He only knew that doing so would benefit the church and humans, and he judged based on interests rather than emotions. The premise is to contact the other party. Pastor Roy reminded him. Chapter 420. It should be this thing. Chi Xuan did find the poison bottle, but it was not in one of the battlefields of the 1,000-year bloody battle outside the city. He searched twice, but found nothing. When he sat down to rest, a child came to him with this Blood Clan holy weapon. He spent 3 copper coins to buy it from the other party. This is the vessel used to hold water in the child's family. The child didn't know where it came from. Anyway, it was in the family when he was born. It is said that his grandfather had it when he was a child, and it is unknown how many generations ago. The life expectancy of civilians is not long, so it changes very quickly. In other words, this Blood Clan holy weapon will not be activated actively, otherwise their whole family will probably die. This family manages oral health very well. If the gums bleed, something will happen. The use of the poison bottle is very simple. Put the blood of the Blood Clan into it, and then the blood will be alienated. After taking it, humans, beasts, and even vampires will mutate and turn into a terrifying and violent monster. If you don't touch blood, nothing will happen. That's why Chi Xuan said that the family's oral health is really good. They have been drinking water from the poison bottle for so many generations, and nothing has happened. Chi Xuan tried to put his blood into the poison bottle, but there was no reaction at all. Is this discrimination? Chi Xuan's eyes twitched. No reaction, which is equivalent to the poison bottle directly dividing his blood out of the scope of humans, beasts, and vampires. He was not regarded as a normal life form at all. Then Chi Xuan directly created the blood of the dragon sun through the blood cup and poured it into the poison bottle. This time, there was a reaction. The blood in the poison bottle began to boil into a different shape, and it took on a corrosive smell. No normal person would drink this stuff. Chi Xuan looked at the green liquid that was still bubbling, and from time to time some kind of black mist floated out of it. Not to mention, there was also a sense of atmosphere, and then Chi Xuan swallowed it in one gulp. After entering his stomach, he did not mutate as he had learned from Oliver, the 3rd-generation vampire. Instead, his body was decomposing. Toxic. Chi Xuan endured it for 10 minutes, and then he couldn't bear it anymore, so he directly killed and revived. The alienated blood poison didn't kill him, but it was very uncomfortable. That kind of discomfort was not a disease, but a decomposition similar to that after the transformation was invalid. As for the evolution of this adaptability after enduring it, this is useless at all, because this is a weird balance. If he is weak, he will be directly decomposed, and if he is strong, he will swallow the alienated blood in turn. But his strength was just right, and he was in a tug of war with the alienated blood. He could neither die nor recover. There was no way to trigger his effect of getting stronger as he got sicker. Fortunately, there is some good news. The blood cup plus the poison bottle seemed to allow me to officially start my research on the vampires. He had always lacked a medium for observation, and now with the blood cup and the poison bottle, he could fill the gap. I just don't know if the blood of the Daywalker can be specified. Chi Xuan's eyes fell on the blood cup. The next moment, blood actually gushed out of the blood cup. But this blood was not the blood of the vampires, but the blood of humans, but half of the blood was mixed with black mist. The two were very harmonious, and there was no tit-for-tat situation. The diners fell in love with the food, and they created a hybrid. Chi Xuan didn't know whether the blood really came from the Daywalker or the blood cup, but it did meet the requirements of his research. He started to collect it, and it was definitely not suitable for research here. However, the blood was wriggling, and it seemed to have some kind of consciousness. In just a moment, it flew out of his hand and turned into a pure white bat. The bat opened its eyes, and a black light flashed in its eyes. I'm not fighting with the dragon sun. How did I come here? Interesting, your blood actually contains your own will. Is it because you are half human and half vampire? Chi Xuan found a clue. Now one thing can be confirmed, that is, the blood cup did not really take blood directly from the original owner, but copied it through some unknown technology. The Daywalker is quite special, and the blood of the blood is not like the black mist of the real vampires. He can have the strengths of both clans, which is inseparable from his own blood. So it is not difficult for the blood to contain his own consciousness. Yes, I am a Daywalker. Bat saw the blood cup in Chi Xuan's hand clearly, and immediately admitted his identity. But I am confused. How do you use the blood cup? Bat asked. In my magic, you are not a vampire. I can't drink the blood in the blood cup to gain the power of the blood owner, but I can let it produce blood for me. Chi Xuan did not hide it. The blood cup cannot be used, which means that drinking the blood in the blood cup will die. Except for the vampires, other races are like this, and this point is not deliberately targeted at Chi Xuan. So that's it. I heard you want the axe and the butcher knife? That looked a little funny flying in the air, and the tone was really contrasting. Yes, are you willing to give it to me? Chi Xuan was a little suspicious. As long as you come to the battlefield and help me kill the Dragon Son and the Bloodbath Queen, I will give you not only the axe and the butcher knife, but also the soul ring. Bat didn't say anything fancy. He just put the conditions on the table. However, Chi Xuan was unmoved. At least for now, he was not sure he could kill the two vampires. I can also help you deal with the Impaler Vlad II Dracula, and the corpse hand will also belong to you. Bat continued. I have to admit that Chi Xuan was really tempted this time. I need time to get there. Chi Xuan said, and added, the corpses belong to me, I want to use them as fuel. Bat agreed directly. Okay, I do as you say. The purpose of the church has been very clear from beginning to end, that is, to kill the vampires. As for how they died, they didn't care. Then what? How should I go back? Bat stared at Chi Xuan. You are just a consciousness, not the real self. Chi Xuan said as he grabbed Bat, and before the other party could speak, he directly squeezed it into a ball. It turned into plasma in an instant, and this time it couldn't move again, and it was successfully collected and stored. I don't know if the message can be passed. It's unlikely that they lied to me. The other party is indeed willing to pay the price. It's just that the Daywalker actually said that there is still a soul ring, one of the holy artifacts of the Blood Clan. This is a bit interesting. Is it in his hand, or in the hands of the two leaders of the Blood Clan? If it is the former, it is very sincere. Chi Xuan did not mention it, and they just gave it to him. But if it is the latter, it is like getting something for nothing. Without saying too much, the butcher knife is definitely the case. The other party is most likely not able to get the butcher knife. By the way, who is the protagonist of this world? There are too many suspects. It is really difficult to deal with. Chi Xuan thought it was the son of the dragon at first, and then the Bloodbath Queen. However, the Daywalker is really popular now, and his suspicion has surpassed these two blood clans. The main reason is that he is indeed a legend, the cursed son predicted by the Blood Clan prophet, who can perfectly use the power of two races. As for Cain and Dracula, they have little presence and no one knows where they are, so they are naturally ignored by Chi Xuan. If the Daywalker is the protagonist, it's fine, but if not, Chi Xuan really doesn't know who it will be. He can only find a way to kill him first. Let's find a safe place and study the vampires first. The church can still hold out for a while. I wonder if we can create werewolves. There were vampires in the Middle Ages, but without werewolves, I always feel that something is missing. Chi Xuan felt that he had obsessive-compulsive disorder after staying here for too long. After all, these two are old enemies, but now vampires are the only ones in power, which is unreasonable. Blood cup plus poison bottle can be used for partial biological transformation. Since the Daywalker is called the son of the curse by the vampires, it must not be groundless. I just don't know if the curse can be extracted. If I mix it into the poison bottle, the holy artifact of the vampires, can it improve my virus talent? Chi Xuan thought about this matter in his mind. Faye was controlled by the intelligent computer, carrying Chi Xuan and looking for a safe area to rest. You are distracted, Daywalker. The butcher knife of Dragon Son Vlad III Tepesh brushed against Daywalker Alex's cheek. The Dragon Son was just a little bit away from killing Daywalker. Let's stop here today. Anyway, you and I can't tell the winner, right? The Daywalker flicked the axe in his hand, and the soul ring trembled slightly, and a large number of dead disciples had their minds distorted. From the original loyal servants of the Blood Clan to bloodthirsty mad beasts. With two Blood Clan holy artifacts in hand, the Dragon Son was in a dilemma. Although the soul ring could not distort his mind, it would affect his battle. So since the Daywalker had two Blood Clan holy artifacts, he had not been able to kill the other party. The Bloodbath Queen refused to take action again, saying that she was waiting for the opportunity. Okay, that's all for today. The Dragon Son went back with a gloomy face. Fortunately, it was not the first time he was stopped. After many times, he got used to it. The Daywalker also walked back. They both looked unprepared, but in fact they were very vigilant, afraid that the other party would suddenly attack. It's not like it hasn't happened before. Master, what happened just now? Pastor Roy asked curiously. He didn't ask why the Dragon Son gave in, but why the Daywalker was absent-minded. Baron Fisher summoned my blood through the blood cup. I communicated with him. He needs time to rush to the battlefield. A trace of joy appeared on the face of the Day Walker for the first time in a long time. Did he say how long it would take? Pastor Roy asked. No need. He doesn't want to give up the Blood Clan's holy weapon, so he will definitely come as quickly as possible. In the hands of the church, the Blood Clan's holy weapon can be given to him, but in the hands of the Blood Clan, he can only kill the holder. But is the son of the dragon so easy to kill? Daywalker naturally had this confidence after calculating the interests of both parties. Chapter 421. The blood of the vampire corpse can move, and its power source lies in the blood. So the blood of the Thin Blood Clan, as abandoned babies, is liquid because they were born through gestation. Unlike other clans, they are gestated through the first embrace, not through the human body, thus ensuring their legitimacy. This allows them to have a complete heritage, true name, and gaseous blood like black mist. So what about the Dragon Son? Chi Swan looked at the blood in his hand, the blood of the Dragon Son he obtained through the blood cup. It is normal for the Daywalker's blood to be liquid. After all, he has half of human blood in his body. But the blood of the Dragon Son is also liquid. He thought that the blood cup would force the blood of the vampires to become liquid, but in fact, after he changed a vampire, he found that it was not the case. The blood of other vampires is still black mist in the blood cup. After it appears, it will settle at the bottom of the cup and flow down with the pouring of the blood cup. If it is consumed, it can obtain the corresponding power, and if it is not consumed, it will gradually dissipate after leaving the blood cup. It cannot last as long as the blood of the Dragon Son and the Daywalker. If nothing unexpected happens, the Dragon Son is probably born through gestation, not the first embrace. Chi Swan knew that the Dragon Son was special, but he didn't expect it to be so special. So he was very confused. Who is the mother of the Dragon Son? It can be so special. I used 2 anomalies in a race to study normal data. Does that mean there is something wrong with me? Chi Swan's brain twitched and suddenly thought of this matter. After all, the question is fine, and the result is fine, but the process is a mess. If it's not his problem, then whose problem is it? Chi Swan complained about himself while starting to separate the black mist blood. He wanted to study the blood race. The Dragon Son and the Day Walker were alien species, and did not have universality. But it does not mean that there is no research value, it is just an auxiliary research. After he completed the analysis of most of it, he could go on to a small part. In the black mist, a trace of blood-red mark was peeled off by him. Receiver, Chi Swan whispered. As we all know, the source of power of the blood race is the holy weapon, and since blood is a power source, it must have the ability to receive. After the blood mark appeared in Chi Swan's hand, it quickly turned into a scarlet bat. However, because of the small amount, although the body grid was almost the same as that of an ordinary bat, the material was insufficient, and it looked a bit like a simple drawing. Chi Swan took out the rod bracelet and swung it in front of the blood-marked bat, showing an obvious ripple reaction. As long as I have the corresponding blood-marked bats of the 13 clans, I can indirectly observe and control the Blood Clan's holy artifact through fluctuations. This seems to be some kind of curse. Chi Swan formed a new observation data through the reactions of both parties. A certain connection was formed between the blood mark and the holy artifact. As the connection continued to expand, a distorted picture flashed before Chi Swan's eyes. The speed was very fast, and the picture was extremely blurry, even blurrier than mosaics, so Chi Swan didn't see clearly what it was. But it didn't matter. Anyway, the thing was in Chi Swan's hands. Since he could reproduce it once, he could also reproduce it a second time and a third time. To exchange the blood of a third-generation vampire, you must be a prince of the vampire clan, Chi Swan said, and obtain the blood of another clan corresponding to the rot bracelet through the blood cup. The experiment was carried out. Because the amount taken this time was larger, the blood print produced was no longer a simple drawing, and it came from a vampire with a higher status. So the memory flashed a lot slower this time, and the picture became normal. Chi Swan saw the content. A human was sacrificing another human, and the target was the sky or the whole world. This can't be the sacrificial scene where Cain sacrificed his brother Abel. What about God? Chi Swan knew that because of his action, Cain became a bloodthirsty and photophobic monster. But this world is not the Old Testament. Whether there is God or not is the same thing. If there really is, how could the vampires be allowed to raise God's flock? Chi Swan is more inclined to some unique ritual. It is certain that this is the origin of the blood race. The only drawback is that there is only one painting, nothing else. Chi Swan said, and replaced the blood of the third-generation blood prince of the clan corresponding to the blood cup, and repeated the experiment. Thinking to see if he could get a different picture, the result was the same, still the same picture. Then, he made the blood of the corresponding clan of the poison bottle for refining. So far, he has 3 blood seals of the third-generation blood princes in his hands. The regularity and immortality of the blood race all come from the blood seals, combined with the death on the corpse, and finally become the blood flowing in their bodies. The root of all this is the holy weapon. If the connection between the blood seal and them is directly cut off through the unique frequency, then the blood in their bodies cannot be replenished. The result is predictable. But it can only target the third generation of Blood Clan, and does not include the Dragon Son. Chi Xuan is still quite rigorous. The Dragon Son belongs to the third generation of Blood Clan, but he cannot be classified as one of them in any way. The influence of the Blood Clan's holy artifact on him is relatively limited. Then how to cut it off? Chi Xuan's mind emerged with a lot of data, and began to deduce. These are all solitary experimental samples, and they must not be tried directly. Chi Xuan must first make some calculations by himself, and get a few plans before proceeding. If it can have a second one, Chi Xuan will definitely not deduce it first, but directly start it. Finally, a plan was finalized. That is to use the black fog as a springboard and physically isolate it through the blood seal. Cutting off may be difficult. The simplest point is that the real name of the Blood Clan is power, and you can control the other party after obtaining it. Therefore, the rights of the Blood Clan parents over their firstborn children are unlimited. Even humans who have mastered the true name of the Blood Clan can obtain this unlimited power. And the true name of the source of this power comes from the inheritance given by the Blood Clan's holy artifact. Chi Xuan did not intend to control the Blood Clan. For him, the Blood Clan is not important at all. What he is thinking about now is how to destroy the world and leave this world without any gains. The core of the world? He doesn't even know what it is, so he can only take it one step at a time. Through continuous testing, Chi Xuan finally used the blood seal to export some of the internal data in the rotten bracelet. These data are not pure data, but more like a collection of a large number of rules. Each rule is a true name. As long as Chi Xuan deciphers it, he can master the Blood Clan corresponding to the true name. The true name is the rule. This is much more reasonable. When Chi Xuan saw the true name rule, he understood the cause and effect in an instant. It is true that the source of the Blood Clan's power is the holy weapon, but it does not mean that the holy weapon is a fool and really allows the Blood Clan to take it without seeking returns. Every Blood Clan is a resource of the holy weapon. The power obtained by the Blood Clan from the holy weapon is the nutrient. Strengthen the true name when alive, and recycle the rules after death. The ultimate beneficiary of everything will only be the so-called lost holy weapon. Don't look at the Blood Clan's power. It's just like planting vegetables. You can't just throw the seeds into the ground. You have to fertilize and water them. Otherwise, how can they grow? And this is still a virtuous cycle. Now, it can run on its own without even human intervention and correction. The problem now is that a large amount of resources have been stored in these holy vessels, but no one has come to recycle them. Did something happen that caused the farmer to forget to harvest the vegetables? Chi Xuan didn't quite understand. The second generation Blood Clan can be excluded, so which Blood Clan ancestor is Cain? It doesn't look very likely. The 1,000-year blood war of the Blood Clan was caused by Cain. The ancestors above everyone disappeared, and the eldest son and the youngest daughter had many children, so the 2 elders didn't care. Then naturally they started fighting. So 13 clans appeared, and they fought so hard that their brains almost popped out. Then the eldest son, Dracula, could not stand it anymore, so the Death Clan was born as a mediator. Later, the Bloodbath Queen entered the secret party. In order to maintain the balance, the grandson of the Dragon Son became the leader of the Demon Party. This made the clan balanced. So from all aspects, Cain is unlikely to be behind the scenes. There is even extreme speculation that the Blood Clan holy artifact was made by Cain, the ancestor of the Blood Clan. The simplest point is that one of the holy artifacts is called the Corpse Hand, which is Cain's left hand. Even the left hand, it is reasonable that other body parts are divided into 12 parts and continue to be made into holy artifacts. As for how to make the poison bottle and blood cup, Chi Xuan doesn't want to tell the world any logic. If you insist on talking about logic, Chi Xuan still doesn't know how a Blood Clan member turned into a group of bats. It's like a thought moves, and then the rules take effect, omitting the intermediate process and jumping directly to the result. So it's not something that can't be understood that a person turns into a cup or a bottle. The cutting shield can't be done, but I found something more valuable. Qi Xuan guided out a large amount of rule data. With this data, I can try to generate my own ecosystem and world rules. Qi Xuan has never given up the goal of becoming the world. He was impressed by the strength of the world will of the ghost world. As long as he succeeds, there is a great possibility that he will swallow up the Doomsday Game in turn. This may be a bit whimsical, but for Qi Xuan, it is also a way. After deciphering the real name, you can get the rule data of the Blood Clan world. Even if you don't use it in a short time, you can keep it and use it slowly. And it is also of great help to the research of strengthening stones, refining stones, and enchanting stones. It seems that collecting all the Blood Clan holy artifacts is a very necessary thing. Chapter 422. This war is indeed crazy enough. However, due to the limited number of people, the cruelty is still quite different from the holy world. At this time, Qi Xuan has come to the front battlefield between the church and the Blood Clan. The rule data in the 3 Blood Clan holy artifacts in his hand have been completely recorded by him, and he has begun to study further. Therefore, he did not think of staying where he was and growing quietly. It was not that he wanted to take risks, but because opportunities do not wait for anyone. Once the Sun Walker died, the church would also be destroyed. If Qi Xuan wanted to get the Blood Clan holy artifact, he would probably have to face the Dragon Sun, who had 3 powerful equipments: the Butcher Knife, the Torture Axe, and the Soul Ring. As the Sun Walker said, the church does not need holy artifacts, but the Blood Clan does. Qi Xuan could only temporarily put down his work and rush to the front line. The strengthening stone has been fixed, thanks to the rule data in the poison bottle. Both have strengthening parts. In the future, you only need to install the strengthening stone as a module and inject energy to directly strengthen the equipment to +12. The progress bar of the enchantment stone is also halfway through. It will take about 3 hours at most to complete the transformation. The refining stone is a troublesome point. There is no corresponding rule. Perhaps the spirit staff in the Blood Clan's holy artifact is needed. Qi Xuan looked at his research progress again. After being transformed by him, the strengthening stone and the enchantment stone are no longer random, but fluctuate through the injected energy, and they will not become consumables that can only be used once. 3 module bars are also a troublesome thing. The Blood Clan basically no longer provides evolutionary energy. I should be blacklisted by the Blood Clan world. So if you want to get the module column, I'm afraid only Daywalker, Dragon Sun, and Bloodbath Queen can get it. Daywalker can't be killed for now. I still need his help. Then the goal is very simple. Just get the people and start killing them. He turned around and left the battlefield, and arrived at the tent of Daywalker Alex 1 step ahead, and sat down with a big horse and a golden sword, not at all shy. A few minutes later, Daywalker, who had just finished fighting with Dragon Sun, came back and saw an acquaintance sitting in his seat. This is the second time we meet, Baron Fisher. Daywalker didn't care about Qi Xuan's rude behavior, but found a seat and sat down casually. You are indeed special. Qi Xuan was not surprised that the other party could remember him, and then said, "It seems that your battle was not easy." Yes, Bloodbath Queen completed her sacrifice and obtained the power of the Red Sea. If I didn't have the Soul Ring and control their dead disciples, I wouldn't be able to come back. Daywalker directly told his dilemma. Qi Xuan's heart sank when he heard this. The offspring born from the combination of the Red Sea Witch Lilith and the Blood Clan's ancestor Cain, this monster is indeed not simple. The Soul Ring is not suitable for you to use. You can give it to me. Qi Xuan just said the word "give it to me," and the Sun Walker took off the Soul Ring from his hand and threw it to him without hesitation. Qi Xuan caught it and then asked, "Aren't you afraid that I am sent by the other side?" "No, unless you don't want the Blood Clan's holy weapon," Sun Walker said calmly. "You have courage. If it were Qi Xuan, he would never give it to me, he would only snatch it." Since the other party was so sincere, Qi Xuan took out the blood cup and threw it directly to the Sun Walker. He had obtained all the blood seals of the 13 clans, and the rule data was completely copied. This holy weapon was too useless to him, far inferior to the corruption bracelet and the poison bottle. It would be better to give it to the Sun Walker to improve his strength. "I lend it to you. After killing the Dragon Sun and the Bloodbath Queen, all the holy weapons will belong to me, including the principal and interest," Qi Xuan said. The Sun Walker nodded and agreed directly. "No problem." After getting the Soul Ring, Qi Xuan did not copy the rule data immediately, but said, "I suggest you choose the power of the Dragon Sun. The Blood Cup can only specify the blood of the 3rd generation of Blood Clan, and the Dragon Sun is the most special among them, not inferior to the 2nd generation of Blood Clan. The power of the dragon is in its blood, although I don't know where the dragon comes from," Chi Xuan said bluntly. Sunwalker was a little surprised when he heard this. The power of the dragon? I didn't feel it. This was not the first time he had fought with the dragon's son. The other party had always used the butcher knife as a combat weapon, and then used the dark power to assist. He had never seen him show the power of the dragon mentioned by Chi Xuan. I fought with the clone of the Bloodbath Queen before. She used the blood cup to gain the power of the dragon's son, and temporarily transformed into a red dragon. The breath almost took my life. Chi Xuan was right. If he didn't fight back, he would die. It's just that he will be resurrected after death. I know something about dragons. Legend has it that the offspring of the Red Sea Witch is a dragon. But these evil beasts are locked in the boudoir of the Red Sea Witch and can't leave at all. Sunwalker is the leader of the church, so he naturally knows a lot. Don't worry about these things in advance, solve the current dilemma first. Chi Xuan suddenly interrupted the Sunwalker. The sky was dyed red by a layer of blood red. Chi Xuan didn't know whether the so-called Red Sea was red, but he could be sure of one thing, that is, the Bloodbath Queen came up. This time, the Sunwalker was different from the previous retreat after fighting with the dragon's son. Instead, he was forced to come down from the battlefield. As an enemy, he naturally had to pursue the victory. If Chi Xuan hadn't arrived today, then the Sunwalker and the church would probably be destroyed today. It can only be said that the protagonist's halo is indeed a timely reign. Choose one, Chi Xuan said. Corruption bracelet plus poison bottle plus soul ring. With 13 blood seals, Chi Xuan can exert the full power. Combined with his own attributes and the deep virus, it is definitely not bad. I will deal with the Bloodbath Queen. The Sunwalker hesitated for a moment, and bit the bullet to choose the stronger Bloodbath Queen. Chi Xuan looked the other person up and down, shook his head and said, "You can't beat her. There is only one way to go. I will hold the Bloodbath Queen. You go and kill the dragon's son. Remember, I want the body." If it were before, Chi Xuan would definitely agree. After all, it's better to let your fellow Taoists die than to let me die, and strong enemies must be dealt with by fellow Taoists. But now it's not possible. This world is too complicated. Without the help of the Sunwalker, an ally who only wants to kill the vampires, it is difficult for him to collect 13 vampire holy artifacts. Especially one of the holy artifacts is still in the hands of the piercing demon Dracula. I'm not sure enough, Sunwalker said bluntly. Use the power of the dragon to deal with him. The blood cup will help you. Chi Xuan can give the poison bottle to the other party to increase Sunwalker's chance of winning. But if he gave it to him, Chi Xuan's survival rate would drop significantly. Don't worry about it, I'm going to start first, and you can handle the rest yourself, Chi Xuan said, and walked out of the tent directly. The blood-red sky was reflected by a red ocean. Human, I'm curious, how do you have such a powerful force? The voice of the Bloodbath Queen came from the reflected ocean. Chi Xuan naturally saw the other party's figure, and the bat wings behind him fluttered gently, looking down at Chi Xuan. This is a long story, so I don't plan to say it. Chi Xuan's voice fell, and 13 blood marks appeared on his body. The Yusui virus spread across the scene with the corruption bracelet, combined with the alienation effect of the poison bottle, and a black plague land was formed in an instant. Fei's huge figure carried Chi Xuan into the air, and the field began to become three-dimensional, gradually accommodating the entire blood-red space. Unfortunately, I just got the soul ring, and it's really not easy to use. Chi Xuan's voice fell, and the invisible mental distortion spread in an instant. Is this a plague? The Bloodbath Queen looked a little confused. This kind of trick can't deal with the Blood Clan at all. But soon, she knew that she was wrong, and she was wrong. The dead apostles fell ill and died in an instant, but this was not the end but the beginning. They were resurrected again. A group of living corpses became the new enemy. Before this, they all called me the Zombie Master, Chi Xuan said confidently. The Bloodbath Queen wanted to laugh at Chi Xuan. Not everyone can be called the Master. It's just a zombie. They, the Blood Clan, can also control corpses. But before he could finish his sentence, he found something wrong. All the vampires infected by the plague also turned into zombies in Chi Xuan's words. When the first vampire became a zombie, the Yusui virus evolved the corresponding infection and transmission capabilities. At this time, the Bloodbath Queen also realized that she could not drag it on any longer. She was ready to take action immediately, but found that she had lost the trace of Chi Xuan. Only Fei, the huge beast, was left. Bang! There was a sharp pain in the back of the heart. The entire spine and sternum were pierced by this huge force. You? The Bloodbath Queen was smashed directly to the ground. And a huge pit was smashed out. That's right, Chi Xuan said so much before just to let the Bloodbath Queen relax her vigilance. He even took Faye as a shield. Facts have proved that the Bloodbath Queen did not take him seriously, so he succeeded in sneak attacking her. You are very cunning, even more despicable than those politicians. The Bloodbath Queen turned into a group of bats and flew out of the deep pit. After landing, she had just regained her human form and had just finished speaking when Chi Xuan rushed directly to her face. The polymorphic energy and psionic rays attached to her legs, and it was a direct crotch kick. The Bloodbath Queen's face changed. If she was kicked, she would lose face completely, not to mention the injuries. Fortunately, she had taken Chi Xuan seriously at this time, and she immediately distanced herself from him, and was not prepared to fight him in close combat. Red Sea, swallow him. Following the Bloodbath Queen's order, countless creeping blood-red liquids emerged from the ground. These are all powerful areas formed by blood, and even human resentment and anger. Chi Xuan stepped into it, and his feet sank directly, and could not extricate himself. It was resentment and anger that dragged him. Chapter 423. Are you going to drag me into the Red Sea? Chi Xuan lifted his foot, and a large number of bloody hands were taken out by him. In the sky, a dazzling bloody meteor was hitting him. Don't mention it, physical and spell damage. Chi Xuan glanced at the meteor, and then ignored it. His eyes fell on the Bloodbath Queen. The other party was indeed a magic character, and he was really not good at close combat. Baron Fisher, can you block that meteor? A conspicuous white bat flew over and asked. The Daywalker was fighting with the Dragon Sun, and couldn't get away, but he also knew the power of the bloody meteor. If this can't be stopped, the church's camp will be razed to the ground. Chi Xuan heard this, but he also sighed. I think so. As soon as the voice fell, all the zombies were decomposed into deep virus fiber bodies in an instant. The dense and terrifying fiber worms that covered the sky and the sun began to emerge frantically, and the reflection of the Red Sea began to have gaps under the gnawing of the fiber worms. Whether it is resentment, anger, or blood, eat it first. At the same time, with a large amount of fuel coming in, the smelting furnace was fully fired and began to convert it into evolutionary energy. The fading of the reflection of the Red Sea made the figure of the blood meteor seem a little illusory and unreal. All of this is based on the reflection of the Red Sea, not real. Otherwise, if the Bloodbath Queen really has this ability, why would she need to hide from Chi Xuan? As long as the opponent's home advantage is broken, then the next step will be. Chi Xuan's thoughts have not been finished yet, and he saw the Bloodbath Queen in the depths of the reflection bathing in blood. The skin on her body was solidifying little by little, and her body was gradually expanding, and her appearance became extremely strange. In this situation, it was obvious that she was either reading a skill or accumulating power to transform. No matter which one it was, Chi Xuan had to stop her. So he ignored the white bat and rushed over directly. Faye followed behind him and acted as a buff related to martial arts will, rushing around and breaking the entire Red Sea reflection. It only took a moment to reach the front of the Bloodbath Queen. It was a simple punch, but this time it was Chi Xuan's full strength. The fist hit the opponent's relatively soft abdomen, and the attack from bottom to top broke most of the Bloodbath Queen's body and internal organs into a pulp. Your fist is really weak. The Bloodbath Queen's voice became extremely rough and hoarse. The power of darkness rolled over her body, and the head that should have been a human had completely transformed into a dragon. At this moment, a sentence flashed through Chi Xuan's mind, that is, the offspring of the Red Sea, which is a dragon. The offspring of Cain, the ancestor of the blood race, and Lilith, the Red Sea witch, must also be dragons. So the race born from the blood race plus the dragon race, together, is a blood dragon. The dragon claws swung and directly beat Chi Xuan into a pulp. At the moment when Chi Xuan recovered, the Bloodbath Queen completely freed herself from the constraints of her human form. It was a dragon creature similar to a bat, and its whole body was not made of regular flesh and bones, but of constantly flowing blood. Do you think I used the power of my mother, the Red Sea Witch? No, this is the authority that comes from blood, the power recognized by the Red Sea. The Blood Queen opened her dragon mouth made of blood and spewed out blood-colored breath. Compared to the red dragon breath and black dragon breath that Chi Xuan had seen before when facing the clone, this blood dragon breath was more domineering. The polymorphic energy could not bear it at all, so the invincible psionic energy broke the opponent's offensive and supported Chi Xuan. Don't think you are the only one who can transform. Chi Xuan took the pressure and did not take a step back. There are 2 stages to fight the boss. After saying this, they had recovered all the fibrous bodies and merged into Chi Xuan's body. The next moment, Chi Xuan's body began to expand, turning into a white-headed snake tail and one-eyed cow. As usual, half of his body grew out of the single eye as bait. I'm going to hit you. Under the simple charge and collision, the Bloodbath Queen was smashed into broken blood by Chi Xuan on the spot, and even her reflection in the Red Sea was shattered. At this moment, Chi Xuan's deep domain expanded directly, swallowing up most of the battlefields of the Blood Clan and humans. In an instant, more zombies were born and turned into fibrous bodies, and flew into Chi Xuan's body. His ordinary attacks are not ordinary, with various passive existences. Chi Xuan used all his strength, so naturally he couldn't use any ancient martial arts moves or anything else. In addition, he didn't have much time to study in depth, so the simplest thing was to charge and hit. Even if he used spatial ability, he would be smashed to pieces by him. Such brute force is really powerful. I want to know your secret more and more. The Bloodbath Queen once again gathered into the body of a blood dragon. The blood dragon eyes revealed human greed. If she could obtain Chi Xuan's power, then she only needed to find the key to return to the Red Sea and seize her mother's power. By then, even her father would not be her opponent. Chi Xuan did not answer. If he wanted to fight, he would fight. Why bother to complain? Trash talk could not affect the other party's mentality, so it was better not to say it. He turned around and charged and hit, while the bullhead opened his mouth to prepare. The speed of going all out was not something the Bloodbath Queen could react to, and once again turned the Bloodbath Queen into blood all over the sky. At the same time, the bullhead opened his mouth and swallowed a large mouthful of blood and swallowed it. The blood was not digested and absorbed, but was directly entered into the smelting furnace as fuel. He swallowed a lot, but in fact, it was just a drop in the bucket for the Bloodbath Queen. It only took a moment to recover. Chi Xuan's strength, agility, and physique are higher than the Bloodbath Queen, but the Bloodbath Queen's spirit and perception are obviously stronger than Chi Xuan. So there is a problem. The opponent can detect Chi Xuan's attack intention, but cannot stop it in the first time. It is equivalent to a Bloodlock mage who is approached. He can only passively take the beating. Chi Xuan is not feeling well either. Every collision will cause huge consumption. If there are no other zombies to replenish, he can only hold on for 5 minutes at most, and then he will have to use the energy of the supernova nuclear reactor as support. This is different in nature. The former is a cost transfer, and the latter is paid by oneself. So we must break the situation. Part of the attention was shifted to the Sunwalker. He was now suppressing the Dragon Sun and had some advantages, but it was not so easy to kill the Dragon Sun. The Blood Cup did not give the Sunwalker the power of the dragon. It seemed that only those who had the power of the dragon could be stimulated by the Blood Cup. So he was using himself now. I have to say that the Sunwalker was really a talent. He directly superimposed the power of the Cursed Sun. Not only did he not need to adapt, but he also perfectly adapted to it, doubling his strength. The attack of the Torture Axe was indeed strong enough. Chi Xuan suddenly had a thought. Since the battle between him and the Bloodbath Queen was in a stalemate, it would be better to sneak attack the Dragon Sun first. As long as one of them was successfully dealt with, the rest would be easy. The Bloodbath Queen would never dare to face Chi Xuan and the Sunwalker. More importantly, after the death of the Dragon Sun, his butcher knife would definitely fall into the hands of the Sunwalker. At that time, even if she couldn't eat the two attacking Blood Clan holy weapons, she would have to take them with her. To do this, she had to get rid of the Bloodbath Queen's attention on him. Fortunately, this was not a difficult task. It was just a matter of getting away, and letting Fei hold on for a second was enough. His movements were still very fast. He first launched a charge and impact, but in the process, he quietly got out of the fusion state. With the blessing of many modules, he turned into an invisible person, and went towards the Dragon Sun. The Bloodbath Queen did not notice this. After all, half of Chi Xuan was still hanging in Fei's one eye. This inertia of thinking made her think that it was still Chi Xuan who was attacking. Until Fei hit her, she did not feel the familiar splitting feeling, but Fei became a fragmented fiber body and began to eat her. She knew that she had been fooled. It's the Dragon Sun, damn it! The huge body of the blood dragon went towards the Dragon Sun. Although she couldn't see Chi Xuan, she could sense a trace of his movements. The Dragon Sun was fully focused on dealing with the Daywalker at this time, and didn't notice Chi Xuan's arrival at all. The next moment, Chi Xuan held a mithril dagger in his left hand, and a wooden stake in his right hand. The mithril dagger cut the throat, and the wooden stake pierced his heart. Its force was so great that the mithril dagger directly cut the Dragon Sun's throat with the skin and bones, and the wooden stake also pierced his heart. Mr. Lewis and Mr. Abe, these 2 3-character people, let me say hello to you on their behalf. Chi Xuan grabbed the Dragon Sun's head and threw it into the smelting furnace, without waiting for his response, and at the same time grabbed the rest of his body as a shield. The attack of the bloodbath queen behind him came in an instant. The blood wave connecting the sky and the earth blocked all vision, and the huge breath drowned everything that could be seen. The death of the dragon's son caused the dark sky that he used to shelter all the vampires to dissipate. The sun shone down. If the bloodbath queen had not used the blood wave as a substitute, all the vampires present, except her, would have died. They were able to be successful in everything, even marching during the day, because of the help of the dark sky. Boom! The body of the dragon's son was shattered, and the butcher knife flew up and was caught by the Sunwalker. Today, you all have to die. The Sunwalker held the butcher knife in his left hand and the axe in his right hand, and used the power of the vampires to forcibly split a huge gap in the blood wave. The gap spread in an instant and shattered the entire blood wave on the spot. At the root of the blood wave, the bloodbath queen knew that she had completely lost this game. There was no chance of a comeback. You are lucky this time, next time, The figure of the blood dragon gradually collapsed and turned into the human form of the bloodbath queen. After uttering these harsh words, the bloodbath queen turned into a blood mist and disappeared from the sight of the two. Chapter 424. Without the dark sky and blood waves, the vampires saw that the situation was not good and fled at the first opportunity. However, no matter how fast they could not be faster than the sun. Under the shining sun, most of the vampires turned into a pool of ashes. A small number of vampires were lucky and hid in a shaded position before being exposed to the sun. The dead disciples were overwhelmed by this sudden change. The middle and high-level vampires, who originally had the advantage, were basically wiped out, leaving only the dead disciples who were soldiers and cannon fodder in chaos. The church camp was advancing rapidly and turned the tables in an instant, directly opening the unparalleled. Surrender without killing? How is it possible? These dead disciples are all humans from the kingdom of Wallachia. That place is the territory of the demon party. They have been brainwashed since childhood. They will not be content after surrendering. They will only think about revenge for their vampire masters. Staying here will only consume more food, which is meaningless. It is better to kill them directly. For example, the kingdom of Transylvania is controlled by the secret party, and there are still resistance forces. But the kingdom of Wallachia, where the demon party is located, has no resistance forces at all, and it has been completely domesticated. They are compatriots, but they do not recognize that they want to stop them, so they are naturally killed. After killing the dragon's son and forcing the bloodbath queen to retreat, Chi Xuan did not do anything again. That group of garbage is worth a few dollars. Although the dragon's son only has one head left, it is also very durable, with at least one evolutionary energy. If it is complete, it is estimated that there will be one more. However, if the dragon's son's body did not block the bloodbath queen's attack, he would be able to survive after death, but the Daywalker is not certain. If Sunwalker was gone, Chi Xuan would probably kill the bloodbath queen next. He knew this, and so did the bloodbath queen, so she took action. In the end, the dragon's son would have to suffer. Have you arranged it? Chi Xuan watched Sunwalker come back with the axe and the butcher knife. Chi Xuan did not chase him, but Sunwalker, with the idea of eradicating all evil, killed all the vampires hiding among the dead disciples who were trying to escape. Thanks to you this time, otherwise we couldn't kill the dragon's son, and we could only repel him at best. Sunwalker sat down and leaned the two holy objects of the vampires on the side. With his death, we can take advantage of the situation to eliminate the kingdom of Wallachia, and at the same time, the two demon clans of Lesenbra and Simish can be declared completely wiped out. But this matter is not over yet. The bloodbath queen is still alive. Her Transylvania kingdom is more powerful in comprehensive national strength and has more clan support. After we get rid of the demon party, the remaining neutral party will probably join the secret party, Sunwalker said to Chi Xuan while handling official business. Chi Xuan was calm and didn't care about what the other party said at all. When Sunwalker had almost finished speaking, he asked, I want to know where the remaining Blood Clan holy artifacts are, especially the spirit staff. Sunwalker's handling action could not help but stagnate. Judging from Chi Xuan's attitude, it was obvious that you said what you wanted, and he only cared about the Blood Clan holy artifacts. According to the intelligence, Dracula not only has corpse hands, but also puppets. He seems to want to create life. Not long ago, the church found his traces in the town of Valeris. He married 3 brides who look like monsters, and they seem to be his creations, Daywalker said calmly. After listening to this, Chi Xuan nodded. No hurry, kill the bloodbath queen first. I can't sleep peacefully until she dies. So Chi Swan didn't plan to sleep. As for Dracula's situation, it would not affect the overall situation for the time being, so he just let it go. Where are the other Blood Clan holy artifacts? Chi Swan continued to ask. The rebels sent a message that the bone harp was found in the kingdom of Transylvania and has been taken by Soros. There is some news about the spirit staff. There is a Frankenstein in the north who used it to create a strange monster. I have arranged for someone to take it. There is no news about the illusion and the ghost lamp, but there are rumors that the former is in the hands of Dracula, and the latter has been used as a tool to brainwash humans in the kingdom of Wallachia. But there is no evidence, so I don't know. There is no news about the evil key for the time being. It will take some time. The church is already looking for it. Daywalker told all the remaining Blood Clan holy artifacts. Chi Swan can only say that he is worthy of being a big force, and is indeed well informed about the news. He didn't pay much attention to it before, but because of Chi Swan's needs, he got it. So if you are worried, you can go to the north to get the staff first. Soros is already organizing the resistance to evacuate the kingdom of Transylvania. Before the Daywalker came back, he had already informed Soros through the communication props, and he had just learned about the bone harp. Given the current situation, the Bloodbath Queen will definitely settle accounts after she returns, and the resistance will definitely not survive. It would be better to take advantage of this time difference to leave as soon as possible and join their church to form a stronger force. As long as they are fast enough, Daywalker is sure to take over the territory of the kingdom of Wallachia before the Bloodbath Queen gathers the vampires and completes the transformation of the kingdom of Transylvania. At that time, they will be mutually supportive, and with him and Chi Swan, even if they cannot win, they can form a confrontation situation, allowing humans to recuperate and develop again. As for why Chi Swan was not allowed to go to the kingdom of Transylvania to help Soros and other rebels leave, it is naturally because he is too important. So if Chi Swan really wants to, he can go to the north to find that Frankenstein first. After the rebels join the church, they can indeed replenish their combat power, but compared with Chi Swan, the replenished combat power is not worth much. Even if the rebels are completely wiped out, Chi Swan cannot get into trouble. After all, the kingdom of Transylvania is the territory of the Bloodbath Queen, and there are many vampires entrenched. How far north is this north you're talking about? Chi Swan asked. Now the country is divided between the north and the south. The south is naturally the territory of the Blood Clan, and the north is the territory of the church, but it's not very stable. After all, most of the nobles of the countries in the rear want to become Blood Clans and gain eternal life. But after this time, the church will tell them that even if you gain eternal life, you will die if you are killed. They even destroyed the demon party, let alone you guys. So the next step is to intensify the settlement of the rear. Here, but at your speed, it should be solved within a month. Daywalker said, pointing out the location on the map to Chi Swan. There are two special points on the map, marking Marytown and Valera's town. The former is close to the sea, and the latter is deep in the mountains. Does the church's intelligence system cover such a wide range? Chi Swan asked curiously. The Daywalker shook his head. No, Marytown is lucky. The Valera's family in Valera's town has been the hounds of the church for generations, but they have died a lot in recent years. I originally thought it was because of the small population, but now it seems that it should be because of the lack of information and the failure to spread the news of Dracula in time. This time it was lucky. The eldest son of the Valera's family found the church before he died, so there was a result. Hearing this, Chi Swan was not much surprised. He had seen a lot of luck. Okay, then I go to Marytown and see what this Frankenstein is. When he said this, Chi Swan suddenly asked curiously, do you know science? I know a little bit. It is budding in the kingdom of Transylvania, but it seems that it can't grow now. That Frankenstein is a human from the kingdom of Transylvania who fled because of desecrating corpses. After the rear is stable, the church will also promote science to enhance the power of mankind. Sunwalker said his plan. You are a theologian, and you actually plan to promote science? Shouldn't you collect faith and make everyone the Lamb of the Lord? Why are you like this? Chi Swan asked curiously. I have a very devout belief in the Lord, provided that the Lord is only the Lord. Sunwalker said meaningfully. Chi Swan understood at once that this was also a ruthless person. In order to pull humans out of the slavery of the Blood Clan, he would even sell his faith. It must be said that he sold it for a good price. If Chi Swan were to sell it, it would not be worth anything at all. This is just like Big Brother can be 1000 degrees or 0 degrees, but it can never be 36.5 degrees. The premise of the Daywalker's belief in the Lord is that the Lord does not really exist, and can only be a belief that is beneficial to humans. The Lost Blood Clan holy artifact has appeared so easily. Even the son of the dragon died on the battlefield. The Bloodbath Queen returned to her throne with an uncertain look. The prophecy of the Blood Clan prophet has begun to take effect to some extent. If she doesn't find a way to solve it, her fate will be the same as the son of the dragon, and she will definitely die. The Daywalker already has 6 Blood Clan relics in his hand. If they are really gathered together, it will not be difficult to kill me. Especially since he holds the axe and the butcher knife, and has the help of the Blood Cup. Thinking of this, the Bloodbath Queen understood her disadvantages. Gather the army and fight to the death. This time all blood clans must participate in the war. Perhaps it will be another 1,000-year blood war. The Bloodbath Queen said sarcastically. The difference is that this time it is not a civil war, but to destroy the human beings who are like ants in their eyes. It is ridiculous that a half-human half-blood clan, and a human whose roots are unknown have forced her to this point. It can be said that she has lost all faith. If you can find the evil key and open the door to the Red Sea, even if you have 12 Blood Clan relics, what can you do? What a pity. Most of the power of the Bloodbath Queen is in the Red Sea, but without the evil key to open the connection between the Red Sea and reality, she can't get her power back at all. The loss of the Blood Clan's holy weapon during the Millennium Blood War was also related to the fierce key she held. After all, she was too strong and would affect the balance within the Blood Clan. Chapter 425. Merry Town in the north has not been very peaceful recently. A huge black shadow can always be seen wandering at night. Sometimes it is on the beach, and sometimes it can even be seen in the town. The town's disciplined priest once went to investigate, but later disappeared. It is rumored that it was swallowed by the huge black shadow. This makes the whole Merry Town shrouded in clouds. However, Victor, a foreigner in the town, stood up and formed a patrol team to protect Merry Town at night with the young and strong. The mayor also praised this strange middle-aged man, and then decisively went to the nearest church for help. Soon he brought back a disciplined priest. During this period, the mayor also stayed in the church and finally had a good sleep. Your Excellency, do you think it is an invasion of the devil? The mayor asked flatteringly. Chi Suan glanced at the surrounding environment. Wait until you see the black shadow at night. Then his eyes fell on the slightly sloppy middle-aged man Victor. Although he was the captain of the patrol team, no one was willing to approach him, because he exuded a strange odor. Chi Suan could smell that this pungent smell was formalin. In the mainstream of the vampire world, human technology has not yet had this colorless liquid used for preservation, disinfection and bleaching. So this is probably made by Victor himself. When the other party saw the arrival of Chi Suan, the disciplined priest of the church, he did not show any panic or hatred. Instead, he looked very calm. With the help of the priest, we don't have to patrol at night. A young man asked nervously. Not only was the shadow worrying him, but more importantly, he had to carry out patrol missions with Patrol Captain Victor at night, which was difficult for him to accept. This the mayor looked at Chi Suan, and he couldn't make a decision on his own. Of course. Chi Suan agreed with a smile, but I need someone to explain the shadow to me in detail. I think the patrol team should know more. Chi Suan's eyes fell on Victor. Now everyone with a discerning eye knew who Chi Suan chose, and at this time, Victor should stand up and volunteer. But he didn't seem to understand, as if he didn't know anything. Otherwise, let me explain it to the priest. After all, I am the mayor of this town. Seeing this, the mayor also stood up to smooth things over. I am very happy that the mayor is willing to explain it to me, but the mayor is busy with official duties after all, and rarely goes to the front line to check in person. Chi Suan first complimented, and then refused. Why don't you let the captain of your patrol team, Mr. Victor, help me? As the captain, he must know more. He had given the other party a decent hand, but the other party didn't give him face, so he directly used the power in his hands to appoint. I'm sorry, Mr. Pastor, I'm afraid I don't have time. Victor didn't intend to cooperate at all. I have time, it's fine, I won't delay Mr. Victor for too long. Chi Suan didn't allow any explanation and moved closer to him. Let's go, Mr. Victor. Victor, who was held hostage, had no way to break free, so he could only follow Chi Suan and leave. Let the people in the town be alert. There is something wrong with Victor. The mayor narrowed his eyes. It is impossible for the priest to target Victor for no reason. On the way, the other party seemed very kind and easy to talk to. He was not the kind of person who deliberately made things difficult for others. In addition, Victor was originally a freak, which inevitably made people disgusted. This prejudice would not disappear easily. I suspect that he might be a servant of the devil, and the priest noticed it, so he deliberately took him away. It is to prevent Victor from going crazy and attacking people after his identity is revealed. The mayor gave his own explanation. Although he didn't finish speaking, the people in the town had already taken action. A foreigner and a freak were not within their consideration at all. If it weren't for the Black Shadow wandering on the beach and Victor's initiative to form a patrol team, they would have driven Victor out of the town long ago. But can this priest really defeat that Black Shadow? I don't think his health is very optimistic. The militia captain beside him said with a frown. When asking this question, the mayor's eyes twitched. Don't worry, the priest is just born sick, he is healthier than you. At first, he was also skeptical. Until he saw this disciplined priest beat a big wild boar into pieces on the road, he knew he had found the right person. He can catch a wild boar with his bare hands. I saw it with my own eyes. The mayor didn't even dare to say it directly, but reduced the truth, otherwise no one would believe it. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but exclaim secretly, worthy of being a disciplined priest of the church, he was so powerful. On the other side, Chi Swan took Victor away from the crowd. Victor Frankenstein, a Transylvanian, right? Chi Swan said calmly. Victor's expression changed slightly, and then he said, yes, it was me. My escape from the kingdom of Transylvania is not a big deal. Anyone who knows the truth will either resist, escape, or die. As a church pastor, you know this best, don't you? He was covering up the rationality of his escape. In fact, he was right. Anyone who knew that he was a Transylvanian raised by the Blood Clan had only these three choices. As for pretending not to know? Impossible. When you pursue the truth, you will inevitably come into contact with the Blood Clan, and it is certain that you will be killed. I am not interested in how you escaped. I am only interested in your creation. Chi Swan said bluntly, tell me, is the spirit staff, one of the Blood Clan's holy artifacts, in your hand? As soon as these two sentences came out, Victor was also confused. Is this person in front of me a member of the church? If he is, he would definitely not say such a thing. But if he is not, how can we explain his origin? It's in my hands, but you have to help me kill the monster first. Victor planned to use Chi Swan to achieve his goal. Okay, do you mind telling me how you created this monster, and why you want to kill him? Chi Swan found a deserted place, and let Victor go. Victor was just an ordinary person, neither a vampire nor a divine power, so he couldn't escape at all. I have always been keen on studying the origin of life, trying to conquer death, and create a new life. For me, science is a collection of knowledge that can give people the power of the Lord. Later, by chance, he got the spirit staff, one of the holy artifacts of the Blood Clan. With the help of this extraordinary artifact, he gradually embarked on the road of stealing corpses as experimental subjects. Until one day, he pieced together a stitched corpse of 2.5 meters tall by collecting corpses. On a stormy night, he used the spirit staff and lightning to give life to this stitched corpse. So far, his fate with this stitched monster has begun. Fear made him afraid of his own creation, and also made him miss the ignorant childhood of the stitched monster. Because of his disgust, the stitched monster became a real monster. The monster killed his friends, relatives, and even his fiancée, and he vowed to turn this damn monster back into a corpse. Victor came into contact with the training method of the folk school of demon hunters left by the resistance army, and began a life-and-death struggle with the monster for several years. Both sides have won and lost, until now, the conjugate escape has come to the town of Mary on the seaside. After listening to this, Chi Swan also fell into silence. With a corpse, a spirit staff and lightning, you can create a new life? Chi Swan's expression was full of wow. I can't believe that this is actually true. Yes, I don't have to lie to you. As long as you bring me the head of the stitched monster, I will give you the spirit staff. Victor said bluntly, the rest of my life has been swallowed up by hatred. Science is no longer my pursuit. Chi Swan collected his thoughts. Although this situation was very strange, in the world of vampires, logic was not important. Wait, have you been to Valeris? Chi Swan suddenly felt that Dracula's 3 brides seemed a bit similar. The church's intelligence is really advanced. Victor sighed. I did go there, and I almost died there. If it weren't for a gentleman in Valeris who saved me, I would have been killed by the monster. Later, he asked me for the secret of life, and I told him that lightning can make death come alive. Victor was also a little surprised. He succeeded and created 3 monsters, who are said to be his brides. Chi Swan didn't expect that the two were actually related. Victor's expression couldn't help but stagnate. Monster and bride, these 2 words are rarely associated. Don't mention him, the situation over there is complicated. Chi Swan didn't plan to pay attention to Dracula in Valeris for the time being, and the present was more important. Victor didn't feel any guilt about this. He couldn't even take care of himself, so how could he care about others? I agree to the deal, but I still want all your experimental records and this technology. Chi Xuan asked further. You want to create monsters too? Victor frowned. In his opinion, this was the behavior of a madman. No, why would I create monsters if I have nothing to do? I just want to collect them. Maybe they will be useful in the future. Chi Xuan didn't lie. With his technology, it is estimated that it will be directly ineffective when leaving the vampire world. I don't care what your ambitions are. I just want to see the body or head of the monster. Bring it to me. I will prepare what you want for you. Victor said. Chapter 426. At night, a black shadow of nearly 3 meters crept out of the cave. His caution was totally inconsistent with his size. Under the moonlight, you can see the pale skin of the other party, which is like a corpse, and the extremely conspicuous black sutures. Because of the division of the sutures, you can see that each part looks so inconsistent, but they are also put together. The stitched monster's eyes were full of hatred. After crawling out, he went to Merry Town. His purpose was very simple, which was to find out his creator, Victor Frankenstein. This came from the hatred in his childhood that drove him to live until now. But before he took 2 steps, a huge force came from behind and grabbed him. He turned his head with a puzzled look and saw that it was a human, which scared him a lot. Can humans have such strength? Hello. Chi Xuan asked very politely. Have you eaten? The stitched monster was also stunned by this question. In the past, everyone who saw him would involuntarily show fear and disgust, and then scream and run away. Even his creator would have such emotions, but he did not feel any fear in the man in front of him. Instead, there was some unclear malice. Are you a demon hunter from the church? The stitched monster asked tentatively. He knew about the church and the vampires, but he had only met the vampires. The other party did not suck his blood dry. After all, he was a resurrected corpse, and the blood in his body had already rotted. So the vampires just drove him away with disgust, and beat him up, and most of the sutures on his body collapsed at that time. It took him a long time to sew it up again. So he was sure that Chi Xuan was not a vampire, so he was just a demon hunter of the church. Just barely. Chi Xuan responded, thinking that this stitched monster was quite polite. Are you going to stop me from taking revenge? When he asked this question, a fierce light flashed in the eyes of the stitched monster, which was very fierce in the moonlight. As he spoke, he raised his huge fist, and smashed it towards Chi Xuan's head. In the entanglement with Victor, he naturally grew more cunning. In his concept, as long as they are human, they are not trustworthy and can be killed. But his fist, which was always invincible, suffered a Waterloo at this moment. Chi Xuan grabbed the other's hand lightly, and even had more strength than the other, so that the other's hand could not be pulled back at all. Just now I wanted to praise you for being polite, but I didn't expect you to be like this. Chi Xuan sighed, then pulled back and directly tore off the stitched monster's right arm. This had nothing to do with Chi Xuan, it was simply because he didn't sew himself well, otherwise he wouldn't have torn off his arm, but would have made him fall flat on his face. Your strength is much greater than that of those vampires. I'm becoming more and more interested in you. Chi Xuan said, and pressed the stitched monster to the ground on the spot. The other party naturally didn't want to, and kept struggling, but the struggle was useless. The stitched monster couldn't understand why Chi Xuan, who was far inferior to him, could burst out such a terrible power. Chi Xuan tied up the stitched monster tightly in no time, then picked up the other party's torn right arm, and went to the place agreed with Victor. The other party had been waiting there for a long time. When he saw Chi Xuan carrying a black shadow, he was happy at first, and then frightened. He thought Chi Xuan brought back a corpse, but he didn't expect it to be alive. Where's the thing? Chi Xuan threw the stitched monster and asked Victor. I want him to die. You didn't keep the agreement. Victor roared in a low voice, and his expression was very alert, and he would run away at the slightest sign of trouble. He alone was no match for the stitched monster. Death will happen later. Leave the staff and technology to me. Chi Xuan said bluntly. I am doing this to avoid you breaking your promise. If I really want to kill him, you will say that I know nothing later, then I will work for you in vain. So I captured him alive. If you hand him over honestly, I will kill this monster. It's even easier if you don't give it to me. I will just let this monster go, and let you die with regrets. Chi Xuan's words left Victor speechless. He really thought that after Chi Xuan killed the monster, he didn't plan to hand over the staff to the other party. In Victor's eyes, Chi Xuan was an ambitious man. If he really got the staff and technology, he might create an army of monsters to subvert the whole world. Unexpectedly, he saw through his thoughts, and brought the monster to him alive. Okay, you kill it first. I go back and get it for you. Victor gritted his teeth and let the monster die first, and he didn't care about the follow-up. However, Chi Suan remained unmoved and even began to untie the ropes on the Stitch monster. The Stitch monster saw this, and a ferocious smile appeared on his face. I see where you can run this time. The demon hunter of the church, wait until I kill Victor, I will take you to find the magic wand as a reward. The Stitch monster was excited and promised Chi Suan benefits. Victor was also scared at this time, and hurriedly said, I will give you the magic wand and technology you stop now. Between the world crisis, and for himself, he chose the latter. The Stitch monster laughed. Victor, you have never changed. Once, relatives and friends and yourself, you chose yourself. In love and fame, you also chose fame. You are a selfish bastard. When Chi Suan heard it, he immediately knew that the grievances between the two could be published in a book, but Chi Suan was not interested in knowing, just said calmly, Bring it. I put it in my residence, you have to come with me to get it, Victor said with a bad face. His residence is on the lighthouse by the sea, close to Merry Town. Victor's loneliness and weirdness naturally made him rejected by the townspeople of Merry Town. They didn't drive him away, but just let him live in the lighthouse, which was already very good. Let's go! Chi Suan asked him to lead the way in a concise and clear manner, and by the way, he also reinforced the rope for the Stitch monster, carried it, and set off. Seeing this, Victor was also helpless, and could only lead the way in front. On the way, he didn't say a word, but the Stitch monster mocked him from the beginning and told Chi Suan his story. After the Stitch monster was created by Victor, because of Victor's disgust and fear, it didn't have a good life, and suffered a great childhood trauma. If it had been here, it would have been fine, at most he would have developed a cowardly character, but later, the Stitch monster was abandoned by Victor. He had to live in the forest, suffering from hunger and cold. In order to find food, he bravely walked into a village. The villagers were frightened by his strange appearance. Some fled, and some threw stones at him, beating him all over. He rescued a drowning person, but his actions did not receive sympathy and acceptance from people. On the contrary, he was always indifferent, despised and abandoned in return, and he felt deeply lonely. So after he grew up, he went to find Victor again. He asked Victor to create a fellow of the opposite sex for him to accompany him for the rest of his life, and promised that they would stay away from human civilization and settle down in the wilderness. At this point, the Stitch monster was still normal. Although he had received various unfair treatments, he had not yet shown hatred. The real turning point was Victor's fickleness. When the Stitch monster came to his door, he agreed to the Stitch monster's request because of fear. But afterwards, he was worried that if the male and female monsters gave birth to many monsters, the consequences would be disastrous. So he broke his promise again, and then the Stitch monster turned evil, first killing Victor's relatives and friends, and then killing his wife on his wedding night, in order to make Victor feel his loneliness. As it turned out, he did it, so Victor also turned evil. After the Stitch monster finished telling his story, Chi Suan's face did not change at all. It's a wonderful story. I give you a good review next time. Chi Suan didn't care about the so-called loneliness at all. So there is no empathy at all. Then Mr. Victor, let's get it now. Do you go and get it or should I go with you? Chi Suan asked. Let's go together. You won't trust me to go alone, Victor responded. He also heard what the Stitch monster said, and he regretted it in his heart. If he had not been obsessed with the origin of life, all the tragedies would not have happened. And now is the best time to end the tragedy. Victor opened the door and motioned Chi Suan to go in first. Chi Suan didn't say anything, carrying the Stitch monster into the lighthouse without hesitation. After he went in, Victor locked the door of the lighthouse and followed Chi Suan to the room at the top. The whole process was very smooth. After arriving at Victor's bedroom, Victor pulled out a box from under the bed. Everything you want is inside. Victor opened the box, which was densely packed with various books and a strange scepter. Chi Suan reached out and picked up the scepter, which was the spiritual staff that he was looking for, one of the holy artifacts of the Blood Clan. Now, you should kill this monster. Victor stared at Chi Suan. The lighthouse is on fire. Don't you plan to save it? Chi Suan did not answer Victor's question, but spoke to himself. When the other party closed the door, he did not plan to leave alive. As for why it was so easy to start a fire, it was naturally because it was arranged in advance. But this arrangement was not aimed at Chi Suan, but at the Stitch monster. Let's die together. Whether it's you, him, or this box of things, disappearing from this world is the best result, Victor said with a little madness. Chi Xuan nodded in approval and said, "You are right, none of us three are good people. But I can fly." Chapter 427. Victor was buried in the sea of fire, and the stitched monster laughed very happily. Chi Xuan gained the most and began to study the spirit staff and the so-called life manufacturing technology. The research on the spirit staff was just a beginning. After copying the real name rule data in it, he temporarily ignored it. He was more interested in life manufacturing technology, but after reading it, he realized that this thing was simply unreplicable. At the beginning, he thought Victor was a crazy scientist and a biologist who was a bit weird. As a result, after reading this box of books, he understood that Victor was just a weird. It can't be said that he had nothing to do with being able to create a stitched monster. It can only be said that it was an accident. If he hadn't obtained the spirit staff, one of the holy artifacts of the Blood Clan, his unrealistic and illogical fantasies would never have succeeded. What research on the origin of life is purely I think therefore I am. He thought this would work, so he just started. But he was lucky and chose to use corpses as manufacturing materials. And the blood race is a corpse, which is a coincidence. The power of the spirit staff plus the stimulation of thunder and lightning revived the stitched monster. The stitched monster is actually a blood race, but it is an artificial blood race, which is a defective product. To make an analogy, it is a clone. There is no real name, and no corresponding dark power. If you have to classify it, you can choose to join the Thin Blood Clan. However, the stitched monster, an artificial blood race, is not without advantages. Like the second-generation blood race, it is not afraid of sunlight, holy water, and other restraining items. And his body is extremely strong, with a physique far exceeding that of normal vampires. But correspondingly, he also lost his powerful immortality. At the same time, he needs to eat. He can eat what humans can eat, but he has no sense of taste when eating. Because of his strong physique, his bite force is even more terrifying, so everything he eats has no taste and is a mess. After Chi Xuan dissected the stitched monster, he obtained more data, which is very effective in the study of vampires. The value is just average. The 3 brides made by Dracula should be the same. But as a second-generation vampire, you shouldn't eat so badly. Although Chi Xuan has never seen the vampire brides in the town of Valeris, he has heard some descriptions. Vampires are playful, but their aesthetics are still consistent with humans. After all, both sides have the same appearance and resume. No, Dracula doesn't seem to be a human. He is the son of the ancestor of the Blood Clan, and the Witch of the Red Sea. It's not clear what the ancestor of the Blood Clan is, but the Daywalker said that the descendants of the Witch of the Red Sea are all dragons. This can be confirmed to be true from the Bloodbath Queen. So it seems that he is probably a Blood Clan plus a Dragon Clan. So his XP is a little strange, but it's not unacceptable. After some speculation, Chi Xuan came to this conclusion. As for dragons, whether they are in the east or the west, lust is one of their natures. If they are not lustful, how can there be 9 sons of dragons and various subdragons? Then according to this situation, the Red Sea will not be full of dragons. Chi Xuan suddenly thought of this. If this is really connected to the present world, perhaps the Doomsday game can open a limited time task for the New World Pass. Then I have to find the Blood Clan's holy artifact, the Fierce Key first. Without it, I can't open the Red Sea Witch's boudoir. Chi Xuan thought of this, and an idea flashed in his mind. He had been struggling to find a way to destroy the world, but he hadn't thought about it before because of many things. Take your time, don't rush. Chi Xuan comforted himself, and turned his attention back to the armor value. It has evolved again in this little time. The armor value at this time has reached 155 points, allowing Chi Xuan to gain another module column. According to the plan, the next module should be a module for pressure resistance. SSS Deep Sea Grade High Pressure Alloy. The change is still not very big. It seems that the stronger my strength is, the more I need to achieve a higher level of qualitative change. Chi Xuan can perceive his own changes, and his strength is also improving comprehensively, but this improvement cannot allow him to achieve a leapfrog change. Just like he couldn't kill the Bloodbath Queen before, and he still can't kill her now. Only when he could be killed from being invincible, would it be a qualitative change in his opinion. Otherwise, it would be useless to be able to bear more. I just don't know if the Bloodbath Queen can let me get another module bar. The ups and downs of the Blood Clan world are too big. Chi Xuan muttered, and then began to pack up and prepare to leave. He got the spirit staff, and the truth of the so-called stitched monster was also figured out. Then Marytown naturally had no value, so why did he stay here? He had to rush back to kill the Bloodbath Queen, according to the real-time intelligence said by the Daywalker. The rebels had successfully left the kingdom of Transylvania, which meant that the bone harp had been obtained. Secondly, the kingdom of Wallachia has also been occupied by the church, and the ghost lantern used to brainwash humans and create dead apostles has also fallen into the hands of the church. So the Sunwalker is also urging Chi Suan. If there is no news about the spirit staff, it is best to come back as soon as possible. For no other reason, it is because the Bloodbath Queen has completely gathered the remaining Demon Party Blood Clan and united all neutral parties. The entire Transylvanian kingdom has entered a state of national war readiness, waiting for an order to launch a full-scale war. The Sunwalker's urging is to let Chi Suan go back to support as soon as possible, and also told Chi Suan that the Blood Clan has learned his whereabouts. At the same time, a team of assassins composed of 3 generations of Blood Clan princes was arranged to deal with Chi Suan. As for how the whereabouts were exposed, it is also simple, isn't it an insider? The eternal life of the Blood Clan will never be outdated no matter where it is placed. Everyone will get old one day, and not everyone will choose to face death calmly. Not to mention that all the disciplined priests are bastards of nobles, and most of them cannot obtain divine arts, which is enough to explain their faith problems. However, there is no way to solve it. The temptation of eternal life is too hard to resist. Chi Suan packed up his things, looked up in the distance, and found that something seemed to have happened in Merry Town. The Blood Clan is here? Chi Suan glanced at the time. It was 7 o'clock in the evening, and the sky was completely dark. For him, day and night didn't matter. Anyway, he didn't eat, drink or sleep, and he could see clearly at night. He was no longer reversing day and night, but purely acted 24 hours a day. Above the town, countless bats were flying and heading towards Chi Suan's position. These bats all had dried heads in their claws. They just threw them down from the sky towards Chi Suan. You can't beat me, so you disgust me, right? Chi Suan expressionlessly slapped a large handprint with polymorphic energy and directly smashed all the dried heads into powder. The bats fell and turned into Blood Clans one by one. Thief, how do you feel when you see the civilians you saved turned into mummies by us? The leading Blood Clan prince asked with a sneer. Chi Suan was confused. Why didn't he understand this? How could he still be a thief? The leader of the church was a daywalker, which was even better when he heard it. But when he came to him, he became a low-class thief. This was too much of an underestimation. I'm curious, why do you call me a thief? Did I steal something from you? Chi Suan asked curiously. You stole my Blood Clan's power. What else can you be but a thief? Another Blood Clan prince said disdainfully. Without the protection of the Daywalker, we will peel off your skin and use it as a banner. Oh, so that's what you mean. Chi Suan also understood. The Blood Clan thought he stole their power, but the problem was that he used the Blood Clan's holy weapon. As for the Blood Clan's holy weapon being the Blood Clan's, he didn't steal it, he picked it up with automatic pickup turned on. This is not stealing, at most it is robbery. I don't like this name very much, I suggest you change it. Chi Suan said sincerely. Thief, don't think so. The leading Blood Clan prince couldn't help but speak again. The next second, Chi Suan broke his neck and pulled out the spine. I said, I don't like this name. Chi Suan held the spine of the head with his right hand, and stepped on the chest of the Blood Prince, shriveling the entire chest cavity. However, because he was not killed in the corresponding way, the powerful immortality of the blood did not kill him, but he recovered madly. The remaining Blood Princes were also shocked. They did not expect Chi Suan's speed and strength to be so fast. Damn it, we are the Blood. Why can this thief get more power from the holy weapon? The Blood Prince naturally would not think that Chi Suan relied on his own strength. It is impossible for humans to master such powerful power. Daywalker? He is not a pure-blooded human. He is really stubborn. Chi Suan's face turned black, and he took out a wooden stake and nailed the angry Blood Prince directly to the heart, nailing him to death on the spot. So what if he is a third-generation Blood Prince? Even the most special dragon son cannot escape the setting of being pierced through the heart by a wooden stake. It is estimated that only the Piercing Demon and the Bloodbath Queen, as second-generation Blood Clans, do not have corresponding vital points, and other Blood Clans cannot avoid it. Do it quickly. One was seriously injured and one died, which made the other Blood Princes wake up from their dreams and shout to do it. Normally, wooden stakes are nailed, but Chi Suan was able to kill them by throwing them, which has greatly endangered their lives. I thought the Bloodbath Queen was making a fuss, but she was just a human being. What kind of waves could she stir up? In their view, the Daywalker is the big enemy, that is the enemy they should deal with, which is in line with their identity. As a result, they did not expect that an ordinary human would burst out with such incredible power, which simply shocked them. It's a pity that they still shouted a step too late. Chi Suiyan's speed is much faster than them. Chapter 428. Chi Suiyan carried a pile of heads hanging on poles to the front line. The front line is no longer where it was before, but at the border between the Kingdom of Wallachia and the Kingdom of Transylvania, which were once ruled by the son of the dragon. You're back. It seems you didn't find the staff. Daywalker glanced at the pole Chi Suiyan was carrying. Those heads were the heads of the princes of the Blood Clan. Because of their immortality, they are still alive. As for the bodies, they were all burned by Chi Suiyan as fuel. I actually have a question. Chi Suiyan threw the pole aside, and did not answer Daywalker's question. Instead, he sat down and asked him back. The serious expression made Daywalker serious. What's the problem? The Blood Clan will die because the heart is pierced by the stake. I can understand that the stake restrains the Blood Clan. But now they have no body, not to mention the heart. Why are they still alive? What is the principle? Chi Suiyan's face became more and more serious. Daywalker almost couldn't hold it. He thought Chi Suiyan was going to ask what humans would do in the future, or what kind of identity he would act after he eliminated the Blood Clan. As a result, he asked such a weird question. I don't know. Daywalker gave Chi Suiyan a high-quality answer. How could he know these things? If he was asked to manage and kill, it would not be a problem. But how could he know why there was such a contradictory change? That's right, you are just a rough man. How can you know these things? Chi Suiyan complained. Then he glanced at the still moving head of the Blood Clan prince. Find a time to hang them all on the flagpole. Chi Suiyan was a mean person, but when the other party said they wanted to peel off his skin and use it as a flag, Chi Suiyan was generous and did not peel off the skin, but let their heads hang on the flagpole to boost morale. It will only be hung for 2 or 3 days. You have to return it to me after you are done with the propaganda, and I have to kill them. The Sunwalker's eyes twitched. I'm afraid it won't work. The Blood Clan can't see the sun. There will be nothing left when the sun comes out tomorrow morning. Chi Suiyan's idea was good, but it was not easy to implement. You are stupid. Find something to hang it or block the sun for it. Chi Suiyan complained. Well, it seems that these Blood Clan princes have offended you seriously. Sunwalker could be sure that Chi Suiyan was clearly retaliating. They were brought back specifically to torture, otherwise they would have been dealt with on the way, so why did they bring them back? Of course, Sunwalker knew the solution. Chi Suiyan said, and the reason he found an excuse to refuse was that it was not suitable to start a war now. If the head is really hung up, it will definitely stimulate the Blood Clan, and the pace of war will inevitably be accelerated. The Sunwalker is not afraid of fighting, but he can prepare more, and have a better chance of winning. Due to Chi Suiyan's request, he finally chose to agree. He was afraid of fighting in advance because he had no help. Now that he has it, fighting is not a big deal. Where is the Blood Clan holy weapon I want? Chi Suiyan asked bluntly. It has been prepared for you, and placed in the treasury. I will let Soros take you to get it. The Sunwalker naturally did not intend to break the appointment. The functions of the Blood Clan holy weapons are different, and there are only a few that are useful to the Sunwalker. After all, he uses them for fighting and killing, and other functions are rarely used. I didn't expect that most of the Blood Clan's holy artifacts are in the hands of us humans. It's really ironic. Chi Suiyan complained. After saying that, he stood up directly. Soros was already waiting for him at the door. Long time no see, Mr. Fisher? Soros asked as soon as they met. Well, long time no see. Chi Suiyan responded. I'm very happy to hear that you successfully evacuated the Kingdom of Transylvania. He was not happy that the other party was alive, but that the Bone Harp, the Blood Clan's holy artifact, was successfully brought back. Soros knew Chi Suiyan's thoughts, but he didn't point it out. Thank you, Mr. Fisher, for your concern. Please come this way. Soros led the way in front, and introduced the current situation to Chi Suiyan. This should have been done by the Daywalker, but he was too busy. After occupying the Kingdom of Wallachia, a country controlled by the Demon Party, there are too many things to do. From civilians to management, everything needs to be reshaped. This is an extremely large project. At the same time, he had to deal with various military affairs to deal with the next war of the Blood Clan. Soros is now his assistant. Although he can share some affairs, his efficiency is not as good as that of the Daywalker due to his age and race. Chi Suiyan also learned that the situation of the church is not optimistic. The human countries have been cleaned up. At least no one will dare to surrender to the Blood Clan. However, this has made the contradictions between the church and the countries more and more serious, but the church has suppressed them by force. This has caused the countries to have great complaints about the church's material supply, but because the church has destroyed the Demon Party, Its force makes them dare not act rashly. It's easy to deal with it on the surface, but it's not so easy to solve it in secret. It's a pity that the church has to face the Blood Clan war now, otherwise with the means of the Daywalker, as long as he frees up one hand, it won't be a problem to deal with the countries. The two soon came to the location of the demon party's treasury, which was originally the treasury of Vlad III Tepesh, the son of the dragon. Now it has become a temporary storage place for valuables of the church. It has great guarantees in terms of confidentiality and secrecy. Soros opened the treasury with ease and took Chiswayan into it. From time to time, he introduced some treasures to Chiswayan. Chiswayan just glanced at it and didn't care. These treasures are indeed good, but they are just handicrafts, all of which are artificially given values. However, they can be converted into military funds, which is barely useful. All the way to the depths of the treasury, only then did they see the two Blood Clan holy artifacts, the bone harp and the ghost lantern. The overall protection is made of holy water, refined gold, mithril, mountain copper, and other materials, and divine arts are also added to it. So the vampires can't take it away at all, only humans can take it away. However, the only ones who can guard this treasure house are the disciplined priests in the church who have divine arts. The possibility of betrayal is extremely low. After all, if you want to obtain divine arts, you must have enough faith, and this faith is the proof of loyalty. Don't say that it is 100% impossible to betray. After all, this is unrealistic. After all, even if you have enough faith, you will have your own ideas. Chiswayan directly passed through the protection and took away the two holy artifacts of the vampires. He is not a vampire, so he will not be hurt. I took the things away, and you can deal with the rest by yourselves, Chiswayan said bluntly, and walked out without any nostalgia. Soros was relieved. Chiswayan behaved so outrageously that he actually suspected that Chiswayan was Dracula. Normal humans would not be so powerful. But seeing that Chiswayan was unharmed, he was sure that Chiswayan was not a vampire. He hurriedly chased after him and asked curiously, "Mr. Fisher, what is the secret of your strength?" Soros wanted to find out Chiswayan's secret. He recognized the Daywalker as the leader, but he understood one thing: the Daywalker was not a pure human. Humans could not always rely on the protection of the Daywalker. They needed their own power to protect themselves. As for the church's magic, he did not recognize the illusory power obtained by praying to non-existent gods. Once the magic is really promoted in an all-round way, humans will completely lose themselves. This is also the reason why the church only chooses nobles instead of promoting it in an all-round way. Otherwise, once civilians are chosen, a large number of disciplined priests who master magic will definitely burst out, and even the number of demon hunters and ascetics will be greatly improved. It is precisely because the church is for the sake of humanity that it did not choose to make all humans become the Lord's lambs. The secret of strength? Chiswayan touched his chin, thought for a while, and said, "Good luck." He was able to live to this day and have such strong power because he relied on the home advantage of the protagonist's halo to kill the reborn. Otherwise, he would have been gone long ago. Hearing this, Soros's face froze. What kind of answer is this? Good luck is the humility of the strong. Soros didn't believe it at all. He said that he was lucky after he became successful. This statement is not credible at all. Maybe Chiswayan had some luck in his process of becoming stronger, but it was definitely not just luck. It's really gone. Chiswayan spread his hands. I didn't lie to you. As for the death recasting that he could revive after death? Isn't this also luck, not his talent? This made Soros a little helpless, and he just thought that Chiswayan wanted to hide it. What about your strength? Soros continued to ask. Luck plus a little effort. Chiswayan said a little more this time, but it's not suitable for you. After all, I am me, and you are you. Chiswayan was telling the truth. He just took out the direct extraordinary system and explained it clearly to Soros. Even if the other party understood it, there was no way to replicate it. His extraordinary system is not a single system, but a plurality of extraordinary systems that complement each other. Not to mention that Chiswayan is not a human yet. His extraordinary system is only suitable for him, and humans have no way to practice it. Even if he wants to transform, it is as difficult as heaven. Moreover, if you are not careful, you will also encounter various situations of seeking death. The simplest one is that the deep virus will cause a biochemical crisis. It seems that Mr. Fisher's power is indeed extraordinary. Soros complimented, and did not continue to test and ask. Chiswayan had said so much, and he would not be able to obtain information even if he continued to ask. Just stop when it is enough. If you insist, it will only make people bored. Soros still has this sense of boundaries, and he is the best at observing words and expressions. Otherwise, how could he become the governor of a city? He was not born as a governor, and he must have climbed up slowly. It's okay, except that he is easy to die. There is no other problem. Chi Xuan responded. If the humans in the Blood Clan world have unlimited resurrection, they can practice it. If they don't have it, and still covet his power, it will be a dead end if they are given it. Chapter 429. After getting 2 Blood Clan holy artifacts, Chi Xuan found a place to start further research. As the number of Blood Clan holy artifacts increased, he felt more and more that the origin of these Blood Clan holy artifacts might be unusual. There is a high possibility that they were made by Cain, the ancestor of the Blood Clan. If all the Blood Clan holy artifacts are collected, will Cain be resurrected? Chi Xuan suddenly thought of this. This is not impossible. How could the source of a supernatural species be a person who died casually? As for who made Cain into a Blood Clan holy artifact, he didn't know. It could be the Red Sea Witch Lilith, or it could be the object of Cain's sacrifice. After all, from the flashbacks in the Blood Clan holy artifacts, there are some more powerful beings above him who accepted his sacrifice. For example, the Lord believed by humans. Anyway, even the Daywalkers don't know what they believe in, and can only improve their faith and piety through the descriptions in the Commandments Bible. If he was asked to explain it, he really couldn't say anything. The Commandment Bible does not describe the Lord or his behavior, it is just pure commandment content. As for tracing the origin of the church, it would be too long, and because there is no habit of recording, the church only has many stories similar to myths and legends. The logic of these stories is smooth, and there are no contradictions. However, the Lord is personified, and at the same time, he has some behaviors similar to punishing evil and promoting good. Chi Xuan could see at a glance that this was a misattribution of the behavior of some ascetics, demon hunters, and even commandment priests to the illusory Lord. But it is a good fable for bedtime. Now there are only the corpse hand, the magic puppet, the key, and the magic mirror left. Except for the key, it is very likely that Dracula has it. Dracula's 3 brides are most likely made by combining Victor's life technology with the magic puppet, the holy artifact of the Blood Clan. Trouble. Chi Xuan sighed. He would definitely not be able to beat Dracula by himself. He had to kill the Bloodbath Queen, and then go with the Daywalker to kill the piercing demon. He wanted the Daywalker to go to the town of Valeris with him now, but the Daywalker would definitely not want to, and might even break up with him because of this. The Bloodbath Queen was ready to go, and she covered the entire kingdom of Transylvania with blood waves. This action made the kingdom of Transylvania no longer exposed to the sun, and the secret party came to the front from behind the scenes, ruling as brutally as the demon party. However, due to the death of the dragon's son, the vampires deeply understood that the dead apostles were qualified as slaves, but not qualified as warriors. So the secret party directly began to create a large number of vampires, as a source of soldiers to destroy the church. There is even a tendency to turn all the people of the entire Transylvanian kingdom into vampires. Because of this incident, the Daywalkers all wanted to start a war in advance, otherwise not only would the number of enemies increase, but also their human population would be severely damaged. Compared with the irreversible Wallachia kingdom ruled by the demon party, the humans of the Transylvanian kingdom were not brainwashed, they were just kept in the dark. Therefore, after the truth was exposed, a large number of civilians fled, and these desperate people formed a refugee wave, further impacting the church. People are here, you can't just not accept them. Once accepted, it will definitely become a burden, whether it is resettlement or food, it is a burden. However, Sunwalker directly transferred all these burdens to the various countries. After all, the nobles of the various countries have always wanted to stab the church, so it is a good opportunity to weaken them. Are you still busy? Sunwalker entered Chi Xuan's tent, and saw Chi Xuan fiddling with the Blood Clan's holy artifact. He couldn't understand what Chi Xuan was doing, so he ignored him. Just say it if you have something to say. Chi Xuan knew that Sunwalker would not come to the temple for no reason. Normally, he was so busy that he didn't have enough time to sleep. He actually took the time to come to Chi Xuan, so he must have something for him to do. There is something unusual happening on the Bloodbath Queen's side, and it seems that she is preparing to unite the various countries to launch a counterattack. As long as the countries are willing to cooperate, whether this plan succeeds or fails, it will have an irreversible impact on the war. Sunwalker said directly after sitting down. Chi Xuan immediately understood what Sunwalker meant when he heard it. Let's go and kill the Bloodbath Queen. Chi Xuan blurted out. Yes, but I have a worry. Daywalker's thoughts were the same as Chi Xuan's. What if this is a trap for you and me? It is very likely that you and I will not be able to come back. Without you and me, the church is no match for the vampires. The two are the pillars. Without them, the ascetics and demon hunters of the church can only deal with prince-level vampires at most. Whether it is the Bloodbath Queen or the Piercing Demon, they have the ability to reshape the vampires. As long as one of these two second-generation vampires is not dead, there will still be no breakthrough for the church. What are you afraid of? It's just killing. We have 9 holy artifacts of the Blood Clan, and the other side has none. Even if it is a trap, we are sure to escape unscathed, Chi Xuan said. The Sun Walker estimated in his mind, and then said, the spirit stick is actually in Merry Town. You are really lucky. Otherwise, Chi Xuan would not have said that there are 9 holy artifacts. Yes, I have always had good luck. Chi Xuan was very happy. Finally, someone recognized his achievements in luck. Otherwise, everyone said that he relied on strength, which would easily make him swell up. This time, the operation is not only about the Bloodbath Queen, but also the mysterious Death Clan. So far, the church has not had much information about the Death Clan. The Sun Walker said, took out a thin stack of information, and then handed it to Chi Xuan. At present, we know that all the Death Clans are at least 3 generations of vampires and princes. They prefer to be secretive and rarely come into contact with people, even vampires. Except for the Bloodbath Queen and the Piercing Demon, perhaps only the vampire ancestor can command them. Even the Dragon Son has no way to contact this mysterious Death Clan. Of course, the Bloodbath Queen cannot fully control it. The Death Clan seems to have its own mission. The Day Walker gave Chi Xuan a brief explanation of the existing intelligence on the Death Clan. For them, 3 generations of vampires plus the prince level is already a very big challenge. But in Chi Xuan's eyes, it's just a bunch of rotten fish and shrimp. Weak is weak, and at his level of strength, it is very unlikely that he will be killed by numbers. He could break the necks of all the 3rd generation blood princes, and stuff them into the melting furnace before they could react. Even if all the 3rd generation blood princes came together, the threat would not be as great as the Bloodbath Queen and the Piercing Demon Chi Xuan faced. The Death Clan is not a problem. If you can hold the Bloodbath Queen for a minute, I can make them die without a burial place. The real difficulty is the Bloodbath Queen. Killing her is not an easy task. Chi Xuan said bluntly, but this is a good opportunity. But you are right, this matter is extremely risky. If this is a trap, then the Bloodbath Queen's real backup is not the so-called Death Clan. It is the Piercing Demon Vlad II Dracula. These two are the descendants of the Blood Clan ancestor, real strong men. I am confident to deal with one, but we will both die there if we deal with 2. Chi Xuan said this, but he actually had a solution in secret. That is to kill the suspected protagonist, the Daywalker, and then use the protagonist's aura to kill him in desperate situations. But there is a prerequisite, that is, the Daywalker must be the protagonist, not the Bloodbath Queen or the Piercing Demon. Otherwise, he will really die. The Piercing Demon Daywalker's face immediately became solemn after being reminded by Chi Xuan. I asked the people of the Valeris family to find out the situation, to determine the whereabouts of the Piercing Demon. After the Daywalker finished speaking, he stood up and was about to leave. Judging from his attitude and actions, the matter of killing the Bloodbath Queen was confirmed. Otherwise, it would be impossible to determine the situation of the Piercing Demon now. This is a courtesy. Chi Xuan couldn't help but smile. The Bloodbath Queen asked her vampires to kill him, and now he and Daywalker are going to kill the Bloodbath Queen together. Don't leave in a hurry, I have a suggestion for you. Chi Xuan grabbed Daywalker, who was about to leave. The Bloodbath Queen arranged people to surround and kill me, and a group of 3rd generation vampire princes died. Now you are preparing to instigate rebellion in various countries, and you brought another group, right? Hearing this, Daywalker couldn't help but think, do you mean to take this opportunity to let the church launch an attack? Yes, we kill the Bloodbath Queen, and the church attacks the Kingdom of Transylvania. It should be no problem for Soros to temporarily replace you. We will be more efficient if we fight on 2 fronts. Chi Xuan gave his own ideas. After a brief thought, Sunwalker chose Chi Xuan's plan. Okay, let's do as you say. The church is indeed preparing for the next war, but this preparation will never end, so since there is a good opportunity, it must be seized. Then you go ahead and do your work. I will go to confirm the situation of the Piercing Demon and discuss the plan with Soros. Sunwalker left Chi Xuan's tent and hurried to his own tent. After seeing the other party leave, Chi Xuan laughed at himself. I didn't expect that a reckless man like me would be able to give advice to others one day. The plan is a bit crude, but it is much more rigorous than his mind full of killing ideas. You are not a reckless man. You have always been cautious and planned in doing things. Even if you are reckless when you are sure. The intelligent brain spoke in time and complimented Chi Swayan. Come on, I just can't solve the problem. I just choose to solve the person who created the problem. What's the plan? Be careful, you can't even see the future. Chi Swayan said softly. As long as the Doomsday Game is not dead, he will not have peace for a day. Chapter 430. I said at the beginning that humans can stay, but the church must be eliminated. In the end, Dracula left for the so-called offspring, and it doesn't matter, haha. The cold and handsome Sir Ruthven said disdainfully. He is an elder of the Death Clan. He usually wanders around the countries, disguised as a bard to seduce women everywhere. In the eyes of Sir Ruthven, it is often his most wonderful enjoyment to make the purest virgin fall to the most shameless state. He is considered a leader among the 3 generations of Blood Clan, and most princes are not his opponents. If she would listen to you, then she would not have ended up like this. Another elder of the Death Clan, Amshaw, who was once the maid of the Red Sea which Lilith mocked. The Bloodbath Queen ignored the 2's sarcasm, and just glanced at them, and said softly, Your goal is simple, just hold the Daywalker. I take care of the rest. In fact, she didn't let the Death Clan complete this trap at the beginning, but chose her brother, the Impaler. But the persuasion failed. Dracula, who was in the town of Violise, had gone completely crazy in order to have a child of his own. The eldest son of the ancestor of the Blood Clan ended up like this. Perhaps this is the curse from the Red Sea. This curse also came from the dragon's son Vlad III Tepesh. This is a forbidden journey. His father is the Impaler Dracula, and his mother is the Red Sea Witch Lilith. But because of the instability of the Red Sea and the forbidden journey, the dragon's son was born as a born incomplete blood dragon. However, it was a taboo in her eyes, but it was not a big deal in the eyes of the Red Sea Witch. After all, the entire Red Sea was filled with dragons she gave birth to. Those chaotic, mindless beasts, madmen who only knew how to destroy and kill. They had the power of dragons, but could not inspire them, so they could only use the dark power of the blood race. Therefore, Dracula had to give birth to a perfect offspring. The Bloodbath Queen didn't know where Dracula's obsession came from. Maybe it was after he got the corpse hand of Cain, the ancestor of the blood race, or maybe it was after that taboo. Anyway, she failed to get Dracula to help her, and finally he chose the Death Clan. Heh, you are worthy of being the Bloodbath Queen. You actually asked us to hold back the Daywalker. Could it be that the human who stole the power of the blood race is worth your personal action? The Red Sea maid Amshaw continued to be sarcastic. What? The Bloodbath Queen is the descendant of the Red Sea Witch. As a maid, she must respect it. To put it bluntly, she has spent more time with the Red Sea Witch than the mother and daughter. She naturally knows how ridiculous the Red Sea Witch is. Even if the Bloodbath Queen is special, she is just a tool in the eyes of the Red Sea Witch. We are all tools. Why is she just a third-generation vampire and a maid, while the Bloodbath Queen can become a special descendant of the second generation? So the jealousy of the Bloodbath Queen has existed for a long time. She just deliberately targeted the Bloodbath Queen and had no other ideas. The Bloodbath Queen has long been accustomed to the other party's attitude, so she directly ignored the words of the Red Sea maid Amshaw. According to the intelligence, the Daywalker has 3 holy blood vessels: the axe, the butcher's knife, and the blood cup. The Bloodbath Queen's words made the faces of the Blood Clan members of the Death Clan present change slightly. I can understand the axe and the butcher's knife, but shouldn't the blood cup be in your hands? Sir Ruthven interrupted him. As for the thief, he has 6 holy blood vessels: the corruption bracelet, the bone harp, the spirit staff, the soul ring, the ghost lantern, and the poison bottle. Up to now, the thief is very likely to have control of these 6 holy blood vessels. If you think you can defeat him in a short time, you can give them to you. The Bloodbath Queen did not intend to answer Sir Ruthven's question. All of a sudden, all the Blood Clan members present were silent. After a long time, Sir Ruthven asked, how did the Demon Party and the Secret Party manage to let the Blood Clan holy vessels fall into the hands of humans? Even if the remaining 4 Blood Clan holy vessels were all in the hands of the Blood Clan, they would not be half of what they had. Can this still be considered a vampire's holy weapon? It can be changed to a human holy weapon. That's not the point. The point is why the thief can use these 6 vampire holy weapons. He is just a human. He can't be a cursed child like the Daywalker. The Red Sea maid Amshaw pointed the finger at the Bloodbath Queen, as if she wanted to put the blame on her. What you have to do is to delay the Daywalker. You don't have to think about the rest. Do you understand? The Bloodbath Queen ignored the questions of the 2 vampires, and asked them directly if they understood. Your attitude makes it difficult for us to help you, Elizabeth. Sir Ruthven knew that the Bloodbath Queen was powerful, but since he came to help, He should at least give an explanation. Hearing this, the Bloodbath Queen couldn't help but laugh out loud. Help? Do you think you are the third generation of vampires born from Dracula's first embrace, so you can ignore me? Dracula rejected my request, but he gave me your real names. How else do you think I summoned you? This is an order. At this moment, everyone's face turned extremely ugly, including the Red Sea maid Amsha, whose face looked like she had eaten shit after the Bloodbath Queen knew her real name. I don't believe it. It must be you. The Red Sea maid Amsha couldn't accept it, and was the first to stand up and provoke. As a result, before she finished speaking, pain emerged from the depths of her soul. The Bloodbath Queen tortured her with her real name, and the whole person collapsed on the ground, twisting and wailing, and even her sanity was about to be lost. A person who constantly challenged her authority was just used as a warning to others, not to mention that the Red Sea maid was also very powerful. After several minutes, the torture stopped. The Red Sea maid slowly climbed up. Her skin looked sagging and old. There was resentment and fear in her eyes when she looked at the Bloodbath Queen, but she became honest and didn't dare to say 3 words to the Bloodbath Queen like before. She still knows how to judge the situation. Okay, do you have any questions now? The Bloodbath Queen asked. Yes, I am not very satisfied with your division. A voice suddenly interrupted. I don't want to fight you, you are too strong. I want to fight these weak chickens. Chi Swayan stood in the group of blood clans of the Death Clan and made his own suggestions. What was waiting for him was not the answer from the Bloodbath Queen, but her powerful attack. His right hand turned into a dragon claw, and the whole person was half dragonized and coordinated with the power of darkness to crush Chi Swayan to death. However, the Sunwalker was well prepared and intercepted the Bloodbath Queen's attack with the axe and the butcher knife. Both sides wanted to use their strengths to attack the enemy's weaknesses. But there are not so many things that can be achieved. It depends on who takes the first move. Unfortunately, Chi Swayan was lucky enough to take the first move. He held down Sir Rusvin and the Red Sea maid, and had a close contact with the heads he brought. When the two sides came into contact, the heads exploded on the spot, hitting left and right. But this was not over yet. Chi Swayan picked up the two and used them as weapons directly, sweeping all the Death Clans on the spot. The Death Clans are all special blood clans in each clan, and their strength is not low. However, they were facing Chi Swayan. Even if their immortality allowed them to withstand extremely terrible attacks, it was useless. Even if their blood was locked and their strength was inferior to that of the enemy, they were just a punching bag. Various pieces of flesh and blood were flying everywhere, but because of their immortality, these flesh and blood kept wriggling and reorganizing. Just like Sir Rusvin and the Red Sea maid, who were used as weapons by Chi Swayan, the heads of these two vampires had regenerated. Then, before they could take further action, Chi Swayan pulled off their spines and heads. Fisher, I think you should hurry up. After a loud bang, the Daywalker was smashed back, and the whole person rolled several times and came to Chi Swayan's feet. His whole body was twisted beyond recognition, and it was obvious that he had been severely beaten by the Bloodbath Queen. The Bloodbath Queen on the other side was no longer in human form, but she had learned from the last lesson and did not turn into a dragon form. Instead, she was in a dragon man form. I let Faye help you. You hold on for 3 minutes, just 3 minutes, Chi Swayan said, and Faye's huge figure emerged. As a result, just as it was solidified, a blood-colored wave rushed over and smashed Faye into powder on the spot. Your Faye doesn't seem to be very good either. After the Sunwalker recovered, he said speechlessly. After all, it was not the real person, the gap was too big. 1 minute, I can hold on for 1 more minute at most. The Sunwalker sighed, and rushed up again with the axe and butcher knife. You hold on a little longer, it's only been less than 30 seconds since the fight started. Chi Swayan felt that the Sunwalker was not good enough. Chi Swayan casually stuffed the heads, spines and bodies of Sir Rusvin and the Red Sea maid directly into the smelting furnace. Then his eyes fell on the remaining vampires of the Death Clan. These vampires are all third-generation vampire princes, so their recovery ability is naturally not weak. Run, run! I don't know which vampire shouted, and all the vampires present scattered. The main reason is that Sir Rusvin and the Red Sea maid died too quickly, and Chi Swayan didn't even use wooden stakes, holy water, and other things to restrain them. However, since Chi Swayan had targeted them, how could he let them go? After all, it was a batch of fuel. Even if the value was low, Chi Swayan took all of them in his pocket with the idea of not wasting even the smallest bit. 13 blood seals of the vampire surrounded him, and 6 vampire holy artifacts were controlled by him at the same time. When the vampires of the Death Clan saw this scene, Despair also emerged in their hearts. It is so unfair that a human like you can actually use the sacred weapon of their blood clan.